Yo, L, good looking. See, a lot of times when you're not being one of the biggest trolls we got over here, you helping out. Yo, I appreciate everybody for pulling up, man. We back, we back, we back, we back. That's what I probably was saying when I was on mute. Yeah, y'all, we back, we back. What's the word? What's the word? What's that word? We here, we here. Dev is here too. Dev can let himself up when he's ready. Vyasa is here. I was saying, Vyasa, you could have brought that link with you. Oh, you did. My bad. My bad. Shout out to everybody pulling up. L again, good looking. L got me to end the last one. L got me to end the last one. Rushed me up out of there. I'm rushing and I didn't take myself off mute. Let me shout everybody out pulling up. I see y'all. Damn, y'all pulling up quick too. No, what's the word? Frank, what's good? And everybody else who pulling up. I'm pretty sure Corey gonna be around. Everybody. Let me hit Vyas's link too while I'm at it. We got though. There you go, Corey. Yeah, we got the new stream popping off. As y'all can see, we got the new stream popping off. Let me put this on. There it goes. One second. Vyas is sharing a link with us. I got it up on screen. I just got to share my screen. Here we go. Sharing screen. Boom. And again, shout out to Q, man. Shout out to Q. Shout out to Q. I'm gonna just say that if he was around for the last stream, then you know what's up. But shout out to Q. What I'm looking at here. What am I looking at here? Before we left off the last show, Vyasa was talking about this Muslim presence in the Americas early in history. Give me 1 second. Vyasa, you could speak
Yeah,
about
that's
what they looking at.
Stephen the Moor or Esteban Nico. He was one of the early explorers of North America. Well, one of our earliest black explorers. Yeah, for the name Stephen the Moor, I shouldn't have to elaborate his Islamic possible background. Um, so I was just really bringing him out to, say that they was over here in the 1500s. I want to say that's 28. I can't remember what time they have for him. Let me go to it. Yes, 1522, 1528 was around the time frames he would have came and started that journey through the Americas here. So before that, you would have had a black Islamic presence in South America at Christopher Columbus's son's sugar plantation. And that's your first major slave revolt on Christmas Day, 1521. I'll see if I can find a link on that one too. But yeah, Miz, I was just trying to, throw in a little nuance to that Islamic presence been here for a while. But Islam is not my strong suit. I haven't put a lot of studies into that.
My fault, y'all. I'm back. I heard a little what Vyasa was talking about this article. Estevanica, also known as Mustafa Azamori, and Esteban de Dorantes, and Estevanico de Moor was the first person of African descent to explore North America. He was one of the last 4 survivors of the Narvaez expedition, along with Alvar Nunez, Caballes, De Vaca, Andres. Damn, y'all see it, man. A lot of Spanish names. Little is known about Estevanico's background, but contemporary accounts describe him as a Negro Árabe or Arabic, speaking black man native to the Azamores of Morocco. In 1522, he was sold as a slave to the Spanish nobleman Andres Dorantes de Carranza and the Portuguese-controlled Moroccan town of Azamor. Starting in 1528, he participated in the Narvaez expeditions, which set out from Cuba under the leadership of Panfilio de Narvaez to explore and colonize Spanish Florida. After numerous challenges, including shipwrecks and enslavement by the Native Americans, Estevanico, along with 3 other survivors, escaped their captivity in 1534 and became medicine men. They embarked on an epic journey covering nearly 2,000 miles through the American interior, becoming the first Africans and Europeans to enter the American West. Their travels were greeted with respect and admiration from the indigenous communities, and they finally reached the Spanish settlement in Sinaloa, Mexico, in July 1536. Their tales of rich civilizations in North America captivated the Spaniards in Mexico City, leading to the Viceroy of New Spain, Antonio Mendoza, to commission Fray Marcos de Niza to search for the fabled 7 cities of Cibola. Estevanico served as a guide for the expedition, venturing ahead of the main party with a group of Sonoran Indians and trade goods. However, tragedy struck near Cibola when the village inhabitants attacked Estevanico, leading to his death. Several contemporary accounts described his demise, but the motivations behind the attack remain unclear. His life remains an enigmatic tale of resilience and exploration, leaving a lasting impact on the early history of European exploration in North America. His journey, as chronicled by Alvar Nunez, Caballes, De Vaca, provided valuable insight into people's wildlife and geography of Western North America, making him a significant figure in history. That's early Muslim presence in the Americas, y'all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was that early Muslim presence. That was early 1500s that we was looking at. That was
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me when I was talking about a few years before him. You would have had a presence via the Wolofs, who was in bondage to Christopher Columbus' son, and how they led the first major slave revolt in the African slave revolt in the Americas on Christmas Day, 1521. So
I didn't hear about that.
you start to At the time, they, importing us slowly from Europe. This would have been your Latinos, and they would have had somewhat of a background into Spanish and Christian laws or Islamic laws. And using that, to sue for rights and citizenship and things of that nature, influence what you would call Bozales. This is where they start importing brothers and sisters directly from Africa. And over time, we still use that word today in English. It's bozo, but originally it would have been Bozales, Bozales, and that just
Gonzalez.
means that would have been one that can't speak English, Spanish, or Islamic, just pure African. That would have been the term they was using for him.
Oh, that's great. That's one of my favorite words, bozo. That's one of my favorites. That's one of my favorites, bozo. I don't mind calling people bozos when I recognize them.
They even contribute a little doll being made to you can call him Stephen the Moor, that the natives made behind them. Um, dang, like Kachina or something like that.
Mm.
Don't ask me to spell it.
Mm-hmm.
But he have it, his run in with the natives here, and of course they was able to see that he don't look like them. Needless to say, uh, let me talk through this one real quick. I gotta wait to the YouTube. I'm in the wrong spot.
Yeah, no, we good. We good. We got time. We got time. Yeah,
There you
y'all.
go.
There we go. I see it. Pause. Share the screen. Share the screen.
I guess that would be Chakwani, maybe.
Afro. What's the word? Afro. Okay. Chakawana, something. Alternatively, Chakwayana. Yeah, Chakwayana. Chakawania. Chakawana. Is a Kachina which appears in Hopi Zuni and Kerasan ceremonies, but does not appear in Tiwa ceremonies. Although imagery of the Kachina is varied, it is usually depicted as an orc with ferocious teeth and black goatee and black mask with yellow eyes. Is spread throughout Pueblo culture. Is often associated with the Asa clan. It is often claimed that the Chickawina is a ceremonial representation of Estevanico, who we just read about, a Moroccan born slave who led the first Spanish party to the Pueblo tribes as a scout for the expedition of Fray Marcos de Niza. Early anthropologist Frederick J. Dockstader asserted that the legendary sources linked Chickawana to contact with Estevanico. However, the linkage is not clear, and Kachina may actually predate contact with the Spanish. In addition, although usually black, there are very few white or albino Chuckwawana representations. And y'all can see the little cartoons off to the side that's showing you what those look like. Yep, and that was a more continuation of what Vyasa was showing us earlier. about this Muslim connection in the early Americas. Danielle, how you doing? How you doing? Top of the, not even top of the morning, middle of the night to you. Middle of the night to you. Dev may be on the road. What else we got going? What else we got going? We got Fat Joe and his issues. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Give me a second. This is where we at. This is where we at. We're gonna play a couple different pieces of footage here. Give me 1 second, y'all. This is a lot of how a lot of this started from these conversations. Yeah, this is a lot of where these conversations stemming from.
Valuable people. Puerto Ricans, do you feel like they played a part in creating hip hop? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Were they early? Were they the first contributors? Yes. Did they do things to help proliferate hip hop? Yes. Were they, do we have valuable people from the Puerto Rican culture that has contributed? Absolutely. But in the beginning stages of hip hop, in the creation stages of hip hop, this was very much a Black American youth thing that had no outside influences from Puerto Rico or Jamaica or any other type of place that you may name. The influences, if anything, were from down south America. The influences were our parents' music. Like, it had nothing to do with any outside people. And any individuals that might have been from those places did not bring that culture to hip hop. They had to act Black in order to assimilate to hip hop culture. That's all that's being said. There's no hatred or no racism, whatever they're trying to call foul on. It's just saying, listen, the thing that you love and adore is something that was made by Black American youth. Get over it. It's not the melting pot y'all are trying to paint it as. Now, I don't know if there's some sort of financial reasons, being we have the Olympics coming up and people want to attach themselves to certain things. We just had the 50th anniversary of hip hop. That was very lucrative for certain people. You understand? So, yeah, museums being made in the Bronx and stuff like that. So I think in some people, it's their best interest to try to mold a certain narrative, but the truth is the truth, you know. I got people that was there that will tell you what it is. This is not just me talking, you know what I mean? But because they'll say I wasn't there. I don't have to be there. I don't have to be there because the DNA will show you the everything that's incorporated into hip hop will show you that it has nothing to do with Puerto Rican or Jamaican culture, period. And those were myths that were just put out there. I'm not exactly sure when. I think it started happening in the 90s. Don't know why, but we're here to clear this up.
So why do you think people like Fat Joe and Crazy Legs, they push that narrative? It's like, for me, it's one thing for them to push it, but when you got people like, KRS-One pushing it.
I just gotta stop. I think I gotta stop and say fair use or something like that, just in case. Fair use. This is just for conversation purposes. And if anybody just pulling up, we looking at. I don't know if this is Lord Jamal's most recent interview, but we're looking at a lot of where this conversation in terms of FBA and how they come up with Fat Joe and everything like that. A large part of that was Lord Jamar and his assertion that it's distinctly Black American culture that started hip hop, even though he readily just admitted to Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans always being around and always contributing. It sounds like he's speaking more towards the actual music itself rather than, I don't know, somebody helping carry your records into the party or helping set up speakers or planning a party or a block party. It just sounds like he's speaking more towards the literal sense of the music itself. I'm gonna let the rest of it play.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Well, I can definitely understand why people like Fat Joe or Crazy Legs or even a Pete Rock, feel like they would want to push that narrative because that's what they heard. And quite frankly, it'll make you feel good. It makes you feel good. You know what I mean? If you somehow believe that you had a hand in something, but then when you find out otherwise, it can make you kind of salty. And it was nice to go with those myths or those narratives when they were put out there and all of that. But yeah, it's just not real. Oh, and also I wanted to say to that is I think there's a certain maybe slight guilt that comes with people of a certain lineage who weren't born there. Okay? So now you have Puerto Ricans or Jamaicans alike who, if you're not born there, they look down on you a little bit. Jamaicans will call you a Yankee regardless if your parents are Jamaican and was born in Jamaica and all that. You understand what I'm saying? So I think some of these people have a little bit of that going on where they're almost trying to overcompensate and show like, yo, listen, I'm standing up for my flag. I'm standing up for, I'm Jamaican, I'm Puerto Rican. That doesn't matter. I was born here in America. I'm not American like them. I'm with y'all. And all I'm saying is, if we're really all one, if this is really all about unity, if we all see ourselves as Black, then why is this even a fucking issue, yo? What's the fucking problem? If we all one, then Black Americans did this. And if y'all was Black Americans, then we don't have a problem. But you want to separate yourself with these different flags and all of that. You want to be one, but you want to be singled out too. So if you want to be singled out, well, then we got to say, all right, well, then you wasn't there in the beginning because it was only Black Americans that was there.
Yeah, and I know KRS-One, he spoke on it, and he was calling people stupid if they try to downplay Latinos playing a part in hip hop.
What's the word, Stab? What's the word? Anybody just tuning in? We just looking at some of Lord Jamar and the part he played in the conversation. And I'm listening to him, man. I guess I can see why he's saying what he's saying. But he also definitely mentioned that he wasn't there. Wherever they say that hip hop started in the Bronx or whatever the cases may be, he admittedly said that he wasn't there, and he's going off of what was told to him by somebody he said was around. And that's a tough space to argue from, and have the discussion from, especially when you're having a discussion with people like KRS-One or a Fat Joe or Kool Herc or anybody who's saying like, no, I was there in that particular area. I think that's where he running into some headaches. And he's also admitting that, you know, other people played a part in terms of hip hop. But again, it sounds like he's speaking more towards the beats and the sound. But yeah, so again, once he's saying that, you know, I get what he's saying in terms of if you're saying that you was around black people and everything like that, and it's all about, you know, being black, then why separate yourself in terms of nationality? That makes sense. That makes sense. But I don't know if it's the being black part or if it's being uh, an American thing that is their issue. So I'm gonna let some more of this play. I'm gonna let some more of this.
And then he went as far as to say that hip hop couldn't have been created without Latinos.
Yeah, that's a wild statement.
That's a wild statement. Because I'm a
Yeah, that's definitely a wild statement. That's definitely a wild statement. I don't. I definitely don't agree with that. If KRS said it, I don't know what the context was, right? Because let's say if KRS context was it couldn't have been created without Spanish people because they actually had the records that were used to produce hip hop. And there's no way to get to the records without going through Puerto Ricans. Then I can understand what he's saying. But in terms of musicality, KRS would be dead wrong because I don't think you need anybody else to come up with hip hop in terms of music. So yeah, I'm about to let some more of it play, but I just want to stop it every now and then so we can slow down the conversation.
gonna be honest, and this is no disrespect to any Latinos in hip hop, but you can remove everybody from hip hop and just leave black people, and hip hop would be just fine. It's when you remove black people from hip hop that it all goes to shit. Let's keep it real. I feel like a lot of this pushback is because certain people don't like Tariq personally. They don't like what he's about with FBA and all of that type of shit. Like, listen, Tariq is a cool guy. I'm not some sort of Tariq disciple, though. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Why is everybody bringing up Tariq, but running away from Tariq and his leadership? Like, I think we kind of heard that on the panel earlier, right? With people saying, Tariq is not my leader. Tariq is not my leader. And then we hearing Lord Jamal also saying, like, Tariq is not my leader. Tariq is a cool guy. I think he's a cool person, but he's not. I'm not a Tariq follower, and you're going to be hard pressed to say foundational Black American and get away from Tariq Nasheed. I think that's a part of anybody who's claiming FBA's issue is trying to separate themselves from a Tariq Nasheed when he's coined the term to a certain degree. I'm gonna let some more of it play. Ja says Caribbeans contributed to hip hop end of the day, I'm not sure why this is an ongoing debate. There's much more important conversations black men should be having. Yeah, well, I would say that there are conversations that we don't have and we probably going to need to have before we consider moving on as a people and getting together. I think a lot of the differences and or a lot of the different contentions are part of what's holding back a bigger unification than these small pockets of unity that you find. So I'm gonna let some more of it play real quick.
There's certain things that I may not agree with as far as the full FBA, stance on reparations, let's say. You know what I mean? Um, but that doesn't stop me from engaging in the truth. You see what I'm saying? Like people will say, well, because on my father's lineage, right? My great grandfather is from Guyana, right? But my mother is full what you would call FBA. So you got some people, well, you're not even FBA, Lord Jamar, like you have Guyanese in your fucking family. So what? Why would that make me lie? Why would that make me lie? I'm still going to tell the truth, whether it falls in my favor or not. See, this is what y'all don't understand. When it doesn't fall in your favor, you want to now lie. If it don't fall in my favor, I don't care. I don't care. Oh, my father's half is going to be mad that they wasn't down with the beginning of hip hop. Nobody said the Guyanese was in the beginning of hip hop. And my family is so New York, like nobody has an accent in my family. I didn't come up with any Caribbean recipes in my home. Like that's my great grandfather. Like, you know what I mean? Like we've been in New York for Udine. So it's like we Black Americans from New York. You know what I mean? And Black Americans from New York, and I'm not even going to just say the Bronx, and that's blasphemous too in certain circles that, oh, the Bronx created it. I'm going to say the New York City area created it because a lot of shit was going on simultaneously. I think that some people, you know what I mean? How could you know? If you're in the Bronx, you don't know what's going on in Queens. You know what I mean? You don't know necessarily what's going on in Brooklyn unless you traveling like that. You know what I mean?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one because if he's gonna say that you don't know what's going on in other parts of New York City, then you're gonna be hard pressed to convince somebody that you could say who was a contributor during the beginning. So that's a whole different kind of argument. 504, what's that word?
And not everybody was doing that. A lot of people were staying in their own neighborhoods and all of that. Yeah, even KRS had to correct himself because he had the song South Bronx. And he said, well, to be historically correct, it started in the West Bronx, you know. It's all debatable, Some people say East Bronx. Some people say they was doing this in Brooklyn and Queens too. So, like I said, hip hop started around that New York City area at that time by Black American youth. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with it at all. But BET, right? Gotta ask you about this. How you feel about the backlash they got for remembering OJ Simpson at the BET Awards? And the main person that was giving them backlash was Stephen A. Smith.
Listen, to try music was already made. Funk music was made by James, right? 67, 68. So it was there. Herc took those records and brought it to the forefront. So that's why he's so iconic. You see what I'm saying? But those records were there. I got funk records from 1968, 69, 70. 67 and then the 67, you know, and he was the one that showed everybody what it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, Spanish people were there. They were break dancing. I don't know if I can't say if they was the ones that helped invent it. Can't say that. But what I can say is they were there when it was invented. They went through the same struggle as young black kids that didn't have a voice. They didn't have a voice. Funk music was already made. Funk music was made by James, right? 67, 68. So it was there. Hurt took those records and brought it to the forefront. So that's why he's so iconic. You see what I'm saying? But those records were there. I got funk records from 1968, 69, 70, 67, and then the 67, you know, and he was the one that showed everybody what it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, Spanish people were there. They were break dancing. I don't know if I can't say if they was the ones that helped invent it. Can't say that. But what I can say is they were there when it was invented. They went through the same struggle as young black kids that didn't have a voice. They didn't have a voice. Music was already.
Let's start by this. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right. So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, your leader? Oh, man, you got to be kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. Let's start by.
Yep, Afro. Very, very interesting. As I'm listening to the different perspectives, I'm getting a lot of different understandings of the argument. I think the argument is the discussion is very nuanced in terms of hip hop and who started it and where it started at. I spoke to this before in terms of like just being from a space from the outside looking in, and then trying to use that perspective to create an assessment. I think that you'll be hard pressed to go around a lot of people who are of a certain age and a certain generation and what was going on around them. But then again, like you also got bias, right? Inherent bias in terms of just thinking that the way that you saw things was the way that it was. That's another tough part of the conversation. But if we're just saying that, people contributed to something, but doesn't mean that they started something. Those are two different arguments, and it's just a nuanced situation, because some people would say your contribution was a part of the starting of it. Some people would say that, all right, without your contribution, we'd have still got it cracking. I don't know if anybody's right or anybody's wrong. I'm just listening to the situation, and I'm hearing both from Kid Capri and from Lord Jamar and even Fat Joe that you know, there was something going on within New York City, and it was something that was youthful. I always talk about hip hop starting as like rebelling against your parents and what your parents were listening to. So yeah, just listening to it. I think again, Fat Joe turned people off, or he caught a lot of backlash just by saying broke niggas. And then a lot of people took that personally as if he was talking about all Black Americans are broke niggas. For me, it's a reach, and he was talking to a specific group of people, so I never really took it like that. But I definitely, when I heard it, I was listening to it, and I was saying to myself that a lot of people definitely don't think like me. So a lot of people are going to take what he said the wrong way. So that's basically what we're hearing when we're hearing Fat Joe, is that people taking a lot of what he said the wrong way.
By this. These rumors were made by radical Black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a Black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say their name? We're gonna give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck, and they did this to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh man, you gotta be kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
See, and that's kind of what I'm talking about when Fat Joe was like, you know, they not from New York and they trying to change the narrative. He's speaking to people who are talking or are joining the conversation, and they're joining the conversation through a space of what they heard and not actually having boots on the ground. So for every foundational Black American to take that personally I can see why, but I think it's a reach. It's a reach because he's speaking to a specific group of people who are making assessments about what was going on without actually being around. And I think that was Fat Joe's issue in terms of like his angst or his issue with everybody who's contributing to the conversation. So that's why I thought it was just a tough, nuanced conversation to have. And they kind of sped through it. And that's what we're looking at is a short clip. But there is a situation where, you know, people considering themselves to be Americans rather than African Americans or Africans who are here because of slavery and stuff like that. I think that becomes a part of the issue. And what else? I think a part of the issue is confusing FBA reparations and in history. I think there's a lot there that people not putting together, but yeah, so we just play a little bit more of Fat Joe's part.
Right. So they telling a whole nother story. Let's start by this. These rumors. Let's start by this.
Said because I've seen video, but Fat Joe said he grew up in the 90% African American neighborhood, or he said Black. Said because I've seen video, but Fat Joe said he grew up in the 90% African American neighborhood, or he said Black.
And I grew up in a 90% black neighborhood. And I grew up in a 90% black neighborhood. So I had to go hard since birth.
He said 90% black neighborhood.
Right.
But Fat Joe grew up in a 90% African American neighborhood. So how can he turn around and say hip hop started 50-50?
Right.
I saw a video of Fat Joe at a party, like in the middle 1980s. He was at a party totally outnumbered.
South Bronx, 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 South Bronx.
Now that's what's happening. 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 Now that's what's happening.
And he was like the only one. Only Spanish dude, might have been one or two others, but he was totally outnumbered in this party. And I think that's a good example of how hip hop started. Right. African American culture was totally dominating early hip hop.
And you even said that's the 80s. So imagine the 70s.
Exactly. Said because I've seen video, but Fat Joe said he grew up in.
Yeah, that was some footage of Fat Joe in a party in the Bronx in the 80s. And he definitely looked out of place. He definitely looked out of place. I definitely got to agree with that. But that definitely speaks to it. That definitely speaks to the demographics at the time. So yeah, I can see where people have their issues at. Afro says, good example to me, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of the issue stems from Afro in terms of saying that, you contributed this amount of percentage or that amount of percentages. Like, that's when you start to make the argument. That's when you start to make an argument that people can argue against. It's more of an issue to argue against contribution in terms of you helped set up the speakers, you carried the records, you allowed people to use your mother's basement to make a studio. Those are contributions that you couldn't necessarily say you wouldn't have hip hop without that. And that's where Fat Joe was probably messed up at. That's where he kind of messed up at. And I'm saying that in terms of outside of Puerto Ricans, that's where Black Americans kind of get it mixed up at, is when they try to separate those Caribbean peoples who weren't Fat Joe and looking out of place. You couldn't really tell which of the people who were dancing were people who didn't come from the Caribbean, or how long their descendants immigrated or were taken from the Caribbean and placed into the North America to get to that point where they're dancing in that party. And okay, Pure Black says hip hop wasn't just rap, especially back then. Yeah, you didn't even have the name hip hop back then, right? It was just a thing. There wasn't even a name hip hop back then. It was just something that they were putting together. But the argument is more so about contribution over actually creating. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a big issue. Is the contribution over creating, and whether the contribution actually means creating. But they getting that Fat Joe something crazy. They pulling
said
up all
because
the
I've
old
seen
footage.
video for Fat.
Let's start by this. These rumors were
Before Tariq Nasheed made the documentary, the reason why I would have this conversation with people all the time is because I wanted people to understand. Before Tariq Nasheed made the documentary, the reason why I would have this conversation with people all the time is because I wanted people to understand the origins of creative expression. It was never about invalidating anybody else's input as much as it was talking about the beauty of artistic expression. So you can go all the way back to the early 1900s and listen to the Harlem Renaissance era and listen to scat. And if you listen to scat and listen to present day mumble rap, they're brothers and sisters. You can see the evolution of one into the other. When you go back and listen to, like, I love talking about the era. Like, I joke all the time and tell people the first rapper was actually Muhammad Ali. Because when you hear him say, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, the hands can't hit what the eyes can't see. That's cadence. That's rhythm. That's our definition of freestyle. Rap wasn't around technically in the 60s, but what Muhammad Ali was doing was show enough by the definition of what we do, putting that pen to pad. Oh, it was free verse, 100%. When you listen to James Brown, when you listen to the Big Payback, he rapping. As talented as James Brown is, rest in peace to the legends, James Brown was rapping. So I always will bring up the history of the origins of rap for the sake of talking about the importance of creative expression and the evolution that transpired over the years. So now by the time you get to the 70s, when rap began as a genre, you just see scatting, Muhammad Ali, what he was doing, what James Brown was doing, you see that now in a more formal interpretation. But the essence of it always existed. So now, whether it's Busta Rhymes, who's a Jamaican American, whether it's Fat Joe, who's a Puerto Rican, and so many others, you hear them now talking about this narrative of how much that the origins of hip hop was 50-50 influence of both Latin culture and Latino culture and Caribbean culture. And I'm never, ever, ever denying the impact and input because they do have impact and input in hip hop culture. But when you talk about the origins of it, the origins of what the genre of music is, like every genre of music, is the come out of the culture and the experience of what is now being called or referred to as foundational Black Americans. Before Tariq Nasheed made the documentary, the reason why I would have this conversation with people all the time is because I wanted people to understand the origins of creative expression. It was never about
And yep, see, so there we got even more nuance to the conversation, right? Because now it's a conversation of what's considered rap. And you know, if you consider what the beginnings of the evolution were of rapping, actually rapping. So it's like I said, it's a very nuanced conversation. I don't know if there is a right or wrong. I think there more so is an argument in terms of right or wrong when you're talking about the value of the contributions and people feeling undervalued. So whether it's Fat Joe and the Latino contribution or talking about Busta Rhymes and the Jamaican contribution. It's more so about them maybe feeling undervalued rather than the actual conversation of what it takes to be hip hop, especially in terms of the origin. I think Pure Black was saying that you want to break down the different aspects of what makes it hip hop. Whether you're talking about the dancing, the graffiti, the beats, all of that stuff. And this, I think that's an early idea in terms of what's considered elements of hip hop. That's going to be debated back and forth through a lot of people. And then once you do that, it's like, okay, so what's the value of those different things? The value of the dancing, the rapping, and who started those things? Okay, Q Black said niggas been rapping in the 30s and 40s. Pure Black says, but that was African American lineage back in the days. Those, what he said, those, the people used to rhyme when they talk. Okay, yeah, it was just regular. That was just what they did as they were talking. They used to rhyme words together, which I wouldn't disagree with at all. Which I definitely wouldn't disagree with. There was definitely people who were creative with the vocabulary back then. Let me see what else I could find on this. Because I'm only playing this because this is a lot of where the conversation
Tariq
started
Nasheed
from.
made.
Fat Joe, but you are nobody's in hip hop's history favorite rapper.
All right, man. I know a lot of y'all been seeing this Fat Joe shit.
So Grandmaster Flash, who is one of the three founders of hip hop, is Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash. My brother was. So Grandmaster Flash, who is one of the three founders of hip hop, is Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash. My brother was his crate boy. So my brother, when he would go DJ at the legendary jams, my brother would carry milk crates that had vinyl. It's my brother. My blood brother, my brother Angel. They call me Little Angel when they see me. Grandmaster Flash and Melly Melly, they call me Little Angel.
Yeah, peace, everybody. I just wanted to just make this real quick while Brother Tariq was in the room. I appreciate you coming in the room, brother. By the way, I'm from the Bronx, and I actually got the goods on Fat Joe. My uncle used to run with his brother Angel back in the day in Forest Projects. So what he is saying about his brother carrying crates for Grandmaster Flash is correct. But the thing is that he doesn't hone in on the fact that his brother Angel was considered a black sheep of the family due to his close association with hip hop in the black community. And I like to actually call that like the white boy rebellious effect, which Puerto Ricans do as well over here in New York. When they're outcasts or they're black sheep by their own community, they're deliberately run to the black community, won't speak Spanish.
See, I kind of spoke about this the other day, right? When I was talking about New York City and hip hop, and we were talking about the racial divide, and people saying that there was this divide racially. I literally spoke to this yesterday, and I was saying how there was a point where you have a racial divide in terms of the older generations. And then that transitioning over into the youth, and the youth being rebellious and saying, no, whatever my parents are saying, I'm doing the opposite. And if my parents are saying, don't hang with these kids, I'm hanging with these kids. I think that's what's a lot of what's being missed in terms of who was around who, and and does it even matter if he was the black sheep of the family? the fact is that they're talking about the origins of hip hop, the foundations of hip hop, and Fat Joe's Spanish brother actually being around. But I'm about to let some more of this play. I see Afro always got links. Yeah, I can't even tell what that is. Afro. Hold on.
Date black women, and his brother Angel actually falls into that category. So that's just that. Also is that another lie that Latinos, particularly from New York, like to use. They like to take today's demographic and apply it to the 70s, which just wasn't true. In the 70s, foundational Black Americans was the dominant minority in the Bronx across the board. Puerto Ricans then become had their numbers up until about around the late 70s, early 80s. So all of those original soul, funk jams, hip hop jams, the majority of them were thrown by foundational Black Americans, which is one. Two is that the people don't understand the gang aspect and the gang culture that existed at the time. Also, on top of the racial barriers and the racial territories, to where you couldn't simply just go from neighborhood to neighborhood with your equipment, with your gear, with your clothes on, and just simply be safe, whether you was in a gang or not, because there were different territories, not only defined by gangs, but also defined by race and ethnicity. So I just wanted to bring that to the forefront while the brother was still in the room.
So Grandmaster Flash, who is one of the three founders of hip hop, is Africa Bambaataa, Herc, Grandmaster Flash. My brother was his crate boy. So my brother, when he would go.
Yep. So there's being around, and then there's actually starting what we now know as hip hop. And so there's some confusion there in terms of Fat Joe's argument. So yeah, man, that's where a lot of this stems from in terms of now this group called Foundational Black Americans stepping outside and saying like, no, wait a minute, this was strictly ours. This was strictly our origin. And I guess it depends on what it means to be a Black American. So that's another nuance, or one of the other nuances about this. Like, what does it mean to be a Black American? Because essentially, everything that goes into becoming a Black American, quote unquote, a lot of that stems from Africa. We always talk about the rhythm of Black people, the athleticism of Black people. It comes from distinct areas within Africa. So, yeah, I think that's what a lot of the conversation lies at. Old student says carrying crates just makes you the water boy. Yeah, that's why I said it was crazy that he brought that up. Like, I guess again, he's probably having an argument with someone who's saying that they didn't contribute to hip hop rather than they didn't start hip hop. You know, those are two different arguments in themselves. Black says apart are, you'll find a Crip in the Bronx before you'll find someone saying FBA in the 80s. Oh, snap. Yeah. Yep. So that's where we at in this part of the conversation in terms of what the argument is about hip hop.
So Grandmaster Flash who is one of the 3 founders of hip hop. Is Africa Bambaataa, Kool Herc, Grandmaster Fab. My brother was his crate boy. So my brother, when he would go DJ at the legendary.
Chill, you think you got it like that, bro? Got a chocolate. Chill, you think you got it like that, bro? Got a chocolate. Let's go, motherfucker. Turn up, Inferno, man, blow it. Yeah, blow it away. Yeah. What's about that? Oh, yeah. What's up? Yo, Steve, put up loud, Steve. Yeah, man. Yo, what's up? Got it, bro. Chill, you think you got it like that, bro? Got a chocolate. Let's go, motherfucker. Turn up, Inferno, man, blow it. Yeah, blow it away. Yeah. What's about that? Oh, yeah. What's up? Yo, Steve, put up loud, Steve. Yeah, man. Yo, what's up? Got it, bro. Chill, you think you got it like that, bro? Got a chocolate. Let's go, motherfucker. Turn up, Inferno, man, blow it. Yeah, blow it away. Yeah.
That was a scene from Do the Right Thing. Kind of trying to depict it from the way that Spike Lee saw it with Spike, the way I guess Spike grew up in New York City and Brooklyn, New York to be exact, and what his experiences were in terms of hip hop and the Latino community, and that separation there in terms of what the Latino was listening to in terms of music as compared to a young Black person. Both of them walking around with big old radios outside. Them things to be taking them big batteries, man. Y'all don't even know. People used to really be walking around with them big radios. It used to bug me out as a kid. So that's where this origin thing is getting mixed up at, partly. Nah, I don't want to hear Coon Ma. That may be a little bit of L. Maybe a little bit of all that. Here's Fat Joe back in '96.
Him from the Bronx. Him in the mayor. Him and Mayor Eric Adams got a
out there, Abby.
Yep.
Yeah, because I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, but I know I wanted to do something, and that's how I be going about things. Because that's how I even came up with the store. I wasn't out of town. I was out of town.
My fault, y'all. I thought that was Fat Joe they was talking about. Yeah, Black. So that was just some of where this whole FBA Latino started hip hop, or were a part of the origins of hip hop, where this discussion stemmed from, and then how it led into this this cry for or this, I shouldn't even say cry for, but this understanding from a group of people, you know, they call themselves FBA, and not only hip hop, but they're saying that we don't get our credit for anything that we done. and that we basically built this city and we created these opportunities for the people. Yeah, Afro, the boombox was everything back in the days. So that's what we seeing here in this discussion. So when I ask, is it Facts Joe or is he fat and slow? That's what I'm asking for, because I think that maybe Fat Joe has got it, the argument and the discussion confused. I don't think that anyone is saying that they weren't around during the time of the creation of hip hop. I think it's just more so of speaking as if they weren't around, that you wouldn't have hip hop. Now, those are different conversations, and that's why the conversation needs to be slowed down constantly, because people are running with their own narratives and then making up arguments from there. So yeah, man, that was just some more of where this argument stems from. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up.
The problem is, it's like, it's the level of analysis that niggas provide to understand certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like I think, because I agree wholeheartedly. Like even like nobody can own a culture. You feel me? Like any culture. Like that's why you have rap. Like you have the Eminems of the world. You feel me? You have shit. Like you have the Shabuzis of the world. You know the African American, because he I think he's like Nigerian, the country singer.
I'll shoot you
That
one
is,
better. That's why you got Beyonce making country music.
yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And regardless how pissed off white people was at Beyonce and Shabuzi, like they had like some of the most popular country songs out this year. You feel me? So it's like nobody can own the culture, but I do think though that there's a authenticity level. You feel me? There's an authenticity level to what it is that people put out and what it is that they create. You feel me? Like you can have the Machine Gun Kellys of the world being signed to Diddy and being calling themselves rappers or whatever else, but when you put it under the authenticity test, it's like, you know what I mean? It ain't authentic hip hop.
I will agree that people, right, dictate how the culture moves and shifts, right? Like, but not one particular person moves and dictates a culture, right? Groups identify a culture, right? Most of the time, ethnic groups. This is sad. What is this?
Yeah, I had to put that on the full screen.
Hey, but you know, Lex, now that you rock that flag, niggas cannot say that it's not Tariq Nasheed shit, because Tariq Nasheed is the one who came up with that
Shout out
flag.
to the great Tariq Nasheed, the greatest leader of our time.
There you go.
We should worship in him now. I'm glad you're not running from your deity.
Yeah, right.
Hey, bro. I mean, Tariq, man, Tariq's a bad boy. You know, he got us right, man. Got us together, man.
Right?
Yeah.
How's Tariq changed your life?
It's moving in the right direction, where, we banding together. I mean, it's a work in progress.
Who's we? Who's we banding together?
FBA, not you tethers. FBA, bro.
I'm a tether?
Yeah.
What's a tether?
You feeding off FBA, but you ain't going. You don't want to be FBA, and you got Negro peeing concepts.
Oh, okay. Oh, so
you don't now. You want to take hip hop from us?
It's a
Hold on. If anything is a Negro peeing, if anything is a Negro peeing concept, it's literally FBA.
Exactly.
Black people been
what
black.
I'm saying, man. What's wrong with y'all, bro? Why are you trying
black
to go
people
against
been
your
black?
You don't even know where your ideology comes from.
You trying to go against your own tribe for
you don't
what
even know
reason?
Where your ideology comes from. Like.
Y'all are tribe traders, bro.
Yo, real quick.
Nah, y'all are the tribe traders.
Yo, Al, talk real quick.
We already black.
Yo, hold up, Dama, real quick. Yo, Al, talk real quick.
What's going on, sir? How you doing?
All right. Now this will make a face. I had to make sure you wasn't no super weirdo.
No. I just wanted to ask a question when they get done.
There's a lot of black people on Earth, bro. You got to be foundational black Americans, bro. There's a difference.
Nah, see,
Indians are black. You think Kamala Harris is black, bro?
Bro, Indians are not black.
Kamala Harris is Kamala Harris black, Domo?
Yeah, Kamala Harris black.
Exactly. That's the problem with you guys.
But that's because. But if Kamala Harris being black don't mean Indians are black, nigga. Jamaicans have ancestors that came from Africa. Jamaica was a part of the triangle trade.
Jamaicans are Jamaicans, bro. They're not black.
But hold on. Let me ask you this. Were enslaved Africans brought to Jamaica? Yes or no?
Yes.
Were enslaved Africans brought to the Americas? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what makes enslaved Africans in America black?
Because every what you call black is not just enslaved Africans. There were black people here before enslaved Africans. So there was it's called.
That's not true.
Hold on, brother. As the great.
That's where Lex went a little bit too far, too fast. That's when he went too far, too fast, is when he says that there were black people here before slavery. This is where the conversation gets really muddy. Yeah, this is where the conversation gets muddy. And then the reaching starts. A lot of reaching for what? I just don't know. But a lot of reaching starts.
Tariq Nasheed will say it's called ethnogenesis, brother.
No. I just wanted to
There's a
ask a
lot of
question when they
black
get
people
done.
on earth, bro. You got to be foundational black Americans, bro. There's a difference.
Nah, see,
Indians are black. You think Kamala Harris is black, bro?
Bro, Indians are not black.
Kamala Harris is Kamala Harris black, Domo?
Yeah, Kamala Harris black.
Exactly. That's the problem with you guys.
But that's because, but if Kamala Harris being black don't mean Indians are black, nigga. Jamaicans have ancestors that came from Africa. Jamaica was a part of the triangle trade.
Jamaicans are Jamaicans, bro. They not black.
But hold on. Let me ask you this. Were enslaved Africans brought to Jamaica? Yes or no?
And see, this is why I gotta slow all of. That's why I'm glad I'm doing a replay, because you get a chance to slow all of this down. For him to say Jamaicans are Jamaicans and they not black is crazy. Yeah, Q Black. Lex think he FBA now. I think Lex, certain people, I think they just want attention. I think Lex is like that. Like if he thinks that claiming to be FBA will get him a part or would allow him to be a part of the conversation and be like the focus of the conversation, he'll be willing to say that he's FBA, even though he probably went his whole time on YouTube not ever mentioning it until he noticed the controversy about it or surrounding it. It's weird, but just to make an argument sometimes is crazy. When he says that Jamaicans aren't black, that there's Jamaicans, Jamaican is a national, to claim to be Jamaican doesn't speak to or denote your race. It speaks to your nationality. And that's why I would have slowed him down personally if I was Domo, because it's like, bro, you just totally confuse things when you saying that Jamaicans aren't black because they're Jamaican, when black would be a part of your race rather than your it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. Yeah, he said he was Pan-African not too long ago, Q Black, but at the same speed, he, like I said, anything for the attention. He said that he dropped Pan-Africanism and now he's picked up this FBA thing. So who knows if it's just for the attention or what.
Yes. Were enslaved Africans brought to the Americas? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what makes enslaved Africans in America black?
Because every what you call black is not just enslaved Africans. There were black people here before enslaved Africans. So there was it's called,
that's not true.
Hold on, brother. As the great Tariq Nasheed will say, it's called ethnogenesis, brother.
Yes, yeah.
He said the great Tariq Nasheed. Yo, he is different. He literally said the great Tariq Nasheed would say. He's crazy. Yeah, Q Black, I was saying that a while ago, man. The nationality thing is just definitely causing more separation than anything else. And that's why I kind of said earlier, it kind of goes against what Pan-African is about. And I even titled a couple of shows about the separation that FBA causes in terms of this idea of nationhood and a nationality. It's just a bigger tribe. And it's definitely about separating yourself at that point.
So yeah, we have some African booty scratching ancestry, but that don't make us. That don't mean we Americans though.
We American is a nationality. So that don't make a difference.
And we get to the point of finally trying to get him to understand that he's mixing up race and nationality. I see Miami Rika says, when will Africa unite? Oh man, who knows? And Africa uniting is, I think that's a different kind of concept, apart from what's being spoken about here. Yeah, chosen Lord, Lex don't mind doing that.
We talk about, but like, so you can be like shit. Jamaicans that are born and raised in America are Americans.
Yeah.
Indians that are born and raised in America are Americans.
Right.
Yeah, so like the
But
like
we're
blackness
foundational Black Americans, meaning that we've been here. We've been here. We built the country. We are a unique tribe of our own. So what's the problem?
I think that's a part of the problem. He just literally said that we are a unique tribe of our own. And he's literally creating separation when he makes that statement. And with Pan-Africans, it's definitely not about separation. It's more so about finding or uniting, because we have more in common than we do that separates us. And I think Lex is missing that. You talking about saying that you're your own distinct tribe directly goes against what Pan-African is about. To say that you're Pan-African is saying we're a distinct group of people apart from other people outside of what you call black. They don't even love each other in Africa. I mean, a part of being a Pan-African is waking those people up. A part of being Pan-African is about waking those people up and, educating them. There was a time in Africa where people didn't know they were on the landmass that they call Africa. They didn't know how big it was. They didn't know how many people were there within that geography. So there was a lot of ignorance there in terms of what it meant to be on a landmass and be one people. But that's what the education part is about. It's about you filling them in and saying, like, no, there's a different concept from what you know. There's a different way to see things than from what you know. And the actual way that Pan-African would see things is more so about the relationship and the relation to each other, and using that to become even more powerful.
The real problem is that, like, this whole FBA shit is just extra. Like, you're trying to create something new based on something that already exists.
It already happened.
The ideology of being a black, the ideology of being black, like black as a ethnic group, is only true to Black Americans. If you come from any other place and come to America, right? So that means black as a ethnic group, not all this FBA internet shit. Black as an ethnic group alone accomplishes that.
Yeah, but black has been usurped and used politically against us. Just like you said, Kamala Harris is black. When she said she was the first Indian lady in Congress or whatever. So it's a lot of mixing and matching with black. That's why foundational black is different. Anybody can be black with melanin and not be a part of our tribe and come amongst us like wolves in sheep clothing, acting black like a tether with a different political agenda. What don't y'all understand about that?
But it's not. I don't know why you're trying to make it sound like you're saying something complicated. It's actually very shallow. like blacks coming around us acting black. Like that's not a real thing, bro. First of all, blackness is a exonym, not an endonym. So blackness was a title that was placed on the people in the first place. Not something that's not something we can,
we're redefining it.
No. You can redefine it. Hold on, no. You can redefine it. That's true. I'm not saying anything about not being able to redefine it. I actually make that argument. I'm saying that when you're saying like we're trying to split away from y'all, no, you're the ones that's trying to be extra.
No,
because hold on. American blacks know we are unique. American blacks know who we are. Yeah. Okay, now that's you saying that. Just because you say no, you don't, so you can justify trying to be like.
What?
He dropped off.
But then you talk about redefining words. Like FBA ain't real niggas. FBA is some extra shit. We know what's up. Y'all are the ones that's trying to be different. I mean, and hold on, I'll say this, Lex, and you got it. I'll say this, Lex, and you got it. And the reason why you know y'all trying to be different is because FBA, again, like it's been said a million times, it's just a poor man's ADOS. That's all.
No. See, you trying to do all that. See, bro, like the thing is, man, FBA is not trying to separate. We woke up and realized we've been separate, and I don't understand what y'all don't get about that. Y'all wanna, and I used to have. I was holding on to that for a long time. You gotta realize the girl don't want you. She's cheating on you. And that's what FBA realized. Our relations with other people has not been reciprocal. What don't y'all understand about that? We're not just separated. We're the ones who realize, you stab him in the back. Oh, I get it. Okay, you say you black and all that, but the truth is you have loyalty to your own whatever tribe you from, whether in Africa or the islands or whatever. That is your main focus. You have two political agendas. While black people call black foundational black America has one political agenda, y'all had two political agendas, and your tribal political agenda comes for the black shit. And you use the black shit to get benefits and have.
Lex, can you hear me?
Come on, brother.
Can you hear me, Lex? Lex, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
your
sir.
mic. I've been trying to let you know for the last. I've been. All right, go on mute for a second. Go on mute for a second, please. Go on mute. I've been trying to tell you for the last 2 minutes while you was talking, you wouldn't stop. I was trying to tell you your mic is jacked up. We couldn't hear none of that. It was just nothing but noise. So yeah.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
All right. What I was saying is, we wasn't separating ourselves. It was other people that were never with us. That is the realization. That is the awareness that I woke up to, and that FBA had to wake up to socially and politically. Everyone else had two political agendas. They was black when it was beneficial, but then they had the Jamaican agenda. The Nigerian agenda came first. And black, so-called black people, foundational black Americans, we thought it was all one. But it was never like that. And people benefit off of claiming black when it's beneficial. Then they go home and they're cooking some other shit up, brother. And that's what I'm saying. So
you mentioned Jamaican agenda. What's the Jamaican agenda? What is that?
It's for Jamaica. They have Jamaican pride. They have Jamaican pride before black pride. Jamaicans have Jamaican pride. They have another. They think they're better. They think they're the best. They don't see themselves as. I've talked to Jamaican brothers. They think Jamaican men are better and stronger than FBA men. They believe that. They believe Jamaica is the best place.
Wait,
brother.
Okay. Wait. Lex, you be going real long.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just want to respond to what you're saying. Now, yeah, okay, but that's not an agenda. What you just mentioned, that's pride, right? Like it's motherfuckers up here in the East Coast. Excuse me, it's people up in the East Coast that feel like they the best MCs. and everybody else outside the East Coast is trash.
Right.
Does that mean East Coast MCs got an agenda? Or does that mean y'all would say they was biased? I would just say it's a preference, but whatever. What you can't call it is an agenda, right? Like that's just pride.
Yeah, it is
Right?
an
They got
agenda
pride in their bars.
because just like when East Coast MCs, I mean, if you want to go there, I mean, it's kind of not exactly the same, but New York, the DJs wasn't trying to play the shit that they seen as that wasn't the real hip hop and it wasn't from New York. And so it turns into an agenda when you have a bias like that. So it's not no agenda written on paper. It's not an agenda written on paper that says, okay, Jamaicans and Barbadians and Nigerians are saying this. But when Nigerians,
that's just them not feeling the new sounds outside of this area, so they played the
all
sounds.
right, but I'm just saying that's the example you use. So Nigerians, they feel like, oh yeah, we're the most successful group of Africans in America. They're not just saying, oh, we the black successful group. They're saying Nigerians a lot of us are doctors. They're not saying, oh, they're not including FBA in that. They're saying this is Nigerian. You see what I'm saying? So I don't understand what y'all don't see about that. You know that shit's true. You know what it is,
so basically FBA is a dick measuring contest. That's basically what you're telling me.
No, FBA is a lineage and a tribe in America.
Yeah, and y'all saying that this tribe is better than
y'all
y'all.
wanted
This
to.
tribe is better
Other
than
people other people wanted to compete with us, and they can't, and they know it.
Who was competing?
All these other tethers out here, they want to talk shit about us, compare themselves to us, and when they do something, they don't say, "Oh, it's just black people." No, they say this is us. See what I'm saying?
You don't. So when these Caribbeans achieve something, I don't know, like governor or
not all Caribbeans are tethers.
Wait, real quick, like an accomplishment, like an NBA or NFL, like let's say a Caribbean accomplished something, they're the first black person to do it. You're telling me they're not going to say they're the first black person to do it? They're going to say they're the first Jamaican to do it?
Yeah, they're gonna say that they represent Jamaica. They might, for the sake, the public might be like, oh,
hey, can I add some real fast?
Hey, real quick, I just need somebody to do this for me. Define tether. Define what a tether is.
You can't.
In the context of FBA.
Do you know how to use your tethering on your cell phone? You can tether your Wi-Fi.
No, I know. I'm saying no, but I just asked you to explain it in the context of FBA. I know what a tether is generally, a connection.
They latch on to FBA
Who's they?
When it's other groups that have melanin. They latch on to FBA when it's convenient and beneficial, and talk shit in the closet and at home.
So then my last question is, my last question is, so the FBA stance is uniquely more so melanated people versus melanated people.
No.
Or descendants of Africans of Africans versus other descendants of Africans.
Obviously, FBA has has been fighting against the institution of white supremacy forever, but we realize that who's been standing in the way while we're looking at the white man. There's this tether behind us, got a knife in our back that we think is with us. So we got to handle them because they around us and we thought they was with us, but they really are agents of white supremacy.
All right, that's what let Mr. Al Morris.
Yeah, I just wanted to say just two things. With the first thing, I'll say it like this. Okay, in the Black American culture, you got the what they call it, the inviting everybody to the barbecue. And again, historically, there has been a thing, but see, that's something that needs to end. All of the you have to vet people, because see, again, when you allow others to freely enter in and out of your culture, people tend to leave the filth of their dirty boots
He
go
went out?
out as that mean?
Yeah, he went out. Like, look, all this stuff is proving my point, though. Like, every time we ask you about y'all stuff, y'all immediately start going after the other side. Like, this whole
Why
thing
you
is
say
about. This whole
y'all?
thing is about y'all. You don't you got
Are
the
you
FBA?
not,
Don't you
bro?
got
Are
the
you
FBA?
not a
Don't you got the
foundational Black
FBA?
American, bro?
I don't identify with none of them acronyms. Nothing with that.
What do
No,
you mean?
no,
Are you
no,
not?
no. I'm the same.
Your
I'm the same person before that whole FBA acronym was
Your
created.
foundation
I'm not.
is.
No,
Hold on,
no.
brother.
Tariq
You
do not
see, this is what
identify
you're
me.
biased.
Tariq do not identify me. You want Tariq to identify you? That's cool. He don't identify me. I already had an identity before I knew who a Tariq Nasheed was.
What's your
That's what-
identity?
I'm a Black man in
Pan-African.
America of African descent. That's what I am.
A Black man in America of Africa. What is your
That's
nationality?
it. Did I just not say America? Did you not hear America in that?
All right.
statement?
And where is your foundation in terms of where you reside?
Jersey.
That's America.
I literally said I'm a Black man in America of African
So
descent.
why do you have a problem? So your foundation is you're Black and you're an American.
Yeah, I'm Black. I'm an
So
American.
then why do you have a problem with being foundational Black American?
Because
your foundation is not in Africa, bro.
Repeat what I just said when you asked me what do I identify as.
Yeah, you gave me like 3 things, but
I'll tell you. In this order, I'm a Black man.
I heard what you said.
Wait. Listen to the order. I'm a Black man in America of African descent. Notice the word Black went first, right? You're foundational first. You're not Black first. You're not race first. That's what's wrong with your. That's what's wrong with your FBA movement. Y'all country niggas. That's what's wrong with the FBA movement.
All right. So when you say Black first. So you're telling me that's what I'm saying. This is the confusion you're not understanding, Psycho. Domo just said Kamala Harris was Black. Is she Black first?
And this dude down here last night said.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Psycho.
I'm talking to you. You brought up
Domo.
Don't bring up him. You brought up
bring
Domo,
up-
and I'm bringing up him. You bringing up other people, so I'm bringing up him. I'm saying dude down here last night said Muhammad Ali's grandson is due reparations. He's
all right, but all right, cool.
Check your own before you start looking.
But I'm dealing with you. Is Kamala Harris Black?
No, I don't call her Black. No, I don't
Is
call her
Barack Obama Black?
No.
All right. So why don't you see the problem? Why you have to put foundation?
Listen, Lex.
Bro,
no, because you really going down an avenue you really don't want to go down. Because I have this position, and I hear people on both sides that are one droppers. So please let's not have that one drop conversation, because
I'm not having the one drop conversation.
Because that one drop rule is what destroys all y'all arguments about this whole FBA thing. Because
I'm not having a one drop.
Y'all not just one dropping it with white people. Y'all are one dropping it with Caribbeans too. Like y'all all over the place.
All right, brother, you're deflecting right now, Psycho.
How many?
You just said.
You're not listening to me.
How many?
If you got no, because you want to take it. You want to go down this avenue. Let's go down this avenue.
No, you're bringing it somewhere else, bro. Because you want to avoid what you.
Else. You're talking about lineage, right? You brought
up. Hold up. You said
when not the FBA. I'm staying in the lane that you're in. Now, if you got a person that got 2 Caribbean grandparents and 2 quote unquote FBA parents, what is that? What is that person?
Brother, why is Barack Obama not Black?
Why are you not answering my questions, Lex? I answered
all your questions. This is what I mean. Don't skip over what I'm bringing to you first. And then I'll get to
I just asked you a question. You just came back to me with another question. Like, it's a simple question. If you got a person with 2 Caribbean grandparents and 2 FBA grandparents, what is that person? Is that person Caribbean? Is that person FBA?
A person with 2 Caribbean. How does that work?
2 Caribbean grandparents, 2 FBA grandparents. You got 4 grandparents, Lex. Now,
how does that? How do you get 2 Caribbean grandparents?
Because one of your parents is from the Caribbean, bro. Yeah, one parent is from the Caribbean, bro. God damn. And black was called for everybody who came from the African diaspora. Anyway.
I would consider that person this is prominent in our community.
But
you
brother,
got plenty of people that got 2 Caribbean grandparents and 2 FBA
All right,
grandparents.
hey,
Yeah, my
What is
sister,
that?
my
Psycho,
sister's
I
like that.
understand
My
what you're
sister's like
saying,
that.
but what I'm saying is you're bringing up
I'm bringing up a real situation. I'm
I
bringing up a
know.
real scenario.
You're bringing up complexities, right? And I get
No,
it.
you brought up complexity.
But
You brought up Kamala and
but
Obama and all this other stuff.
I know,
playing
but what I'm asking you is, I get what you're saying, but why is Barack Obama not black to you?
because he got 2 white parents. He got 2 white grandparents. That's why.
Duh, he's a biracial.
Now I'm
Because
asking
he's
you.
a biracial.
Does that apply? I'm asking you. Does that apply? See, I don't go by FBA logic, so I'm asking you. Does my logic, when it comes to biracials, does that apply to you when it comes to this FBA stuff? If you got 2 Caribbean grandparents and 2 FBA grandparents, what is that person?
I would consider them FBA.
What would you consider them, Lex?
I don't know. I gotta think about that.
You don't know, but you know what race though.
This is what I mean. Y'all don't even get this stuff figured out. Y'all don't even know who
no, hold on.
Lex. This is what gets me
if
up.
I say I don't know, bro, that means that
No, you should know, and I'm gonna tell you for you. They are half. I'm gonna tell you, they're half FBA. It's just that simple. The only FBA is about is your lineage to reparations and your connection to the atrocities in America.
Correct.
It's just that simple. It's the same thing in Jamaica. If you move to Jamaica and stay there for 5 generations, right now, you're not suing for what happened in Jamaica during colonization.
Right. I mean, if they're born here, I guess. I mean, I'm just
the reason why it's tricky in America is because United States had transversing of black people throughout the entire period. It's not like Haiti was just stuck with Haitians. You have Chicago was created by Haitians. We have to understand, like America, the United States is mixed. It's just the reality of the history of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of mixed people, but y'all are trying to act like FBA doesn't exist.
Nobody
like
said
foundational
that.
Black America. That's what
nobody
Psycho's
said
like
that.
trying to get to almost.
No,
like,
we're telling y'all, and Psycho been telling y'all that the person that came up with the title was a bozo. We understand
what I'm
the
saying
sentiment,
is that's
the bozo that
personal.
started it. No, it ain't personal because y'all leaders started off talking shit with Pan Africans. Yvette Cornell started it with Pan Africans. There was no Pan African that heard about FBA and said, "Oh, now fuck these niggas." It was FBAs that jumped out the window. Was like, "What if Pan Africans did?" I'm like, Yvette Cornell, show us you in the community. You ain't never been in no schools, no jails, no community centers, no after-school programs, no community programs, nothing with the black banks. But you want to tell people where they're not?
I don't
That's
think
the problem.
I don't think there's
That's
someone
the problem.
I don't think if someone is a Pan African,
that's a fair argument.
that the FBA's discredit any work.
Bro, that is exactly that is exactly
brother,
what's happened, bro. That's exactly how it started.
No, that's not. No, I don't think.
Type in on your
nobody's
Yvette
gonna
Cornell versus Pan Africans and go back.
Right, but it's a more of a philosophical, socio-political difference than it's not about saying, oh, you Pan African. That don't mean you ain't put in no work. Don't mean you ain't. It's just that your work. The argument is your work is misdirected, and you would get a lot more done if you focused on FBA, because it ain't no. When you look at the Pan African work, and I, even at that people do, FBAs are supporting it. It's not like a bunch of people from Burkina Faso that's supporting the Pan African work that's done in America.
They out in
you see what I'm saying?
Out in Africa. They got issues going on in Africa. Same way we trying to fix
But I know that's not
there.
my point. I understand the issues in Africa, but you still, every time I say this, you skip over that.
No, I'm not skipping over that. Like everybody's everybody's focused on fixing up their hood, right? Like everybody's like you're not focused on fixing up North. That's my hood, right? I'm focused on fixing up North. You're focused on fixing up. I forgot where you was from. Somewhere I think they about Kentucky somewhere, whatever the case may be. Wherever you at, you're focused on fixing up your local community, right? You're not focused on fixing up Compton. You're not in Compton. Right, like but you're asking these people out in Africa to help us over here when they're struggling.
No, I'm saying that whether they be in Africa or wherever they are, Pan-African movements are supported, and it's still all FBA. That's what y'all are not realizing. Now there may be some other people that's involved, but for the most part, even though you're saying Pan African, if we could somehow take a census and look at the involvement, I bet you if we took a census for the Zion Institute and see all the supporters and say, okay, what are they, FBA, Jamaican? I bet you 90% are FBA. If we look at Dr. Umar, what he's
No.
talking about,
Hold on.
and
Let me
You
stop you
probably
right.
be
Hold on. I'm
wrong.
gonna stop you right there.
no, I could be wrong. Listen, I
You're
could be
wrong.
wrong about
Well, how you gonna
Zion.
tell him about his own institute, Lex? You gotta slow down, bro.
See, y'all always
Okay, just
fucking
pause.
beef.
No,
because
you want somebody to feel sorry for you. We not finna feel sorry for you.
Sorry for me, bro. You's a
Yeah.
hater. You janitor looking nigga. You's a
What, I'm
hater.
hating
Why
on what?
somebody gotta
What am I
I
hating
don't know,
on?
nigga. Why the fuck you always
You the one saying that I'm hating.
coming
I
at me
don't
sideways,
hate you.
fucking nose looking nigga?
Well,
I do want to
slow
ask
down.
you something for
You
the
sound
I'm
crazy.
just making a motherfucking statement, bro.
But your statement is
Maybe I'm
incorrect.
wrong about this. All right, brother.
No, it ain't no maybe you wrong. You are wrong.
All right. I'm wrong about the Ziax, but I guarantee you, if you look at most of any movements that Pan Africans are doing, 90% or probably more is going to be FBA. That's supporting it. That's a part of it. The people are going to be FBA.
You just talking, man. You don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, I do.
Your whole.
I do know.
No. You've been on the internet long enough to know to find out what Pan African is, yo.
Nah, this is the problem with the conversation. This is what goes on in the manosphere back in the days. We source up, bro. Like you throwing out nothing but opinion, bro. Like where's the sources? This ain't how this works.
Have you lived around West Indians before?
Man, all that source shit, bro. Like,
You see? No. That's the shit. No. That's the shit you gotta stand on, bro.
Yeah, I get it.
I do too. I want to throw a
I
question.
lived around Caribbeans, and Caribbeans support the community, dog. If they live in the community and something going on in the community that's going to uplift it, they're going to support it.
Why you got a problem with that?
Yo, bro, Louis Farrakhan is Caribbean, bro. He's been pushing reparations for the longest.
Why you got a problem with that, Lex?
And he's an agent too.
But why you got a problem with where a motherfucker born at, yo? Or where his parents from? What's
I don't have a problem with it born at. I have a problem with the fake political alliance. That's the problem. That's the whole stance of FBA, bro. It's not like I hate you. I love, nigga, my best friends are fucking Islanders. I grew up with Islands, nigga. I grew up in Roxbury, Massachusetts, nigga, where Malcolm X came from. My friends I fucking grew up in neighborhoods with Haitians, Jamaicans. My best two friends was the Dominican and the Puerto Rican, even though their parents probably racist as shit. But nigga, it's not about hate.
Wait, let's touch on what you just said, because you just said it right there. Because I said that the other day. The people that y'all are complaining about for the most part are the people that they wasn't born here, right? They fresh off the boat, right? But they had kids that grow up here that are not like the people that y'all talk about. These are the people that you went to school with, everything else y'all was cool with. They embrace hip hop and all this other stuff, everything else. These are people that were born here. These are actually Americans. Whether y'all want to
so the smoke ain't
they are
for them.
Americans by definition.
I just want to throw a question out there, though.
We talking. If you rock with FBA, we rock with you.
Let me throw something out there to what Q Butter said, which I agree with. Like, people focus on their own, right? So they're focused on building things there. We're focused on things here, right? So now my question is Pan-Africanism truly beneficial to American blacks? If we take the number down from what he said of 90%, if we even say 50%, right? We kick it in half, right? Is it beneficial if the things they're working on, the agendas they're pushing, in no way benefit us? Is it beneficial?
Nah, I think y'all misunderstand like the ideology, the main ideology of Pan-Africanism. Like even if we wanted to, it ain't really shit we could do about what's happening in Africa. Like from like even if we wanted to be like what's going on, how could we help whatever agenda? We can't do shit for them.
I gotta disagree with you.
Hold on, hold on. Right, I bet you do. But the thing is at the end of the day, Like we have no choice but to focus on our own circumstances. And the ideology of Pan-Africanism isn't the idea that we need to be invested in their agendas.
Domo, you
We-
not a
we-
Pan-African. I've heard you say now you all Pan-African out, nigga.
Stop
I heard
trying
you
to
say
throw
I'm not
everybody in a box, yo. Stop trying to throw everybody in a box.
To the point
Bro, he more
Okay,
Pan-African.
so let me
that we
finish.
can't affect
So let me finish
change.
making my point. So let me finish making my point.
The point
Niggas
is
is getting
he made that we can't
triggered.
affect change.
The idea. Hold on. Let me finish. So the ideology of Pan-Africanism is the concept that people of the diaspora have a shared fate. That means the things that we experience are connected through who's causing the impact in the first place, which is white supremacy and whiteness.
But it's
Like
not.
so our focus, so the idea that we're all connected isn't the same thing as the idea that we need to be invested in their agenda. Like that's why Huey P. Newton said, think globally but act locally. We have to impact our own lived experiences, our own country, our own communities, our own circumstances before we do anything else. And the problem is we clearly don't understand that, because, for example, you got people that's literally talking about either global politics or national politics, but don't know nothing about any of the politicians that live in their own community. Can't tell you their district attorney, can't tell you who the superintendent of their school board, can't tell you who their sheriff is, but they want to talk to you about everybody else's, what's happening in everybody else's country. So it's or what's happening in everybody else's city. So it's like, yeah, like this. I mean, we're not even having the same conversation if the criticism of Pan-Africanism is, oh well, they got their own agendas and we need to be focused on our agenda. Because being Pan-African doesn't mean that you can't be focused on what's
Nobody
happening
else
in
is
America.
practicing Pan-Africanism but FBA, bro. It's dead. It's
Yo,
like,
bro, you're wrong. That is entirely correct. That's wrong.
when I say nobody, I guess I gotta be real specific when I took it.
No,
Y'all
you
act
gotta
like y'all
show
don't
us that,
understand.
because all you
I'm
can
sure
literally
there's a couple of Africans in Nigeria, a couple in
you're
Jamaica.
wrong. No, you're wrong. Y'all niggas just be spewing bullshit. Anybody with a fucking phone can just type in Pan-African Council. You can see the meetings. AFRICOM is part of the Pan-African Council. America has Pan-African people all over it.
It's all European controlled bullshit.
No, it's now it's all European.
Bro, Africa, bro. You want to have a debate about Africa and the Pan-African Union?
What's the
Nigga, who's controlling America?
But so hold up, but y'all get triggered, bro. Listen, the Pan-African
No,
Union.
your ass is the one that's triggered. You trying to put the shit on somebody else, but you don't want to focus on what's going on in your own fucking dirt.
Yo, FBA is hitting the panel. The rules still apply, y'all. It's a source up community over here, y'all. We not the rest of YouTube. You gotta bring sources for your bullshit. Whatever your bullshit is, you gotta bring some information to back it up. It's just that simple. If you just
2 out of 2 billion.
yeah, you just gonna be throwing your opinion about some cab driver that you met from Jamaica that cursed you out. Niggas don't want to hear that, bro. Bring your sources, bring your information. This shit is retarded. It's really retarded, bro. We just argue niggas' opinions.
It's emotions, man. I just hear a whole bunch of emotional arguments. That's what I hear.
But to a point that was said, though, that we can affect change, I think apartheid is a clear example of that, how blacks in America pushed really hard against that. We were invested in putting a spotlight on that and getting our local government, our U.S. government involved in fighting against that practice. You know what
And
I'm saying?
apartheid still exists.
So there are things that we have
and
been
apartheid
involved in that
first
have
of all,
affected our brothers
like
in a positive way.
But see, first of all, y'all gotta stop reducing everything somebody says to something that you could just make an argument about. The point that I made was a nuanced point. The general, like, we can't affect change, that's not what I said. Yeah, like we could advocate for what we think is best for people in South Africa, but ultimately, if we're not on their state floors, if we're not in front of their leaders, if we're not in front of the people that actually like pull the levers of change to actually make something happen, then no.
That's
then
what
no,
I'm
yes,
fundamentally
we
disagreeing
can
with, though.
cheerlead from the side.
And I
But
don't
at the
know.
end of the day,
Domo,
but at
can
the
you
end of the
source
day,
up on that?
And I don't know why I don't know where I get this concept.
Hold on.
I don't
Are
know
you
where people
asking
get
for a
that.
source that you need to be at least
No, I
in
mean
front
on
of the
anything you
leaders?
said today, because I was asked to source
I'll
up
bring the
and
source.
nobody
Yeah,
sourced
and
up.
I don't know where I don't know
I'm
know
detecting some
where I
bias
get
there
the
about
I don't know where I
comments
get I don't know where y'all get the concept from that black people in the Caribbean don't consider themselves black. That's false. I've never heard no black. I've heard no black person ever growing up in the Caribbean.
You should be able to call their name out.
Yeah, I have never heard that in my whole life. Hold on. Even in the Caribbean, right? When you go and apply for jobs, and they ask you what you are, is gonna have either, depending on where you go, is gonna have Negro or another specific race. I never heard nobody in the Caribbean ever say that they're not black. They might say that they're not American, right? But I have never heard that before. That's obsolete. I've never heard that in my whole. I swear to God, if I'm lying, a mother could drop dead right now.
So why
I have
is
never
Busta
heard that.
Rhymes making an argument for Jamaicans' contribution to hip hop as if they're not black? Why would you even need to say? Hold on, brother. Damn, can I even ask the question?
I thought you was done.
Why would
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
even have to say Jamaicans did this if you're just black?
Right, but like I said, he did. You didn't hear him say he wasn't black.
Right, exactly. You will never. Right,
That's not what I
right,
asked you, bro.
right. You will
That's
never
not
hear
what I
Busta
asked
Rhymes.
You made the claim that
Hold on, no, but he never said that he wasn't black though. He never said Busta Rhymes is not gonna say he's not black.
But he's saying he's Jamaican though. Why would you?
That's where he's from. What
That's
supposed
his
to say?
background, bro. That's his background.
If
Of course he's gonna say he's Jamaican. What you want to say? He American? He's Jamaican.
No.
That's his background. He's still a black Jamaican, bro. Yeah, black Trinidadian.
This is one of the issues, though. This is one of the issues regarding.
Saying things. You said that these people do not call themselves black, and that's a lie.
This is one of the issues, though, regarding the need for that term. You get what I'm saying? Because the waters get real muddy when we just say black. Now, if we're being honest, right? This was a phrase coined and championed here in America to define ourselves here. I don't think if America wasn't a hub that everybody could come to and be successful.
The first blacks were Africans, bro. What are you talking about?
Right. The term. Hold on. The term black. Hold on. The term black. Hold on. Real quick, Dama. Just real quick. One quick. The term black was specifically used to describe people who was of West African descent.
When
specifically, so that's Caribbean. So that's Caribbean. No, it was not. It was specifically used to describe people. I could, Damo, pull up the source, Damo, pull up the source, Damo, pull up the source.
Them calling the original people of India black
and show it on the screen
and
show it.
Evil 2,000 years ago. Y'all dudes you be trying to act like y'all got all this source up knowledge, and it's really simple things you don't know. Like
that's me with all that source up knowledge. Bitch, what you want to debate,
the
nigga?
Pan-African Union.
Dama, pull that source up, please.
Hey, I'm pulling it up now.
And look who's running the Pan-African Union.
Don't nobody else be flexing like that with sources and debate. That's me.
But and the reason why I don't source up because I assume that y'all are knowledgeable of these things. You would know about who's running the Pan-African Union, why they didn't let Haiti in there, what they did to Dr. Arikana, accused her of doing this and that, and kicked her out because some white people told them that she did some type of scam. Like the Pan-African Union is just it's a joke. It's not real. It's a joke. And I showed you ECOWAS put sanctions on Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger yesterday in the article that Q Butter was reluctant to pull up. And then you want to ignore all of that like I don't know what I'm talking about and say source up.
He got to go. He got to
Where's the FBA? Where's the FBA?
I literally
council?
read his article for him, bro.
Where's the FBA council at?
This dude is lying. This dude is. I don't understand why people keep on saying that when the term black was specifically used to describe people who was of West African descent. All black people, meaning Caribbean people, Black Americans. The term black was specifically used to describe them. So I don't know why people are saying that the people in the Caribbean, or unless they're Dominicans, right, saying that they're not black.
Dominicans something that's different.
Nah, Dominicans is different. Now, I've heard Dominicans say that, but I have never heard nobody from no No Caribbean island say that they're not black, bro. I have never heard that in my life.
My question
That's
is
a
though,
lie.
when you deal with that term black, right? The question is, where was that used and by who, right? To my knowledge, right? As we progressed here in America, we've gone from niggas to Negro to black to African American, right?
That's why you need to be quiet, because that's not what happened.
So
be
that's
quiet.
why I'm asking. Y'all been
Niggas is
talking about source up. Where else was that used? I mean, if I had to use a source, I would use James Brown. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, right? I would use the Black Panthers, right?
Like you are 100 years late.
Yeah, I'm about to say you acting like they didn't start calling themselves black to the 60s.
So this is where I'm asking y'all to educate me. When was this being used before America?
In America, from the goddamn inception of this country, we've been called black.
I can't believe you behind me.
Yo,
From
hold on,
the very
hold on,
beginning.
real quick. Y'all know what Negro means, right?
Negro means black. Yo, they bugging. They bugging, son.
It
they
means
bugging.
black
No, it means black.
in Spanish.
But it still means black. But it's still.
So what?
But it's still.
So what is the
black.
disagreement?
So what is the disagreement
I
if it's
can
black?
explain. What I'm saying is, right, when we deal with the term black as identifying a people, prior to the 60s, black wasn't a prevalent term. Even if we look at Marcus Garvey, right?
Okay, hold on. He
called it.
hold on.
Let me build. I'm an answer.
You gotta stop because we already just said he needs to be educated.
If you let me build,
he already just said he needs to be educated. So I don't understand why he keep talking and like when it's people who have the information. When the people that have the information can
bro, let me make the Garvey point, bro. I want to hear this, bro. You said Marcus Garvey.
So what I'm saying is, even when you deal with Garvey, it was called the universal Negro, right? Black wasn't even a term that was prevalent at that point, to my knowledge. I don't think Garvey, if black was this prevalent term, would have called us Negroes. That was a name that we grew from, right? So my first question is, when was this term black prevalent and who was it used to describe? To my knowledge, it's always been an American term to describe people who had no lineage.
They were using it in medieval times, bro. What are you talking about?
What do you mean medieval times? I'm talking about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey's medieval now?
Medieval times predate Marcus Garvey by quite a bit, right?
I'm asking you to show me that.
Okay, I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna pull it up for you right now.
Because to my knowledge, you get a lot of Negro. You get Moors occasionally.
What is this argument? After I do this, I need you to explain to me why this is even a relevant argument to begin with.
I could do that while you pulling up your information.
Engine talk. This is what engines do.
I ain't no Indian, fam.
What happened?
You always want to get disrespectful on some goofy shit, but you don't want to let nobody tell.
No, this engine talk. This is what it is.
That's not Indian talk, my brother. That's not Indian talk. That's Kwame Ture talk.
Yes.
I got another source. I got another source.
That's Matula Shakur talking. That ain't no Indian talk.
That ain't no Indian talk?
Nah.
Bro, going straight to the word black when we talking about America.
I got the
about the word black. That ain't more talk.
I wanted to make a point. I wanted to make a point. If you could show some decorum, if you could show some decorum, I might make a point we could build on. Right?
Nah, brother, hold on, real quick. Let me say this real quick, bro. You keep
I'm not being allowed to make a point.
Hold on, yes. The reason why you're not being allowed to make a point is because you admitted to ignorance on this topic already. So any point that you admit, you literally said you don't know about any Africans being called black before the 60s.
And I asked you to show that to me.
Okay, right. But we can't show it to you if you keep talking, trying to make points.
All right.
No, go ahead. The source is on the screen.
No, that's not the source. That's not the source.
Wall Street, come on, man.
Share my screen.
You got another source? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. This me, bro. You know how I'm coming, fam. That nigga said garbage. You got to watch who you talking to. So this is Garvey's 1921 speech
at the UNIA convention, the second speech. I can't read you the whole speech. We'll be here all day. But what I can take you down to is where he specifically referred to those men he were talking to as what? You see that? I need to blow it up some more. This is the actual speech itself. I'll blow it up some more so you can see it. He called
Wall
them
Street. You see what he's saying?
in this speech.
I see what he's saying, but I don't think you're understanding the point because his point. Let me.
No.
He asked me, did I see it?
No. You're not about to do that. You're not about to do that.
His point is already mute because he said it's from the UNIA speech. University Negro.
No. Let's be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear.
Wait, but
Hold on.
I said before any source
Loud and wrong, man.
Before I said before any source to get whipped up, I said once this is proven, I need you to acknowledge that you're wrong and then explain how this is a relevant point to begin with.
I don't feel that I'm wrong.
The goalpost is something else instead of acknowledging that you're wrong and then telling us why it was even a relevant point.
You're not acknowledging the fact that you're talking about he's reading something from what he's classified as the universal Negro. The term at that point was Negro.
Hold on, Psycho. Bro, let's be clear.
First of all, the terms are interchangeable.
Hold on.
The words are interchangeable.
The claim that was made was that the term black didn't become into mainstream or not mainstream, but popular usage until the 60s. That's the claim you made. Right now, he's showing,
but you get it.
Yep. Okay, right now, he's showing that term was already in usage heavily in the 20s.
Here's my confusion. If that term was in heavy usage and he identified as black as the prevalent term used for our people, why would you call your organization the Negro?
Because hold on. No. This is a very easy answer. What does Negro mean?
That's not an answer.
Hold on, no. What does Negro mean?
Negro means black in Spain.
Okay.
That means
if it means black, it's synonymous. You can say Negro or you can say black.
Right. I don't know what the fuck is your problem.
So this is where I disagree.
Yo, you dumb as hell, bro. Like for real. Like you dumb. Like you mad dumb, son. Like Negro means black.
People were claiming that they were black.
With the Moors all the time. Like seriously, like we stop playing Scrabble and with the relevant.
Right. Negro. Everybody knows that Negro means black, but what is it? Is a different word? It means the same thing. Like what the hell is wrong with y'all niggas?
Who was identifying as that?
I want to hear.
It don't matter.
Identifying as that.
Bro.
Share my screen again. Man.
Y'all are bugging.
So the answer to your question is Marcus Garvey was identifying as that, and he was identifying the people he were talking to as that. As you see, he's talking about liberating 4 million black people. He said, I see before me white men, black men, and yellow men. The term was in usage. Like what's the problem, bro?
The argument is not that someone said the term. The argument was, when were people in mass identifying as this? People were not identifying.
We got
why?
I understand why y'all don't understand nothing. I'm saying because y'all don't listen.
Okay, cool.
I understand why y'all don't get it.
Right. Let's say none of them was. What's your point? What is the point?
My point is very simple. My point is that when you have this term black, even with the UNIA, it's a term that was coined and proliferated here in America. What ended up happening was, because everyone else had their term. Everyone else, they were Jamaicans, they were Africans, whatever they were. We were still, can I finish? You don't care. You don't care.
No,
but me as someone that's my lineage, I care. And this is what I accept. You niggas don't care how we feel. So Pan-Africanism is bullshit.
No, exactly. You just can't.
Pan-Africanism is bullshit.
Emotions.
You niggas don't care.
Arguments. You're right. I don't care.
I
don't care that Africans
I know.
feelings.
And I no longer care about the earthquakes in Haiti. I no longer care about the starving babies in Africa. I no longer care about you niggas either.
And now you sitting up here trying to take all your stuff back, just like a scorned lover. what is going on over here? You talking about
So what is your ideology?
What
bro?
are you talking
So they
about?
make me feel bad.
What are you talking
I don't
about?
like how they make me feel. They look at us funny. They don't include us in stuff. We include them, but they won't include us. Oh, I don't feel good.
And that's not a valid argument?
Let's make our own group and
That's
do
not
this,
a valid
that, and
argument?
everything else. Y'all keep telling me about y'all feelings. Y'all ain't giving me no information, no
Is
nothing.
that not a valid argument?
Y'all crying. Y'all just a bunch of whiny ass country niggas.
I want to know what his
You the
position
nigga
is.
whining?
I'm sorry, y'all. I just had to get that out. I'm sorry. It's just,
What's your actual position, bro? I hear you going hard on Pan Africanism. So what's your position? Like
My
what are you-
position is this at this point in time, right? I've always cleaved to the term black because I associated with the Black Panthers, I associated with the 60s, and moments that made my people great. What happened was that term
So they
got
wasn't called the
diluted
Black
to
Panthers.
just
It was
hold
called
on.
the Negro. It was
Hold
called the Negro
on.
Panthers.
He asked me a
It was called the Negro
question. Can I
Panthers.
answer? So
I'm
my
just saying they
problem
called the
with that
Negro
is,
Panthers.
for me, this was a term used to define my people who didn't have an identity. What happened was because America is where everybody else comes, right?
Just a quick. Let me interject
Hold
right
on.
quick, bro. When you
Can
say
I
they didn't
finish
have an,
the point before you interject? Please.
no, bro. Just please,
Of
right
course
quick,
I
because
can.
you said your people.
Of
Yeah,
course
because you
I
said your
can.
people didn't have an identity. So I need to know
It's
who
a
your people are.
filibuster. We did.
No, bro. Who? Damn.
You gonna tell
You telling
me
your
we had an
people.
You're gonna tell me how
I'm
my people felt.
asking.
You
I'm
can tell me about
asking
how
you.
people in your country felt,
Damn,
wherever
I
you
am
from.
not trying to argue with you,
You
bro. I'm
can't tell
asking
me
you.
how the descendants of slaves felt.
Bitch, who are your people? Who are they? I don't
My
know your
people-
people here.
My people are the descendants of slaves here in America.
People is your
No,
people
we
is Muhammad
are
Ali's
the descendants of
grandson.
slaves.
Everybody
My
on this
people-
Muhammad Ali's
Your
grandson.
people
You
is
said it last night.
Jamaicans.
That's your people.
Some
Everybody
other
on this
nigga people
panel
is
is a descendant of
Trinis.
slaves.
Some
Muhammad
other
Ali
nigga
grandson
people
is
is
your people.
Nigerian.
Shut up. You said it last night. Muhammad Ali grandson, your people. I don't want to talk to you. Shut up.
Right.
Your people ain't my people. People ain't my people.
And I also said,
I'm
said
outside now
John
on my
Brown
lunch break.
is more my people than some of you coon ass niggas. I also said that. Repeat that one.
You the coon,
John
nigga. You got
Brown.
white people. You
John
got white
Brown
people.
is more my people than you niggas.
You said white
I
people
also
your
said
people.
that.
You said white people your
Don't
people,
leave that out.
coon.
Yeah.
So you want to
Yeah.
the coon
Yeah.
game. You said
I
white
said the
people your
Quakers.
people. You
I
said
said the
white
Quakers
people
did
is
more
your
for
people.
me and
Jamaicans
mine
are. You
than
said
you niggas in your
black
trees.
Jamaicans
Bro,
are
that's
Because we want to get
people, but that
disrespectful
white
and
boy
call niggas
is.
country
That
niggas.
white boy
And you
is
niggas
your
was
people,
picking
though.
coconuts
That
out
white
the
boy,
street.
that white boy
John
is your
Brown
people.
did
Like
more for my
Jamaicans
people than
are.
you niggas
You
ever
out
did.
there got nerve
The
talking about
Bro,
Quakers
but hold on,
did
hold on,
more
time
for
out.
my
But
people
you
than
just
you
admitted.
niggas ever
you
did.
a country
But
person.
you
We just gonna get if we just gonna
but you
get
just admitted
emotional,
though.
disrespectful, and crashed out.
Let,
I'm with
let's
it.
be
You motherfuckers
Let's
up
do
here,
it.
sit up here and be a bunch of
John
Uncle
Brown
Sam,
more my
coon
people than
ass
you,
Uncle Sam.
coconut
You a
boy.
coon ass Uncle Sam. Want to sit
I
up here
know.
and try to talk other people coons?
I
Shut
know.
up, sell out. Shut up, sell out. Stop playing with me.
You
You
want to
are
know?
Uncle
You want to
Sam.
know
You
what's
are
the
Uncle
proof of
y'all
your
crazy.
word?
with a goddamn
You
fat
want to
in
know
your
what's the
head.
proof
Eating
of your word?
macaroni. That's
The
what the hell
black,
you are.
all
That's
sorts
what
of
you
the
are. Yeah,
world
you a country
immigrating
ass
to
nigga.
your
You a
country.
country ass coon
It's
ass
zero.
nigga, and I'm sick of you
That's
coons.
the
And
value
y'all
of your
coons
work.
gonna stop running around
Nothing.
here acting like y'all race first.
All
Don't you
for us,
dare call
nothing.
nobody a coon. All
I
you
never said I
motherfuckers
was
are coons.
race first.
Your leader's a
Not
coon.
anymore.
Your leader got a whole tether
Not
that he
anymore.
lays up with that's telling you all this nonsense, that fed you all this information. His own wifey ain't even an FBA. You dumb idiot. He got you up here pimping you out. Why he's sitting up here laying in bed with a
No,
half-white,
dickhead.
half-Asian
He's
woman.
your
Stop
wanna
playing
be
with me.
leader.
She ain't got near
He's
FBA
your
blood up
wanna
in
be
her.
leader of
She
this
ain't got
movement.
near FBA
You're just
blood up
ignorant
in
to the
her.
movement.
You following this clown running around here calling everybody else tethered. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're a flunky. You're a
I know. I know.
I'm gonna start. I'm
And,
gonna
and,
start.
and
I just want to be.
everything you saying.
Wait till
So
tomorrow.
with that being said, when it comes to me, Pan-Africanism is dead. Because everything you just said, and I've already wasted too much of my resources saving you money. I've wasted too much of my resources donating to hurricanes and earthquakes in Haiti. Now all you niggas could go back to start. Fight the white man on your own.
Hold on,
That's where we are now.
I promise you I
That's
am.
where we are now.
I promise you I am. I'm gonna
Hey,
cook
but
every
Willie,
last one of you.
Hold on, here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro.
That's where we are now.
Hold on, Willie. You're not making yourself. Hold on, real quick, Willie. You're not making yourself sound like you make sense. If you arguing, if you talking about like, what you like to hear is
this nigga right
black,
here is why
born American
got
black.
his information from.
This nigga
I'm
right
gonna show
here.
you where Tariq got his information from.
I don't give a fuck about that nigga.
And we gonna see who the coons are. Right after I show you who he got his information from.
Nigga, nobody cares about that shit.
Dummy. You don't even know what the fuck you following. You're stupid. You're dumb. Idiot. Retard.
I know.
You sit up here, I know. That's why you sat up there yesterday and said you ain't race first.
I was stupid for donating to you niggas over in Haiti.
Yesterday, not me, coon. You the one said you not
you
black
niggas
first.
can
We not in Haiti though, bro.
You said that,
like that's you're not talking to nobody in Haiti.
I'm
What are you
Sam,
saying?
you said that. Let's get that clear. Let's get that clear around here.
I said what,
Yeah,
Goofy?
that's right. You said it's on tape. That's right.
I said what, Goofy?
That's
What did
right,
I say?
coon. You heard what I said, Uncle Sam? You heard what the fuck I said? You said
Yeah.
you wasn't race
Yeah.
first. You said you was country
Yeah,
first.
no.
country nigga.
I absolutely
Country
said.
nigga. You
After
said that
listening to you,
said
I know for a
you
fact
said you
John
built more
Brown
kinship
is
with
more
them
my brother than
FWAs
you.
than you do black
The
Jamaicans.
Schwartz
That's what
brothers
you said.
that went down
That's
to
what
the
you said,
south
country nigga.
trying to push
That's what you
voting
said,
and
you country
died
nigga.
way more my
That's what I
brothers
thought.
than you.
That's what I thought.
So can you give me
Pan-Africanism is
I
a
just go back and play it. I just go back and play it. It's recorded.
Can you give me a historical list of the white boys that you view as more black than us?
I didn't
Or is
say
it just
more black.
John Brown?
I didn't say more black. Y'all caught up in race, not me.
Well, you said
Race has never
exactly.
benefited black people in America.
How many
Race
more
has
white
never
boys?
benefited black people in America. It benefited you niggas. That's why y'all here right now. It benefited you niggas.
Nobody a coon.
You niggas didn't build nothing where y'all were. We can go to nothing.
How dare you, coon? How dare you run around here call anybody a coon when you just said you ain't caught up in race? Country nigga? What the hell you talking about? You was an Uncle Sam. Shut
I'm
up.
not caught up in race.
Bro, how can you say you're not caught up in race, but you saying you
I
FBA?
understand you don't understand that. I understand you don't understand that.
That's where you live at.
Your understanding is limited. I get that. I've evolved past a certain point in this conversation.
I know.
This just got real remedial.
I get that.
Hey, Wall Street Willie. Let me ask you a question real quick.
I'm listening, King.
Don't know shit. FBA niggas don't know a motherfucking thing, but them niggas listening to they don't know shit. You put this nigga in a fucking debate, this nigga gonna sound like a goddamn fool. The only thing they know is we built America. We built America. It'd take a nigga like me to embarrass one of these.
When referring to me,
That's what I'm saying. I want the debate. I'm standing on it. FBA.
Talk about Lord Jamar. Don't bring up that goofy ass nigga with his white wife to me.
Hold on, the flat earth dude.
Yeah, he's goofy with that.
The flat earth.
I told you that. I don't know what that dude said. He's goofy when it comes to that. But the one thing I don't question is he's my ally. And I know this nigga yelling ain't.
Used to be in a group called
He's my ally. That I don't question.
Yeah, I know that's your leader.
Hold on. The brand new guy.
But the one thing I don't
You acting like George
Lord
Lamar much
Jamar is
better.
my ally.
The brand Nubian
This
guy.
nigga ain't.
He acting like Lord Jamar much better. He said that like that's like an upgrade. Wait, are you kidding me? Are you
The
kidding me?
brand Nubian guy is your FBA leader.
A brand Nubian engine.
I think y'all are the only ones caught up on leader. I'm the leader.
Willie,
I'm the leader. I ain't out here following nothing. I'm the leader.
In terms of your knowledge base, though, bro, like what would you
I've
feel?
led being mine to more than you'll probably ever attain in your life. Pardon me, fam. I'm gonna get back to your question, but I'm just gonna check this nigga. Yeah, I'm a leader, and I've led my family to more than you'll probably ever attain in your life, and that's a fact. Over a numerous problems. That's a fact.
Hold on, Will, Big Black one again.
My fault. My fault.
Let me ask you something.
Hell no, man. Fuck Big Black. No,
I rock with Big Black.
hey, let me ask you something. You say it's mainly because you think Black Americans need a unique identifier, right? As far as like a name, right?
Absolutely.
You know, that uniquely identifies us from other Black ethnic groups, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, would you be cool with the name Foundational African Americans?
I'd be comfortable with that if my people agree on it. Absolutely.
I'm just wondering because I know probably like half
my
FBA
issue
probably
though.
would.
But you know what I'm cool with, though, bro?
Let me answer this though. Let me answer this. Hold on, brother asked me a question. My only issue is, in my mind, right? How I break things down. Black was in my mind. Y'all can all disagree, but black was a term coined and defined here to identify us who had
That
no
is a
identity.
lie,
What
bro.
ended
We
up
just
happening
proved that
what
that's
ended up
not true.
happening is, right? Everybody came over here and everybody associated with our term, and we will welcome it. We will welcome it. You know what I mean? That didn't benefit us. So now when I listen to him, right? And now to Lex Vortex point, whatever effort we put into Pan-Africanism, right? It paid y'all back tenfold more than it paid us. It was black people making donations right from their crib when it was a hurricane, when it was an earthquake in Haiti. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, hold up, bro. Like, why do we just let these niggas lie like this? This nigga talking about in your mind, bro. You saying in your mind doesn't make it any less of a lie. I mean, you lie to yourself. They've been calling Africans have been called black since the 1400s.
He don't know
What are you talking about?
He don't know. He don't read.
What they were called
listen to people talking.
doesn't say what they identified as. They didn't identify as black. It was important.
Hold on. So check this out. Okay, so check this out. So let me meet you in the middle. So hold on. Let me meet you in the middle. So let me meet you in the middle. So when the term was coined and saying when a people themselves identified by it are two different things. Because I can agree with you. Hold on. Let me finish. No. Hold on. Let me finish. Because what I'm saying is, I agree with you. That is a time period when black people started to bring pride and bring self-respect to the term. Yes, I can agree with you on that. But the term was not coined in America. So we may be having a semantic difference there.
But it's only because you're not accepting the point I'm trying to give, right? What I'm saying is, right? Nobody identified as that. Hold on.
We just agree. I don't know. We just agree with that point. We agree with that point.
If you,
I'm saying you use the term that you use created. Hold on. The term that you used created confusion when you say it was coined. I can agree that the people who identified as black, as just black, were Americans. Yes, we can agree on that. We are not arguing that point. But it was coined, like we weren't the first people called black. And to be honest, and hold on, let me say this. Certain people that will argue that there were Africans that called themselves black. There's certain people that will argue that. I ain't really taking that up. You know what I'm saying? But
so let me respond.
Let me ask you a question.
Can I respond first, and then I want to answer your question?
No, you're not the only one up here, dog. Other people talk. I'm not even talking to you. Be quiet.
My fault. All right.
Romo, let me ask you a question. That time period that you're talking about in the 60s, when you said black people was pretty much, fighting to get reclassified as black. God damn, bro, I'm talking. When you talk, I go on mute. When I'm talking, you stay off mute. And
you're lying, bro. But go ahead.
Now, like I said, during this time period when black people was, trying to reclassify as black as far as like the census and stuff like that or whatever at that time frame, because that's what he's really trying to get.
Nobody's saying.
Now, I'm not talking to you.
Nobody's saying. I'm talking to you.
You are a census. Bro, seriously. And then when I turn up on your punk ass, you start crying victim. Like a little whiny little bitch. Shut the fuck up. Now, like I was saying, during that time frame, Domo, when the people was trying to fight to be reclassified as far as like in the census as black or whatever, was they exclusive to the quote unquote FBAs, or was they also including Caribbeans and everything else, and were Caribbeans also being called black during this same time frame that we're speaking of?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay, so basically all this is a moot point. Because when all this stuff got coined, and like by who was the main one who coined it that he's talking about? Who would be that person's name?
He said Kwame. He said Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael.
And what is Kwame Ture?
Carmichael.
Is Kwame Ture of Caribbean descent?
Oh yeah, for sure, Kwame.
Is he not killing it and debunking his own points right now by saying this dumb stuff about the 60s
Carmichael?
How it only belongs to FBAs when the person who coined it in the 60s that he's speaking of was a Caribbean? dummy.
Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael. He from Trinidad. Yeah. Stokely Carmichael from
I
Trinidad.
don't fuck with dude. We can talk about that again another day.
Yeah, we'll talk about that again another
I
day.
ain't talking about whether or not people fuck with him or not. I'm just about he's talking about it being coined in the 60s and everything else. And even though you don't mess with him, Taz, you could agree he was the main one out there on the front lines coining the term black as far as being reclassified.
Absolutely. That's where my issues start though with it. You know what I'm saying? It's after that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he gets his credit for the work he put in for that word. If we just, you know what I'm saying, making it simple. Yeah, he used that word specifically, black, and then got his ass the fuck up out of here.
Just to note, Peter Tosh made a song called I'm African, and the chorus goes, wherever you're from, if you're a black man, you're an African. So he's Jamaican. So, Jamaicans, a lot of Jamaicans classify them. Of course, they'll say they're Jamaican first, but at the same time, they'll also agree that they're black.
I don't think the internet is making a determination though, fam, because like I say, I done seen it as far as like here and there, but overall, I just don't think you can make the argument that most people that are from the Caribbean that come here are saying I'm not black. I think that's foolish. I live in Florida, man.
That's foolish. That is foolish.
Asians aren't confused, my nigga. Sorry.
They not, bro.
Yeah.
They not.
That's
And
true.
this is why I say FBA is white nationalism and blackface is because they want to treat blackness the way white people treat whiteness.
I just think
whiteness, the basis of whiteness is who isn't, who does it, like who's not their own cultural heritage.
I just don't think y'all understand the point that I was making.
Denied their
Because
own
everybody
cultural
cut me off and
heritage
started
to be
yelling.
white.
I can
You
button
feel
it
me?
up.
And
very
so they
simple.
want blackness to look the way their whiteness do. That's why like I said, when we bring up the ancillary beliefs that they have outside of just
Can
this
I tell you
specific
what we want,
conversation,
my brother?
it's all in alignment with white nationalism.
Can I tell you what we want, my
And
brother?
because American nationalism is white nationalism, period.
We want blackness
And
to
if
identify
we
us
want to
and
go
be
source for
something we
source, like
can
I
be
said,
proud
I'm
of,
willing to do
just
this
like
debate.
you could be proud of being Jamaican.
FBA is white nationalism and blackface.
That's crazy. You sound like Fat Joe.
That's
now
crazy,
we
bro.
radical. You
That's
sound like
wild.
you're making a terror squad argument.
Congratulations.
Play
Fat
yourself.
Joe say that was wrong. All I hear y'all do is complain that he said it. I ain't hear none of y'all say what he was wrong at. What was he wrong
So
about?
I'll go through a plethora of things I
let's play like
personally
he was a
believe
black
he
man.
was wrong about.
Right, let's
If
play
I-
like he
if
was
I
a
can.
black man who said it, and let's tackle the actual talking point.
If I can go through a plethora of things he was wrong for. Number one, his involvement all spurs from his use of the word nigga. Now, we've
Like I
gotten
said,
to a
let's play
certain
like
point.
he's a
We
black
got
man, because you're about to give me emotions. Let's play like he was a black man. He's not a black man, but let's act like he was a black man who said the exact same words. What did he
What are
say
you
wrong?
talking about?
I'm trying to figure out what did he say that was wrong, and all y'all keep giving me is emotions.
I'm
because
trying
you're
to answer you.
And I'm saying
You're
outside
going
the
out of
fact
your
that
way
he's
not
Puerto
to
Rican,
allow me
what
to
did he
answer you
say
because
about
you
y'all
know
that was
I'm going to
wrong?
crush everything you said. You know that. You know that.
Well, no, you're
That's
about
why
to give
you
me
won't give me
emotions about
30
being
seconds
Puerto
because
Rican.
you
Like
know that.
you just got finished saying you
You
don't care
fear
about
my
race.
intellect,
You just
God.
got finished saying
That's
you don't
why
care
you
about race.
lying about the
Cry
things
about
I'm
him being
saying
Puerto Rican.
instead of letting me
All right, well,
say.
go ahead, non-race guy. Cry about him not being, cry about him being Puerto
Let's set
Rican,
up a
non-race
debate,
guy.
bro. You talking too quickly, though. Let's set up a debate.
So again, right? Black was something that was proliferated here in America to identify us who had no identity, right? One thing I always say is there's really no such thing as an African. You got
What does that have to
Hutus,
do with Fat
you
Joe
got
talking about? What does
Tutsi,
that have to do with
you
Fat
got.
Joe?
What did Fat Joe say?
If you would have enough decorum to learn.
The same thing. You keep repeating yourself. I asked you about Fat Joe. I said, what did Fat Joe say that was wrong? And you
Oh,
went right
man.
back to your script.
I get
You
it.
went right
You
back
need
to
a
your script.
simple answer, right?
And
You need it cute and buttoned up.
And you
You
hypocritical. 'cause
can't
2
deal with
minutes
the
ago,
whole scope of the conversation. You need a cute. You need a clickbait, right?
Bro, he
you-
asked a question, bro. Like not like you the one that's doing all of this extra. He
trying to
asked
answer
a
the
question.
question, bro.
What did Fat Joe say that he was wrong about?
A number of things. One,
Okay, first, here we go.
when the black community challenged him on his use of the word nigga, He said, "I'm gonna say what I want and do what I want." In my opinion, that was wrong, especially for a man going on 60. Right? You asked me what he was wrong about.
You're not talking about. Let me
You
answer
just want to
it.
talk about that one Math Hoffa interview, right?
Let me tell you what I didn't like that he said.
The word nigga was not addressed in that conversation with him and
Nah,
Matt.
let me answer that though.
About what he said in that
But he did say something that I didn't like though, bro. So look, so in there though, for me, the issue of saying broke niggas, and we talking about FBA, which is reparations centered.
Right.
I don't like that because even though I'm not a big fan of Tariq, I don't give a fuck about their movement. The tie to reparations intellectually is to said movement. Now, on the flip side of that, when you talking shit about him, if you just call them broke niggas,
I was about to say, let's put that in context, is he wasn't referencing reparations when he
he's
he
not.
said them FBA niggas is a bunch of broke niggas. Those were his exact words.
He called you a broke nigga.
He talking about me. He talking about me. He didn't say Tariq Nasheed was just a broke nigga. He didn't say Lord Jamal was a broke nigga.
Wait. He did. He said the leader. He was talking about
He said FBA.
He said all of us. Stop. He was talking about the leaders of the movement. That's what he's talking about. He said you got this group of people, and we go back and play the clip.
Y'all is explaining for him and not accepting his exact words.
You obviously don't know what was said because let me tell you what was said.
Right. Let me have this conversation, bro.
He said what he said was he said there's a group of people on Twitter who's running around. He used the term racist, which I don't like. They used the term racist. That would have been something y'all probably could have got at. I would have probably gave you that.
I was gonna go there.
But outside of that, everything else I agree with. But he said that these people are racist people that don't like that got issues with anybody who is not Black American.
I'm gonna tell you the biggest issue.
I'm not. Be quiet.
My fault.
Together. He said he got issues with Haitians. He said Jamaicans. He said anybody that don't look like them. And Matt said, "Who you talking about?" And he said, "I don't really want to say their name because I'm gonna give them too much attention." He's like, "Go ahead and say their name." And he was like, "The foundation." He said, "FBAs." He's like, "The Foundational Black Authorities," or whatever them broke niggas' names is.
Right.
And he was just talking shit at that point. And then he said, "You ever seen their leaders? You know, their leader." He was talking about Tariq Nasheed. He said, "You ever seen his leader?" And this, that, and third, and blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, man, this, that, and third. Like, he's a joke.
Can I point out something else he said that bothered me the most?
Yeah, bro, be quiet,
He also said, these niggas can't tell me nothing. I got guns in the truck right now. He was in Harlem, right? Hold on. He was in Harlem.
I don't know what you talking about something else other than
No, I'm talking about what he said on Math Hoffa.
He made reference to that, bro.
He said, I got a truck. I don't care what none of these niggas say. I got a car full of guns right now in Harlem. Now, I'm from Harlem. My mama's still in Harlem right now. She could be walking from Associated right now.
No, bro. Him saying that is saying he don't care if somebody try to run down on him. He ain't say he didn't make it seem. Stop making it seem like he said.
You're not listening to my point. My point is, you going on 60. You have wealth. You're choosing to have this. You're choosing to have this mindset where you're gonna violate everybody and put everybody in this. I have a problem with that.
Is that possible?
What you saying, Chad?
Okay, you got a problem with it. That doesn't mean
what I'm saying is when it comes to the overall topic, right? I don't think Tariq should have a monopoly on the topic. I think the intellectual issue of reparations has to supersede Tariq. So when you talking about broke niggas in the context of a bunch of dumbass niggas that's following Tariq, I still see the ideological issue there, which is them niggas dumb following Tariq, but their underlying goal is the reparations conversation. And you undermining that, calling them broke niggas.
Thank you.
That I have an issue with that.
It's the same thing white people do with regard to BLM.
That was just regular crap talk that I hear right here on the panel. People say that type of stuff on the panel. People that get mad, call people broke. You ain't got no money, you broke, and anything else like that's just regular.
And I agree, but
if I could chime in real quick, Taz.
I agree, just right quick, Damo. I agree up until the point because typically it's just us here. You throw a Puerto Rican in that same conversation, and all eyes gonna shift to him when he start talking that shit though. He's not gonna be able to undermine a reparations conversation like that because we're not gonna be
The
all looking
conversation
at
wasn't
him.
about reparations though. The conversation
But
was about hip
and
hop. The conversation
FBA
was about hip hop, not reparations.
but check it out. What I'm
'Cause
saying
that's what
is
people
when you
issue with
say-
Fat Joe. People issue with
but
Fat Joe ain't
Psycho,
got nothing.
Psycho.
Real quick, people issue with Fat Joe ain't got nothing to do with the reparations conversation. It got
But
everything to
when
do
he
with the hip
says
hop conversation.
FBA, when he says FBA, bro, this is what I'm saying. FBA ain't
I understand
fuck
your
hip
point
hop.
too, though. I understand
Nigga,
your
fuck hip hop. At the end of the day, we talk. FBA has ascended beyond some simple concept of a hip hop. Who started this conversation?
Nah, but Chaz, I think you're giving it way too much credit, bro. Because if you think about it, like if you, that's why I say, even though I have some ideological disagreements with ADOS, I don't view ADOS in the same light. I view ADOS as a organization specifically about reparations. I don't see that about FBA. And the reason why you don't see that with FBA is because more of their conversation is about creating these divisions than the reparation. Like think about it. We've been talking about FBA for what, 3 days?
But that's
And we spent a fraction of the time talking about reparations. Because what people come up here and defend is they come up here and defend who not us, who's not associated with us. Y'all need to leave them alone. We don't need to be worried about them. That's what more of the conversation has been. So because if it was just about reparations like ADOS, like I don't, you know what I'm saying? I think it has I think it has certain xenophobic tendencies, but I understand how those tendencies come about. While FBA is specifically about those type of tendencies in the way that we've been interacting.
Yeah, it's solely that. It has nothing to do with legislation.
So because for me, the reparations conversation was the only reason there was an FBA. FBA was birthed out of a hatred for the ADOS movement. So the foundation of FBA is always going to be reparations. Just because they're not putting forth, let's say, actual effort to do it, that don't change the fact that that's the lure online. That's how they get people.
That do change the fact that that's a little online. That fundamentally changes it.
That's how they bring people in with the reparations conversation.
That's a distraction.
No, but
that's how FBA reels them in. FBA does reel them in with the reparations, and then next thing you know, they arguing about hip hop with Fat Joe online.
Let's take reparations completely out of it, right?
I ain't gonna lie.
Let's take reparations completely out of it. When you look at black men
See,
in America now,
look,
right?
he doing it right now, Taz. He doing it right now.
When I'm speaking,
he said let's take reparations completely out of it. That's the FBA dude.
That's what like I said, it starts off with that, but they become that eventually, right? Like they reel them in with the reparations, then they eventually become this, right? Like
we got Al. We got Al on the panel. Al.
My bad, bro.
Y'all just let me know when I could talk. I'm gonna be humble.
Al.
This will be a while.
I just hate when I gotta hear he's saying. Now I
I'm
ain't
trying
saying
to
nothing y'all
communicate with the other
saying.
panelists,
Yeah,
Will.
Wall Street, you got the
Talking,
floor.
bro.
Willie, you got the floor. You got the floor, Willie. Go ahead.
So take reparations out of it. I'm talking about
Who doing that?
Al was talking, and Will was trying to complain about not being able to talk. Al
I had just told Will to talk. I didn't know you was
Yeah, I
talking.
know. That wasn't me.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hold on, Al. One second.
Oh, okay.
Is he there, Q?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I'm saying Will.
I'm here. I'm just trying to be humble. I don't want to get dropped again.
Now you got the floor.
Just over here being humble. So when I said let's take reparations out of it, it's about fundamentally so much more than that. Identity is important. It's harder to kill your own people, to kill your brother, right? So we need to do things to build unity, right? I think this is a portion of something that we could build on, saying that's your foundational brother. That's your brother. You know what I mean? You ain't supposed to be spinning the block on him. the conversation is so much bigger than Tariq Nasheed, reparations, or whatever. The fact of the matter is, right? We got inundated with our brothers from all around the world who identify with the one term that we created to identify ourselves because it was beneficial. You come here from wherever you come from and be black, you have some form of opportunity that if you had it wherever you was, you wouldn't have left, right? So this is the position we're in, right? We've created a safe space for diaspora children all over the world to come, right? So now, the term that we use to identify ourselves, trying to build a legacy for ourselves and a identity of who we are as a people, everybody came here with their own identities and commandeered ours. So now we're trying to tweak the identity, right? And the conversation is, when you want to claim FBA, you want to separate yourself. But I'll never have that conversation for a Jamaican. I'll never have that conversation for a Nigerian. Be proud of who you are and let's work together. It's only a problem when we do it and for one fundamental reason. Because niggas come here and benefit off us. So they all want to come across like us. Us being our own people is a problem.
Are you saying you didn't have pride before Tariq gave you them 3 letters?
Nah, but Psycho, you gonna laugh at this part, bro. You gonna really laugh at this. Yo, son. So are you Bayesian American, Bayesian and Black American? Are you Black person who comes from families from Barbados? Are you mixed with Bayesian? How would you describe yourself?
I would define myself as an American Black man, the descendants of slaves. I would say everything that built me and made me who I am is from my Southern family in South Carolina. Now, yes, I do have Bayesian in my lineage, but even on my father's side, I'm not 2 grandparents.
Hold on, wait.
He gave me an opportunity.
Can I get a real FBA person up on here? This dude been arguing for about a week up on here. He be up on here for about a week going ham, and he ain't even FBA. I told you, y'all got to figure this out. Y'all need to figure out who's who. That's why I say I don't even respect that FBA stuff. They don't even know who's FBA. They just throwing that tag on people.
And I've accepted that you don't respect it. And this is what convinced me that Pan-Africanism will never be beneficial to me.
You're not that.
No, let me ask you something.
Man, Willie, you a tether, Willie. Don't tell me you a tether, Willie. Damn, tether, Willie.
Can I tap in?
Hold on, we're gonna get you in, Seven. Hold on, man.
Willie, in the jails, since you're a New Yorker, we got jails, we got basketball programs, we got after-school programs. Which of those are being led by somebody screaming FBA? In New York, in Harlem.
Jail is different. It ain't none of that.
No, it's
jail.
not. Right
I
now.
think, no, I mean like we
not,
Black in jail. There is no FBA or ADOS.
No. Hold on. Wait. I will show you Pan-Africans who have programs in Rikers Island right now. So I need to see somebody screaming FBA who has a program in jails. Who has STEM programs that's screaming FBA that don't work with Pan-African. I can show you Pan-African STEM program. I can show you Pan-African after-school programs. I can show you Pan-African schools that's the only schools teaching Black history in many parts of the country. Y'all niggas don't have this history. I don't know where you come from in Barbados that you think in Harlem you could talk this shit. Because in Harlem, you know Pan-Africans has been putting on. I'm confused as to why you are going so hard to be claimed American. Were you called a Yankee by your family and you didn't like it?
Yes.
That's why you're going through this. You're trying
That's not just why, though.
And this is exactly why, because you're hurt that the
Now,
Caribbean
I will admit it's a portion, but that's not even the main factor.
Yeah, but no,
what I'm realizing is for my people, for our effort towards the Pan-Africanism movement, it has not benefited Blacks in America.
Charles Barron. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Foundational Black Americans in Harlem are responsible for introducing gentrification. Reverend Alvin Butts owns how much of Harlem?
Half.
half of Harlem. Harlem Children's Zone is owned by who?
Jeff Canada.
And what is he doing? Let's talk about how we have black people who are straight just black, and they're not politically aligned with being Pan-African or black nationalists. Their politics are aligned with white in New York City. Charles Barron is the face of the fight against gentrification, Pan-African. I don't understand how you as a New Yorker can have this vitriol. That's crazy.
So you think that Jeff Canada's Canada's work is aligned with
Clayton Powell, the state building. He went around and fought for black people nationwide as a black nationalist. He worked along with Pan-Africans. I don't understand how you can say this.
My bro, everything you just said was right and exact. Right.
Let's go to Arturo Schomburg, who created the Black Library in Harlem.
35th and Lenox. I'm right across Harlem Hospital with you.
Now this is where Fat Joe and them should be standing on, because they was there. Arturo was what? He was a Puerto Rican,
right?
But he did what? He created a library for Black history because he was
Absolutely.
Black Puerto Rican.
Absolutely. But you know what happened? Time passed. And as time passes,
niggas like
and as
you,
time passes,
listen
things
to me.
change.
What have you done in Harlem to empower black people in Harlem?
I mean, I've done what I can do on my scale. I'm involved
What
in
have
HEAP,
you done?
the Harlem Educational Activity Fund. I was involved in that. I definitely gave back to my community.
You contributed to the fund. What have you led?
Well, for the sake of the argument, nothing.
So this is the reason why the movement for FBAs is struggling. Most of the people who hit the panel will admittedly say, I have done nothing for my community, but then turn around and point that in Africans.
Hey, bro, didn't say I've done nothing for my community. You asked me if I've led anything.
Keep on bludgeoning.
You asked me if I led anything. I didn't say I've done nothing for my
community. That's done. That's done. Like, did you create a basketball program? Did you create an after-school program? Did you create an outreach program?
No, but I've been involved in those programs in
You
my
haven't
community.
created one.
Absolutely.
You haven't created one.
All right, but there you go. Fight back, bro. Fight back. There you
So
go.
let's understand that. So in the programs that you are helping, were there only FBAs there?
No.
Now
We've always
in
had open
Harlem-
arms. That's
in
always been my
Harlem,
point.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about the African Cultural Center in Harlem.
Yep.
Let's talk about the African Theater in Harlem that has been Pan-African staples for the longest. What about the Audubon? Are these not Pan-African Black nationalist staples in Harlem?
Yes.
Now, what have you did to contribute to the legacy of these staples?
Broke a certain psyche in my own mind.
So you haven't did anything but talk.
No, I just told you what I did.
You didn't do anything.
You might not
Audubon
consider
needs
that
help.
much,
Let me ask
right?
you this. Let me ask you this. In 2000, I think 2003, when the Hip Hop Museum was being created, were you a part of the Hip Hop Museum movement?
Nah.
So I'm confused as to why we should listen to you as a New Yorker.
Hey, but Tariq
So
got a
I
got a
am-
museum
so
though.
I am-
Don't Tariq got a museum in? He got a slave museum or some shit like that in
No, he got an
LA?
actual museum.
I'm
I've
gonna
been
answer you
there.
when I get a chance to, brother.
Hidden history. It's right there. It's
LA.
right there over there in your way though. That's around you somewhere.
Bro, I do not give a damn about Tariq Dishy museum, bro. Like what? Bro, and ain't it in a strip mall? Come on, bro.
No, it's not in the strip mall. No, it's not. It's not. It's like in a residential area.
You been
We're not as caught
Yeah,
up
I've been
in
there. Y'all been
the
there.
leader worship that
Oh, yeah,
all it might be caught up in when it applies to us. We're not caught up in that leader worship. We've watched our movements be commandeered for years.
Bro,
But
you
people
already
didn't have
told us
our
who your
best
leader
interest
was. You
in
just
mind.
said your leader is Lord Jamar, the Flat Earth
I
brand
didn't
new.
say he's my leader. I said when y'all want to get caught up in y'all leader worship, if we're gonna do anything, stop bringing up that Tariq Nasheed nigga to me. Is all I said.
Then stop saying FBA. Every time you say FBA,
That's
Tariq gonna
not
get one.
true, bro.
But
I
that's
dropped
right.
the link yesterday out of his own mouth. He said, I am not the founder or leader of FBA. This is out of his own mouth.
I challenge anybody to show me anybody using the acronym FBA before Tariq. Can somebody please show me?
No, hold up, but Psycho, let's be hood, bro. Tariq Nasheed is making sure he don't get charges for none of y'all dumb niggas out
Exactly.
here
That's why Tariq don't want to be a leader because Tariq don't want to be responsible for nothing. But if you punch in FBA, if you Google FBA and you go to the official FBA website,
So there's an FBA RICO out there.
FBA, that's what it is. It's called official
In
FBA.
2020 it was.
It's called official
2020?
FBA.com. If you go there, that is Tariq's website. That is Tariq's website. He's selling the same flag that Lex got up there flossing. He ain't even buy it though. He just got a screenshot of it and then put it in the green screen because he ain't gonna buy that. He don't even want to buy that crap.
Didn't he put a trademark on FBA?
Yes, he trademarked.
No,
it.
FBA is owned by Amazon,
Yes,
y'all. That's not
like
true.
I said, you go to
FBA is
the
owned by
official
Amazon.
FBA website. You go to
Talking about
Tariq's
something else,
website.
did he?
Y'all can't claim FBA.
I'm
and
sure
not
it's a
talk
white man out there with a trademark on hip hop.
That's like somebody
Does that
claiming
mean he owns it?
That's like somebody claiming the UNIA saying, I don't really mess with Garvey. I'm just a part of the UNIA. Stop talking to me about Garvey. No, you're a part of the UNIA.
Garvey is the respected and understood founder of that movement. So to that, it makes sense. When you listen to Tariq out of his own mouth, he is not the founder of this movement.
Tariq, that's because Tariq don't want to take
He's a coward,
responsibility.
bro.
He don't want to take responsibility.
He's a coward, bro. He don't want the responsibility of being a leader, bro.
All
And
I'm
that's
simply saying is the movement is much bigger than that. It's literally the equivalent of saying, if a black kid gets killed and you go outside and march, you're following 3 dyke broads in BLM. No, the movement is bigger.
Hold on, no. Wait. That's exactly. No, forget that. That's exactly what people did to Black Lives Matter. They said because it's associated with them with these gay women, Black Lives Matter is a great gay women organization.
That's what they
Stop
did.
playing.
And then what ended up happening? It took all the steam out the movement. It killed.
Exactly. Look at Darren Seals.
And that's the
Darren Seals already
goal right
exposed.
here with
RIP
FBA. I
Darren
understand.
Seals.
I understand.
You gotta pick up my guy Darren Seals, man.
For me,
Yeah.
y'all got to go. Y'all
You
niggas
gotta
dumb.
expose Black Lives Matter. Darren Seals
Hey,
already
but,
exposed
but,
that.
but listen, I have no problem distancing Tariq Nasheed from FBA if you could show me any FBA movement before Tariq Nasheed was saying it. If you could show me anybody talking about FBA before Tariq Nasheed started beefing with ADOS, then I'll shut up talking about
I'll start by saying, in the hopes that I don't get cut off, I'm gonna just be completely dry with it. No, I can't show you that. But what I do want to say is, right, people were asking those same questions about Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam in the first 5 years. People were saying those same things. Every group we've ever had, the Panthers in the first 5 years.
That's not true.
It's always going to be niggas
hold on, because here's the thing.
Black men are trying to build. That's a
no. See, hold on. See, and this is why I hate YouTube, because even though that's a valid point to make about other things, you using it right here is empty and shallow. Because this is not
it's a fledgling movement.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because y'all literally will listen to a nuanced criticism of somebody's approach, of somebody's ideology, of somebody's perspective, like literally things that are problematic with it. And instead of understanding and responding to the criticism, y'all just jump back into the knee-jerk reaction. Oh, y'all just trying to tear down the black men. Black men can have bad ideas. Black men can have bad approaches. And if we really care about black people, then we would want to see black people do better instead of cater and coddle bullshit social movements.
But the reason for that being my response was, I'm sure all these different movements had niggas asking the same questions y'all asked in the first 5 years. And so they probably would have the same answer.
No. We're not asking the same question.
Done much yet, but they went on. The Nation of Islam went on to clean up a lot of junk.
Bro, that's not the question. You're literally you're trying to make it about larger, grander movements. No, you are telling us that we need to distance Tariq Nasheed from FBA. You're saying it's bigger than Tariq Nasheed. I'm saying prove that it's bigger by showing it not associated with Tariq Nasheed. Show it before Tariq Nasheed.
Didn't build independent of Elijah Muhammad.
That's a great explanation.
I thought dropping the link where he says it out his own mouth would be the proof, but I understand what you want. I'll do the research. I'm gonna be around. I'll do the research.
And I got some research from Dr. Carl Anderson.
That's like a gang leader saying I'm not a gang leader. That's crazy, man. He made, to this date, he makes more videos about FBA than any YouTuber in YouTube history. To this date, he made the FBA flag. You can't, if you probably created an FBA flag that looked different, he probably go to court over copyrights.
That's a fact.
I'm saying that man or no one man dictates not only that movement, but the need for that movement. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying I'm not caught up in the leader worship that y'all are trying to assign to me. Again, like I said,
but
I never rocked with Tariq Nasheed, ever.
But here's
You
the
know what I'm
thing, though.
saying?
Here's the thing, though. What you cannot do is
I
you
didn't hear
cannot
about
make.
FBA from Tariq Nasheed.
But here's the problem. Without Tariq Nasheed's movement and his beef with ADOS, Black is already foundational to America, fundamentally,
But what
inherently.
is Black?
So you don't.
We all Black, right?
Black American. No, that's the.
We're all Black, right?
Y'all are the ones. Listen, Black American is an ethnicity. We have our own culture.
This is the point I was trying to make.
Hold on, let me finish. We have our own culture, we have our own dialect, and we have our own unique relationship with the foundation of America. We have all of that. Black Americans have all of that. Y'all are being purposely obtuse when you try to confuse that just to be like, nah, but we gotta make sure we known to be unique. We are when you say Black American, period, you know who you talking about. Adding foundational does not create any unique understanding around what we already know. You want to disagree because you like the term.
No. I want to explain what I disagree with. Right? You can come here from any country, and when you're filling out that job application, they all.
If you come in from any country,
we
you're not a Black
just having
American.
a conversation
Hold on,
that
bro,
African.
if you come in from any country, you're not. No. Hold on. Because let's have a comment. Let's converse. Let's not rant. Because you said like because I want y'all to understand how stupid these conversations get. I said Black American. When we say Black American, we know who we talking about. He literally said they come from any country. If you come from any country, you're not a Black American. If you come here from another country, you can't be considered then a Black American until you got 5 generations. Okay.
And
I mean,
think
that's what I'm saying. Like,
and I think every HR department for any major corporation in America would disagree with you too. You come over here as a Nigerian, all of a sudden you Black American.
Hold on, no.
Jamaican, all of a sudden you Black American.
This is how I know y'all. This is how I know you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even have to put your race on the application. You don't have to put it on there. What are you talking about?
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Damo, you want to?
What I'm saying is you do because it's beneficial.
You
knowing that this corporation gets benefits for hiring minorities. It's beneficial to say, yeah, I'm one of them.
We got it. We on your official website right here.
Who wants to
Not the official website.
Never been to that website in my life.
FBA.com. Yeah. Is it?
I ain't never been to that website in my life. So
how you repping something you ain't never been to the website? You repping something and you ain't even been to the official website?
Why do y'all think
that's crazy? That's crazy. I don't know about you. I don't know about anybody else. I'm not.
Y'all are not able to get y'all minds past that point.
I didn't research. That's just me.
I just ain't gonna lie. Who want to read this highlighted one? This
sound like you said.
I'll read it. I got it. Let me get it. An FBA individual whose non-FBA parental lineage comes from a person who has immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered or looked upon as a representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, and economic or judicial issues that affect foundational Black Americans collectively. Hey, that's you. Is that you, Willie? Is that you, Willie? That's why he said he ain't never been to this website.
Yeah. I mean, what's wrong with that concept? William A. Darity.
That excludes you.
If y'all asking me, I was on mute. My fault. Chill out, mute Lord. But what I'm saying is, a website doesn't define me. I define myself. I decide what I have an alliance with and what I don't.
You wouldn't be
Did you
using no
cut?
acronym if you defined yourself. You let
Thank
you
you.
let Tariq define you, and now we
Thank
telling
you.
you this is what he defines you as.
Thank you. Like, 'cause if you didn't come up with the term FBA yourself, then you didn't define yourself. If that's not a term that's unique to you, you didn't define yourself.
I'm saying, right? Someone that goes into the army defines themselves as an army man, as a Marine, right? You choose what you align yourself with, and that's what defines you. Y'all want to have a literal, this is a retarded conversation. Like, it's
Agreed.
we are
I think that's
only
the one place
focused
where
on
we agree.
retardation right now.
Yes, because FBA is an example of retardation
I said I
disguised
define
as a
myself.
political movement.
I said I define myself. That's
Hey,
what
can
I
I
said.
tap in?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Can I tap? I just want to tap in. Before my phone got cut off. I think that, as far as me, the way I look at things, I kind of wanted to pose another question to the chat. I mean, to the panel. But I feel like, as far as that, the whole like inviting everybody to the barbecue thing, I think that is something that needs to be like retired. I think that like sometimes when you have a social political view that might have benefited you at one time in the American landscape, things change when the demographics of America change.
I agree.
And I think when a lot of times when you have cause I've actually dealt with a Nigerian woman for many years, and I dealt with her family and this different type of thing, and when you look at certain people cultures that weren't so heavily based on like skin color politics, but it was actually based on like customs, traditions, language, garb, that type of thing. They vet. They're very protective of of who and what is allowed to be within their culture, within their society, and we don't have some of those vetting mechanisms. It's like invite everybody in, accept everybody, and that kind of can lead to your cultural downfall. So
That
I
has
think that like
always
maybe
been a
that needs,
disservice to us. Yep.
that's something I think that culturally needs to change. Like, you have to, like again, having had to build a culture that was so skin color politic heavy, where it was more my outward complexion and me identifying with others based on that cultural on that outside complexion, not so much garb, or not so much custom, or not so much tradition, etc. But I just think that needs to change. As
Yeah, but the root is fucked up. The root of the tree is fucked up. So you're gonna get a fucked up tree. Because at the root of it, is xenophobia.
Well, here's the thing. I also think though that when we talk about gatekeeping, the only real way to gatekeep is violence. That's really the only deterrent.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
You want to keep white people out. You want to keep black people out your neighborhood or your town. You call it a sundown town. You want to undermine any type of diversity. You create a what is it? I mean, yeah, a threat to keep them away.
You're absolutely right. But bro, what do? Right? We let gentrification invade our neighborhoods, and we shoot around
how do
them
you
white
stop an
folks.
invasion?
Like
How
them
do you
white
stop an
women,
invasion?
them white women, it's an economic invasion. I'm sure
No,
nobody
and how do you
understands
stop
that.
how do you stop an economic invasion?
By moving structurally, economically. Like, so having a black bank is a big deal because what we end up doing, grandmothers end up funding. Yeah, I know y'all don't get it, right? But black women end up funding their own churches being bought out, right? You go, you put your money in JP Morgan Chase, they're gonna lend this money out. They're lending your money to the same developers that are going to buy out the block that your church is on and throw away everything about your culture that was, right? So you have to participate in economic warfare. That's something our people will never accept, because if we did, we really have to accept the failures we've been over the last 20 years.
Make y'all use these
Yeah, see, that's
y'all don't know
this is why I say like these are shallow arguments because the reason why gentrification happens not because we're being invaded. Gentrification happens because of the devaluing of black property that is inherent in our economic structures. There is an inherent disadvantage to a black person owning a home compared to a white person. That's what's happening.
My brother.
So even when we okay, so please tell me, please, I'm
I'm with
what are
you
you
because I'm
trying
a
to say?
numbers guy. So I want
What
to
are
have
you
a
trying to say?
conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Oh, you trying to say something
but
else?
do you agree that black
Absolutely.
homes do you agree that black homes are devalued to be less than white homes or more than white homes because
I don't.
black people
But
live in it?
first of all, I don't believe in black and white homes. Right?
No, okay, okay. So let me stop you right there.
Why?
Let me
The
stop you right
reason
there. I'm
why
saying
is I
hold on,
personally
no.
buy a lot of them crackers home.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't
Here,
give them the
hold on,
power
listen.
that y'all give them.
No, listen,
I
stop,
don't.
bro.
Let me finish
Homes,
the something you
homes
just
that are
said.
owned.
You
Listen,
said it's
no. Hold on.
devaluing,
Let
right?
me rephrase it.
You said it's the
Homes that are
devaluing.
owned.
Let me
Listen,
just ask you a question real quick.
Homes that are
You
owned by
said
black people, bro.
gentrification was the devaluing of property,
no.
right?
I didn't say gentrification was the devaluing. Y'all have to do a better job of listening.
I'm asking you, what was the devaluing? That's why I'm asking you, my brother.
Gentrification happens because of how black homes and black neighborhoods, the property there is devalued by economic institutions.
Stop right there, right? That's 100% false.
Okay.
Gentrification comes.
Okay, let's put the cash app.
Gentrification
I'm about
comes
to put a source
when
up.
Jay-Z built
Hold on,
a major
wait,
stadium in your neighborhood, and now
wait.
your mother's home went from being.
I'm gonna mute you, bro. I'm a Brooklyn nigga, bro. Y'all Harlem niggas introduced the first gentrification. You're wildin'.
No, what does that got to do with anything, Q?
Because
this ain't a Harlem Brooklyn thing. I was using an example that I knew would be palatable, that niggas could understand.
He was shooting, Q. He was shooting.
Hold on.
You know
Hold on. Let me read the source. Let me read the source. A 2018 study by the Brooklyn
my man
Institution.
Wall Street, but I'm saying that was started in Harlem.
I don't know. Let me go ahead and let me read the source. He said that it's not true that black homes are devalued. He said that's just untrue. Then what did you disagree with?
I said with the conversation that I brought up of gentrification in this part of the conversation, it has nothing to do with devaluing.
No,
it has
okay.
everything to do with the value skyrocketing.
Okay, bro. Okay, this is. I'm telling you, y'all niggas can't be this remedial. The reason why the value skyrockets is because the ownership changes. They come into neighborhoods that have been devalued. Let me finish. Let me finish. Nobody's asking you to explain why, because I didn't even finish what I was saying for you to say it wasn't
dumb.
true.
So allow me to explain why.
No, I'm explaining why it is dumb. Because the reason why the value in that property skyrockets when white people move in is because of the racialization of our economic institutions. The value was lowered when it was a black neighborhood. But as white people buy up that property, the value skyrockets because of who owns the property. That's what makes gentrification possible. These people can come in and buy these homes and buy this property at a lower rate, and then they can shoot up the property value because now they fill it up with with millennial white people. And
I'm not going to nitpick. I'm intelligent enough to understand your point. I'm smart enough to get what you're saying. And it ain't about
there's many facets to gentrification too. There's many facets to that as far as urban renewal, there's many facets to as to why that can be.
But it did start with me.
To be
It
clear,
did start with me saying that gentrification was economic invasion. I don't understand how the point you just made. You didn't understand that when I said that before.
No. It's not that I don't understand it. Again, I think it's shallow. I think you calling it an invasion ignores the fact that the economic institutions that you're saying are invading these areas already dictate the property of those homes. They already dictate the property of that or the value of that land. So they're already there. So when white people come in there and buy it up, it's not an invasion. Because really what they're doing is gentrification is reverse white flight.
white people are coming back into areas that they abandoned when they allowed white people or black people to move into those areas. So it's not like they're literally coming back to take what they left behind when they didn't want to live next to niggas.
So I got you. I think
That's why. That's
I think
why
we
the
just disagree on
characterization
the
of it.
term invasion. That's all.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree with that. I'll agree with that.
So the same exact building, the exact same structure, no modifications. Are you in contention with the value of it strictly based on who is on the title? That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
Nah, we're not gonna let them
Now,
slip past
if we're
this.
gonna
You
do
see this?
that
No, no,
so
no, no.
simple, no.
No, hold on. Let's understand this, bro. We gotta take this L. Harlem, Stravers Row, and them rich bourgeois niggas on 139th between 130.
Chill out. They still own it. A lot of them still own it. Chill out.
A lot of them niggas right there with Reverend Butts, Adam, not even Adam
Reverend
Clayton
who?
Powell. It was the nigga after them. The
No
nigga
pause.
Mr.
No
Myers.
pause.
Sugar Hill Negroes.
All them, yup, Reverend, the lawyer, Mr. Myers, the dirty cop Londell on 140th.
Oh, this the
Yeah,
God
I'm
knows.
from New York.
Nigga, hey, yo, stop doing your Harlem
Hey, I got a
history like that. Like, go
screenshot,
back across the bridge. Stop
Oh,
watching
duh.
us, B.
That's how y'all-
Londell was filthy. This
Hey, y'all
nigga, he's done
So
the
let's
match.
understand. You see what it said? Yet their recipe was not simply to build for Harlem's predominantly low-income residents. They explicitly sought a mixed income population, one that included existing Harlemites,
Yeah.
but also new middle class residents. Why did ADC pursue a goal of economic integration? This is gentrification. This is
Yeah.
right here, gentrification.
Yo,
Let's understand.
yo, Q.
And then what did he do after this? This nigga went to Chicago. Then I think he went to Philly. So let's understand.
Yeah.
He was the face, and then Diddy with him also was part of the face. These are
Peep it,
stand
Q.
on niggas.
I was
These are
going to
stand on
junior
niggas.
high school 43, right, on Amsterdam. I was in the mentoring program at that point, right? My mentor was Phil Moreau, right? He was like the number 2 for HUDC, Harlem Urban Development Committee. So I'm at junior high school. This got to be what, 92, 93, 94, some shit like that. Yo, it was breaking his heart because he saw what was happening and what was gonna happen. And my childlike mind couldn't understand it then, but I look back on all the things he was saying and you know what I mean, this whole vibe, and he understood what was gonna happen.
And y'all worried about
Dude,
Caribbean.
he
Y'all
came
worried
to
about
Chicago and
when
brought
these white people, they the ones who got the power to take over your community, not these Caribbean people.
Yeah, he came to Chicago and brought white folks to the south side of Chicago, inches away from poverty, and convinced upper class white folks to turn them old buildings into condos. That's where Obama lives right now, in that particular neighborhood.
Who you think brought Bill Clinton to Harlem?
Do we share any fault in that though?
No, this is taking accountability.
Eating right there in Sylvia's.
This is taking accountability for the culture.
Nobody tell him to do
When we
that
talk
shit.
about the culture being protected, we also got to talk about those who are selling it.
I'm saying, so we got to acknowledge, all right, it's not only the ones that were selling it, you got to realize we didn't have the foreshadowing ability to see. Some of them tenements they were offering for $1.
The same way, no, hold on, bro. We definitely
come out later, man.
Now, if we're gonna play the forecasting game, we can pull up the economist that he brought in. Like Harlem's value is largely because of Reverend Butts. He drove up the property value, bro.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is just what it is. So we're talking about real economic. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, this is the American perspective.
But what I'm saying to you is, I know you know the science, right? So you do know those homes was getting sold for $1.
I want people outside. I want people outside to understand the cultural divides. Reverend Butts represents for the regular Negro. He is not on the Pan-African side, nor is he on the Nation of Islam side. Let's be clear. So when This church is across the street from 140th, the murder capital for Black America for almost 80 years.
40
Black
wars.
America, 80 years. This is across the street from where Nicky Bombs, all them drug dealers y'all talking about,
Right around the
there.
corner from Big Al. I'm with you.
And so let's understand that this is the Sambo American Black. I don't want to focus on nobody else. I'm not a Caribbean. I'm not a Pan-African. I'm not a Muslim. I'm just focused on myself. I just care about money. Pan-Africans were against this. The Nation of Islam was against this. Let's be clear who was in front of this conversation and who was fighting against this conversation.
I have a hard time putting the Sambo label on him for doing it though, because the honest truth was someone was gonna do it.
No, we can't say someone was gonna do it. When we think about the plight of Black America, right, in United States, part of our struggle is the fact that there's United States colonial system has built itself upon the sellout Negro, the nigga who's going to sell. Like, see, in maroon colonies, it was difficult for white people to focus on who's the sellout Negro because there wasn't enough white people to understand the confines of Black people in Haiti and Trinidad and Jamaica. So the Maroons were able to develop in massive ways that they couldn't understand. In America, we didn't have a Maroon culture. Only in Florida and certain parts of the South, you find Maroon cultures. In Spanish colonial territories. United States, you don't have that. So they prided themselves on weeding out niggas that's willing to be bought. So this is a continuing issue in Black struggles in America. All of our rebellions, we only got one successful damn near rebellion in Black American history. And it wasn't white folks that was the reason why they stopped. It was a Black motherfucker who sold out Black folks.
What rebellion you talking about?
Which one you want to go down the lane? Which one you want to go? All of our rebellions that were damn near conspired were damn near stopped because of a nigga selling out.
Oh yeah, I can agree with that. Okay. All right, I can agree with that.
You know, Nat Turner was smart. He ain't open his mouth. He just got it popping.
Falling full of boule.
You know what I'm saying? Once you start running your mouth in the you already got the sellout. The boule waiting to sell you out. Like, come on, they like, hold on, you know the niggas about to do what? Like, come on, Russ. I'm like, how could you? Like, I don't know where the Pan-African smoke came from. We ain't got no issues with FBAs, bro. We got none but love for our Black folks throughout the diaspora. I don't.
It don't sound like that, bro.
How many times do we have to tell you? All right, so what does this sound like when you have the only Black liberation schools in the country were almost all created by Pan-Africans? What does that sound like?
Nah, it sounds like
understand what you're about to respond to.
It sounds like we were accomplishing something here in America at a certain point.
No, this is still, see, this is the lack of respect for culture. When you got people that put on 40, 50 years of their life to make sure Black people were finding and getting access to their history. That wasn't Sambo niggas. Sambo niggas go to the Board of Ed.
They get it weird.
No, understand. Sambo niggas go to the Board of Ed and just teach what the white man says. Pan-Africans built schools.
What I'm saying to you though is,
do you understand the difference in that statement?
No, absolutely, I get you. But I'm saying they did this where, and this was tied to the backs of a certain group of people who don't get the respect that we feel like we deserve.
The point that you're missing is that
where these same things that you're saying went on that I agree with, that I have knowledge of, and you are part of that history, my nigga, with your school. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that, but what I'm saying is those opportunities were created where? Not in Nigeria, not in Cameroon.
But the fact of the matter is, it's like, okay, cool. The opportunities were created here, but the ideology behind those opportunities was through Pan-Africanism.
What I'm saying
that's why when y'all say that's why when y'all say it's like, oh, y'all focusing on Africa. No, you can, if you're admitting that these things were done here through the lens of Pan-Africanism, that means that this idea that Pan-Africanism is dead because niggas is now, you know what I'm saying, attaching themselves to America. That's foolish. That's the contention. Nobody's going back and forth about where it's being done. It's what ideology is used to produce it. FBA is not producing anything of value outside of a few of really YouTube numbers.
And see, that's the problem.
Niggas is getting their numbers up.
That's the problem right there. Because I could go on forever to say, if I want to quantify it the way I want to quantify it, that these black programs in schools have done nothing, right? To change
can't say
the
that.
dial to hold on. If
No, but you can't say that. You would be
let
flat
me
out
make my
lying.
point. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. Because the one thing I don't want to do is be confused. Right?
But you are confused.
You only let me get off a portion. I'm gonna land in 2 sentences, not even seconds, right? What I'm saying to you is, I would never say that. I would never disrespect the work that y'all have done. All I hear is y'all ain't do nothing.
Y'all haven't done any work. There's nothing to disrespect because there's nothing been done. It's like y'all are loud. Y'all feel a way about Africans. Y'all have y'all have an ahistorical understanding of the usage of the term black and who it relates to. Y'all are divisive. All of those things.
So
that's why you say
it ain't a bit.
And that's why you all come over here. Because
right.
it's all our fault.
That's why you jump off.
You came over here. What are you talking about?
Big Brothers come over here and talk about y'all.
You talking about the United States dirt, and they talking about a platform. And that's why you jump all over the place and blurt out random events, because there is no one unified common goal. Not even reparations.
I jump all over the place, but I can't finish a thought. I want to make that clear.
Exactly. You can't finish a thought because
because everybody cuts me off every single time. But go ahead, brother.
They don't respond to any one single thing that any FBA stands on. I mean, you can come up here and argue individually. That's fine for a Wall Street Willie, but most of the people that claim FBA are not aligned with your thoughts. I mean, it's just that simple, yo.
So it's more valuable to you, right, to disrespect them than to keep me as an ally.
No, this is the problem. No, this is the problem. I need to stop being victims. I need to stop being victims. A legitimate intellectual criticism. A legitimate intellectual criticism. A legitimate intellectual criticism is not disrespect. It's not disrespect. The only reason people call it disrespect is because they don't have the capacity to respond to it, to justify believing in what they believe in light of the criticism. The criticism is real. It sucks. It's not the ideology. Like, bro, because here's the thing. This is the problem with you niggas. Like, you can't recognize the fundamental flaws in the ideology, so you call it disrespect, so you can have a reason to complain. You can't recognize it.
The biggest ideology for black men in America with regard to Pan-Africanism is that this will benefit us in any way.
You're not saying nothing.
There's flaws in all
You're not saying. Okay. Now you just made a claim. You just made a claim. You just said that Pan-Africanism don't benefit us in any way. Q just laid out. Hold on. Q just laid out the many Pan-African institutions where you live, and
none of that benefited me in my base.
But it benefited the community, right?
I said me and my base.
Did it benefit the community?
Now when you say that,
did it benefit the community? Because it ain't about you.
Because it ain't about you.
Because it ain't just about you. Listen, it ain't just about you.
You know,
so for you to figure,
it's really just about him.
Nah, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. Yo, Q, my back is against the wall. So this is when I just stop caring. This is when I check out.
That's what it. But when you're saying think about, and that's why I said, why don't y'all take a moment to actually think before y'all talk? You'll just be ready to respond. Y'all ready to just shoot at anything. Look at your man in the chat. First Eye Beats. You can tell he's a weirdo. He's First Eye Beats. You know he's a cornball. You know his beats is trash. He comes out of nowhere talking about he co-signing you and this shit. And he's like, yo, what has liberation schools done? So are we saying we don't want to learn Black history? Which one is it? Black history matters or Black history doesn't matter? Because you're not learning Black history in public schools.
The point I was trying to make. No. We're gonna stick on this one topic. Listen, the point I was trying to make, Q, right, was that someone can make an argument
to say that anything isn't beneficial. Out of respect.
Then that's not a
Out
point.
of respect, hold on.
That's obvious.
Out of
That is not a
respect
point.
for
You're not making a
Pan-African
point when you say
and the
that.
Pan-African movement, I wouldn't choose to
alive?
do that. That's the only point I was just trying to make.
That's not a point.
That is the
That
point.
is not a point. Anybody can.
absolutely a point.
If I got up here
You
and
might
said
not
anybody,
understand it.
if I got up here and said anybody can say anything, am I making a point? No, because it's obvious that anybody can say anything. It's whether or not the claims that we make can be
The
validated.
point was
If somebody
where the
says, if somebody
contention
says
comes
who's doing, if somebody
The
says
point was,
Pan
I wouldn't
Africanism,
say the things about your movement you would
the
say
point
about mine.
is, if we're saying
That was the point.
Pan Africanism has produced community institutions that have benefited the community, FBA ain't produced nothing but YouTube channels, views, and comments.
My
That
simple
is a- that is-
response
that
to
is a-
that would be, how old is Pan-Africanism and how old is FBA?
Don't
That
matter
would be
how
my
old it is.
simple response.
It don't matter how old it is.
Oh, I bet
And
it
that
don't.
would be my response. It
100
don't
years
matter.
to 2 years, that's literally the white man's argument when they tell us pull up our bootstraps. You know that, right?
Okay, so
You know
hold
that,
on. It
right?
takes 2 years. Wait.
You don't realize you making a white man's argument?
No, and I'm not, and I'm about to show you why. I'm gonna show you why. Because it don't take 2 years to start a tutoring program. It don't take 2 years to create a basketball program. It doesn't take 2 years to create a community program. It don't. And so for somebody to say, well, it's because if y'all didn't spend so much time on YouTube panels, if y'all didn't spend so much time calling in the Tariq Nasheed show, if y'all didn't spend so much time in comment sections, there would be more of an investment in what's happening in the community, not proving that Africans ain't black.
So all those things that you pointed out in a tone that kind of shamed it, you don't think there's value in that? We right here, right now.
Man,
don't
listen,
see
it's
how
value. It's
powerful these
valuing.
spaces
It's
can be?
valuing your ability. It's valuing
No,
your
no, no, no,
ability.
no. What I'm saying to you is, one of
right
the things
here
that I
now.
always
Yo, Wall Street,
question,
you're not
one
gonna
of the
be able to do
things
that.
that I always question
Yo,
about our
Wall
fit-
Street, Willie. We literally laid out multiple things that we're focused on, and specifically to develop the black community. Not one FBA person said, "Yeah, we should focus on that." Let's be real, bro. Let's be real. Y'all niggas only care about yourselves. You don't care about black bunkers. You don't care about breadlining. You don't care about black banks. Think about it. We brought all of this up. None of y'all niggas care about it. Yo, bro, we can just play the video back. You were on the panel.
Yo,
Four of y'all
Q.
was up. We don't
Yo,
care
Q,
about
I was
we don't care
literally
about-
just breaking down
No, y'all don't.
how
Be real. You're not
I
gonna
was
be
just
real.
literally breaking down how through our own deposits we contribute to the demise of our community by putting that money in white banks, right? Everything you saying is resonating. You get what I'm saying? That's not me hearing y'all is not the issue. I personally haven't disagreed with much that y'all have said. Me hearing y'all isn't the issue. Right? And that is the fundamental underlying need. That's the drive behind any Black American who will look to this instead of that. That's the drive behind it. Right?
Yo, hold on, real
Nobody
quick.
want to hear what we got.
I told you. Anybody take a second? Yo, First Eye Beats. He got a track on his one channel. It's dirt. I told you. I'm a psychic with these shows. This nigga's trash. I told you. Go listen.
Nicer than me. I wouldn't even wasted my time.
I had to go because I wanted to see if I was wrong.
Yeah, Q, stop giving them niggas energy, Lord.
That nigga's
Say them
dirt
goofies
trash,
don't
bro.
count.
I just had to make sure y'all know that. Go if y'all think I'm lying, go get that nigga a dislike. That shit dirt. Big dirt.
Nah,
yeah,
fundamentally though,
real quick,
I don't think
don't
that
think
there's
real quick. You think if you think we don't understand what you're saying, you're wrong. We totally understand what you're saying. You ain't the first person to come up here making these arguments. These arguments aren't new.
what I would say is I haven't been allowed to make an argument. So
Yes,
you don't
you
know what
That's
I
not
really
true.
think.
That's not true.
I haven't landed the plane on a single point I was trying to make. Not one.
You've been the main one talking all day. You've been the
No.
nobody
I've been the main one when we're all talking.
Nobody on this
But
panel
when
is
you
talking.
talking, I have decorum and I respect you having the floor. Watch.
No,
I'm
you
gonna do it
didn't.
right now.
No, you didn't. Because as soon as I started talking, you started talking again. I didn't say nothing for a long time. So that's a lie. Now, like I said, you keep making these claims James, like we don't understand what you're saying. Like we don't understand your feelings. We understand these feelings because people come up here complaining about their feelings, and they've been doing it for years. We understand the sentiments, right? We get what we're saying is overblown. Y'all making it seem like it's African supremacy out here, like that African got his foot on your neck, like he got you oppressed or something in chains. Like you can't do anything. Like people saying things like why? What's wrong with us identifying ourselves? Like we ain't been identifying ourselves. We identified ourselves a whole bunch of different times.
Allow me to retort.
And no Africans or Caribbeans stopped us from doing it. So I don't understand this concept that we need to get this African foot off our neck. I don't have an African foot on my neck. I don't. That's maybe y'all do. I feel bad if that's going on. And maybe we could do something in legislation to get these Africans foot off y'all neck or something. I don't know. But crying about it online ain't going to get nothing done besides just cause a whole bunch of confusion.
At what point were you confused into thinking that was ever my argument?
That's the sentiments behind it. Yes.
Now we're talking about your feelings. Now we're talking about the sentiment. Sentiment is feelings. You're getting sentimental. Right? You're talking from your feelings. None of that was ever my argument. In fact, my argument is the exact opposite. In fact, my argument is the exact opposite. None of you niggas nowhere across the world is powerful enough to have any effect on my life. So now, allow me to finish. I didn't finish.
Everything's not about you, bro.
Finish. I'll let you talk.
But what are you trying to finish? Get to the point. What are you trying to finish? It's like none of y'all have anything on my life. What? What more do you have to say after that? What else?
He said, I'm acting like an African got a foot on my neck. Did he not?
Yeah.
You niggas is goofy as a motherfucker. I'm responding to what y'all are saying.
Yes, and your responses are
stupid.
Your responses are full stupidity.
Your response
You're
was
saying
that none of these Africans got their foot on your neck. So
exactly.
Then what the hell is the issue? Why are y'all crying about what Africans are saying or doing or anything else? You just said they don't affect your life whatsoever, but yet you are claiming something that's excluding them from your life because you don't want nothing to do with them. Why? They not.
And that's the key word. Excluding them. I don't give a fuck what nobody else is doing. All I'm trying to do is build a plan for me and mine. You have a problem with that. And I know why you have a problem with that. Because I have a unique issue with regard to the entire diaspora. Nobody's going to your house. Nobody. Y'all all
okay, so what is it if they're not doing nothing to you?
Right,
what is the issue? What is your issue with the diaspora?
I have no
what is your issue if they're not doing it,
brother? I have an issue with my place in it.
Okay. So what is your issue with your place in the diaspora?
I feel like my place in the diaspora has not been respected. Isn't acknowledged.
But you don't care.
What you ask me for if you gonna be goofy and laugh? You genuinely don't care how I feel. You just want to be goofy, and you have
I genuinely do not care how you feel. I literally do not care how you feel.
I understand your agenda
because it's shallow and empty. It's nothing but catchphrases and talking
words
points.
Is shallow and empty.
It's a script.
I give you way more than
everything. No. Not just the 4 words. Everything you said for 2 days. Nah. Everything you said for 2 days has been shallow and empty. Every contribution that you've added has been shallow and empty. Everything that you've had to add has been shallow and empty and has went nowhere. It's not beneficial for the conversation. It's not even beneficial for understanding FBA. To any degree, it's not beneficial for reparations, and you yourself have admitted that the only thing that is beneficial to is you. That's all you care about. You and yours. We talking about community. We talking about Black people in different communities. Everything for you come back to, well, I don't care, and I don't. Okay, then cool. This is why that shit is empty and shallow.
Hold on, son. We trying to joke right now, son. Why Lex Fortes got a video where Tariq Nasheed airing him out?
Oh wow. All right, let's let it play.
Yeah, this is
I'm gonna have your call back, brother. I'm trying to get Vortex. Come on, man. Y'all gotta What's up, Kundalini Talib? Shout out to Talib. Having the free backpack giveaway. That's happening on August 12th and August 13th in Atlanta. August 12th in Chicago in a free backpack. Brand new. This ain't no used shit. Brand new.
Oh, it's free, yeah. What's the catch?
Yes, August 12th. What's up, Jack Solo? Shit. What's up? Who's calling?
Your ministry.
There you go. That's Vortex. So what's on your mind, Vortex?
Hey man, I've been running a long campaign. And I'm glad I got to talk to you because, you know, I believe that you'll at least be able to hear what I'm saying and understand the psychology. I know a lot of people use the term racism, white supremacy. It stems a lot from Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's work and all of that. But we must understand, in order for a system to exist called racism, white supremacy, there has to be some supreme white people. And psychologically, you know, the mind is programmed through repetition. So the very fact that we acknowledge something called white supremacy is kind of like a subliminal form of co-signing it.
Okay.
Now, I know there's a system, you know, we know about racism and all that, but you know, y'all need to rename it. Call it white survival mechanism or something. But when you say white supremacy, if you give life to it, you are saying that you are supreme, because there can be no white supremacy unless there are supreme white people.
Okay, now let me touch on that, because our sister Dr. Welsing touched on that, and Neely Fuller talked about that. See, the thing is, with Black people, we have a habit of not wanting to accept the truth, so we try to water stuff down.
All that fanboying, son. All that fanboying.
Make it sound better.
It's crazy, son. Niggas really be fans out here, son. It's crazy.
So we can deal with it. And that's why the white supremacists, they win. Because they know when they are losing. And they will say that they're losing and immediately do something about it. What we do as Black folks, we start saying they ain't supreme over me. I got immunity because I'm a Kundalini expert and I got sovereignty. So you're just sitting up chilling in your own psychological world while you're still subjugated by the system of white supremacy. And Dr. Welsing said supreme means I can kill you with impunity and you can't kill me with impunity. That's really what supreme means. It doesn't mean smarter, doesn't mean stronger. That means I'm in a position to kill you ultimately, if I feel like it, and you can't do anything about it. That's what supreme is. And they are in a supreme position over us. We got to stop playing and coming up with ways to kind of minimize that blow so it don't feel so bad, and come up with ways to combat that. Because once you clear, so they blow our fucking brains out, by you. When you do reign supreme over that's you. I'm not saying that's what we got other people who are on it.
In terms of facing reality, I got you. I do disagree in some ways because I understand. I do agree with you in terms of facing reality. Right. You know what I'm saying? There's some Black people who try to act like, well, we just the super humans from Egypt, and so just, you know, deny the reality. But even if you look at white supremacy, in order for them to put it forth, they had to run the psychological game. So they ran, like you was talking earlier, what you was just reading, they ran the campaigns of Black inferiority, Black skin being cursed, white people being, and they.
Vortex, let's hold on. Let me stop you 1 minute. Let's just talk in a practical sense. Point to any area on this planet where white supremacy does not dominate. Let's just start there. Let's just say, where do they not dominate Black people anywhere in any activity? Point to it.
In China.
China, the Chinese are completely Damn, bro. This before FBA was ever mentioned. White supremacy, nonsense, bullshit. Where's the FBA shit at? Wasn't there yet, huh? Niggas is weird, bro. This is 7 years ago. So Lex is talking to this dude, and 7 years later, so these 7 years, Lex has not contributed nothing to the black community. Y'all niggas need, I'm glad we got digital records, man. 7 years, man. And you was over here stalking this nigga, questioning this nigga, and now you still. Let's be like, this shit crazy, son. This is look up this 7 years ago, bro. Niggas is weird, bro. Young Deity was like 22 years old, son. Damo was like 18, son. He was a grown-ass man still caping 7 years ago. And nothing happened for black. So you telling me in these last 7 years, Jamaicans have kept you from being able to do something for the black community? Y'all niggas don't care about the black community, bro. Happy a bunch of y'all other niggas don't got videos, because I would expose all of y'all niggas for being worthless. Worthless soldiers for no movement. Fans who just like to talk to other niggas about their opinion. No work.
That's nasty work, bro. That's nasty work.
Nasty work.
One thing I do is give my people the grace to figure it out. So I'm not holding them to the theory that, you know, if you haven't figured it out yet, it's worth nothing. Like, nah, we have a lot of building to do. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand challenging them to do more. That I can.
Nah, bro. I'm on my Michael Jordan Mamba mentality, Kobe Bryant shit, bro. Like, you don't got enough accolades to talk, nigga. Like, Kobe Bryant will go 2 years with you on the team, not say nothing to you. We just brought you on the team because we had budget. Don't talk to me. Like, that's it. Black Power needs that same shit. FBA need that same shit. Reparations need that same shit. There was a lot of coons who are descendants of coons, foundational black coons. There's a lot of coon niggas that was happily slaved out, doing what white people wanted, selling out. Them niggas get reparations too. The coon niggas, the Sambos. Come on, man. Don't get me on my shit.
Unfortunately, structurally, some people are going to benefit who shouldn't. That's just a reality of the world. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be perfect too, bro, but I still haven't seen a system, even outside of blackness, where they were able to avoid certain people reaping the benefits of their work. That's just reality. But the question is, are we moving forward?
Yeah, Q had brought up one of our successful revolutions, it's the Haitian Revolution. Right, very famously, Dada Bookman, right, on the night before, right? This is heavily documented. I ain't making it up or nothing like that. You know, he in front of the people, and this is what he say. He say, how many of y'all, you know, not in these exact terms, but right, how many of y'all ready for revolution? And everybody like, yeah, right? He say, how many of y'all ready to go and kill the oppressor? And then everybody didn't cheer, but it was still a roar. It was like, yeah. And so then Dada Bookman say, hey, everybody that didn't cheer, hey, cut his head off right now. And that's why the Haitian Revolution was successful. You heard Domo said it earlier, violence, man, it has to be a threat of violence almost in order to keep the revolution sustained. I feel like
now,
the
here's my only
integrity.
question.
I know you got questions. One second, bro. The integrity that a man must have in order to keep the revolution going, right? We just lack that. That's the truth. We don't even have the integrity to say that we uninformed and accept the information. We see it every day. You know what I mean? That's the truth. You know what I mean? Of course, the circumstances surrounding the Haitian Revolution was different than what they are right now. But I mean, I'm talking about in terms of mentality. That's what we have to have. You know what I mean? That's what we have to have. The mentality is like, man, bro, it ain't finished until it's done. You know what I mean? We ain't working on it. We getting it done. That's how it gotta be. You know what I mean? That's how it gotta be. The attachment that you have to this term, brother, right? Without looking at the work that already has been done. That's the issue. You can argue all day, but not having respect and then gravitating towards the things that's already working. That's why we like you have the audacity. You know what I mean? He had Freedom School up there. Bro, Freedom School, do you know how much money his graduates had for scholarships last? We talk about like $10 million, like $10 million in scholarships from like 15, 16 kids. Man, shout out to Marcus Klein. The reason he ain't all out in the public for people to be, scrutinizing it, man, Joe, it's an Asian proverb. It's the nail that stick out get hammered. That man quietly doing powerful work, bro. Powerful work. That's why I land my plane.
And the issue is, I would praise him, but someone who I would present
Butter, man,
from
you got that mad
there
about
we
the
go.
forehead
That's the
jokes,
issue right
bro?
there.
You got that mad about the forehead jokes. This nigga's hairline went back in time to recover Black history and never came back, brother. Hey, Q, man, that conversation I had with Tariq, man, that ain't got what they got to do with FBA,
Oh, that's just
man.
like
I accept the correction from my master teacher Tariq Nasheed, man. You know what I mean?
this nigga bugging.
7 years ago, but yeah, man. I wasn't even at that time. I wasn't even people were saying that I was fanning and all that. Why? Because I called into. He asked me to call into his show.
Nah, but don't ever say a nigga with a pimp named Slickback album is your master teacher.
If you
Don't ever
rewind that
say that
tape, you'll
again.
hear him saying, "Lex Vortex, call in. I'm trying to get Vortex on the line." So we had a conversation and we had a disagreement. I don't understand why that's a big thing. And also, I don't think that because Q Butter is born and raised in America, so nobody taken away, as far as I know, is so FBA. Q Butter's FBA. So even though he's calling himself Pan African, that's FBA work. That's what y'all are missing.
No, y'all are not listening, bro. I literally said I rocks with the underlining statement of FBA. I don't fuck with Tariq. So when I got introduced to it and ADOS, I didn't fuck with those people. I used to write POS, product of slavery, on my paperwork.
But fundamentally outside of that, though,
no, but before
you
that,
and I are on the same page. You can understand the need for it. The reason
nobody up here, you understand? Nobody up here is not FBA or understands that.
But you keep saying FBA is the work, but you're FBA. So all the work you're doing is actually FBA. It's just under the false Pan African paradigm.
No.
You can't
assign
that. No, you can't put no jacket on nobody.
You say you try to
throw
the
false. Not a jacket, it's what it is. He's a foundational Black American, right?
You do your work, right? Now, as a representative for your community, right? If you are from Jamaica and you've been in Jamaica for years, I hold Haitians to the same standard. When I meet rich Haitians in America and I know they ain't putting on the Haitians, I'm like, yo, bro, how you in America? You know this money in Haiti fucked up. Like, you gotta put on for your town. So that's why I don't understand. Like, y'all version of this is weird to me. Just to be honest with it, like it don't make no sense to me. You're supposed to put on.
Shout out to your work, but it's FBA all day, But peace to y'all, man. But thanks for playing that video, man. It was an honor to be in the same video with the great leader Tariq Nasheed, man.
I'm about to go golfing. Good luck
He can probably give y'all some scholarships himself. He got the paper. Don't hate. Peace.
He's a professional.
That's for a record. I believe that's true. I don't think he likes to leave none of that stuff to talk.
Like there should be a standard. I don't understand where the confusion comes in with us saying, like we don't rock with that. Like we just went to war over here as Pan Africans over hip hop. I don't know where all these new people coming from. We've been on it over. Now it's talking about Pan Africans, let everybody in. Bro, we've been calling that out over here. Yo, this is weird.
Yo, I'm listening to some of the other dudes, and that's not what's coming across, bro. Being real.
Which dude you spoke to? Taz, Psycho,
Mute Lord.
Yeah. You spoke to Miz. Every single one of them said anybody getting their reparations. So I don't know what to be confused about.
What's not being said is that we deserve reparations for what we fought for here.
No, bro, no. What you're stating
There's
is
an issue with that.
No. You used to talking to other people about dumb shit or some way, because over here we present shit. So we presented exactly what should be fought over.
I'm just strictly talking about your man exact words. Your man was like, everybody should get it. We don't
everybody
deserve
should get reparations. Like, what are you talking about? Everybody,
I disagree.
No, when you understand you're on a Pan-African platform, so we're talking about black people throughout the diaspora. Brazilians are owed reparations from Portugal. Jamaicans are owed reparations from England. Everybody said this to you yesterday.
So let's drill down on the conversation. But when I just made my comment, I was speaking about here. Him and I were having a conversation about reparations here.
That's part of everybody. Like, that's what we're confused. Like, what part of y'all don't understand? Ed Damo said that to you numerous times. Everybody said that.
That's the part I don't agree with. Everybody wasn't a part of the crime.
Hold on. So you don't think black people in Brazil deserve reparations from Portugal?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. Then what do we?
So what do they deserve reparations here? No,
Go ahead, Q.
That's my point, though. I'm not disagreeing with the first part. Absolutely, Portugal should pay. That's what I thought was so dope about what the sister was saying about the head.
You gotta slow down though, bro, because you literally are arguing with yourself right now, and y'all try to get other people involved. We just watch. Nobody's even arguing your point. You're arguing something we never said.
I'm telling you, bro. Your man 100% said
that nobody on the panel said
you just want to argue.
You just want to argue. Nobody on the panel said that. You got 9 people telling you this, and you're talking about.
I'm gonna clip it and throw it back. I'm telling you the conversation that I was having.
Right?
That ain't a conversation. I've been having different conversations with most of the dudes on the panel.
Y'all be throwing out random shit, and people be hearing it, and that's why I'm trying. If you just slow down,
yo, Q, you not being real about what your man said.
You have
Hold on.
Who said
black deserves reparations in
I'm
America?
gonna tell you why you're confused. Why? Because you had 3 different FBA perspectives arguing yesterday for 1 point. That's why you had different points. Lex was talking, yo, bro, you literally heard the FBA dude saying that we was here before Columbus. Then you had the other one saying that we were this other stuff, we're Indians. Then you had another one saying that we don't even need to be calling ourselves blacks as FBAs.
Yo, bro, I wasn't paying attention to that no mind. I wasn't even acknowledging that.
But it was said though. But it was said.
No.
Let me tell you what I've been responding to. What I'm saying to you is
having a conversation.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No. Before we go forward, let's acknowledge that there was 3 different FBA perspectives. So at that moment, you might have been hearing Taz respond to one, somebody respond to another, and the conversation was messy on my fault. The conversation was all over the place.
That's not what it is. Like, we're talking about my perspective. Let me share it.
We're not talking about
everything you said was valid. Everything you said was valid about who was on the line. But we're talking about what I was responding to, and your man.
Okay, who said it?
Who said it? Everybody black in America should get from black reparations, right?
Who said it? Who said it?
And we'll explain to you the context. You're not understanding the context. You're not.
Hold on, Miz, where you at, Miz?
No,
where you at, Miz?
Bro, Miz said it, and Miz said it based off of saying that black people in America are largely part of the Western Hemisphere. The Tri-State of the Western Hemisphere. He was saying this. I'm like, yo, bro, are you hearing what we're telling you? Black people in the Western Hemisphere diaspora deserve reparations. We're lost as to how that's confused. Trinidadians are owed reparations. Ghanaians own reparations. Haitians are owed reparations. Black Americans are owed reparations. It's just that simple.
But it's like, but the obvious part is if you're in Brazil, you're not going to get reparations from America because that's not who was solely responsible for your enslavement. If you're in America, you're not going to get reparations from England. You're not going to get reparations from Spain. The people who were enslaved by those countries deserve reparations from those
And you
countries.
know what, Damo? I make the case that Black Americans are one of the only ones who can actually, to me, have rights to sue most of these people. If you from Florida and you a foundational Black American, part of your reparations is definitely from Spain.
Now, the unique part about it though is that because we in America and we were enslaved by America, then we have a direct relationship with the American government to make that demand. It's
Exactly.
harder for Brazil to get reparations from Portugal because they got a whole ocean apart. It's harder for it's even harder for African countries to get reparations from places like France. You know what I'm saying? For places like Germany, because they're distinct governments, they're distinct people. You feel me? The United States has the United States has a history of the people that are in their country that they are involved with, like for example, Native Americans and taking their land and all of that other type of shit, or the Japanese Americans that were put in internment camps during World War II. Like, okay, these are our citizens. These are what we did to our citizens. So, or to people who was in our country, they are now citizens. They deserve reparations.
Well, actually, though, I do want to respond to that though because
No, but Willie, before you go there, right? I want you to see but I want y'all to hear let's listen to look at the listening skills in the chat. We all just said we have no issues with reparations, or everybody wants to get it where you're supposed to get it from. This moron writes, Ramsey, I believe Ramsey's white. None of their homelands is like America, so you can't get reparations. Then the next moron writes, you see, I want you to recognize no Pan-African wrote anything negative. FBAs are in the chat attacking even after we say everybody. Do you recognize that it's y'all niggas causing this? Look, no Brazilian. Why is he talking about Brazilians fighting for Black Americans? All we said was Brazilian.
nigga said, "Give me my reparations in bud." I see what you talking about. Like,
Yo, come on, like we gotta be real, bro. This is what we're talking about. It don't matter what we say. Y'all, these niggas is just angry. And I don't even think they're black. I think a lot of these people are white people. I think they're white fucking ops. Until they turn their camera on, I don't think they're real black people, bro. I don't think this is real. I think these are Russian bots and white people that's trying to create a divide.
I can believe it.
Yeah,
For real. Unveil yourself.
Because they don't make no sense. Even in 20, yo, bro, we're on a panel with people all over the country, all over the world. This makes no sense. You cannot avoid being an international Negro now on the internet. Whatever you want to call it, Pan-African, international, networking, it don't matter. My son just got on the Brutus. Brutus, my son Brutus put me on with day trading like 9 years ago.
But yo, here's the thing: Black people in America will never get reparations. The black people here got so much money. If you guys just team up together, you won't need reparations. You don't need it.
Oh, when people say because you it's a black person on love, but when you say when y'all people would just team up, that's kind of suspect. What you mean, y'all people?
What you mean?
Because if you ain't a part of the teaming up, then you really not a part of the conversation.
Listen, don't be turning against me because I'm giving you guys free knowledge. I'm telling you, you're never gonna get reparations. So
Hold on. This is I don't think you understand what I'm asking.
Oh,
okay, are you?
I'm Haitian. I'm Haitian. That's why I said Black Americans.
Okay. So here's the thing. This is what I'm gonna ask you to do. I'm gonna ask you to put a pin in there, because what you're doing right now as a Haitian American is actually making the argument that are proving the point that FBA people try to make. And that's that other groups get involved in Black American conversations and they tell us what we can and can't do. So I'm gonna ask you I'm gonna ask you respectfully to like as a Haitian American, as a Haitian, I would ask you respectfully, stay out of the conversation of Black Americans and reparations because you're giving you giving unsolicited advice. A part of your problem is that you think that we care. Your unsolicited advice. You're right.
We're the same people.
It's unsolicited.
We're the same.
It's unsolicited. Okay,
So
if we're the same people, then when you say what y'all need to do,
all
or
we
what
have to
you
do
gonna
is team
get,
up.
then that don't talk like the same people. That's not same people talk.
Right.
You saying this is what y'all should do. So if we're the same people, it's what we should do.
Talking, bro. Can you stop talking?
No, actually,
Can I talk?
Actually,
honestly, bro, you can stop because you made your point.
Actually,
he's
no.
100% right.
Actually, no. That's what I'm saying. You are not about to be. Your contribution currently is not productive. It's proving the point that we trying to say that they're trying to make about you people being divisive. So
That's
instead
why
of
I was like,
allowing,
you can land the plane. You're
Listen to
right.
me, we're the same people, brother.
That's not how you're coming across. You're telling
Okay,
us.
let me
what
ask
we
you a
should do.
question. Let me ask you guys a question. Can I talk? Can I talk? I gotta ask a question. So let's say you're in New York, right? And I'm in New Jersey. Do like your hood, right? Do you guys consider yourselves from the same hood, or do you guys like?
Dumb questions, man. Come on.
No, it's not a dumb question because
That was dumb. That was dumb. My fault.
Nah, you good, God? Because I ain't understand it either.
I was trying to mute you. It's you, Lord. What happened? Who had any questions for you?
I ain't understand it either.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Come on, y'all. Come on. Let's go. Brutus scared, bro.
Are the most powerful on this earth, right? Well, yeah, there's different groups of people. We're all the same blood, but like I said, there's different tribes. You guys are the Black Americans. There's Jamaicans, there's Haitians, there's all different types of blacks, right? You guys are the most powerful, but for some reason, y'all think y'all need reparations. Y'all make more money than everyone of all the groups.
That's not true.
We're saying we
true.
deserve reparations.
You're not
Hold on, time out.
give Black Americans reparations.
In terms of, but again, like everybody can say their opinion, but when people say factually incorrect statements, it got to get called out. Black Americans do in the United States, within the United States economy, the economy that we participate in, we do not make more than everybody, not even close. We actually get paid. We actually get paid fundamentally less for doing the same doing the same work.
Wow.
So that's what I mean.
Have you actually looked at
Black nations, Damo?
Look at the.
But have you looked at the? But have you actually looked at the gross number and what you're talking about? What is the number?
I'm talking about the dollar value. The dollar value.
What is that number? What is that number?
Just Google it. Just Google the Haitian.
I don't listen. I don't even need.
I don't need to Google. That's why I'm asking you if you know. You need to Google maybe.
That's what I'm explaining to you. Go on Google, type in U.S. dollar versus the Haitian good. You'll see.
No,
it's like 5 to 1 or more.
That's not when you say that.
Your
When you say
more.
the U.S. Okay, but again, we operate within the U.S. economy. Like we don't operate under Haitian dollars.
But
so within the economy,
online, you know that, right?
That's irrelevant, bro. Like what you're saying doesn't make sense in the context. You made a specific claim. You said Black Americans make more money than everybody else, but we're talking relatively within our own economy. Haitian dollars don't mean nothing to us because we pay for things that cost based on the American dollar.
But you're not peeping what he's saying, bro. He's saying we make more than the rest of them.
You're not
That's what he's saying.
global. You're not thinking global.
Yeah, okay, because we don't spend because operating within the U.S. economy, it's not
right,
we don't spend global
there's
dollars.
More economies in the U.S. and there's more Black people outside of the U.S.
Okay, but we're talking about
the Haitian economy is not equal to the American economy. So you can't relative
equal to the economy of Maryland.
This is like a dumb these are dumb talking points. Like just because Black Americans exist in the U.S. economy, and the U.S. economy is bigger than the Haitian economy, it doesn't mean that Black Americans make more money than everybody else, because it's relative to the economy that you exist in. It's relative to the prices that you pay for things. It's relative to the cost of bills and the cost of living. Because as much as we talk about the amount of money people make, all you have to pay attention to the cost of living in the United States. That is more relevant. Like for example, living in California, making $100,000 in California isn't as significant as making $100,000 in Kansas. It's relative, even within the country that you live in, bro. So the amount of money somebody makes, just saying that, oh, y'all in the U.S. economy, so y'all make more money than people do globally. It's like, yeah, y'all shit don't cost as much as our shit. Your cost of living ain't as high as our cost of living. Y'all don't have to pay the type of prices that we pay for groceries, that we pay for energy, that we pay for gas, that we pay for all of this other type of shit.
The way you think is exactly why Black
No. I don't want to ad hom. I want a response to the argument. Don't because again, an ad hom isn't an insult. An ad hom fallacy is any fallacy that focuses on the individual and doesn't respond to the argument. So I don't want you to talk about how I think. I want you to respond to the relative nature of an economy and what it means for people to spend money in that economy.
So basically, you guys are like you guys think very small is what I'm saying. You guys think
Bro, that's what I'm saying. And you think stupidly. You think stupidly. Like nigga, y'all really hit these panels and y'all hold on. Y'all really hit these panels and then get up here and say dumb things. And then when people have intelligent responses to your dumb opinion, then it's, oh, you think small. No, you don't have the capacity to respond to the fact that your understanding of how much money Black people make in America and comparing it to what people make in Haiti is stupid. It's dumb. It's the cost. We have to deal with the cost of living in America. You have a cost of living in Haiti, and understanding the cost of living isn't something wrong with somebody's mentality. That's how you end up strategizing to be able to survive in the place that you are. You can try to ignore these facts to make a point and try to sound smart on YouTube.
What makes you think the cost of living is like huge?
Hey, you don't think. It sounds like you don't think.
But what makes you think the cost of living is like huge? What's making you say that?
Okay, bro. Do you know? Okay.
Price of eggs.
Hold on. You said what makes me think that the cost of living is high, right?
What's making?
Bro,
rent in Harlem.
These are numbers that exist. You can look up the cost. I live in California. Cost of living in California.
Ohio.
That's where I live. Stupid.
Yeah, but he's right. He's been a mass exodus. You choose to be there. You choose to be somewhere where the cost is high. You don't have to be in Ohio where
the cost of but the high cost of living also correlates to the amount of money that somebody can make.
Not really, because now you have online. Your money is.
Hey, bro, you wasting your time with this dude, man.
Yeah, like this. Like, all right, let's move on.
Damo, let me ask you: were you born in Haiti or were you born here?
You don't have to.
He ain't saying nothing of value. Like these are the type of things. This is
here, bro. What y'all talking about? Y'all lost.
Bro, I was born in Kansas.
I don't know him. That's why I was asking to get a perspective.
Nah, yeah, I was born in Kansas. I live in California. I spent 10 years in Oklahoma, where I graduated from the University of Oklahoma. And I live in California.
Hey,
bro, I'm born in I am a American. I ain't gonna say FDA, but I am a foundational American. My grandmother has traced my genealogy back to a plantation in Missouri where I grew up.
Why don't you want to be foundational Black?
Because I don't have to be. I'm Black. I don't have to change who I am.
No doubt. Let me just say this. Let me ask y'all a question, because it just seems like it's a lot of pettiness, right? Like, let me ask you this: are you foundational to this land?
Yeah, I'm a nigga.
All right. Are you Black?
Yes, I am.
And are you American?
Yes, I am.
What the
fuck, nigga? You foundational Black American.
No, bro, I'm black. I'm a Black American.
No, you just
I've been a black. Bro. I don't need this little term that y'all been using for 2 years to know my status in this country.
No. I don't want you to. Look, I'm not into.
That's what I'm saying. That like,
no,
that's
listen.
what I'm telling you. The reason why I'm saying being a Black American already says foundational Black American.
No, it does.
I don't need y'all catchphrase.
Bro. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk over nobody. Look, hey, Damo. Being a Black American, the reason why we put foundational on it because nobody can latch on to it. You dig? Black Americans coming. What is it?
What's ADOS? What's wrong with ADOS?
I'm not an ADOS individual. Okay, look. Let me tell you what's
Hold on.
wrong.
Are you American?
Let me tell you what's wrong with ADOS. Let me tell you what's wrong with ADOS. All right, it's an organization. Number one. Okay, and number two, the verbiage, the language is not sealed tight. Okay, so that's why we don't do ADOS. Now, for me, when I heard FBA, it made perfect sense. It was brilliant. Right. Now, I'm not into naming anybody. I want everybody to identify as they would like to identify. My only thing is, it just seems like everybody's so wrapped up with Tariq Nasheed's personality that they just being petty. They're like, nah, I'm not FBA. And the reality is, if I ask them, are they foundational? Are you Black?
Yo, hold on, homeboy. Were you listening to the show?
Yeah, I was listening. I heard everything.
Right, so did you hear me say that all of us up here resonate with the sentiment of the FBAs? We just don't rock with the titles.
You're the only one saying that, Q.
It's my fucking
Nah, hold on. But top flight. I just said that.
What don't they understand? This is my show. This is my channel.
Yeah, we yo.
No,
you see how we build.
No, because you interrupting, and I'm telling who up. Psycho said it to y'all straight like that. Dev said it. Marley said it. I sound confused. I don't understand why this is coming up. Nobody has an issue.
I'm glad you left your man out.
Who? Miz said it.
Nice.
Miz,
he said
left his man out.
Really, you're new over here. You're new over here, bro. You're new.
No, but I'm just talking about my conversation with him.
And I'm telling you, your conversation with him was all over the place because you had multiple people were in the conversation at once. It was all over the place. I even at the time jumped in for the FBAs to say, like, look, y'all need to be more direct with y'all points. If you're saying that this person is the issue, call them out. If y'all saying that this is what we focus on, call it out.
I'm calling your man out on it though, bro. Like, I don't think you understand.
You're holding on to one part of a conversation because that hurts your feelings.
It's not that it hurt my feelings, it's that it needs to be acknowledged. Because that's literally the root of the conversation.
The root of the conversation was not that. The root of the conversation had nothing to do with that. Miz told you Black people deserve reparations.
Period.
So look, hold on. The conversation as it built over the last couple days is about a portion of the reason why the term FBA was even created had to do with reparations. Hold on.
Yeah, that's why I said y'all be arguing with yourselves, bro. It wasn't not that.
We were having this conversation.
Nah, the real distinction was the ancillary.
I was gonna say only because you had different people getting in the conversation at different times. You like the brother just came in. The first thing he did was say, "Y'all need to leave Tariq Nasheed alone." That's gonna make us want to do what? Defend it. So you keep talking about why? Then you're gonna be like, "Yo, leave Tariq alone." Then somebody else.
I'm never gonna say that. I don't rock with him.
But understand he does. So you see why the conversation gets all over the place. It's not like the FBAs are on one space in the conversation. There's multiple things getting said. That's what I'm there to recognize.
But what you're not allowing to happen is us to put a pin in exactly word for word what your man said.
Yeah, but
the
conversation was being built off of.
Miz, he gonna hang you on the cross like Jesus Christ, man. Go ahead, rest for the
nail. But let's be clear, because Q said this, we've all said this numerous times. Oh yeah.
In the same kind of way, man, you go to say what happened, bro? What you ain't get? What I need to straighten out for you.
I said that the need for the term FBA had to do with reparations, that white people wasn't going to pay everybody. So there had to be some distinction for the descendants of this crime. That was where you and I came into contention because you said anybody black in America should receive reparations from America. Then we
Yo, yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, we here. I was kind of low. I was kind of low then. I was definitely kind of low. Yeah, so he definitely didn't have me wrong in terms of in terms of uh in terms of black people deserving reparations. Like there's a bunch of black people who are going to deserve reparations, but where he had me wrong was where he said that what white people not going to do. Like, see where I'm from, like it's like if you did something wrong to me, what you not going to do is dictate how you going to make that right. So that's where we kind of got it mixed up at, because he feels like he's telling me what white people not going to do. So because white people not going to do that, I'm not going to push for this. We got two different ideas going on. So I'm gonna let it play a little bit, but I'm gonna show why I say that what I was saying.
We discussed $1 billion pie being broken down between 100 people and 1 million people. And
See, he already got numbers in his head. He said $1 billion pie and breaking $1 billion down between 100 people and 1 million people. He already got $1 billion in his mind. And he's saying like, nah, that's a little bit of bread. We can't all split that money up. He don't have no money yet. But in his mind, because he feels like he can't get this done or he can't get that done, then he's not trying to do it like that. And that's why I said the FBA thing is like a real money grab, in my opinion. It's like get whatever kind of bread you can get from it. And it's just weird to me, like just listening to him. You know what I mean? I get what Will's saying in terms of like, nah, they not gonna pay all of us like that. Like it sounds defeatist. That's that defeatist mentality that they be talking about, right? When they be saying like, you already lost in your mind before you even put any paperwork in. Will hasn't put any reparations paperwork in. And he's already saying what's not gonna happen. So that's where our disagreement comes in at.
difference in its impact.
This is why the mute law be muting you, Will. This is why the mute law be really muting, bro. Because you just said a lot and a lot of that was just needed a lot of stops. There's a lot of stops, right? Because you spoke about what a certain group of people want to do. So I needed to stop you right there, right? Because I don't even know how you suggest what somebody would do and wouldn't do, and how you expect me to work with a hypothetical, right? So let's just deal with that.
I never said none of that. I said exactly what.
And see, now he went and said he never said none of that. He literally just said what white people weren't going to do. Let's see if we got it right here.
Let me tell you what's wrong with ADOS. All right, it's an organization, number one. Okay, and what's wrong with ADOS?
The stage or whatever they call it, like he's still
different people getting in the conversation at different times. Like the brother just came in, the first thing he did was say, "Y'all need to leave Tariq Nasheed alone." That's gonna make us want to do what? Defend it. So you keep talking about what? Then you're gonna be like, "Yo, leave Tariq alone." And somebody else.
I'm never gonna say that. I don't rock with him.
But understand he does. So you see why the conversation gets all over the place? It's not like the FBAs are on one space in the conversation. There's multiple things getting said. That's why I'm here to work.
But what you're not allowing to happen is us to put a pin in exactly word for word what your man said.
Yeah, but that's gonna nail Miz down. Miz, he gonna hang you on the cross like Jesus Christ, man. Go ahead, man.
But let's be clear, because see, we said this, we've all said this numerous times.
But I need to straighten out.
I said that the need for the term FBA had to do with reparations, that white people wasn't going to pay everybody.
See, he literally said that he didn't say white people wasn't going to pay for everybody. And one thing he got to understand is when he's talking about white people, he's only talking about white people in America. He's talking about white people in America. White people are not only in America, and especially when you're talking about white people who partook or who played a part in the transatlantic slavery. So that's where he got it all wrong. But you're going to literally hear him say he didn't say that white people are not going to pay. This, like, it was weird. But he literally just said white people are not going to pay for everybody. And then going to say that he didn't say that.
So there had to be some distinction for the descendants of this crime. That was where you and I came into contention, because you said anybody black in America should receive reparations from America. Then we discussed $1 billion pie being broken down between 100 people and 1 million people, and the difference in its impact.
This is why the mute Lord be muted, Will. This is why the mute Lord be really muted, bro. Because you just said a lot and a lot of that was just needed a lot of stops. There's a lot of stops, right? Because you spoke about what a certain group of people wouldn't do. So I needed to stop you right there, right? Because I don't even know how you suggest what somebody would do and wouldn't do, and how you expect me to work with a hypothetical, right? So let's just deal with
I
that.
never said none of that. I said exactly what you said.
Nah, Truth. He ain't. This is a replay. He ain't still talking. This is a replay from yesterday. We just kind of going through it, and right now I'm just giving a little bit of clarity in terms of why I say what I said. So that's where we at right now.
I'm saying acknowledge what you said.
This is why you got muted, right? This is why you just got muted just now, because you literally just said what white people wouldn't do. You literally just said what white people wouldn't do. You're working with a hypothetical because you don't have the actual situation to speak to what they would and wouldn't do. So that's first. That's why I said I gotta mute you. That's why I gotta mute you first.
But don't lie on me, because I never said that.
You literally just said that. Like, if anybody on the panel can tell me that he literally did.
You're muting me to lie on me, bro.
No, I'm dropping you. No, now I'm going to drop you down because I can't keep working with the mute button in order to speak. I'm going to let you back up when I finish speaking. I ain't kick him out, y'all. Anybody listening? I didn't kick him off the stage or whatever they call it. Like, he's still backstage. He just keep taking himself off mute. If anybody on the panel didn't hear him say that what white people wouldn't pay out, then y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. So Will, you
how about I tell you what I said?
No, I don't need you. I'm gonna put you back down real quick. I'm just asking right now. I'm asking him if anybody heard something that I didn't hear in terms of what you said white people wouldn't do, then I will take back what I said. But other than that, you're working with a hypothetical, and I don't know how you want me to argue with something hypothetical. Like, that's just a lot of things wrong. One of the first things wrong with what you said, and now one of the other things that was wrong with what you said was when you said that I said all black people deserve. Yeah, Rio, the power of the button is definitely necessary, right? When you're talking to people like Will, you're never gonna get clarity, right? Because he doesn't have the patience to sit back and just allow you to speak. So yeah, he definitely was getting muted and booted every trip. Like, it's not even it's not even a question. Like, he called me the mute guard for a reason. Reparations. No, I didn't say what everybody. And Rio, I see you like, yo, that's why I don't get on the panel, because people be too sensitive. That's not about sensitivity. That's just simply about you trying to say what you're saying without being interrupted. So, I mean, I get it. I don't think that everybody should be on panel, right? Because certain people you can't have a conversation with because they're either too immature or they can't control themselves. I mean, I guess being immature is not being able to control yourself. So yeah, certain people shouldn't be on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't control themselves. They feel like having a conversation is butting in and not letting the person speak. So yeah, probably people shouldn't be on panel, but that's a different kind of sensitivity. He's not hurting my feelings. He's just frustrating me in terms of I'm trying to just get out what I'm trying to say, and he's interrupting. But yeah, we get this a lot, and I don't, you know what I'm saying, I'm not with it. What I said to you was there was never a time when only the people you saying were born here were the only people who were contributing to building this place up. Clearly, and I showed you a source that showed that throughout the whole history of building here, there was always people from the Caribbean coming. Hey, yo, Rio said it should go both ways. That's crazy. And I don't even know why you saying it should go both ways, as if I'm cutting him off at the point where he said everything that he said. He brought me up. So I think I don't know something may be off of what you hearing, but if you could show me at what point that he wasn't able to speak, he spoke before I even got there. He brought me up in something I said and issues with things that I said. So not letting me speak is weird. If I gotta pull the source again, I'm gonna have to get behind the laptop. But yes, I'll pull the source again. So I'm talking about during the beginning, from the first people getting here all the way through the emancipation, there were always people coming in from the Caribbean. So to act like as if there were only people who were born here that built America is the other thing that's wrong with your foundation. Like you see Young Diddy, how he holding the paper on the screen while I'm talking. That's the immaturity that I'm talking about. When you can't hold it down, you see how Young Diddy can't hold it down because while I'm talking, he really got to get whatever he's trying to get off his chest so much so that he got a paper up at the screen as if y'all at home are all on your TVs and can literally read what that paper is saying. He thinks that he's saying something by putting the paper on the screen. I literally can't see what he put on, what he's holding up. And I'm on a laptop. So if you was on your phone and he was doing that, his mind is telling him in some type of way he's getting across a message in between what I'm trying to say. And because he's not speaking, that he's not interrupting. So let me try to do something else to distract people. And it's all difficult when you're trying to get a message across. Built American self. And then you said something else that I just couldn't even, I can't even. But imagine that though, Rio saying like, I definitely can't read that. But imagine that, like, imagine in your mind is something telling you like, yo, I got to get this out. Forget what Miz is saying. Like, I can't wait till everybody's done and then it's my turn to speak. Let me get this paper and I'm going to put it right up here in the screen for the people. Like, yeah. Nah, he good. That's my YN, and that's not my YN because that's like my homeboy. Like, I don't know Diddy from a hole in the wall. That's my YN because I'm not so far removed from being a YN that I can't relate to him. You know what I'm saying? In certain ways. Like, I can relate to him in certain ways because I was young at one time and I was impulsive and I was passionate about what I was reading and the information that I was just getting. Like, I was there. You was there, Corey. You was a YN. You used to be wilding. Get to right now because you just got those things wrong with your statements in the beginning. And if you're asking me, is you saying that the people from the Caribbean and the people from Brazil and all that supposed to get some money from America? Yeah, I would say that because those people contributed financially to what was. See, now I'm going to share my screen again. I'm going to stop this real quick and share my screen because in some type of way, he feels like America doesn't owe the Caribbean or the South Americans in terms of the role that the transatlantic slave trade played in those peoples who live there today, their lives and the way they live. Like, if we're all supposed to be Pan-Africans, then yeah, that's something that we probably got to deal with. I don't see how we don't. But let me share my screen again. I'm gonna finish playing that, but I want to share my screen in terms of why I say that. Let me share my screen again. And it's like, just tell me when this didn't happen. That's all. I mean, anybody in the chat can tell me. What I got on the screen right here is it's a simple question. How did you got anybody can ask the AI, but or their Google search? The question I put in was, how did the transatlantic slave trade contribute to the infrastructure in the United States and Europe? And what you're going to see the response here is the transatlantic slave trade significantly contributed to the infrastructure development in both the USA and Europe by generating immense wealth for European powers, which was then used to fund construction of ports, cities, industries, and other infrastructure projects. Let me read that again. The transatlantic slave trade, not the Africa to America slave trade, not the only people who were born in America as slaves, slave trade, but the transatlantic slave trade, which includes the Caribbean, South America, and Africa. The transatlantic slave trade significantly contributed to the infrastructure development in both the USA and Europe. So what is this saying when it's saying it contributed to the infrastructure development in both the USA and Europe? It's speaking to generating immense wealth for European powers. So when they say European powers, what are they talking about? The European powers who are in the USA and the European powers who are in Europe, which was then used to fund construction of ports which are immensely important to the money that's made by the United States and Europe today. Cities which are important to the infrastructure to both Europe and America. Industries, which are both important to Europe and America today, and other infrastructure projects, largely fueled by the profits from slave labor on plantations in the Americas. When it says the Americas, why is it saying the Americas? It's saying the Americas because it's talking about the Northern America and the Southern America and everything in between. That at one point it was called the Americas. And they produce by producing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton. Essentially, the slave trade provided the capital for economic growth in Europe and the developing American colonies, which is why Miz says, yes, you letting them off the hook if you just think this is about the government of the United States, when you don't even have a government of the United States without the slave labor that's happening in the Americas, period. They're not able to build a government. That's why I brought up building the White House and who played a part in building the White House and building these universities. What else are we looking at? Key points about how the slave trade impacted infrastructure. And this was a corny way to just go about arguing this point that I was arguing, but it was simple in terms of let's just get a simplistic look at what Miz is saying. The key points about how the slave trade impacted infrastructure. There was economic growth. The vast profits, like y'all got to check the verbiage. The vast, that's immense. That word is describing a lot. The vast profits from the slave trade allowed European nations to invest heavily in infrastructure development. Look at what I said. Hold up, Truth. I hear you helping me out. Yo, what? You call me Henry Lewis, Miz John Henrik. Look, yo, you gotta chill, Truth. I'm trying to get this right. The vast profits from the slave trade allowed European nations, not one, European nations of North America was a European nation. And there was other European nations. The UK, Britain was another European nation. Spain was another one. Dutch, the Portuguese, to invest heavily in infrastructure development, including harbors, what we were talking about before, ports. This is what allows you to still trade to this day. This is what allowed them people to become what's called European powers today. This is what allows America to be who they are today. Harbors, because this is specifically directly connected to trade. Shipyards. See why it goes from harbors to shipyards? Because these things are important into maintaining both the power structure and the economic structure in Europe and America. And transportation networks. All of this is the same, is all related. Harbors, shipyards, and transportations. And the fact that you don't build any of this, hold up, my fault to stop right there. But whatever, y'all see what it says. Harbors, shipyards, and transportation. What I'm telling you is you don't have your harbors, your shipyards, and your transportations without the profit from the transatlantic slave trade. These networks are needed to facilitate trade of slave-produced goods. What else don't you have? You don't have major European cities. Like what? You don't have Liverpool, Bristol, or Amsterdam experience significant growth due to their role as slave trading hubs, leading to the construction of new buildings, warehouses, and public facilities. All of these things, you don't have what you have. These people were living in what you call a dark age at one point, the dark ages. That means they didn't have what you see here. They didn't have construction of new buildings, warehouses, or public facilities for a long time. And that's because they didn't have the transatlantic slave trade. What else did you get? Industrial development. The slave trade produced raw materials like cotton, fueled the rise of textile industries in Europe, further driving economic growth and infrastructure development. What else do you got? Colonial expansion. The wealth generated by slavery allowed European powers. When they keep saying European, you got to understand, when they say European, the people who are in control of America and the people who are in control of the different places within Europe were all Europeans. So you're probably going to hear Cuba's like, nah, Miz, you keep saying Europeans, you keep saying Europeans. It's not just me. You're going to see the same thing in your searches. The wealth generated by slavery allowed European powers to fund colonization efforts in the Americas, which in turn required infrastructure development like what we talking about again, Miz. We talking about you don't have no roads, you don't have no forts, and you don't have no settlements without the slave labor produced by the people in South America and the Caribbean. Important aspects to consider. Triangular trade. This is what I'm talking about when I say the transatlantic slave trade. I'm talking about triangular trade, the triangular trade system where European goods were exchanged for enslaved Africans in Africa who were transported to the Americas to produce raw materials that were then sold back to Europe, was a crucial factor in this infrastructure development. Let me read this again. The triangular trade. The triangular trade, it wasn't just no trade going from America to Africa. No, it was triangular. This means you can't cut off the Caribbean and the South America. You don't have what you have today if they were just going from Europe, Africa to America, North America. When I say to America, you don't have the same amount of bread. You don't have the ability to build up your nation without this triangular trade system. Yes, so we going back to the triangular trade system where European goods were exchanged for enslaved Africans in Africa who were then transported to the Americas to produce raw materials that were then sold back to Europe, was a crucial factor. Listen to the verbiage. Crucial. Define crucial real quick. Crucial. Decisive or critical, especially in success or failure of something. I told y'all the verbiage is always important. When they say it was a crucial factor, they're saying that it was determining their success or failure in building this country in the infrastructure development. While social impact, while the wealth generated from slavery funded infrastructure, right? Let's not forget this part. While the wealth generated from slavery funded infrastructure, it also contributed to vast social inequalities and the perpetuation of racist systems in both Europe and the Americas. Both Europe and the Americas. The racial systems in both Europe and the Americas. And anybody want to see why they say what they say, they got links to everything that's said here in terms of source material, where they getting this stuff. So a couple of sources over here: the Transatlantic Slave Trade Equal Justice Initiative. That's one source. Equal Justice Initiative. Equal Justice Initiative. That's one source. The transit. So there's no separation when you see Equal Justice Initiative. The initiative is equal. It's not America's, and it's not the Caribbean, and it's not South American. It's equal justice because they all played a part. Nigga, Truth is stupid, man. Yo, Truth, can I get this out without pause? I mean, I'm just trying to get this information across because it's somehow seeming like, this didn't happen. The Transatlantic Slave Trade, Slavery and Remembrance. That's another link. And another link is Wikipedia. You could just wiki the Atlantic slave trade. And it's going to tell you about the European overseas expansion that led to the contact between the old and the new worlds. The old world was what they called everything from Europe going east. It was the old world. Everything from Western Europe going west became the new world, which would be from the tip of South America going all the way up to Canada, wherever you want to stop at when you go up north. I'm gonna go back to sharing the screen, and I just wanted to give some clarity while I say what I said in terms of I think of Black Americans who were going for reparations would be shortchanging themselves, because you would only be approaching the U.S. government for slave trade reparations when there are plenty nations in Europe that owe you money as well. But because you feel like they're not going to pay me that's too much money, they're going to be too scared. What the hell do you got to do with what's owed? What the hell has that got to do with what's owed to you? Truth says, was West Africa the new world, or is this the old world? Well, West Africa is not really the new world, because Africa essentially already had trade, slave trade system within Africa, right? Because before the Europeans get to Africa, the Arabs already penetrated Africa. Pause. And they already, so this is why when some Europeans are running into certain Africans, they already familiar with trading for their people. It's sad to say, but you gotta be honest with history. And in terms of history, Africans, you can't look at Africans and be ashamed of what happened, because Africans essentially didn't know that they were one people. This is something that's developed over time with this idea of slavery and stuff like that, which is why we have a Pan-African platform right now, right? Because of the information that we got from the Europeans. The European are the ones who circumnavigated Africa and said, hold up, this is one big place. I mean, I can Google who was the first person to circumnavigate Africa, but the African himself didn't circumnavigate Africa to say this is one continent, we are one people. And the fact is that there are many different reasons why you can't say that. But what you definitely can say is that Africa itself was so fragmented that, yes, it played a part in those people considering themselves one people or many different people, or many different kinds of people. And I'm gonna show some other stuff speaking towards that as well. But that's just the answer truth question in terms of, was West Africa the new world or the old world? It was new world to the Western European. It was new world to the Western European. To the Arab, West Africa wasn't essentially the new world, because you had that trip from Mansa Musa, which kind of introduced the vast wealth that was over there. Hold on, Truth, you got to put that in the private chat, Truth, because I can't grab the link from the chat. You gotta hold on. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. That way you could probably jump on and then add that link to the private chat, and then hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. So yeah, I wouldn't leave out. All right, hold on. He says Google Adahu. I got you, Truth. I got you, Truth. I got you, Truth. I just want to make it clear as to why I said that you can't separate America from Europe in terms of the people who benefited off of slave labor between the slaves who participated or were forced to participate in slavery and in the production of goods, excuse me. People who were the slaves who were forced to produce goods that built America and Europe. You can't separate these places. I'm going to Google this for truth real quick. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go right here. I could just go back and pull my source back up in case I need it. Hold on, y'all moving the chat real quick. I can't even. I got it. ADAHU the more or came up forward. All right, this is who you talking about, Truth? The Adahu. Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at, Truth. He was the chief of the Azingi people, a Muslim tribe, African chieftain, leader of the first group of slaves. He was an African Adu. Damn, Truth. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't be having it all together. It's like really rough. It's true. People historian. That's why his name is Truth Historian, right? A truth historian, excuse me, because he is really the truth when it comes to history, because the way he presents the information is way more polished than I can present it. You know, he got way more studies, and he's way more scholastic in terms of getting out the information that he wants to get out. But Adahu was from the 1430s to the 1440s. He was an African chieftain, leader of the first group of slaves taken from Africa in 1441. See, everybody likes to think about 1492, but no. You can see here, he was the leader of the first group of slaves taken from Africa in 1441. He was captured along with 11 others by the Portuguese in Cape Blanco in 1441. Adahu was the chief of the Azanazangi people, a Muslim tribe. How did they turn Muslim? Because of the Arab, the Islamic, the Arab slave trade and the religion that came across with the Arab. Thank you for that, Truth. He spoke Arabic and thus was able to communicate with his captors through a Bedouin interpreter. The group was brought to Portugal and presented to Prince Henry the Navigator. This guy right here is very important to European history. This guy right here is super celebrated. Prince Henry the Navigator. And we could look into what the part he played into the whole thing if y'all want to too. Who questioned Adahu concerning the land routes in Africa. Later, Adahu was allowed to return to Africa with one other male on the promise that the Portuguese would receive 10 others in a place. Damn, Truth. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy, Truth. All right. So basically, Truth helped me out. I appreciate it. Y'all got to know that Truth is not going to let nobody from Brooklyn just go to war alone. Truth is definitely going to pop. When he sees somebody from Brooklyn swinging, he going to swing too. That's just how you're raised in Brooklyn. But yeah, I'm going to leave this here just in case anybody doesn't. I'm not going to leave it up on the screen, but I'm going to leave it here because I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I know somebody's going to argue something. Oh, matter of fact, the link is pinned. My bad. Anybody want to pull up to the platform? Yeah, I'm up. Anybody want to argue? I'm up. All of that, it's all good. If you thinking that Miz is bugging or white people not going to do this and white people not going to do that, that's on you. I don't care about what what white people think they're going to do or what they're not going to do. Like when people say that, it's weird to me, right? Well, nah, white people ain't going to do this, and what white people, we don't get to where we're at in 2024 by saying like, no, this is what they're going to do, this is what they're not going to do. That's not what protesting was about. That's not what everything that happened in terms of pushing back against the system was about. Like the reason why you protest and the reason why you did everything that you did, you riot and you burned down places and all of that stuff like that, it was because you were going to force them to do what you wanted them to do, regardless if they wanted to do it or not. Now, what the end results from all that was, what you actually settled with was what you settled with. But the fact is, you never stood back and was waiting for them to do what they wanted to do, especially when it comes to answering to your demands. Hold up, Chaz. I see you, big bro. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Damn, I'm gonna mess this whole thing up. Damn, Chaz, I know you like, what the hell, Miz? Give me 1 second, son. Damn, I done lost this whole thing just now. Where the hell is... Hold up. Damn. 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 Damn, I gotta hold up. Let me see. Why the it would send me here for? My fault, y'all. If y'all could hear me, actually.
Oh, that ain't me.
Nah, that's me. Damn, hold up, Chaz. Damn. I still got to All right, we should be good now, Taz. I think I fixed it. You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right, we good. All right, let me make sure I got that. All right, I still got that. Damn, y'all, I gotta bring the show back up. But go ahead, Taz. You want to say something?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. I'm gonna pull up back this episode for the people. My fault for the feedback, y'all. Y'all know technical difficulties be technical, and me not being a technician, that's just is what it is. One second, I'm gonna pull up this YouTube again because I know y'all like that show. Okay. Boom. Boom.
What good, black family?
Yeah, y'all, my fault. We had some technical difficulties, man. But yeah, so that's why I said what I was saying, right? And I'm gonna let that.
My damn wife had walked in like right at that motherfucking moment. All right, man, what's good, bro?
Nah, man, we here. Kind of fear to be a square. Assault, I see you. Ebony, I see you. Afro, you still up? That's crazy. Rio, everybody in the chat, man. Peace and shout out to y'all for sticking around. And there's plenty of people that was here for that replay. So, man, we still replaying it and going through it. Basically, I was just taking a moment to be able to clarify, any point that I was making, because I know a lot of people where I was at, I couldn't readily speak to the point I was trying to make, and then I also didn't want to be able to. I wanted to be able to speak and share screen to show why I say, like, that's what they call sourcing up. I just simply say share screen to show why I say what I say. Again, this is not something where I'm out with a picket sign in front of the White House trying to tell them not to give anyone reparations. And I don't want that to ever be confused within the verbiage. It's for me, again, I think I discussed this before when we kind of went over this reparations conversation before, in terms of, I think just pointing a finger at the U.S. government is shortchanging what actually happened, and it allows. I even spoke to the Europeans. I'm gonna pull up the information about the 40,000 descendants of European slave masters who actually received reparations from Europe, which should be crazy to everybody. And for anybody to not want some of that bread would be bugged out to me. But that's just my opinion.
So, I use historical context for my understanding, and that's why a lot of times I be trying to get these reparations conversations to go a different way. I do believe that most people having a conversation are not looking at how it's already been paid, how it's already happened, how it's already worked. I think people working out their own formulas, given their own criterias, and for that reason alone, it has not and will not happen. The people who have gotten reparations, most of the time, what you can find is a specific atrocity, and it's literally tied to something with this government or a local government. But I don't think you can just come up with a plan that you came up with that doesn't factor in any of the historical implications of reparations. For example, in the early 1900s, there was a pursuit of reparations by the former slaves that was still alive. If you're not looking into their arguments, but you want slavery you want reparations for their plight, that sounds foolish to me. the people who were alive fighting for reparations didn't get it for a reason. And so if we're not even looking into those reasons, if we don't understand why it didn't happen while they were alive, I don't think we stand a chance, 125 years later.
Yeah, no, for me, the only thing I could say to what you're saying, because I totally agree, because I probably was one of the people who first pulled up, how the Japanese who got their reparations received their reparations and how long it took, because it's definitely not an overnight process, right? You even spoke to 30 years later, they were still fighting for reparations. So yeah, if anybody thinks it's an overnight process or something simple, then I get it, but history will show you that it's not simple. And even when people speak about the Native Americans who received reparations, I want to put up a link, because a lot of people say Native Americans received their reparations already. That is not true. There are actually hundreds of Native American tribes who are still fighting for reparations, and because they don't meet a certain criteria by the U.S. government, these people are still suffering to this day. So a lot of it, when people speak, they speak broadly, when the fact is that yes, some Native Americans were paid, and are there plenty, like when I say hundreds, there are plenty of Native American tribes that are not recognized by the United States government. That's where the ABOs try to drive a little wedge in and try to fit into that argument and try to place themselves into that argument. And a lot of them would have a space to make an argument, because there are also Native American tribes like the Seminoles who, they had a mixture of in terms of slaves and Native Americans, and them having a blended tribe. There was plenty of Native American blended tribes. Is that to say that Africans always been here? No. And that's a lot of problems with the issues with what they have. But in terms of what you was talking about, me personally, I don't have a plan. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I'm talking about the effect and who I would go after, that's not a plan. It's just an opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely, it's not a plan, it's an opinion. And I'm not the person who's speaking against anyone else's plan. But when we're on this platform, we're having a discussion and we're allowing opinions to go back and forth in terms of what it should look like to you, what it should look like to me. That's not even us trying to organize amongst ourselves. We're actually just having a discussion around it. It's not like we're having a discussion to go from here to create a plan. This is like a random discussion that was brought about because of Lord Jamal and Fat Joe's reaction to Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamal's reaction about hip hop. It really ain't have nothing to do with reparations. The conversation literally broadened into reparations because of the FBA's involvement in terms of the hip hop conversation. I see I'm putting you on stage right now, sis. But yeah, go ahead, Taz. I don't want to be long-winded.
Well, again, like I say, I think that a lot of the conversation now is watered down, though. I mean, if you notice, when I hear the conversation, a lot of times, bro, I usually take the opposite side. I sit up here and tell you I'm against reparations. I don't care who get upset and who get mad, none of that. I think we need to start making sure the people talking can carry that conversation. There's no reason to believe that you can ever get reparations if the people doing the talking, just your regular everyday Black person, doesn't have an understanding of this demand they're making. Everybody can't demand it if they can't articulate it. It becomes a problem as everybody has something to say, but very few have the knowledge to articulate it in a way in which other people can get behind it. It can't just be, give us our money, you owe us. Yeah, you'll never see it that way.
Tazar, I feel what you're saying. You're saying that we need to take accountability, and thank you, Mizzo, for But it's like, what are the original dragons? So we have the 4 archangels, then we have north, south, east, west, and then we have the 5-pointed star, which is Allah. So northeast is like, where did we come from? Because I'm a human being, I'm a woman, you know what I mean? And it's like, thank you, Mizzo. Your educational aspect of reality is contemplated in my mind very congregationally, because I'm with the congregation of, and I thank you so much. And it's like, conversations like this, we need this in our community, because what do we have to live for? You know what I mean? We're paying for water. Goddamn. Do y'all understand me? We're paying for water. Okay. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? But do you
Yeah,
understand what I'm? Do you
yeah.
understand what I'm saying? We're paying for water, but God gave us earth to give us life, and there's children starving in this earth. Do y'all know what I'm saying, sirs? It's like this shit breaks my heart, y'all.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you, and that's all I want to know is understanding, because it's like, how can I live on an earth where I'm just getting, and then even all these rappers and just Ice Spice, she lost all her spice. I'm just saying, it's like, and then, all these beautiful, it's like, how can you be rich, but we have children starving on the earth that was ordained from God? It's like, how can we live on an earth where we can't just feed each other? It's just like, I feel like the ego is our downgrade. It's just like, it breaks my heart, y'all. And I'm so sorry for this. It's like, I am new God, it's like, we have to come together, and we have to earth. This is all we have. This is all we have. We get reincarnated on earth, and then we have congregations in the other realms. But it's like, in my seventh house I have earth, in my fifth house I have um I forgot, but that shit motherfucking is like, we need something. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Miz, and you know what I'm saying, Tat. We need something, you know. Where do we start?
Yeah, I would start at the first house.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we gotta deal with the
No.
first house. We get the first
Okay.
house in
All
order
right.
and built up and cleaned up, and then maybe we can work on the second, third, fifth, and sixth ones. But I don't think we
Right.
got the first house ready.
Yes, sir. And it's like, I love Taz, you're amazing. It's like, so do you feel like the houses, do you feel like that's our congregation, a reality, that's our mental concept? Or do you think that it's just, that is our mental concept, right? Because we are just vibrational frequency. We are reality. That's why our hair spirals, because the vibrational frequency is our reality. What do you think about that, Taz?
To be honest with you, so
Right.
that's not really the realm I operate in, though. You know what I'm saying? Like I can accept it as far as like that's what people be talking about, like our hair spiraling and stuff. But
Facts.
I'm one that studies Black American history, and so a lot
Okay.
of the what would that be, science, I guess. That is more so Mizzo and Q Butter. You know what I'm saying? I'm more of a
Yeah.
historian, you know what I mean, as opposed to a scientist.
I understand. And what do you think about the Anunnaki? So we have the Anunnaki on Earth. I heard that the Anunnaki are the original angels. And it's like, because, everything Earth is just being, she's just dying in front of our face, and we're not doing nothing. The Asians, they're just putting pollution in the water, but the water is a vibrational. We come from the water. You know that we are the mermaids. We are
So,
the
okay, so
yeah,
let me ask you this, because I'm an Aquarius, right? So does that
yeah.
mean I came from the water?
We all come from the water. We are this is but me, just personally, I feel like we all come from God's um life force. I feel like we all have ordained, we are ordained for our vibrational frequency, but it's like, people bombing in Gaza, it's like, what do we do with them? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how are they ordained in God's frequency when they're bombing children that are, I don't understand that, because at the end of the day, it's like, how can we accept a vibrational frequency, even though that they're from God. But it's like, what do we do? Who is in power? How can we put somebody in power to just ordain something that is right? You know what I mean? Just consciousness, righteousness, you know?
You saying in Gaza?
Yeah, they're bombing.
Yeah, I try and see that's what I was kind of saying about the different houses, if you will. Some of that stuff, not only do we not have any control over, but I don't think we can ever get a true understanding of what's happening on another landmass that we can't even go to in this moment. We can't even go see it. You know what I'm saying? So all we can do is kind of visualize it. But can we come to a true understanding what's happening in Gaza? No. But I do think we can come to some understandings about our understanding here and what the future holds here in this country where we live at.
Right. Exactly, Taz. And it's like, us as women, what do you need us to do? Because it's like, you know, a man, when he falls, we have to be your footstool. Not to say that, you know, but it's like you are our reflection. You know what I'm saying, Taz? It's like, we love you. And it's like, why do we feel like that you have to be taken advantage of? It's just like, I feel like men and women, we're just, you know, at a standstill because we're just fighting each other. But you know, I'm finna get off of here. I have business to handle. But it's like, please answer that question for me. What can I do as a woman to just reflect your vibrational frequency of love and just acceptance and God's view that you are worthy? I love you. I can't have children without you. You know what I'm saying? It's like motherfucking,
Yeah,
like,
I
you
would
know what
say,
I mean? Like,
yeah,
you're
I
my
would
better
say,
reflection, really.
you know what I'm saying? I would personally say be careful though, because like I'm married, for example, so there's a level of frequency that you can't necessarily reach with me. So I get where you're coming from, but I would say be careful because that also means you're vulnerable if you're too accessible to your brothers per se. Like I think you definitely should be supportive and stay down and whatnot, but you also have to be mindful that some people want to take advantage of you. So I would say keep that in mind, you know what I'm saying, as you move about. But you seem to have a beautiful spirit though, so that's good, you know.
Thank you so much. And it's like, you know, I've been through a lot in my life. I'm not green, but it's like people that try me that think I'm green. It's like the ancestors speak to them. It's like I have to answer to your ancestors. I don't answer to you. I have to answer. If I try you, I have to answer to your ancestors. That's why I respect everybody. But you know, I'm finna get off of here. Thank you for listening to me, both of you kings. And it's like, you know, your frequency in your existence is very valuable to me because the education with the Atlantic slave trade and everything that you said is like, you know, I'm listening and this is very valued. I love both of y'all. Ashe. Ashe.
All right, sis. Yeah, that ain't really my type of thing, but be real with you though. When people just that cool though, I don't believe you're supposed to really like do them too bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because some people get up here and say some dumb, disrespectful shit, and they don't get enough smoke. So I don't think a person that's coming in love, even if I can't really rock with a lot of what she was saying, I don't even understand or even get it. But it definitely, I definitely felt love from it. So it was all love. I could respect it. But yeah, that's way outside my range. I don't know nothing about them niggas they call the Anunnaki. That's some shit that I never studied and never intend to. But what I will say is that that's the type of shit why don't nobody know no motherfucking history, which is why we ain't got no reparations yet. You know what I'm saying? Niggas know all about the Anunnaki and Kemet and King James and Bibles and Israelites and all this other shit. But when it comes to laying out a foundation as to why this government in the cities and states we live in are culpable for a lot of the history, I don't think people can do that. It's just really a mail it in conversation. Well, you know what happened. Well, you know about slavery, you know about Jim Crow, and then become catch-alls. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to people having a desire to study and learn the events that culminate into Jim Crow. Jim Crow ain't just two words that we should be using to cover a 60, 70-year period. Like, we need to know incidents. We need to know how those moments went on to affect the cities and whatnot that those states, the states that those cities are in. So a lot of that history is getting just erased by not talking about it in a time where, like I said, we can't keep blaming the schools. Everything's here in front of us. We can see some of these different historical atrocities in different places that are not discussed in the typical reparations conversation. Like I said, the typical conversation is they owe us, cut the check, fuck what anybody talking about. But that should be the end of the conversation, because I truly agree with that sentiment. We can stand on that. But we can stand on that after we run down why we standing on it. After we run down 100 examples of why you sound crazy even going against reparations. And me personally, I do argue against using slavery as the catch-all, because that's not even our best documented history. I'm sorry that people don't like that, but it's just a fact. That's the one that makes you feel the best, that might have you the most confident, but it's not the best documented. And with that, it doesn't provide us the best option in terms of going against these people, making claims about our ancestors. Is my people was alive and told me what happened to them. Okay, I don't need to go back to the plantation to establish some of the arguments. I don't think we could even make our best arguments using a time that we can't document. Like I say, it's just throwing all of our families in one box and calling that slavery ain't how we gonna get to the bread. You know what I'm saying? I do think that there's some legitimacy in throwing out the United States, Britain, the Dutch, and all of that, but there's no jurisdiction to push anybody into it. There's nothing that would make any of these colonial powers culpable. So we could say it, but our jurisdiction is over this government. It's written that way. And our best benefit would be to fight the government that literally says you can fight it. We can literally collect the debt from this government. Once we start throwing other governments in it, that raises the big red question. And again, I just don't know if we have that as a legitimate argument with no jurisdiction. There's
Well, I
no
disagree with that part, Taz, only in the sense where it's actually being argued and being done now. Like, again, it's not an overnight process. We spoke about the Japanese and their almost a half a century fight, right? Almost 100 years. So that means people are dying, having babies, and the babies are picking up the fight and that type of thing before certain Japanese even got their $20,000 a piece. And y'all actually heard the Japanese, or y'all heard from Taz about the Japanese saying like they got their first amount of reparations and realized like, whoa, that wasn't enough. We're still messed up. We're still broken. Them having to go back again and put in for even more reparations. But in terms of what Taz is talking about, as far as European countries, yes, they actually have paid out reparations. I want to pull up the 40,000 people who just received reparations from Europe. So it's not like the language is foreign to them. And reparations.
You said in a different country? They paid it out to different people in a different country.
No, I'm talking about the language in terms of reparations. And in terms of courts, they definitely got world courts who are actually like the courts who are bringing up places like Israel, right? Places when you hear Netanyahu has a warrant put out for him by a world court, they are actually world courts. It's less of a problem with the organization. I mean, there's less of a problem with them actually knowing what reparations is and what war crimes are and what crimes are and genocide is. there's less of that and there's less there's more of that and less organization, and that's why CARICOM should be a good example in terms of people who act, because what CARICOM is different Caribbean countries who actually put down the differences in terms of nationality. I'm pulling it up right now, and unified in terms of their approach. The CARICOM approach to reparations is multinational, and it's the 10-point create. All you're looking at is people who are organizing, and they're actually presenting this information to a world court. They don't even have the United States included, which I thought was extremely kind of short-sighted on their part, but that's on them. Give me one second.
There's no jurisdiction. The U.S. pulled out in '86.
No, they can't. No, they can pull out all they want to. Pause. They can pull out all they want to, but there's pulling out, and then there's different ways that you force America's hand in terms of putting America, like what you see happening with BRICS and the formulation of BRICS, and how now America has to now find ways to combat what's happening. Nobody's like for me, I never thought Black people would get anything just because people felt like, yeah, we should give it to you. It was always forcing people to do. That's why you had the civil rights movement, right? You're talking about what? Protesting and stuff like that. Because what you do is you do things to affect the economics of America that forces America to say, you know what? We have to approach this now, because what is happening now is it's affecting our economic system and our economic way of doing things. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up the Caribbean CARICOM.
Here's the thing, though. There's no such thing as well, I won't say there's no such thing, okay, but there's no jurisdiction for this place y'all refer to as the World Court. Okay, they don't have the jurisdiction to arrest anybody, to compel anybody to pay any debt. There's literally no power. And not only that,
and they never charged nobody for crimes or arrested nobody before, anybody for any atrocities and war crimes or anything like that, or made anybody pay anything, because these things have happened.
No, they haven't. They don't have the power to make anything happen. They have the power to get people to repeat it. Like when they say George Bush was convicted of war crimes, they had the power to get people to say those things. They don't have the power to arrest George Bush. They don't have the power to put a dent in George Bush legacy. They have absolutely zero jurisdiction over George Bush, but they can issue a statement that make people around the world feel like they came for George Bush, and they didn't. There's nothing that they can do to anyone. They don't have any power. None.
Real quick, this is CARICOM right here, and these are all of the and this is how they're putting this together in terms of 15 countries, including Antigua, Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Jamaica, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Mauritius, St. Kitts, Navy, St. Vincent, Grenadines, St. Lucia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago. Associated members, 5 countries, including Bermuda and CARICOM. CARICOM was established August 1st, 1973, when Barbados, Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago signed the Treaty of Charobuamos. Let's see what this treaty is about real quick. Damn, I can't even tip the link. Well, we can read about that. The treaty was revised in 2002 to create a single market and economy. CARICOM's mandate is to promote a unified Caribbean community that is inclusive, resilient, competitive, and shares economic, social, and cultural prosperity. The community is home to around 60 million people. Blah, 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 blah. Where's their 10-point reparations? Yeah, and here goes the 10-point reparation plan is a full apology. European government should make a full and formal apology. Funding should be provided for health and education. Technology, Caribbean countries should have improved access to technology. Indigenous peoples and indigenous people development programs should be established. Repatriation, excuse me, y'all. Funding should be provided for repatriation to Africa, cultural institutions. The plan's root cause of suffering is the persistent racial victimization of the descendants of slavery, genocide. The commission was set up. This is why I was talking about organization, y'all. The commission is a group, it's not each individual. They have a commission, was set up to seek reparations from former colonial powers such as the United Kingdom, France, and Portugal.
But see, I don't see anything crazy about that though. They're not living in a country that's considered a superpower, so they would have to go back to the origins of where some money at. We ain't got to do that. That for me, I think we start sounding crazy if we reach outside of the country for an argument about what's happened in the country.
No, for me, I don't think it sounds crazy just simply because what happened within the country was a part of everything that was happening outside the country, and everything that was happening outside the country affected everything that was happening within the country. Again, you don't have the infrastructure that you have in this country without everything that was happening outside of this country. Like you literally.
And that's going to cut off at 1808.
I mean,
that's
I don't think
part of the argument.
Me and kind of spoke about this yesterday when people talk about that cutoff. That cutoff doesn't happen because they are still practicing slavery even after 1808. They still participating and they're still having issues with ending slavery at that point. And not only are they still having issues with ending slavery, the United States government continually after that played a part in hampering all these different places' economic growth and destabilization of their own governments throughout up until this day. The United States still plays a part in destabilization in terms of those governments within South America to the Caribbean. And they part into your organization as well in terms of making sure that Black.
But that's what I'm saying about different, like new arguments that are just made up. Destabilization has never been part of a reparations argument, though. Like that's just literally pushing the envelope.
That's not my discussion. My argument isn't that it's ever been or it ever wasn't. I got a different outlook. See, that's why I said it's my opinion, right? I'm not looking at it like
I'm challenging you on it though.
Yeah, no, and I get it, but for me, I don't see how you have a foot to stand on when let me bring this back up. I don't see how you have a foot to stand on in challenging that when you don't have anything in Europe in terms of, because Europe before slavery was going through a period called the Dark Ages, where they didn't have the infrastructure that they have today and wouldn't have and the United States wasn't looking like the United States without here we go. Boom. Share this real quick. Yeah, Taz probably wasn't here when I read this. The transatlantic slave trade significantly contribute to the infrastructure development in both the USA and Europe by generating immense wealth for European powers, which was then used to fund the construction of ports, which is why America is who America is today. Without these ports,
no, it's not. No,
without because no, I understand you disagreeing. No, I understand you disagreeing. But let me.
But that's what I'm saying. I can we can do this in real time because those aren't the slave. Those ports are not the same ports that were initially built. A lot of those.
That's not my discussion, no, Taz. I'm
But a lot of those ports were lost in World War II.
Taz,
You're making a claim. You're making a claim for something that was not constructed by those people. They didn't construct shit.
Taz, you're not listening. Listen from the beginning. It significantly contributed to the infrastructure development in both the United States and Europe by generating immense wealth for European powers, which was then used to fund. So that kind of means that you wasn't listening.
But then
right?
it was destroyed.
No, it don't matter because they use the money.
It absolutely matters.
Sports. So you trying to tell me that this bread that they tell that I'm reading to you didn't contribute to this infrastructure in terms of your roads, your buildings, your everything was not funded by the slave trade.
No, it wasn't. No.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to see you're gonna have to pull a source because I'm the only one who got a source here.
Okay, so
you gotta show me how. You gotta show me how. You gotta show me how. Hold up. You gotta show me how your ports, cities, industries, and other infrastructure projects weren't largely fueled by the profits from slave labor on plantations in the Americas, and that's going from South America to North America, producing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton. Essentially, the slave trade provided the capital for economic growth in Europe and the developing American colonies. You're going to have to show, now I'm going to need a source that goes against that. You're going to have to show me how your cities were built without the profits from slave labor on plantations in the Americas producing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton. You're going to have to show me where your cities and your industries and your infrastructure projects weren't fueled by that profit. I'm gonna sit back and wait for you.
Okay, so I'll say it again. Because the country was destroyed, a lot of what you're referring to as built as immense wealth, a lot of those ports, they were destroyed. A lot of those forts were destroyed. A lot of what you're referring to would have been Confederate strongholds. All of their debts were wiped away because they couldn't be paid. There was no one to pay it. When the government went down south and started barely reconstructing the South, what you see today, a lot of it was built after 1865, not before. So what you're referring to is I mean, I can definitely
you gotta show me
up until Reconstruction. What source do you want me to show you? You want me to show you what city do you want? I don't mind. I'm asking so I can pull it. Do you want to see what
I'm asking you to show me a source of where the money came from to rebuild
rebuild the South?
No, to rebuild to where you just said something was destroyed. What I spoke to was the development and the infrastructure and that was largely fueled by the profits from slave labor on plantations in America, which was producing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton. You got to show me where the money that wasn't made from those commodities didn't help.
Have to put years on it. We have to put years on it because you're just throwing terms around. You got to put a year on when you're capping your statement. When are you asking me to end it? Because I'm telling you that my statement don't start until post-slavery. I'm not talking about shit pre-slavery. Everything I'm talking about is post.
Again, you need money to rebuild. The money that came, you are going to have to show me where the money from rebuilding came from. If it wasn't from the people who profited from slavery, show me where and I'm talking about the United States government and everybody who else played a part in profiting off of slavery.
Got you. Okay. No problem. So what I'll do is I'll pull you a source that tells you that the United States government rebuilt the South. The United States.
So it did not, but the United States government profited off of slavery. Thomas Jefferson, one of the earliest U.S. presidents. George Washington, one of the earliest U.S. presidents. James Madison, one of the earliest. All of them had slaves. So I'm trying to see where the tax money, where the money that came from building these
individuals having slaves don't. But individuals having slaves don't equate to what you asked for initially. Yeah, they own slaves. But bro, you told me these ports. We were talking about ports. We were talking about specific places. All I told you was those places were destroyed. So when you ask for a source, I asked you, do you want me to show you the cities and what was destroyed during the Civil War?
No,
So
I
you'll
think
understand that the rebuilding of that was necessary. Therefore, all of the wealth you're talking about previous to the Civil War, a lot of it was lost. Those
the
states
wealth, show me
seceded from
that.
the
Show me
Union.
the source on the wealth, on the lost wealth, and show me where the money came from to rebuild. That's what I asked you. I don't know what you took. Now we
Show you a
concentrating
source
off
on
again.
the lost wealth of the South.
Yes, you're gonna have to show me where the money was at. Where's the money at? Where the money came from to
All right.
rebuild. If it wasn't from the profit from slavery, if it came out of thin air, that's cool. Like, did white people just build back up America by themselves, or was it also the back of black people?
Well, America rebuilt on the backs of everybody, if you will. I mean, that's how you got different groups building the railroads and shit. We didn't rebuild the country by ourselves, bro. Like we were prominent, but we didn't rebuild the country by ourselves. That's asinine.
I didn't
But
say
like I said,
that's a whole different argument. These arguments be swaying to
well,
and fro.
it's not because for some reason you're not understanding. All I'm telling you is that the country was destroyed. Like I'm pulling you a source now though.
Because I don't. Yeah. Again, I hope the source is telling me how the money from slavery did not fuel the growth in the infrastructure of America.
The money from slavery. You can't show me the money from slavery, bro. You don't have a source that shows the money from slavery. Like,
right,
cut it out.
Right. Hold up. I'm gonna pull up real quick where some of that money went in terms of building your universities, because this is supposed to be widely known history. Your early universities don't get built without the profits off of slavery, and that's a part of your infrastructure.
Right. Okay. So show me what you're referring to. In the meantime,
I'm talking about Yale and Berkeley, and how Berkeley.
Yale and Berkeley, what now? Because I want to make sure I understand. I'm still confused on your actual.
Because you're looking for something else. That's why I keep saying we having two different discussions. What I'm simply saying, again, what I'm reading from is stating that what I'm reading is simply stating that the profits from the immense wealth that was generated from slavery was allowed to be invested into building this country. Whether you're talking about your roads, your cities, and your ports.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You just told me that the ports were destroyed as if the roads didn't play a part into your infrastructure and everything that went down in terms of your railroads and everything else.
Yeah, that's after slavery, bro.
Yeah, but you need money to invest into that stuff. It could be after slavery all at once. They could end it after the money was already
right. So you would have to show how the United States government, not Yale, but I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. I'm not understanding how you make the argument should be against the government. You should be able to show me how the government profited and then took that profit and built America. That didn't happen
right now.
That's what you saying. Yeah, the government has not taken profits from slavery and built anything. I mean, that's just the things we say, and people want to believe that type of stuff, but it's just not true.
Yeah, I thought this was regular common knowledge. Yale's ties to slavery.
Yeah, we know there were ties, but Yale isn't the
I'm not
federal
talking
government.
about, no, hold on, let me finish this my source. I don't know why you trying to tell off my source.
I'm not, but I'm saying Yale isn't the federal government.
I'm talking about people who were invested into the East India Company, which helped them generate, which was definitely rooted in the transatlantic slave trade. Founded in 1701, Yale has a complex past that includes direct and indirect ties to slavery. The history cannot be remade. What can be done is to reveal, share, and learn from the history. Yale's mission of education. To that end, in 2020, Yale launched the Yale Slave Research Project to study institutions and the institutions. Remember, I talked about institutions, right? Institutions are part of your infrastructure, y'all. Without these universities and stuff like that, where your kids can go to get educated, then they're not allowed to. You don't have the ability to produce people who are smart, educated, who go on to participate in your system. Okay, so the institution's historical involvement with slavery, the discoveries made by the project's historians and scholars were made public and addressed by Yale throughout the research process. You'll find on its website much of what you learned in these web pages. History. Yale was founded 3/4 of a century before the United States declared its independence. Most of its 10 founding trustees owned enslaved people. From that point onward, Yale's history often reflects, for good and ill, the history of the country. I'm gonna read that again, y'all. Yale was founded 3/4 of a century before the United States declared its independence. Most of it, and Yale is still here today. Y'all heard me? Yale was founded 3/4 of a century before the United States declared its independence, and it's still here today. Why is it able to still be here today? Because it profited off of slavery. Most of its 10 founding trustees owned enslaved people. From that point onward, Yale history often reflects, for good and for ill, the history of the country. When they say it reflects the history of the country, because it's showing you how this stuff helped build America. Violence between the Pequots and the English colonists intensifies in areas surrounding Long Island Sound. Disease, displacement, and warfare have taken a toll on indigenous communities. By this time, the Pequot population has declined by nearly 80%. So they couldn't build it. It's around to 3,000 people. The Pequot culture and security are under tremendous threat. This is the map of Yale University Library. In 1637, in May, English troops with some native allies massacre an entire village of 400 Pequot men, women, and children in their fort near the Mystic River. The fires in the center of the fort blazed most terribly, writes a captain in the English force, and burnt half space in a half an hour. This is more so about the Indians. The first known Africans in Massachusetts purchased with the proceeds earned by selling Pequot captives arrive on a ship with cotton and tobacco. This trade continues, and in 1646, the New England Confederation codifies that the native captives should be shipped out in exchange for enslaved Black people. And this is an English castle at Anamadu Yale University Library. I could go pick this up. I don't really want to jump too fast yet. The New Haven colony, led by John Davenport and Theodophus Eaton, is founded. The Reverend John Davenport, Yale University Arts Gallery. Okay, this is about the first Africans in the Connecticut colony, meanwhile, likely arrived during the Pequot War, probably in trade for indigenous people who were taken prisoner and enslaved. Although it's uncertain exactly when the first Africans arrived in Connecticut, their presence is initially recorded at this time when an enslaved Black boy named Louis Burbeast from Dutch Guinea is killed by his owner in Hartford. Africans may have been present in New Haven even earlier, likely from its founding. Lucretia and a black woman belonged to the colony's founder and governor, Theodophus Eaton, and may have arrived with him. African captives arrive in New England. Let me go right
Done?
here.
Because this is so far away from the point. Right.
No, it's not. It's actually showing you how slave labor, that's what y'all looking at right here, is a picture of slaves picking cotton.
You're not sharing the screen.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. My fault, y'all. Damn, True Poetic. Damn. This is out of Yale University, man. My fault, y'all. I ain't gonna go back and go into all that. But this is out of Yale University, man. Your universities were built, your universities that still stand today, and are some of the most prestigious universities today, were built off the back of profits of slavery. Y'all can go.
Are you blaming the government for that?
The Yale University. See, again, Taz is kind of missing my point.
But I'm not. I'm trying to understand because for real, back to the original point that I contested. You know what I'm saying? Because you always got some idiots in the chat that think they can contest what I'm saying. You got your fucking mind. So again, you're not showing me what it was you claimed, right?
And what's that?
If you're telling me that these profits led to Yale, Yale is still here.
Right here.
What I told you though was those profits led to cities being built that were destroyed. That's what you're not dealing with.
And I'm saying that this happened. This is Yale in the 1900s.
Fuck Yale, bro. What about Richmond? What about Richmond, Virginia, and the vast profits that were there before the Civil War?
Again, you don't.
That was your argument, not Yale.
No, not for me. My argument.
Yale is there. Yale is there. That's not the federal government. Go put in your petition with Yale. That's not the federal government.
I don't have any petition in. Everybody profited because the government, the people who are in charge, allowed it to happen. Simple as that. It's been codified. Like, I don't even understand. Like, when it says it's codified, it's because oh man, this is weird.
Right. What's weird is your claim seemed to be previous to these cities being destroyed. You talked about the ports and how nice it was and how much they built.
No,
I told you, but it was destroyed. You're not dealing with that point.
Again, you're gonna have to show me again where your source says that the profit from slavery. This was what you said. The profit from slavery didn't contribute or largely fuel the profits from from the profits from slave labor. As simple as that. That's what I'm saying.
I said what now?
I'm telling you the same thing I've been telling you. It's right here. The transatlantic slave trade significantly contributed to the infrastructure development in both the USA and Europe by generating immense wealth for European powers, which was then used to fund construction of ports, cities, industry, and other infrastructure projects, largely fueled by the profits from slave labor on plantations in the Americas.
Show me some ports in cities, because I'm only going off of what your words were. If I'm wrong, like that fucking idiot is saying in the chat, show me the ports in cities, because that's what I specifically gave you. Ports and cities.
Here go major European cities. Major European cities like Liverpool, Bristol, and Amsterdam experienced significant growth due to their role as slave trading hubs, leading to the construction of new buildings, warehouses, and
those aren't in the United States.
It don't have to be. It don't have to be. I'm speaking again about the transatlantic slave trade and who profited off of it. When you are traded to the Americas,
somewhere else.
When you are traded to the Americas, yeah, I think that you're thinking
making another one of those unheard of reparations arguments.
I think
with another country. With another country.
I think that you think that because you're saying that you're specifically trying to sue the United States for reparations or approaching the United States for reparations, that I'm saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is the profit from slavery built nations, not only the United States, but also European nations. It's a transatlantic slave trade. It was triangular. So the profits that were made in America were also going to Europe. How did they do? This is what where you getting all of your
Yeah, my pushback was specific though about America. It wasn't
yeah,
about Europe.
that's what I'm saying. You're having a separate argument. I kind of tried to tell you that before.
No,
You're
I'm
having
not. I'm having a part of the argument that applies to America.
no again, if
But
you're talking
because
about
y'all use these umbrella
applies to
terms, you
America,
can't specifically make this argument for America. So you're using whatever you can. I got
if
you.
you're saying that again, I never. So anybody listen, I never spoke against people trying to sue or get reparations from America.
No, you didn't.
So then I don't know how you getting it confused when I say that the profits from slavery allowed for not only places like universities like Yale and Berkeley to be built in America, which still stand today. Like they weren't destroyed, they still stand today. The profits.
I'll say it again, bro. For you, I don't think you want to hear me.
Not only stretches from, it not only happens in the United States, but it's happening in Europe. These roads, these cities weren't built without the profit from slavery. It's simply what I'm saying.
Right,
So
those cities. But I've had my screen in the back to be shared for a while. Just because, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? My only point when you said ports and cities, I was just trying to give you the example that in this country, the reason why you can't make that argument because those ports and cities were destroyed. That profit was lost. And so because of that, I get why you're using Yale, but there's also a reason why you're not using ports and cities. Richmond, Charleston, Atlanta, all of these different cities were destroyed in the South. So the infrastructure you're referring to that was in place, that came from the immense profits early on, it was lost. Now, the cities you're naming outside of this country were not part of my argument, bro. I'm only talking about the reconstruction of this country. And then when you said that it was reconstructed off of slave profit, I asked you then to show me that source. Because all I told you was that these cities were in fact destroyed during the Civil War, which is a loss of said infrastructure.
His source is up.
Right, and I just explained with the source on the screen. So you can read from it if you want to, but I don't need to read directly from it to make my point. I don't have to. That's what y'all have to do. These are things I know for a fact that I can continue to prove different ways. Different cities in this country, in the South, that were built off of slave labor got fucking destroyed. That's not a hard concept. Now, when you start talking about Lisbon and other cities, fam, I ain't pushing back against that. That's what I'm not pushing back against. So I didn't even.
I don't know. Again, I don't have any argument in terms of you specifying what was destroyed in the South. Again, the source that I pulled up was strictly speaking to the infrastructure between Europe and America and how the immense profit from slave labor contributed to building up the infrastructure in both places. Like that's it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know when you say that.
And again,
if you're saying that everything was destroyed and the people who profited off of slavery lost all their money and they didn't put that money back after Reconstruction in terms of building up America, then you know I would like to see that also, because you said that the wealth was lost, and I'm trying to figure out then where would the money come from to rebuild if it wasn't.
Yeah, because here's the thing, but the South was never truly rebuilt. I mean, look at it still. Look at the desolate areas out there. It was never rebuilt, bro. But the issue, I think that you're not hearing me. I'm not taking issue with anything that you said about the foreign countries. The only reason I'm applying this to the United States, and I'm asking because if you're asking where did the money go, the money of the Confederacy, what money are you at? Because for me, when you start tying together the United States and the Confederacy and you leave that part of history out, you're not giving credence to the actual history of the country or slavery itself. Slavery does end at some point And the end does not look like the beginning. The beginning was wide open. You can have all the arguments you damn near want. But as it comes to a conclusion on paper, everything doesn't apply anymore, bruh. Like people abandon a lot of their fucking homes to go fight in the Civil War. That's documented. Do I need to show you that? The only reason I'm saying that is because, again, we act like these immense profits that were made during slavery weren't lost when they lost their land, the land that they initially tried to get to black people, and Andrew Johnson gave it back. Moments like that should show you that the quote unquote infrastructure of that moment was up in arms. There was a question about it. We can look at it and see. But like I said, if you saying other countries, sure, but this country has a specific history, and in that history, yes, but the South was destroyed. So I'm not telling you wrong about the overall concept, but in this country, yeah, bro, the South was destroyed. So I don't know what you're asking for when you say, how was it rebuilt, when the federal government would have rebuilt the South to what we see today, which is not much. They still don't put money in the South the way they should or even could. So yeah, like I say, I don't know what else you want to see. I could show you multiple cities that were burned and destroyed, and the infrastructure that was once there is no longer there because the Civil War was, it happened. I don't, it's just.
No, you can talk. I'm trying to pull up this source real quick.
Yeah, it's weird that we don't view America's history for what it actually is. There was a time where the white people were fighting amongst each other, blowing up each other's shit, and yeah, some of that shit ain't here no more. Like it was other shit going on around slavery, right? It wasn't just slavery and that's all. Now there's a lot going on, and I think leaving that out sometimes is why we kind of get stuck with the simple concepts. Like I say, I'm not diminishing whatever would have happened from, let's say, 1776 to 1861, right? Whatever was built during that time, though, in the American South, yeah, fam, that shit gone. It was destroyed during the Civil War. And again, I don't know what else I need to show you for you to see that, but I don't mind pulling up any historical American document to show you the multitude of examples of the South being destroyed after the Civil War. Now, rebuilding the South.
I get it with your argument about the South. The South is not the whole of America. The South is just that. It's just the South. When I'm talking about to build the profits from the immense wealth that was generated from slavery and building the infrastructure and what you have today in Americas, I'm talking about everyone who profited from slavery that allowed them to invest into the building of America. Simply, like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? The South thing, I'm not making an argument for the South not being destroyed and them not having to try to move.
Right, that's the infrastructure. You're referring to the infrastructure, and you said ports and cities, right? That's why specifically
ports
and cities.
Yes, ports and cities. Yes, so just there were more ports than just was in the South. Like the Hudson actually was where I'm at was one of the most profitable ports that was constructed due to the profits from slavery, and the Hudson is still here. The port from the Hudson is still here. So again, you're the one who specified the South. Me, I'm talking about the whole of America and how the whole of America.
Right. So
me, I'm talking about the whole of America and how the whole America benefited in terms of construction of the whole America. Where you talk about your roads, your railroads, everything that was allowed for everybody to do was due to the profit from slavery.
Yeah, that's a historical jump though, right? From the time of slaves in the Hudson to the railroads.
Yeah, no, yes, you don't get. Of course, a bunch of things happen. Of course, a bunch of things happened between that time. There was a bunch of money
Right.
being made too. Yeah, there was a bunch of money being made. You don't build America overnight, so a bunch of like a lot of things would have to happen. You got inventions, you got industrial revolutions, you got all
Wait,
of that.
so you
stuff.
think? So let me be clear. So you're saying America was being built previous to 1776?
I'm saying simply that the profit from America, I mean the profit from slavery, helped build the Americas that you see today. To 2024, how you walking around and everything that you're seeing, whether you're talking about your street signs, your stoplights, and everything,
Right,
your
so
railroad system and all of that stuff like that, was due to the transatlantic slave trade and the immense wealth that was generated from that, and the way the nations was able to capitalize from that immense wealth build. There's no way that you got people paying into the government and taxes and everything like that, which allows the government to go ahead and invest in different things to grow the country.
See, I'm only pushing back because it's an umbrella. Like I said, I just think it's a wide umbrella that has to be cut off at some point. I think if you don't qualify that the federal government did, it tried to on paper distance itself, and so with that, I don't think you can walk into a legitimate conversation with a scholar and say that just because on paper this government tried to distance itself from that. Now, because we know what did and didn't happen, I think our feelings get involved. I just don't think we equate what's on paper to what we could actually win in a situation in a courtroom or even in an actual debate. Like I just don't know if you can eliminate these cutoff dates where America says, okay, you can't bring any more slaves into America after 1808. Yeah, we know they were still doing it, right? I mean, the Amistad case is a great example. They were doing it up until the 1870s. But if you try to blame America for it, they had the documentation to say that it's not true. What's on paper says, nah, that's not true. So you could argue with me, but I would tell you to go argue with the federal government, because my only arguments come from the understanding of trying to push back against them, right? And these arguments that I'm making that makes a bitch like by any means triggered, they're the ones that you would have to make to that white motherfucker that you claim you want this check from. Bitch, I can't cut you the check. So coming for me because I want to make sure we intellectualize it all, you sound stupid. Like I said, our best argument is here. Like I said, now for me, I'm just talking to Mizzo because his argument expands outside of here, right? But like, don't think you can come for me. You don't know shit, bitch, nigga. Nothing by any means, but you sitting around dumb as fuck. You only know one means fuck, nigga. What are you talking about? Sit your dumb ass down and shut the fuck up and listen. Those are your memes. I hate dumbass niggas, bro. Motherfucker want to teach from the chat. Come up here and challenge what I'm saying, or shut the fuck up. That's it. I'm only making sure we do have a foundation for what the fuck we saying. The fuck. I get tired of niggas who ain't read shit. What have you read? What the fuck do you know? Like I said, anyway, man. So that's why my argument is limited to the South. You know what I'm saying? And the understanding that the breaking away of those slave states, I don't know if we can just point to the federal government with ease and make the argument that they owe us for states that eventually seceded. Maybe it's the state of Georgia that owes black people for how slavery was held in that state and it was acceptable. The Republic of Texas, Some of these states fought
I
hard
got
to
a
be
phone call,
sovereign.
Taz. I got a phone call. You and Wale keep going. I see Wale just pulled up. Keep going, Taz. Pause. Well, I got a phone call.
Wale here. What's up, Wale? But no, I'm saying some of these states fought to be sovereign. Some of these states didn't want to be part of the United States when a lot of this was going on. Not every argument is going to be fluid, fam. And I think that's part of the problem. People don't want to look at all of this for what it is. Like, you can't just ignore Dred Scott and start talking about human rights. It makes no sense how you diminish that history. Taz, you mad? I'm cooking you from the chat. You better worry about Miz. Nah, fam, ain't no worries. Because me and Miz is not having the same conversation. Miz is pushing a different conversation, which, again, I just think is too wide. So I came to push back, right? You know what I'm saying? But not like that. I mean, you a bitch in the chat. Like, how could you ever? How could you cook from the chat? I got to read your comments from the matter. What's up, Wale?
Yeah, man. I was just saying, how y'all doing?
We all right, man. We talking about sovereign states, black people getting reparations, suing other countries. You think Black America should be able to sue another nation for the historical atrocities of slavery, Wale?
Okay, you have to define Black America to me.
The people who were victims of the transatlantic slave trade, should they be able to sue other countries, like within that country's jurisdiction, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess they would be able to have to do it in that country. So, like, should you be able to go to the UK and sue for slave history?
Who go to the UK and sue?
A foundational Black American.
Oh, just some nigga off the street?
That's a product of slavery, yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know. You're on your own with that. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, one of the women I speak with, and we were laughing because the reparations conversation is a one-way conversation. Y'all are talking to each other like you're gonna get money from each other or something, reparations from each other. You're not talking to the people you're trying to get the actual reparations from. You're just arguing and fighting with each other for days, years, hours, weeks, months. It's crazy.
Wale ain't with it, Taz.
Well, Wale, that's why I try my best to sound like the people who you would be getting it from. I try to make it a tough conversation. But yeah, I know why people don't do that too. I'm saying you tend to hurt feelings.
Why they don't talk to the people they talk it? Why are you proxying for the cracker?
Because we ain't ready yet.
It's a one-way conversation. It's a one-way conversation.
We're not ready for the conversation, Wale.
Because it's a one-way conversation. It ain't ready for nothing. It's just a one-way conversation. Y'all stay busy for another 20, 30 years, get a next generation, and then they'll stay busy for the next 20, 30 years while we serve their children and utilize them like they want to.
Wait, so you think it's pointless, Wale?
Argue the same thing for 20 or 30 years and take their next generation. This is a generation. We're in the 4th, 5th, 10th generation of this stuff. And still ain't nothing occurred because we ain't doing nothing but talking to each other.
So do you think it's pointless?
Yes, directly.
No doubt. I don't think it's pointless, though. I do think the more we discuss it, the better understanding people can have of it. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a popular conversation 30 years ago.
It was popular 30 years ago, 60 years ago, 90 years ago, 120 years ago. It'll be popular 30 years from now, 30 years, 60 years from now. It'll still be the same popular conversation. It'll still be reaching the same popular conclusion, which is where we're at now. I look at it like this, Taz. Maybe you could follow me for 10 seconds. I got 10 seconds to live. That's how I see life. I got 10 seconds to live. Am I going to spend that 10 seconds moaning behind some cracker? I'm going to spend that 10 seconds building up something, actually building, not trying to building something for my child. I could be building a building or something with that 10 seconds. I could be digging a dirt, planting a tree with them 10. I could do something productive with them 10 seconds, or I can go around whining behind a cracker.
Wale, pardon yourself, Wale. You know, no disrespect. Wale, hold up 1 second. Pardon me. I got somebody backstage and I'm about to run and grab a coffee real quick. I don't want to add him to the stage. I have him waiting. Lawrence, I don't know you. I don't know if Taz or Wale ever saw you before, but if not, you got to turn on your camera. How you on a platform?
Who is it?
Okay. He broke out. His name was Lawrence, but he broke out once I said that. Marley Jesus here. Marley, y'all hold it down. I'm just gonna grab coffee. Nah, Taz, we're gonna continue, but my mom's keep calling me. She thinking
you good, fam. You good.
Yeah, I got
Jay Sanders said we need lawyers to go like this. We don't need to argue in circles. But look, Jay Sanders, I agree. But now here's the problem that we never want to consider. Do you think that there's a possibility that lawyers ain't going and fighting it because the arguments y'all keep presenting are bullshit? That maybe they don't have a lot to work with because the shit y'all saying just don't apply? Have you ever thought about that?
The thing is, though, the lawyers should know what do and don't apply, and they can apply whatever they feel that does and doesn't apply. They don't have to listen to me or Corey or Miz. They're lawyers. They're not supposed to listen to us dumb niggas. They're supposed to figure the stuff out, which angle to go at it and be done with this. Otherwise, it's just conversation stuff for us to do to make sure we don't do nothing. Because we spend hours, days, weeks, months, years on this, and ain't nothing happened, and we still doing it. Instead of building ourselves up, we could have put $1 a day in and get more money than they ever gonna give us. We can start building ourselves up, but we won't do that. Like, we can't do that. We can't do that. We have to wait on the cracker to do something first. Why we don't build ourselves up? All we have to do is immerse ourselves in us. We spent all them 24, 38, 96 hours on YouTube, any other place talking about reparations.
When y'all niggas gonna start sending money in, though, like, don't talk me to death. Hey, nigga, don't talk me to death, bro. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 people agreeing with you. When y'all gonna get y'all pot together?
We already doing it. We sending the money in the queue, man.
No, we talking about reparations for all of us.
I ain't talking about
butter. Shout out to True Butter, but this is a conversation about reparations, not Zion.
I'm not talking about reparations for all of us. I'm talking about us picking ourselves up and moving forward. With our own resources, we got plenty. We got more resources than we need. We don't need nothing else. We got everything we need. Everything we need to be a great man. Cause that's ignorance. They ain't got nothing to do with money. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. And if we do got to do with money, we back to the $1 a day. We're sending the $1. Man, send it to your mama. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad about who you sending it to. Just make sure you're doing it. And then we don't have to say, well, who got the money? You sent it to your mama, man. Leave me alone.
I thought we was talking about a serious reparations conversation, bro.
I ain't talking about reparations conversation. I'm talking about picking ourselves up conversation. Reparations conversation is a one-way conversation. That's like talking to yourself and expect the girl to know what you're saying, and she gonna go out on a date with you, but you ain't talking to nobody but yourself. You're not talking to yourself. Yeah, because you're talking to yourself. Niggas to be arguing for 25, 38, 96 hours. Talking to themselves. I'm saying if you're going to make a relationship with somebody, you have to talk to that somebody, not to each other. You can't keep talking in your own mind. Talking to me about reparations is like you talking to yourself in your own mind. Because I ain't gonna give you no reparations. Where you gonna get it from? Not me. You ain't even talking about getting it from me.
I thought you just said we could do it with $1 a day.
I didn't say nothing about reparations with no $1 a day. I said we could pick ourselves up with $1 a day. You talking about reparations? I'm talking about.
I'm assuming that you're saying that's comparable? That instead of making a reparations claim to the government, if we just do $1 a day, we can end up in the same place. I thought that's what you said.
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is, you want to do the reparations thing, please be welcome. Meanwhile, we can be doing $1 a day and picking ourselves up. You can do that. I ain't say don't do either or. You're gonna hear me say do either or. That don't make no sense. Either or. I'm saying. So
when we gonna start sending $1?
I'm sorry.
Let's all choose a person every day to send $1 to on Cash App. I got my $1 to send somebody right now. Who's the lucky winner today?
I'm saying
we're all gonna send $1.
We are sending our. We already didn't decide it from this channel. On the next channel, we're gonna send our money to the next person. On the next channel, we send out.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta get the money up right now. That's what I'm saying. We gotta see who we gonna send them to. Send $1 to.
Send it for you. Send it to your mama. Your mama still here?
Yes, my mother's still here.
I don't know. Yeah, send it to your mama. Just send it to your mama. She'll know
be a touching statement. Like I don't know if you should be like that. Like send it to your mama. Like that's crazy.
What? Yeah, I know it is crazy because everybody's talking about who you gonna send it to. I ain't sending it to that person.
What's my girl Cash App like?
Right. I don't trust
$sign Nyla Ahmad, nigga.
Do you trust your mama? Send
Absolutely.
it to you. Everybody talking about they don't trust whoever. So I'm saying I ain't got time for all that garbage. Y'all got so many excuses not to do something. It's pathetic. I ain't got time for that. So I say, if you gonna ask me who you send it to, what they gonna do? Well, how do we know we can trust them? I say obliterate all of them questions by simply saying send it to your mama.
But is that gonna get us there though, Wale?
Yes.
That's gonna get us there $1 a day.
At $1 a day, my nigga, easy. Send your mom $365 today, and you can avoid the rush. You don't have to wait.
If would have just said that, we'd have been done talking. You sure right, Wale. Forget them reparations.
I ain't saying forget them reparations. I'm saying that is a one-way conversation. That's like, you know, what you're saying. Forget this and
I don't
forget
even want
that.
to talk about that dumbass shit no more. You're right, Wale.
You can talk about it, but why? Why would you? You're not a lawyer. You're not talking to the people.
Wasting time. That's you know, the nigga shit, wasting time.
There you go.
I'm done with
that.
Nigga
shit. Nigga shit is so good, they stole the nigga just for his shit. They stole the whole nigga just for his shit. That's how good nigga shit is. Y'all talk bad about nigga shit because y'all been sold a bag of goods where you think what you have ain't got no value and what somebody else got, that's valuable. You think what they do in their stuff is valuable and what we do in our stuff is not valuable. Now that's insanity.
Insane.
We call it, oh, that nigga shit. You're a nigga. You supposed to shit. Your shit. You want some cracker shit? Come on, man. Don't get that. And most people want our shit. Almost everybody want our shit except us. We don't want our shit. We want their shit. And that's why we always buying and buying. Because we ain't making and making and making. We just buying and buying. And we buy their fucking ideas. We buy their religion. We buy their way of doing things. We buy everything from them. And we don't, and we look down on our own people, on our own thing. We look nasty at our own people. You dumbass nigga. I hear y'all talking to each other on the internet. Used to be private, at least in the neighborhood. Now y'all all over the internet. People in China hear y'all calling each other dirty, nasty, rusty, booty scratching niggas. Everybody hears how y'all talk to each other. And then y'all what? Please.
You're right,
you can't do that to no decent people. Decent people ain't trying to hear that.
You're sure right.
And over what? Some one-way conversation about reparations. Y'all getting mad and cussing each other out and calling each other dirty, nasty, filthy names. And your children can hear you. I don't. You're not just international, other people in the world, but even your own children hear you talking like
Yeah.
that to each other. That's what are we
They heard
doing?
me. They heard me as talking to me like that, bro. You sure right.
Miz and everybody else. It ain't you, Miz. Ain't no name. You ain't got to put no name on it. We all doing it.
No, I'm just putting a name on it because it was me
I
yesterday.
ain't saying nothing about you doing it, he doing it, they doing it. I'm saying we doing it. I'm putting myself in the game because I'm in the game. And I'm saying while I'm in the game, I'm trying to get us to play the game to our advantage and cease just playing the game. Come on, man. If every time you throw the ball to the left, the guy knocks it out of the goddamn field, seem like after a while you want to throw it to the right so he don't knock the ball out of the field. We keep throwing it to the left and allowing him to knock it home run every time. We making him a home run hitter by throwing the ball right where he wants it every time.
Touchdown.
I'm saying let's throw the ball where we want it sometimes so we can win. We can strategize. We got all the things we need. We got intelligent people. Man, y'all so doggone intelligent. It's pathetic. And then watch it be wasted just talking back and forth and arguing with each other like nasty, like dogs fighting over some scraps on the floor of somebody's table. Yeah, I really don't like seeing y'all. Y'all too brilliant for that.
Brilliant. And that's what we reduce ourselves to.
Great. My people are great and don't know their greatness. We like Superman who don't know he's super.
Man, that's crazy.
We got powers we don't even know about. Listen, Tad, we got such great powers we don't even know about, and we're using them against ourselves. We're utilizing our own great powers against ourselves because we don't know we got great powers. And we sit
Own worst enemy. Yeah, own worst enemy, Wale.
The thing is, though, we have no enemy. That's when we figure that out. That took me a while. And it's a little brother here. He also figured it out. One day I mentioned it to him. He just smiled. He said, he thought he was the only one that had figured it out. We have no enemy. We have no enemy.
That's powerful.
There's no, you know what it takes to be an enemy? I mean, for real. You notice that Leopold tried to genocide a bunch of niggas. You notice they've been trying to genocide a bunch of niggas every chance they get and can't do it because we have no enemy. The most they can do is, kill a few people and then we go on and become a lot. We just get bigger. But right now we're in a thing where we think we small. We think inferiority, with an inferiority complex. You were saying they stopped bringing in the Africans in 1808, and they did. They still brought in slaves from the Caribbean. They brought in niggas from wherever they could find niggas. They even changed the law and say any nigga that ain't owned by a cracker. I just read it yesterday. I got it still right here. It's called, I'll read it to you. It's Code Noah. It says they will arrest any they will make us arrest and make a slave any Negro, mulatto, or Indian that is not vouched for by a Christian, European. They put out laws in mostly Virginia, because this was at the time they were mostly occupying what they call Virginia, which is not the Virginia that they're occupying today. Different boundaries, actually. The Virginia they were talking about in the 1700s was much smaller than the one that they're talking about now, that we call Virginia, because it was just a colony and it wasn't nothing but 350 people in the entire colony. So it wasn't that big like we think in terms of Virginia.
What about West Virginia?
It wasn't no West Virginia at the time that I'm talking about, which is the 1600s. West Virginia didn't come in until the state started becoming the United States.
What year did West Virginia become a state?
I don't know. Look it up. It's in Google. 10 seconds. You have 35,000.
You don't think that's part of the problem, though? You don't think we need to know stuff like that?
If that's
like,
what you want to
just win, but how?
don't need to know it, or I would know it exactly. If you think you need to know it, nigga, know it. I ain't got nothing to
black people need to know it.
I don't know. Hey, cousin, you're out of my league again. I don't know no black people. I never met a person who was black.
Oh, yeah. Well, the people that are commonly identified as black.
I can go with that. And I say to you, they think they need to know. A man may not need to know about whatever you were talking about just now. He may need to know when his crops gonna grow. And so he need an almanac. He don't need no law book. He needs an almanac. That's what he's into. Now, if you want to do the law thing, then you'll leave the law book. I ain't gonna give you no almanac. You understand? You ain't gonna be able to use the almanac to do your law stuff. He needs an almanac. That's what his purview is farming and stuff. Everybody ain't on the same page. Everybody don't do the same thing. Everybody don't need to know every law. That's just kind of stupid. That don't even make sense. It's already been proven all over the world that there are sections and stuff when you're going to run a nation. When you're going to actually run your own nation, you have to section off the priorities. You have to have a section for war, medicine, education. You have to section those off. People have to become experts in those fields. Not every field in the world, those fields. So then they practice they do their thing in those fields of expertise. And that they may not know how to suture a doggone a bullet wound, but they do know how to grow fruit and vegetables and husbandry, right? So everybody ain't the same knowledge base, is what I'm saying. We need to at least recognize.
You're right. Yeah, they not.
Look
you
at
can't
here.
build a society like that either. Everybody got to have different expertise.
You got to have your military. You got to have your hospital or your medical. You got to know how you put that medical. I don't go with but hospitals. You got to have that kind of thing. You got to have education. You got to cover the boundaries of life, man. And food and building, and you got to build stuff, infrastructure. The guy that's doing infrastructure, he may not read Shakespeare, or he may not read what's his name, Dante, or that other guy, what's his name, Dubois, or what's this other woman name? She did a lot of writing. Nikki Giovanni only come to my mind, even though that's not the one I was thinking about. But I'm just saying, everybody ain't no poet laureate. Just like everybody ain't no boxer. Everybody ain't no 100-meter runner. But we need all of them people. And we need them all to continue to do their greatness. And we need to look at it like that. I mean, I'm just saying. We are great people. All we have to do is realize that and become ourselves, what we are. We don't have to look around to find out who we are. Fuck who we are. We go with what we are and start doing what we are. We'll be great people again. And then you can say who you are. But right now, what we are is very important. And what we are consumers. We're not makers. We're not producers. We are consumers. Let's make and produce and turn into producers. That's just that simple. We could do it today. Just start making something today. We can do it every day. We start today. Every day we got a new chance to start and become whatever we want to become. Every day is every moment. Every day. You could do it 3, 4, 5 times a day. You ain't got to wait for the next day. We just throw down. We just throw down and become ourselves. Stop fighting each other. We mad at each other. The biggest thing we need to do is stop being mad at our individual selves. Most of the time we ain't arguing with that person. We arguing with ourselves. All this stuff is internal. Nigga, I don't like you. There's something about that nigga that is in you that you don't like. and it's coming out of him, but you wouldn't dare let it come out of you, but it's in you. And that's what you don't like. But we arguing with him like, hey, he's the problem. When actually the problem is inside you. And you need to go inside you and solve them problems. You can come back out and realize that anybody that has them problems, you might even want to pity them instead of being mad at them. Why are you mad at somebody when you're great, powerful, and you set and you satisfied? What's there to be mad about because the next person is not? You can't. Why be mad at him? It don't make sense. It's because you're not satisfied in all that stuff. Now, once you get that way, you don't have to argue with nobody or be mad at nobody. And you can realize that they're in a fix and they need to come out and view themselves so they can stop being mad and angry and produce something. You know what they used to say? Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Always be using your hands to make something. That's in our traditions. I ain't gonna say culture, but definitely in our traditions. All over the place. Idle hands, devil's workshop. Always be making something. That's how I grew up. That's how everybody around me grew up. Idle hands, devil's workshop. We didn't do all these idle hands. We didn't have no children that don't do nothing. Your children don't do nothing. They ain't got much chores. They don't make nothing. And then what you expect them to do when they ain't got no habits of creating or nothing. You know what? I went to because I used to sell real estate. I went into 3 houses one night. I was selling to a customer, right? I took my buyer around with me. We went into 3 houses. One house had Chinese people in it. In that house, they didn't even have a television. Everybody was working they were doing assembly work. They had 4 or 5 boxes of pieces of an assembly job. And the children and everybody was the old people, the grandma, all the 3 generations were in that house, assembling those things in boxes, putting them in boxes and closing them out. And the grandma would look at everything and make sure it was done. She did the quality control and closed it out. I saw that in 30 minutes while I was at their house. I went to the next house. There was a cracker there. We going through the house. He said, oh, you got to see the basement. We go to the basement. This cracker got the basement full of hydroponic water pools with fish. He's got over so many fish, over 500 fish in his basement that's selling for so many dollars per fish. And he's growing them. He had just got some from Nicaragua. They came in a bag and he was breeding them because that was a big breed pay for him. And he's doing all that in his basement at night. Went to the next guy's house. He's making ink in his basement. Ink. Cartridges. He make ink cartridges, put them in a box, and send them out.
Real quick, no disrespect at all. I got somebody backstage. Oh, okay, I know who Chief Eagle Eye is. All right, I got you, Chief. Taz, you still here?
I'm still here, bro.
Remember, your contention was that profit from slavery didn't contribute to the infrastructure of building America, right? Because they destroyed the South, right? So I was asking you where the money went then, right?
What money?
So more so, the ports in the cities was more so what I was trying to.
Yeah, no, the destruction of them. But I'm saying the building of America as a whole, and I'm saying that the profit from slavery contributed to the building of America that you see today in 2024. Because I'm about to pull something real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not pulling it for nothing because I'm trying to make sure the contention is right. Your contention is
no. Go ahead and pull it.
All right. No, but I want to make sure that the profit from slavery, you're saying, didn't contribute to like the railroads and everything like that. Because what I'm pulling is going to show that the money that was invested.
Yeah, I would argue against that.
All right, I got you.
I would definitely argue against that. Yes, that's why I said I want to see it.
That's good. I got you. I'm pulling it up right now. This is out of the BBC and a study that was done in terms of the wealth that was generated in the South and how they basically got insurers to insure their slaves which protected them in turn, and they turned around and invested that money back into the infrastructure. Hold up, give me 1 second. And that happened, but that didn't just happen in America. That happened in England, Europe as well. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I ain't talking about England though.
No, I said that happened not only in America, is what I said specifically. That didn't happen only in America. That also happened in in America only. It happened in England as well. This is the BBC, the hidden links between slavery and Wall Street. That's why it's probably not well known, because, as they say, the hidden links, right? Because then if it was wide open, then people would be having a lot of issues with a lot of things that we have today. Give me 1 second. Between. But go ahead, Wale, you continue. I just want to make sure before I pull this up. But I knew I wasn't tripping. I just couldn't find what I was looking for. You can continue, Wale, while I pull this up. Boom. Boom. Okay. Real quick so you can see what I'm saying.
I'm busy talking and on mute again.
Wale, you good. BBC. This is a BBC article.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. This is a BBC.
Oh, beautiful. Go ahead
with the hidden links between Wall Street, and when they say Wall Street, you're just talking about the economic structure, not just New York, but Wall Street is the basic.
The stock market.
Yeah, there you go.
We're talking about the stock market. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I agree.
All right.
Hey, Taz, I'm gonna suggest something to you. It's called Erasing Minds. Erasing Minds. The Cambridge Report. If you like, I'll look for the link and give it to you. I suggest you read it.
This is how they help build Wall Street right here, right? Like I said, this is an article at the BBC. Stacey Toussaint, the boss of Inside Out Tours, which runs NYC Slavery and Underground Railroad Tour, says the people are often surprised by how important slavery was to New York City. They don't realize that enslaved people built the wall after which Wall Street is named. I didn't really even know that, and I live in New York City, right? By some estimates, New York, I got you. By some estimates, New York received 40% of the U.S. cotton revenue through money financial firms, shipping businesses, and insurance companies earn. Remember, I brought up insurance companies, y'all. But scholars differ on just how a direct line can be drawn between slavery and modern economic practices, right? That's the difference. That's the kind of discussion me and Taz was having in terms of these. He's talking about Reconstruction and the ending of slavery, and that because they ended slavery, now you have a situation where that money that was established during that time didn't play a part into the infrastructure that built America and Europe. Okay, so people in non-slave areas, Britain and free United States, routinely did business with slave owners and slave commerce, says Gavin Wright, a professor of Emeritus of Economic History at Stanford University. But he says the uniqueness of slavery's economic contribution. Oh, Wale, you can mute up. I think you got feedback. I got you. I'm gonna finish in 1 second. The uniqueness of slavery's economic contribution has been exaggerated by some. Slavery thrived under colonial rule. British and Dutch settlers relied on enslaved people. That y'all know all of this. Enslaved people were brought to work on cotton, sugar, and tobacco plantations. The crops they grew were sent to Europe. Y'all know this. This is the triangular trading route. This triangular trading route was profitable for investors. Y'all know that. To raise the money to start, many future plantation owners turned to capital markets in London, selling debt that was used to purchase boats, goods, and eventually people. So this is just a bit of the history, right? And you'll see the picture of Wall Street, and they say slaves helped build the wall from which Wall Street was named. Later in the 19th century, U.S. banks and southern states, y'all remember Taz was talking about the southern states, would sell securities that helped fund the expansion of slave-run plantations. To balance the risk that came with forcibly bringing humans from Africa to America, insurance policies were purchased. These policies protected against the risk of a boat sinking and the risk of losing individual slaves once they made it to America. Some of the largest insurance firms in the U.S., New York Life, AIG, and y'all going to remember these names because they still around. That insured. So when I was talking about the profit from slavery and to directly profiting, people directly profiting today, I'm not joking. Some of these largest insurance firms in the United States, the largest in the United States, New York Life, AIG, and Aetna, sold policies that ensured slave owners would be compensated if slaves they owned were injured or killed. Okay, right here, you're going to see August 2019 marks 400 years since enslaved Africans were first brought to what was now the United States. Boom.
You know what crossed my mind just now when you had
because I want to get into this real quick. I got you, Wale. By the mid-19th century, exports of raw cotton accounted for more than half of U.S. overseas shipments. What wasn't sold abroad was sent to mills in northern states, including Massachusetts, Rhode Island, to be turned into fabric. The money Southern plantation owners earned couldn't be kept under mattresses or behind loose floorboards. If y'all remember, I was asking Taz, so where the money went, even they did destroy the South. American banks accepted their deposits and counted enslaved people as assets when assessing a person's wealth. In recent years, U.S. banks have made public apologies for the role they played in slavery. In 2005, J.P. Morgan Chase, which is still here today, one of the biggest banking institutions, currently the biggest bank in the United. No, I said one of the biggest. Is currently the biggest in the United States. Admitted that two of its subsidiaries, Citizens Bank and Canal Bank in Louisiana, accepted enslaved people as collateral for loans. If a plantation owner defaulted on a loan payment, the banks took ownership of these slaves. J.P. Morgan was not alone. The predecessors that made up Citibank and the Bank of America and Wells Fargo, all around today, are among a list of well-known U.S. financial firms that benefited from the slave trade. Slavery was an overwhelmingly important fact of American economy, explains Seven Beckford Leard Bell, professor of American history at Harvard University. And here y'all got a picture of New York slave market in 1730. And that's an illustration. Professor Becker points out that while cities like Boston never played a large role, remember he was talking about how some places didn't even play a major role in the slave trade. This is how they benefited. They benefited from the connections to slave-driven economies. New England merchants made money selling timber and ice to the South and the Caribbean. In turn, Northern merchants bought raw cotton and sugar, all off of the backs of slaves. New England's fabric mills played a key role in the U.S. Industrial Revolution, but their supply of cotton came from slave-reliant South. Brands like the Brooks Brothers, the oldest men's clothier in the United States, turned Southern cotton into high-end fashion. Domino's Sugar, once the largest sugar refiner in the United States, processed slave cane. My fault, sugar cane. And y'all see here this big factory. This is what I'm talking about when I say infrastructure, right? In America, this big factory. This is the United States sugar industry was relying on slave labor in the early 19th century. This is what it was sugar like. America's railroads. Remember, I brought up them railroads, y'all. And you don't have nothing without them railroads, especially the way we live in today in the 2024. America's railroads also benefited from money earned through slave businesses. In the South, because remember, Taz brought up the South again, y'all. Trains were built specifically to move agricultural goods farmed by enslaved people, and slaves were also used as labor to build lines. Some scholars even argue the use of slavery shaped the modern accounting. Historian Caitlin Rosenthal points to enslavers who depreciated or lowered the record value of slaves over time as a way to keep track of costs. Global trade. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. Oh, there we go. That's what I want to get to. In a century and a half since slavery was abolished in the United States, laws prevented former slaves and their descendants from full engagement in U.S. economies have shaped the country. Following the country's Civil War, efforts to pay reparations to newly freed slaves were squashed. President Andrew Johnson, who took over after Abraham Lincoln's assassination, did not want to alienate white Southerners during the period of Reconstruction. This is what Taz is talking about. And this is where we're getting right into. President Andrew Johnson, who took over after Abraham Lincoln assassination, did not want to alienate white Southerners during the period of Reconstruction. Remember, Taz kept talking about Reconstruction, right? A series of laws that economically and politically disenfranchised formerly enslaved people led to many of today's inequalities, according to historians. And there y'all see a big picture of J.P. Morgan Chase. New efforts to find ways to pay reparations are finding traction in 2020 race for president. Or did we kind of going away from what the initial point was? Okay, so yeah, we kind of went away from the initial point. But this is what I was talking about in terms of the infrastructure that built America was just off of the backs of the transatlantic slave trade, which was a multinational situation. So that's why that's why my argument was shaped the way it was, Taz, in terms of it being a multinational situation, and the approach for me would be multinational. Am I getting again? I'm saying this to people who are looking for reparations. Miz is not talking about getting outside with a protesting stick. What you call those things? You know, when you protest, you got the thing with the sign, the billboard, and you marching up and down and saying, "No, I don't. No, don't. They don't deserve reparations." I remember Q Butter even said it. Miz is not saying that black people don't deserve reparations. What I'm saying is, if you're just simply looking at the U.S. government in terms of reparations, you shortchanging yourself. Was my argument.
Right. Well, and again, my argument is right there in the article. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's literally, it kind of ends there for a reason.
What you mean? Explain. Well, I want to bring it back up if I got
the article, if I'm not mistaken, it ended with Andrew Johnson in speaking of what we later would know as Jim Crow laws, and why a lot of those quote unquote new efforts today that people are coming up with, they're just efforts, but they ain't really rooted in that history. Like I say, it's like I think that article ended talking about Andrew.
What they said with Andrew Johnson, what I'll bring it back up, what they said about Andrew Johnson was the fact that what he did was make sure that after slavery was over, that he took, and after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, he made sure that he put black people in a position to not be able to create this disparity in terms of the economic inequalities that we see today. That was strictly came from the profit from the slave trade. You only were able to pay your soldiers during the civil wars from the money.
So here's the thing though. Those railroads would be different, right? Because the Transcontinental Railroad, for example, that's not built yet. I do think the primitive railroad system of the 1830s, let's say, I guess we can't discount that, but we can't also make it.
How you going to discount that? Because you don't have anything to build off of to get to your that's what I'm saying.
But what in other words, though, there's no real railroad system until after Andrew Johnson.
That was when you say real, I don't have any, that's difficult for me to go back and forth against. I'm not talking about real or nothing. What I'm talking about is the immense wealth, again, that was generated through the transatlantic slave trade and how that built up your European nations and this nation today. In 2024, the European countries that profit off of slavery still do today. The United States is still currently in companies and businesses, like I seen JP Morgan. I'm pulling it back up now.
Those are companies.
No, but they're not allowed to generate profit without a backing.
Right, but I think
you don't even have an expedition. You don't even have an expedition out of Europe to go ahead and start to begin the slave trade and trade outside of Europe without the authority of people like Queen Isabella and Queen Elizabeth, two of the people, females actually, who put down Elizabeth more than Isabella, right? Because Isabella was kind of short-sighted. She was thinking about the profit today, immediate profit. Elizabeth was a demon. Elizabeth was thinking about how Britain can profit even after she was dead, hundreds and hundreds of years after she was dead, she was thinking about the cotton industry because initially Britain was heavy into wool. They weren't even into cotton. She got the idea from cotton from places like Egypt and other places like that. When she found out that they had cotton over in the Americas, this is what allowed her to allow her privateers and pirateers and all of these people to invest in the slave trade directly, which allowed for places like Europe to be built up. And you don't have the ability to build up your highways and your byways today without those first establishments of roads and railroads and things of that nature. This allows the system.
Right, I don't disagree with that, but I just want to stick with what we're talking about though, because for example, J.P. Morgan Chase, right? That's a company. Why isn't the conversation about them? I think that keeps getting missed. If that's who the claim is against, you read Aetna, J.P. Morgan Chase, and another company.
None of this is happening without it being sanctioned by your government. Like you can't just say I'm going at the companies and I'm not going at the government, and you can't just say I'm going. Well, you can, right? My fault. Excuse me. I wouldn't directly go at the companies or directly just go at the government. The companies don't have the ability to do what they're doing without the backing of the government. And
the companies have specific policies on people, though. Like they would be the ones with some of the best records, considering they would have specific policies on specific people.
Yeah, but they J.P. Morgan and companies now are readily admitting to the role they played. And again, they don't have the ability to play the role that they're playing without the backing of the government, because the government is the one who is basically organizing your situations to protect the securities of this investment. So again, I'm gonna bring up my initial argument in terms of.
Wait, so who you suing?
You said what?
So who are you suing?
I am suing everybody. If I was out there actually suing, because when you ask that, it makes it seem like I'm actually going about what we're having is a discussion.
Come on, bro. I ain't doing that to you. I'm just asking.
No, I know, because people in the chat might get it mixed up, and I don't want nobody to feel like, oh, Miz is going against the reparations push here because he's putting up his own reparations push. No, what I'm talking about is the actual discussion that we having just here between thoughts or opinions on how it should go. I'm not saying that Taz is wrong, right? What I'm saying is my approach would be, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Taz is saying that I'm wrong. Taz wants me to hash out why I would approach it that way, and I'm just. So this is anybody listening.
Yeah, I'm just pushing a little bit, bro.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it because he made me sharpen up. I had to run a Dunkin' Donuts for Mama Love too, but that's why I apologize for stopping in the middle of our discussion, because I appreciate you pushing back, because it's going to make me actually articulate my argument better and make me sharper with the way I say things. So I got caught up with Q Butter yesterday. Like he like, yo man, what you saying? Russia ain't profit. They European. I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't even. My mind was so jumbled with driving, I couldn't even say that Russia's not a European country. Turkey, he brought up Turkey. Turkey's not a European country. Like when I tell you,
look, here's the thing, though, bro. I do think you refined it, though. You definitely articulated it a lot better today.
Because you pushed me to that point. What the hell you done?
Yeah, but that's the only goal, though, because like early on in the morning, bro, we do have like a free reign to just kind of, you know what I'm saying, hash something out. So yeah, I wanted to hear it, bro. Like, and I think you have a great argument. That's a great argument, bro. Like for real. So shout out to you.
I appreciate that. This is about the second or third time Taz made me tighten up on my argument pause. I forgot what the other times was, but I already know when I see him, like, yo, you gotta breathe. Like I always tell Young Diddy, I gotta breathe when I see Taz pull up. Taz is going to push your buttons. He gonna make sure that whatever you said, you gotta have it correct. Wale, and I definitely cut you off, but that's because I was trying to run back after I got to Dunkin' Donuts. But my fault. Chief, you up on the panel. Wale, you could finish saying what you're saying. Again, Taz, I appreciate the discussion though.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
was actually saying something relative to what your point was, Miz, about the insurance companies and stuff like that. And as you were talking about how the insurance company, well, their wording is excellent. When I read their paperwork, because I was reading the paperwork of the insurance companies and located in England, Lloyd's of London, this sort of thing, because there was a movie on, and then I watched the movie, then I went and checked it out and see how they worded things, and they had already worded that the slaves, as you call them, the people, were considered property, and at that point, that they not only property but real estate. I just read in the United States paper, they say that the people were referred to as real estate, and so they were strictly property and fell under the insurance rules of property. And so the insurance company that gave whoever, the shipbuilder, whoever did the work, the actual work, the insurance policy, they insured the property. And for the insurance company, I can dig it if they say, hey, man, I apologize, but I don't see any culpability, direct culpability, because as Ms. said, the government had deemed that status for the people as property, real estate. The government said that those people were real estate and property. And so everything else just fell in line like any other business. What they went over and got potatoes or something, they got to insure the potatoes. It's property. None of that changes at that point. Once the government deemed to declare that the people are property. And I agree with him in the government. However, the government only started in at least 76. Dad say 1790. I say 1776. And then the transatlantic slave trade was abolished in a few years later, like 20 years later or something, in 1808. So
that
what,
was
that
just
20?
to push back that day, though, Wale.
Huh? Say that. Say that
That
again.
was just that was just to push back that day. I forget what we was talking about, but I just used 1790 for George
Yeah,
Washington's
I
inauguration.
got you. I'm just saying that time period, either one, only gives the
Yeah,
United
it was
States
just to mess with you.
government. I can dig it. Until the transatlantic slave trade had been abolished in 1808. So the rest of the stuff couldn't be insured. It was illegal to insure contraband. And that's what the people were referred to as contraband. So after 1808, the so-called slaves were referred to as contraband in some records. And then, so that only gives like 20 something years or 30 years, about 30 years. I ain't doing the math real quick, of actual culpability of the United States government from when it started in 1776 to when the slavery thing was abolished. So as far as the transatlantic slave trade responsibility, you got 35 years of culpability of the United States. Even less, because 1776 started the Congressional Congress. It didn't even start the United States. So Taz is right. So I'm just saying, though, to go back on, is that culpability in the transatlantic slave trade for the United States of America has a limited window of about 30 years.
Yes,
Of
well,
that
it's, it's
government.
I was gonna say just right quick. It's exactly 20 years. 1788 Slave Trade Act is what they go up of. So that was part of, again, the origins of the country before George Washington becomes president, and that's
Now,
where you got the 2 years from.
Apparently, from my reading their records, I got it right here. I can put it on the screen. Apparently, from reading their records, they said that in 18 something, and the slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade was abolished. It was too much work. They couldn't get the insurance. That was costing them dearly. So what they started doing, making the new laws for America. Now America is really, the United States of America is really the United States of America. It's the actual, now they're culpable 100%. And they started making what they call Code Noir, slave laws that would take everybody, and it read, any Negro, mulatto, or Indian who is not sanctioned by some Christian can be taken as slave, captured immediately. Any Christian, they're talking about cracker, can capture them immediately and claim them. And they went on to make it from the government now, where they were paying people to do that. $3 a head, up to $5 a head, from $3 to $5 a head, that they would capture the person.
You have a source for that, Wale?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna start off with this one right now and put that in the chat. That's what I'm
on that.
Talking about the laws that bound. This is the way they put it. It's a government website I go to. I like to go to the government website because the other websites, they're not government. So this one says nps.gov, ethnology. That's the how it comes up. But I'm gonna put it now in the back chat. Oh, you say share it too?
No,
I'm gonna do that.
So I was about to say you not. If you don't have to,
I can. I have it on the screen. I can. The one that I'm talking about right now.
Because we was talking about it the other day. You said something about it the other day, but I couldn't remember if you showed it.
Oh, I did. Okay, hold on half a second. Give me 10. I have to reduce my screen in order to just. There.
I got it here. Give me 1 second. I look kind.
Oh, you got it.
I look kind of.
Let me see what you got.
Let me see.
I don't see it yet.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm sharing it right now. It just came.
Right.
Hold up. That's what you showing.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at right now. That's not the one I was making reference to, though, Taz, the day I was speaking with you, but it's the one I found, and I found it immediately. The one I like is in archives.gov, and I couldn't find it fast enough, but I found this one, and I wanted to get to the point, so I just used this one, and that's when Roy Chess said, Wale, that wasn't 1819, it was actually 17 something. The example I used, but this is what I'm using now. So that's what I'm reading and using now to tell you the things that I'm saying. Is this paper right here that Ms. has up on the screen, and I can't read it or anything like that. It's too small for me in this condition. That's why I was. Oh, I see it. All the colonies developed laws to establish. Now they talk about all the colonies. And they were different colonies at that time, okay? And to establish and maintain dominance over African members of society. This was a recent thing. This held true for Africans who came to the New World as free agents, servants, or as slaves. So this is a different narrative from the normal narrative we get all the time about Africans came to this country as only slaves. But you can see it for yourself. The bodies of, I'll continue reading, the bodies of law that evolved, known variously as slave codes, black codes, and Code Noir, aim to limit African social, economic, and political autonomy, as well as to control the growth of a free African population. Yet, whenever possible, Africans used laws to their own advantage, so that by the end of the colonial period, there existed a small but politically active core of free Africans and African progeny among the nation's founders. So it says, so that by the end of the colonial period, there existed a small but politically active core of free Africans That's what we were talking about, coffee, because coffee was involved in that colonial period stuff, moving out on the British rule, 1776, and African progeny among the nation's founders. So that part,
Wale,
yeah,
you right there. What you just
stop.
mentioned is key because you said it a number of times, right?
Sure.
Free Africans. Free Africans. They call them what?
Uh-huh.
Free Africans.
Yeah, that's what they
That's
call it in this paperwork. I see the paperwork.
That's what they call them in most paperwork. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying now. So to
The thing I
have it
would
like
tell
those,
you,
well, hold on. To have it like those people other than Africans, when you just read free Africans, is kind of off, right?
I don't understand that question you just asked me.
If we're saying that you just read and they're in the records as free Africans, yet people have some problem with them being Africans, isn't that off when the records are saying that they're called free Africans?
No,
So
I
how
don't
would they
see
be?
how that's
How would
wrong,
they be?
because I haven't gotten to
You
the
just
rest
said
of
it.
the. Let's go to the next paragraph before we conclude.
Okay,
See
no problem.
you.
Let's do it.
It's just saying, yeah, thank you.
Because you also mentioned something about the laws. The laws changed in the 1660s.
According to this, they say the laws evolved over a period of time.
I agree with that, but they started to change in the 1660s because of what Britain did. That's why.
Okay.
I agree with
Okay.
that. So Britain at the time in 1660s is now trying to shore up the 13 colonies. And so they take New York in 1664. They take other colonies that the Swedish and the other people have to try to get more control of the Eastern Seaboard, pretty much. And so by that time in 1664, pretty much, then they start to codify more the laws against us. They adopt.
So
I
I
think
read.
they call it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was saying. So I'll start reading the next paragraph.
Yeah, go
ahead. Initially, North American colonies were not slave societies in the strictest sense. African servants and slaves arriving in the 16th and 17th centuries had opportunities to become free, some legal rights, and considerable control over their day-to-day lives. We together on that part? That was one sentence. No, that was two sentences. It says initially North American colonies. Now colonies, not the United States. The colonies of England and whatever, who else, in America were not slave societies in the strictest sense. African servants and slaves arriving in the 16th and 17th centuries had opportunities to become free, some legal rights, and considerable control over their day-to-day lives. This was the condition that the people that they're referring to as Africans came in the 16th and 17th century to the American colonies. They came under the conditions as being servants and slaves and had the opportunity to become free. They had some legal rights, as you'll see in the case of what's that boy named Dred Scott. He was able to take somebody to court. That's a legal right.
Well,
And
that's way later because you have
yeah, I
you
know.
have that example. No, I was gonna say you have that example of Paul Custer.
Okay, then
by
let's
the
do
time
that.
Dred Scott come around, yeah.
So I was just making that. You're correct. That's a better example. Some legal rights and considerable control over their day-to-day lives. Meaning, at this point, there was no chattel, as it's called, not no, let's say, but not as extreme chattel slavery as we understand chattel slavery or slavery to be. Chattel slavery also developed because before this time, I don't think there was much chattel slavery going on.
There was chattel slavery going on. That's why Christopher Columbus' son had the plantation down in Florida or whatever. So there's
Okay.
chattel slavery going on the whole time. The thing is, like I'm saying, you can look at 1664 as like one of the strong gates, but once they do that, when they start to take the 13 colonies, they begin to codify laws. So they take the laws that they have in Barbados and in St. John and apply those same slave laws to the folks in America. Like I said, it's either called the Queen's laws or the King's laws. I forget, I'm getting old, but that's what Britain does. And then we are under those laws, which are harsher laws. And so this is why you see the number of free Black people or free Africans go down at that time. So you have a free African or free Black community in Virginia. I spoke about the one in New York. You have them in Pennsylvania. You have a few other places. But by the time the British take over, they dead all that, and they make it harder for white folks who want to free their enslaved to do so. Now you have to pay more of a fee. So if I wanted to free Wale or whatever, I would then have to go down to town hall, whatever, and now pay a fee to free Wale, which is gonna, make me abstain from doing such a thing.
Should I finish reading the paragraph though? Because the paragraph is pretty much saying what you're saying, only it's reworded. But I mean, if you would rather wing it, please do.
No, I'm not winging it. It's just saying the same thing that I'm saying. I just don't need to read it to relate it.
Okay. Well, I thought
That's
reading
all.
it might give the people a fair chance to develop their own perspective rather than necessarily hearing my perspective or your perspective. And give them a chance to develop their own perspective based upon the information or the evidence that's being presented. Because I have a perspective on it and you have a perspective. I was just allowing the people to get their own by, going over it so that they can develop their own perspective. Because the next sentence was getting into the thing that Taz and I was talking about, which is what Taz asked me to relate to.
In regards to what?
Yeah, the thing is gone. Hold on, I have to pull it on my own computer now.
I forgot.
It's gone. Okay. Here we go. It goes on to say the economic, environmental, and social conditions in a colony and the nationality and class makeup of the European settlers all influence the kinds of laws passed and the degree to which they were enforced. Legislation, along with evolving social customs, focused on protection of property rights, decreasing the cost of acquiring and maintaining a labor supply, increasing economic profits, and maintaining political control of a colony. For example, in order to protect property and increase the size of the slave population, almost all colonies developed laws and or social custom that define the slaveholder as owner of children born to enslaved women. Fear of social and political alliances between European indentured servants and African led to the passage of laws designed to decrease sexual liaison or legally binding sexual relationships between Africans and Europeans, either free or bound. Bound. anti-Messianic.
Wait, hold on, Wale. I'm sure you do, but do you understand what that means and what changed?
No, tell me. I mean, rather than me answer that
Okay,
question,
so
tell me.
how it's been in most of world history and what have you is you go by the status of the father, right? And so what they did, you can look up the law because they first put it into Virginia. It's called partus. It's a Latin phrase, partus, then something or whatever. So you type Partus, and you'll see partus. And so what that did legally was change the status of the child from the status of the father to the status of the mother. And the reason that's important because it was white men going to do the nasty to the black women. So if a child was the result of that, now what would the child be? That's right. The child would be a slave because they changed the laws. Because initially you would be the status of the father. What was happening is some of those mulatto children were getting inheritances and they were free. And that started becoming an issue, especially for white women. So Virginia and then others followed suit, changed the law. So now the status of the child is the status of the mother, which is more than likely in a case like that the mother would be an enslaved black woman. That's how the laws changed to address these things. And then they made threats because what was happening also is white women could not get enough of the mandingo. And so what they happened, they started threatening white women, where if you go and keep having babies with these mandingos, then you will be enslaved. So if you want an example of that, you can look up Irish Nell, Nell. First name Irish Nell. You will find out that she was a white woman, I believe, in Virginia, who basically damn near put herself into slavery because she could not get enough of the mandingo. Irish Nell, once again, and then the law you want to see the legal status changes called partus, Partus, and then you can find the rest of the Latin names once you Google it.
That's beautiful, man.
Hey, True, what's your position on reparations?
Here's the part I was getting to.
I want my reparations from America as well as the spear chuckers have.
Say it again, as well as what?
I want my reparations from America as well as the spear chuckers. I'm not like these wokes. I'm not letting the Africans off the hook either. So Chukwu owes me a check as well as the white folks.
No doubt. All right.
I'm being dead ass. Now, in order, of course, I want my check from the white man first. But once I get my check from him, me and the spear chuckers got a little conversation that happened because that shit didn't happen just because of white might. There was some complicity going on. I need my check for that.
Have you? Oh, excuse me. Am I here? Okay. Have you read that book I recommended that you read, The History of the Yoruba, about that situation of the spear chuckers?
Of the Yoruba.
What you like, the spear chuckers? I hear other people saying booty scratchers, and I don't know which. Yeah,
I think spear chuckers more colorful, so I use that.
Yeah, I think that's more Northern Clan member and booty scratchers. Southern Clan member.
I'm a Northern Clan member, Wale.
Hey, you're using their terminologies to describe people. And you would get the terminology from whoever uses it. So, furthermore,
go ahead.
I asked you to read that book because you can see that from the point of view of the so-called spear chuckers, what they were thinking. I think that's important that you get that perspective, whether you agree with it or whatever you do with that information.
Oh, I do. Here you go. You want to know? I got to go in a second, but I want to give you a real world example, and I need Chukwu and all the other spear chuckers to come up here and explain this. Wale, two things. Taz, here you go. Here go one. Type in Arrow Confederacy, ARO, and they were slave traders. Number two, Wale, I want you to type in Long Juju, Juju. You will find that it is UN nationally, recognized site Why? What happened there? Because the Africans corrupted their own spiritual system to then put us into slavery. It's a World UNESCO site, Long Juju. So those are two examples.
You're
Yes,
saying
Long
Juju?
Juju. Long, yeah. It's called,
Bro,
and then
spiritual
it popped.
crazy, bro. That is crazy.
It's a fact, though, Taz. I'm sorry. I love my people and everything, but them niggas is spiritual. If we gotta be gangsters and thugs, they gotta be spiritual.
I see.
So Wale, yeah, I gotta go, but look at the Long Juju, and that's how the Africans corrupted their own spiritual system with the help of the British to do what? To get involved in tricking us, people of the village, that they would be convicted of false crimes, then end up on a slave ship. And then Chukwu has to explain the Arrow Confederacy, who are his people, and their involvement in the slave trade as well. But I gotta go now. Hopefully that's enough mess up left. Bye.
All right, bro.
I'll look into this Long Juju, but it looks like it's easily explained. So I hadn't used this term before, but I hadn't studied the people in the Niger Delta. So I'll study this historic stuff here and see what I make of it. But it seems like the regular stuff to me. I don't see no dates at all on it. So it's difficult for me to place it. But I'll look into it. Yeah, I'll look into it and get back with you on it.
Where's the butter?
Sure will. Because I was saying, when you read the history of the Yoruba, you will find that in that book, the guy explains to you how their social system, not English, not American, but the Yoruba social system was set up. And in its the way it's set up is very similar to the way you would think a place would be set up.
I never mean to disrespect them when I step in the middle of you speaking. No disrespect, fine. So I got Dwayne Thomas backstage. I see you got your camera on. I see. I'm gonna let you on stage. Just be respectful to the panel. And I'm about to share something real quick. So before you even speak, Dwayne, let me just share something real quick to illustrate what I was speaking about a little bit earlier in terms of limiting the limiting where you're trying to receive reparations from, and why I say it's kind of short-sighted. Because even today, and I wouldn't say today, excuse me, like what's that? Less than 10 years ago, you're going to see here in this quick Google search, the British government finalized payments of bonds to the descendants of creditors in 2015. This was done when the government redeemed all remaining undated gilts to modernize the gilt portfolio. The Slave Compensation Act of 1837 was an act that provided compensation to slave owners. So right here, you can see the British government just finished finalizing payments to creditors in 2015 to the descendants of slave owners. Why would we let those people walk away with that bread and not approach them as if that part of that bread didn't come from the back of slaves who were forced to participate in plantations, raising crops in terms of sugar, cotton, and different things like that. Till this day, you'll see that it says it's hard to believe, but slave owners are still receiving reparations in the UK, even though the UK profited off of the slavery that was going on in the Americas. That's between the tip of South America going all the way to Canada. And yeah, so anybody want to pull that up, y'all see right here, it's the Tax Justice Network. Yeah, and that payment went to about 40,000 different descendants of slave owners.
Yeah, I think you was talking about that first.
Yeah, no, I was trying to say it yesterday, so yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, I was trying to say it yesterday in terms of like, why would we let these people, because that money that they're being paid directly is connected to the backs of the people who are FBA today. The people who claim an FBA today, a part of that money that these 40,000 people are receiving came from the backs of your descendants. So to limit that reparation to just the United States is like shortchanging yourselves. Is the reason why I'm saying it's like a shortchange. I'm gonna stop sharing that, but that's the Tax Justice Network, and that's in 2015.
Miz, to give you an idea, like I be telling you, people don't have the idea I be having. My focus is on the Vatican. I hold their Domdi verses. I hold them culpable to know all them years, all them countries were based on the edict that they put out and enforce, because they enforce their edicts. And so the culpability to me goes toward the richest country in the world, the Vatican. And they got everybody's stuff. They got all of everybody's stuff. They just a band, a mafia. They are a big mafia. They hold the money there. That's where their stash is and everything. And they protect it from there. And they're the ones that's culpable. They the ones told them people. They went over to Europe, converted them people into Christianity, and then gave them the Domdi verses to carry out this mess on the colored peoples of the world. It's a setup over 200 years set. They think in terms of dynasty. That's why you said something about the Spanish lady. She was just thinking about what she can get for herself. But the English lady, she was thinking in terms of hundreds of years, because they're thinking in terms of dynasties. They're not thinking in terms of I got to pay my rent tomorrow. They're thinking in terms of hundreds of years dynasty thing. And they're right now the longest running dynasty. They claim to be anyway. And in the West, because they having trouble with China, and Japan, they made them get rid of their all their possible dynasties, monarchs and stuff like that. They went around the world trying to kill all the monarchs, so get rid of all the monarchies, period, and bring everything under countries and companies and corporations. However, I was just saying, with that, the supreme culprit is the Vatican and whoever want to represent them, whatever pull. And then I say go even further. I'm willing to sue Jehovah. I want that bitch in court.
You want to sue Jehovah?
How he gonna create the world and then pick out a particular people he gonna help and tell them to go murder somebody? He's putting hits out on whole nations. He's putting hits out on nations. Yeah, I want his ass in court. He putting hits and he writes it out. They wrote it out. We got all the evidence. He ain't even trying to hide. He's like, yeah, I'm putting out hits. Screw y'all. He putting out hits right today. They still carrying out the hits right today. He told them, go take Palestine, kill all them people and take the land. And they doing it today, carrying it out. See, people think I'm talking about in the past. Ain't no such thing. The present is the only reality. Everything that you think happened in the past is happening now.
So Wale, who would the claim be against?
I just told you, Jehovah, the Vatican, and the whoever made whatever pope that put out the Domdi verses, his kin, his associates, and everybody that worked down from there, trickled down what they call the RICO Act from there.
So if those groups right now, like the Afro descendants, are not trying to go after them, when you're breaking it down to who the critters are. If we don't see them going after them, then they faking us out again too right now then, huh? There's still nobody going after reparations then, right?
So look at what I'm saying. The people who left Africa and went to different places throughout the world under the slave trade thing, those people, when they got to where they were going, they were people. They didn't become this chattel slavery and I own you stuff until they got to the places they were at. Yeah, they were being shipped out. Right now, it's almost as many Jamaicans in the United States as there are on the island of Jamaica, because that's what it do. It sends people over there to work. And that's what they were doing, sending people over there to work. They didn't know the conditions were going to be horrible and death defying. That's why I say read the book so you can see what their perspective was anyway, and then at least get an idea of what their perspective was, even if you say whatever you want to say about the rendition. And then I'm saying also that
somebody got feedback. Somebody gonna have to go on mute. Somebody has now it's an echo. So while if you're not speaking, you probably just got to go on mute while the other person is speaking, and then you can take yourself off mute. I don't think it's you, Dwayne. It might have been Wale. Wale, you might just got feedback. I don't know. I don't know if it's a refresh you may need, but I think it's you had your own feedback. Nobody.
Well, I'm gonna check it and see. Is it mine?
No, now you good. It may have just been a moment. I don't know, because if you didn't have it the whole time, it just appeared just now while you were talking. I thought it might have been Dwayne, but no, he's never went on mute, so it's not him. It was your own feedback at the time. So you may be good now. You sound like you're good now.
It still sounds like a problem to me, but I don't know.
But the feedback, you get feedback while you're talking now? Because we don't hear it.
It's hard to say because both of us were talking at the same time by the time delay. But I don't hear feedback right now.
Yeah, I don't either. I think it was just momentary. I think it was just momentary. And matter of fact, let me share this too as well. And because people are like, who do you bring this issue to? And this is the International Criminal Court. The ICC is a permanent that investigates and prosecutes individuals accused of war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity, and crimes of aggression. The ICC was established in 2002 after 60 countries signed the Rome Statute in 1998. The Rome Statute is an international treaty that governs the ICC. The ICC is headquartered in The Hague, the Netherlands. The ICC is an independent organization that complements national courts rather than replacing them. The ICC judges can sentence people to up to 30 years in prison, or in exceptional cases, life in prison. The ICC has indicted Joseph Kony, Muammar Gaddafi, the most recent Vladimir Putin. It has over 900 staff members from around 100 different countries. The ICC languages are English, French, Arabic, Chinese, Russian, and Spanish. The ICC's working languages are English and French.
So, Mizzo, the ICC would actually be the authority to execute all the whatever happens in the claim.
Well, I wouldn't say that they execute. Pardon me, I took the feedback is back. Wale, no, it's not even you. It may be Chief. Pardon himself. No, it may be Dwayne. We mute everybody real quick. My fault, y'all. I'm not muting anybody to be rude. I'm just trying to figure out where the feedback is actually coming from. Pause. I can't figure it out right now. So just after you speak or before you speak, make sure that you on mute or taking yourself off mute, so that way we don't have too much bad feedback. To that, who was ever asked me about the ICC is where you would bring up your criminal claims or your crime against humanity claims, but you would do that through an organization similar to CARICOM's committee. If that's what you was asking me, Chief.
Yeah, because that has been done. I know some people that have done that, and they give you this number, like you just reported a case, basically. But a lot of times they don't get back with you. They don't respond.
The way that that's why I think it's important the way that you organize it, and that's why I was speaking to a committee of, individuals who organize that paperwork and legislation, and who presents the cases that you actually trying to present.
I'm thinking of it like, just think about this crossed my mind. Okay. The idea of a war chest. We're gonna need, because you said who you're gonna sue and all that. So and I know people who put in this and that. As soon as you ask me about who I'm gonna sue, don't ask me, nigga. I'm finna go get a lawyer. I'm not suing nobody. I'm not taking no paperwork to court. I'm a wood carver. I ain't no lawyer. I'm gonna go get a lawyer to take that stuff to court. And he knows how the court system works, or he can figure it out. His mind is in that arena. Like I would go get a bull, a fighter to fight a bull. I'm not going in there and fight that bull. I'd hire me a bullfighter to fight the bull. Just like the lawyer, I'm gonna hire me a lawyer to fight the case. So immediately I'm thinking I need money to hire a lawyer. We need a war chest. If you want reparations without a war chest, you're in a losing battle. Somebody said it before. People say it all the time. Buy your politicians like everybody else do. In order to do that, though, you're going to need a war chest. I keep saying a community chest. I keep calling it all kind of this and that. But what it is a national chest for us to have a treasury, $1 a day add to our national treasury. How does that sound? Because you can go with the reparations. I have no problem with that. But you're not going to get far if you can't pay for the. That's why a lot of people, when they go to court, they just roll over because it's cheaper to roll over than to fight a case. You can lose millions of that. That's why Trump be winning or whoever they go big. It's like poker. And the guy say, okay, I raised it 50,000 and you ain't got 50,000. What you going to do? You're going to fold because you can't play the game. We need a war chest. And not be saying, hey, $1 a day will build us a nice war chest, man. It's at $3 million a day. That's just 10% of us. And if all of us do it, nigga, watch out. That's what I'm saying. But hey, and that's what you need if you really want to go. We ain't got to talk about it no more. Build the war chest, get the lawyers involved, and have them go and throw down. Because I ain't gonna fight that bull. I ain't going in that arena and fight no bull.
You got any recommendations on any type of attorneys that take on those type of cases? Because I haven't found any.
You're not gonna find many. Excuse me. It seems to me that you will not find many who will do it for free. You need money to pay them, and sure, they'll spend their time on it. Don't matter. They could be Italians. Excuse me. They could be anything. They can be, anything at that point because you're paying them. And they are supposed to work to your advantage and la-di-da, that's a contract. So I'm just saying, you say who? I'm saying anybody you could pay.
Well, it can't be anybody. It's got to be, like you said, a specialist in that area that would agree to what they've seen. Because if they don't even agree to what they've seen, it's going to be hard for them to even research and beat the case.
Yeah, so, sometimes a guy that's accused of a crime has to check with more than one lawyer before one will take his case. The first lawyer he goes to may not take his case because they don't believe him. He looks like this. They think he lying, whatever. And then he goes to another lawyer. I suggest he goes to another lawyer. And he tries to get that lawyer to defend him and whatever. And they go through that rigmarole till he could find a lawyer that will represent him and they can make a mutual contract.
So have you checked out what Silas Muhammad and his wife has been doing? They're lawyers and they've been going to the ICC and they haven't got the response either. But they're trying to put something together in the name of all of the organizations that are out here that say that they are melanated to get reparations. So, I mean, when you say lawyers that are not being paid, these people have been doing it for over 20 years. And they haven't been fully paid, but they're still doing it. So, I mean, that's why I said I don't see any other lawyers out there doing it.
How's that working? You just said that's not working out well. It's not being responded to well and all that stuff.
Right. Right. It hasn't been responded to. So who can we get them to respond to us? Is the thing. You know, I always ask that question. How can we get them to respond? Because I mean, the only response that you get nowadays is if you have an army. If you don't have an army, you don't get a response.
By having a war chest, and an army can be bought. That's all an army is a bought group of thugs, and that's called an army. Because almost anybody that's in the army right now will tell you, if the army start paying them, they will go somewhere else. They go to the army because the army pays well. The military. I just say army, but they know they're gonna get paid 5 hots and a cot, all that kind of stuff, and training and school. That's pay. The army is always, but you can hire some Hessians or some Puerto Ricans or something to be your army. Whoever you want. Hire the Crips and the Bloods, man. Hire them niggas. Make them your army. I mean, if you want an army, I'm just saying that we have to have a war chest.
It's not truly about having an army. I'm just speaking on somebody to enforce the authority once you go make your claim, because we can go make that claim and then don't have nobody to enforce it. You don't have nobody to enforce it, then it's to me was a waste of time of you going to court. So
meanwhile, that's why I say do the $1 a day, because I have taken people to court for claims, civil court, whatever. When to get the claim, they supposed to pay me. That's a whole nother rigmarole. First of all, taking a person to court is a rigmarole just for the claim, just to make the claim. Because now you got to deal with the judge, what they think, did his lawyer pay the judge off to throw this out? And what? I don't know. I'm just saying that's the first rigmarole. Let's say you do win the case. Let's say you do. You win the case. Now you got to collect. That's a whole nother. You need a whole nother war chest to collect. Because the people be like, yeah, well, I ain't got the money. What you going to do? Beat them up? Break their legs? How you going to behave? See? That's why the mafia did all that stuff. Because how you going to behave when people say they ain't going to pay you?
Right. And then how you going to connect it with the countries in Africa that has something to do with it? And connect all that together. I mean, how do you exactly come together?
I don't see how you're going to, as you put it, attack the countries in Africa that seem to be something on your focus. It's not on mine. And I told you why it's not on mine. Because the horrendous conditions of the that can be documented under the American system is documented in America under American culpability. So I'm dealing with that. However, I'm dealing with worldwide as well. And as I said, you take that case to Africa, and you'll be out there taking that case to Africa without me. That's all I'm saying about that.
Well, I would agree with you, because most of our story is here in America, you know. So I mean, that's what my plight would be also. So I mean, that would be somebody else's issue to go all the way to Africa to fight. I don't know who, because I guess you would have to connect that to however your DNA connected you to that country and find out how they shipped you off to be able to
listen to what I'm about to tell you, because a lot of people don't have this information that I'm about to relate to you. In the 1800s and earlier, people from Jamaica and all them other islands were going over to Africa to fight. You knew that? Did you know that? They were going over there to fight in armies over there. This is information that you have to find when you look at other people's history than the United States of America will only give you its biased history. Like all countries give you its biased history that's poignant to its people. So now, when you look into the history of Jamaica, you will find that niggas went from Jamaica to Africa to fight in the wars based upon the British people, and they would somebody else too, French or Portuguese, I forget which one, but under them too. And they went over there to help fight the Africans. Niggas from Jamaica went over there to help fight the Africans over there And it was a large population. And then other people were sent from America to West Africa by the thousands. This is stuff that's not readily spoken about, because we keep talking about the slave trade was not a one-way issue. It was basically one way. However, niggas was shipped from the Americas to Africa as well. So when you did, that's why when I hear people talking about, I got the DNA of them people in West Africa, I say, of course you do. Your people niggas was sent from America to West Africa. That don't mean you come from West Africa. It don't mean you come from America. It means you share that in common. You know, like you say, oh man, I got 6 toes. Oh yeah, I know some people in Africa got 6 toes. Oh, well, I must come from them. That's not true necessarily. That's just something y'all share in common. That's why I point out all the different things in the world that are in common, like the people with the long neck thing, or the different words and stuff that people use around the world, but they're not just from one place. They other places that have nothing that you would think to do with each other share those things in common. And that's what we're looking at. The bigger picture is why I'm shooting for the Jehovah, the Vatican, and them, because those are the corporates. Jehovah, sending them people out talking about kill all the Palestinians. He put a hit out on them. And then the Vatican with Dom Diversus put a hit on the world, on the cut. That was a legal hit he put out on the colored peoples of the world. That's and they wrote it down, and they'll talk about it, and they're proud of it. I say they're telling us, nigga, we did this to you, and you got all the proof you need. Here's the proof you need. Yeah, going through all these laws, talking about America did this, and them cheaps and tedious little battles. If you like that kind of stuff, do it. I ain't tripping. But the major battle, where the big money is, Jehovah and the Vatican, they put out hits on us. And that's what we're talking about. No matter how it came out after that, all this other little meticulous historic accounts, who named this, who named that, millions of people. I know 2-3 people named from the 1600s. It was millions of people in the 1600s alive, but I only know 2 or 3 names. I ain't trying to do that. Not with my mind. My mind, I'm looking at the big, you know, as I see it, the full big picture, where all the little dots of these little people, they create a bigger picture. That's the picture I'm saying some of us, a few of us at least, need to look at. Am I talking too much again? I'll be quiet.
Nah, you good. You good, Wale. You good.
No, I agree with you, Wale.
You don't need no Darius.
No doubt. Everything you just said was true. It, you know, with them making us savages in the Vatican, and then continuing it the way they have to degenerate people as who they are, you know, that's just what they're doing, you know, and that's their open door to get at you, you know, because it was always a humanity thing, you know, on how you act. You know, if you didn't act right, you was gonna get attacked, and we see that still going on right now. So I mean, it is what it is. If you don't know how to act, or you still acting like a savage, I believe it's still gonna go on, and it might get a little bit worse once Trump get in there.
I am a pagan and a heathen and a savage. I ain't human. They can't dehumanize me because I've never been a human. They are humans, not me. That's their bailiwick, not mine. I don't want to be in that club at all. So if they say I ain't no human, I'm fine with that. I ain't gonna argue that with them. That's their words, their terminology. I ain't into that. What does that do me? What's the value that it gives me? Oh, none. So I'm staying with my thing. And that's what my thing said. They put a hit out on the colored peoples of the world. They ain't asked us how we behave. They say, do you bow? And they said it in Portuguese. Do you bow to our monarch and our whoever the next thing they wanted? Oh, their God and stuff. And we'd be like, what the heck is he talking about? And then they go to killing us. That's how that played out. They even admitted in their records. That's how it played out. That's why I say read these records, especially from the governmental records, because those you could be more sure of its authenticity and its accuracy. Please. And conversations are nice, but the thing is, all of this goes back to the hits they put out on the world. They put the hit out on all the colored people of the world. They even call us, wait a minute, in South Africa and in the Arab joint, they call us kafir. And they get us to think that's a bad word, kafir. I know people who lived in those societies, when you call them a kafir, they'll fight you. Just like sometime in America, you call a nigga, he want to fight you. Don't be calling me that, because he's been taught to see that as some kind of degradation. And so when people are called kafir simply means non-believer, which is what they call people that they were going to kill. You don't believe in our stuff, we kill you. They had an edict too. They need to be sued. I'm not going through their line necessarily, because that was done mostly in Africa, the Islamic slavery, garbage. So that's up to them to take them Islamics to their place of origin. But I'm saying in the Americas, we take the place of origin, the Dom Diverses. And Dom Diverses was a hit put out by a pope. And we should sue that pope, his progeny, and anything he got in his name, everything about him. And the Jehovah too, for putting out that doggone hit on the world also, talking about he gonna make us servants of the world and all that noise. Where he get? No, that's noise. And they made that noise, whoever wrote that book, King Henry Virgin, I don't know, with King James. Yeah, sue that dude too. Putting that garbage out. And then, just sue down the line, though. I'm just saying, start at the top. It's a RICO thing. And then find your way down the line. Who worked for Puffy? Who brought in the girls? Who brought in the baby oil? All them people are culpable to some degree. But just start at the top. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We should start at the top. Yeah. With reparations. Even under their laws that I was just reading in the 1600s, 1700s, they always referred to Christians. So see, it still falls under the Dom Diverses, because they say they Christians. And they were doing that because they Christians. And like the boys say, they termed us heathens, savages, pagans, and all that. And I say, yeah, I welcome all them terms. I ain't arguing against not one of them. And I'm proud of each one of them. That's our people.
You're right, Wale. That's all our people. That's the labels that they gave us, and basically that's what we've been going by for a long time. So I agree with you said, earlier, that we're not like them, and we are different. So to even take on the classification that they gave you, you're starting to speak a different language, or you're falling into the spell of what they label you as. So I agree with all that you just said, Wale, about keeping the language right. Because if you go to court and you say they don't understand who you are, or they don't know how you're supposed to be, so they can't dictate what your culture is, because he don't even know who you are, and it should be stated. So that's a good observation, Wale. Appreciate you for bringing that, bro.
Well, I state that I'm a nigga, and I've been international. I've been an international nigga for about 45 years. And I run into other international niggas. And the ones I click with, we all recognize that no matter where we go, everybody recognizes us. Especially when we identify. So as we say we niggas, they say, "Oh, you must be from America." Right away. But they know, because that's where niggas are. We in America. And that's what we just have to take ourselves and stop belittling ourselves by accepting the definition of ourselves, those definitions are given to us by someone else. And the definition, I hear people talking about niggardly, negligent, stupid, ignorant. These are what they say are synonyms for the word nigger. That's not necessarily true. And I'm saying to people, take our own definition for the word nigger. I was looking up the word Niger, where people say that's a Latin word meaning black, and I looked it up. I still might have it on my thing here, and the people say that's not true either. That don't have nothing to do with it. And they go on to say that I want to show you where it goes instead of try to repeat it necessarily. But here it is. But they say the origins of the word Niger is not black. It's not a Latin even. That's not the origin. And the name Nigeria, the word itself came into being in 1897. It was first appeared in print. They say the name Nigeria first appeared in print. I'm getting this from a website called PERSEE.FR. They do a lot of stuff in French and all that, because the French went over there a lot. So anyway, it goes on to say that it first appeared in print, according to Dr. Meek, MEEK, 1960, Volume 1, on January. The name Nigeria first appeared January 8, 1818. Listen to me, 1897. So in 1866, there's no place, Nigeria, according to this paper here. And they say the date in Oxford Dictionary is 1908. Yeah. And even though Nigeria and Niger derive from the same word, the word Niger does not mean black. And it is definitely not of Latin. Let me see where they say that part. It's definitely not of Latin origin. Oh, it says here, Niger was at first erroneously derived. Niger was at first erroneously derived from the Latin word Niger, meaning black. So they're saying what then is the origin of the word Niger? Because it flows through the land of the Negroes, which for the Arabs was the Sudan. Niger was at first erroneously derived from the Latin word Niger, meaning black. And it goes on to say that the word Niger does not mean black in the local tongue. You know what I mean? It might, incidentally, some people got a name that works for that to mean black, but that's just coincidentally. It's not a Latin word. Sound. Name. Name is not a Latin name. I had spoken to a woman from that area, She said the name meant big or large or great. Great. She concluded with great. She used those three terms: big, large, or great, because the Niger was one of the biggest rivers flowing through that part of the, you know, the land.
Hey everybody, roll up. What's the hold?
Hey, my man.
764. What's that word? 764.
What's up, Miz? What's up, Marley? What's up, Pan African FBA Lex? What's up, Vass?
What's up?
What's up, everybody? On vacation, you know, vacation. So I can come on this panel now. So Wale, being that you've been an international, you know, I like to talk to you sometimes. And it's my son's birthday today, so we party. Wale, you being an international Negro, traveling these seas and oceans and going from different continent to continent. As a whole, being black, looked at as black nigga, everything. How would we look at different on the western side of the hemisphere to the eastern side?
A lot of what you said was broken up. It seems your transmission is not very steady or clear, and I couldn't decipher
hear me
a lot
now?
of what you said. I hear you, and the thing that I did hear was you say your son's birthday today. Mine is Monday. I thought that was
Yeah.
beautiful. Look.
Yes. Oh, you a Capricorn, you know what they son. What I was asking you, when I come close, I say what I was asking you, saying you've been an international nigga for like 45 years. I'm saying how we looked at, or are we looked at different on that eastern side of the hemisphere, supposed to this western side. That's how you said how they indoctrinated us, how the Pope, we should go at the Pope and all. I kind of agree with all that because it all plays a role. You know, the RICO Act, yeah, they do it. So yeah, take that, go from the bottom to the top to the top to the bottom, get everybody involved. But on that, how are we looked at over there? Like, you know, I'm talking about how you over there in Jamaica and stuff, Black America.
I have Jamaica is a tourist island. 72 or more % of its income is from tourism. Are you with me? Does that paint a?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
It should paint a picture for you, and in that painting, it should let you know that just like when a military base is placed in a place like Jamaica, there's going to be a lot of prostitution. There's going to be a lot of serving the military like they God type of attitude going on. And that's how the tourists are, you know, the behavior toward the tourists are. And lately, for sure, arrival in the past, I'd say 20 years, to the island is looked at as a tourist. Unless you already got something going on, or if you got something going on, people won't take you necessarily as a tourist, but on the general thing, people are going to just say, oh, there's another tourist. You know what I mean? And that's how they behave. They smile at every tourist.
And then by being a tourist, I understand what you're saying, because that means it's corporate and it's corporations and stuff. So how about the locals? So it's a lot of poverty?
It's not poverty. It's just not what you are used to. Meaning that the people, like when I was a young youth, and I was about 8 when they started telling me I was poor. And they couldn't convince me of that until I was 11, because 2 of my elder brothers joined the chorus. Up until then, no one could convince me I was poor. They said we were poor because we didn't have a car, because we didn't have running water, because we didn't have this or that. I'm not saying running. We had running water and we had a car, but I'm saying those were the kind of conventional ideas they were using to say whether we were poor, and they were
No,
using the thing that
I
everybody
understand.
still
I
uses.
understand everything you saying. We came from nothing. We make something out of nothing. But at the same time, being poor is not in the sense of that. It's like not having access to these easy things like medicine, and you know what I mean. It's like being
Okay.
undeveloped. So
No. Let me speak on that because all medicines come from herbs. Did you hear me? Do I need to talk louder or say it again or what? Let me know. All medicines come from herbs. We knew the herbs. We didn't have to go to no pharmacy. We still don't, but we knew the herbs. They came and asked us what the herbs do. I have 2 or 3 records by this guy. He's French. He went all around asking people what to do, and those records are still being used. This information he found out from the actual people on the ground, the niggas on the ground, the Indians, whatever you want to call them. They got it from those people and wrote it down. They synthesizes it into those pharmaceuticals, and they can't get a patent unless it's synthetic. You can't patent a herb. You can't put a patent on a herb. The creator already did that. So they have to change it up, switch it up, make it not be what it was, and then they can patent that. You know. Yeah. But we had listen, dude. They say now that we have a high rate of birth, deaths, mothers dying at birth, giving birth. And then in the 60s and the 50s and stuff, we didn't have almost zero because we had midwives. We were taking care of ourselves. When we were back in the day when we were colored, we had different concerns. That's why I say, okay, they say, like now they talk about, the wage gap and the money that where they get, white people get more money and they think, well, if you're going to do that kind of comparison, you can convince yourself you are poor. You can convince yourself, oh, my mommy got to go out to the woods and get some herbs to cure me. But Tommy's mother goes down to the pharmaceutical or the drugstore. I want to be like Tommy's mother.
Yeah.
Then,
What is Jamaica's #1 national product?
Product, I don't know, but I know their economic base is their economic base is tourism.
Tourism. Yeah, makes sense.
Right. So what does Jamaica produce? Do they produce any technology or product that is
Google Blue Mountain Coffee? They got coffee.
Coffee.
Oh, they got
all right.
coffee.
So
yeah.
All right. So that's why probably why a lot of Jamaicans come to FBA America. They don't produce nothing on themselves. That's what I'm saying. If you give FBA their own land, they're gonna be producing all type of products and they will thrive. So
well, you're gonna have to source that up, brother.
You're just talking.
Because we do it here. We do it here.
In West, how do we do it here? What manufacturing companies we have?
Hold on, he said something specific. He said Jamaica doesn't produce anything, so you gotta kind of source that up. Because from what I see here with a quick search, Jamaica main exports are bauxite and aluminum, which account for about 1/3 of the country's export and earnings. Agricultural products, Jamaica exports sugar, bananas, coffee, like I said, yams, and other agricultural products.
That's not producing.
And beverages, I ain't done. And beverages, Jamaica exports rum and other beverages. Chemicals, Jamaica exports chemicals and mineral fuels. Food and wellness products, Jamaica exports fresh produce, processed foods, jerk seasoning, Blue Mountain coffee. Jamaica produces wellness, spa, and nautical goods. Jamaica's forests are now limited to mountainous areas and only supply about 20% of the island's timber needs. And Jamaica also exports drawing instruments, hand tools, blow lamps, vices, clamps, tungsten, and fairground amusements. So yeah, you got to show something that shows that Jamaica doesn't produce anything.
Facts over.
Yeah, I mean, let me clarify. Anything really unique that would like
like what? Who
like
produces something unique and that nowhere else
like
produces?
like the BMW or their own cell phone.
BMW is
A
not
car?
what?
There's a lot of countries that
What are
can
you talking
for
about?
This
the car.
nigga's crazy. Yo,
Yeah, yeah,
he
man.
beat himself
Wait.
up. I ain't even got to beat him up. He just punched himself.
BMW is a invented product from who?
It said BMW
Germany.
invented product.
Man,
Germany,
from the
right?
Germans,
That's
you
what.
ain't even saying nothing in America. Why you didn't
So
say a
y'all
Ford or something? You ain't even
hold
say
on,
nothing in
brother.
America.
Y'all getting triggered,
You always go.
and you
You
wanna.
always go left. Bro.
But if you're talking about
Yesterday you
like
went left.
You're getting
Matter of fact,
triggered, and
time this dude out.
you're not listening. I know when you see Lex, you get triggered, and the truth
are
always
we,
hurts. But
are
what
we
I'm
talking
trying to
about
say is,
production
Hold on,
or
Lena. Let him
resources?
finish, Lena. Hold on, Lena. Let him finish.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
bananas grow on trees in different places. You're not producing bananas in that sense. Coffee, this is all stuff that the earth produces. What does Jamaica produce outside of what grows out of the ground?
Yo, you are wild, bro. You done. You already cooked yourself, man.
About?
You cooked yourself.
How
Like
am I cooking? I asked you.
What do America produce
I
things?
asked you a question.
Cotton? What are you talking about? Well, you be all over the place. I
If
see you
y'all
got your
slow
flip
down
flops
and
on.
stop being so emotional and
You got your
reactive, you'll see that what
nobody
I said.
emotional. Nobody
All right,
emotional. You use that
so
word
listen
like
to
a
the
lot. Use that word all day
question.
yesterday. Day before yesterday,
jump
when
in there and
Taz come
Now you
on,
want to start talking about? See, that's
so
how I know when
accordingly,
niggas be just
every time
haters,
Taz
bro.
come on, you be so accordingly. Then when somebody else try to come on and talk, you want to jump in and interject your whole FBA flip-flop thoughts and then talk about a BMW, a German car. When you have your analogies, I've been listening to your bullshit for 3 days, bro. You makes no sense. None
All right,
whatsoever.
brother, you can say that, but I guarantee
None
you're not on my
whatsoever.
level. You don't have my intelligence, but I don't want to get into.
And you need listen.
But
And another thing,
you're
I'm
arguing
putting
right
in the
now
chat.
with me and not
The
addressing what I'm
napkin.
saying,
You
bro.
got the drool. You got Tariq Nasheed drool coming all around your face, man. You need a napkin. You need to stop this. Boy, this is embarrassing for black men. Like
All
you've
right,
been
sir.
embarrassing yourself for the past 3 days, bro. I just been looking,
Okay.
watching. Like it's I'm just letting you know. And all the little tough talk about that shit don't work. This is the internet, bro. That shit
What
don't
tough
mean
talk?
nothing.
Bro, I
That
don't
you be
even know
doing,
you.
bro.
But anyway,
That
let
you
me
be
get back to
doing.
my question.
That you be doing, sir. This is the day that you know the reckoning.
Hey, yo, bro,
You
can
talking
you
about a
stop harassing?
BMW, but a
Hey,
big
bro.
Mexican woman. That's what you talking about, a big Mexican woman. What's being produced?
What?
Exactly. Shut up. You don't know none of the lingo.
I asked the
You don't know none
question.
of the lingo. That's what we talking about. You don't know none of the lingo. But you over here
Hey,
talking about
bro,
the
you
Mexican
seem to
FBA.
have a
You know
personal
none of the lingo.
issue.
Yeah, I'm here today. I told you I'm off. I'm
Hey,
on vacation
Mizzo,
now. I
bro,
can
can
talk.
I finish
You
my
can
question,
you
man? Because
can't
this
get
dude
nothing off. You've been getting it off for the last 3-4 days. That shit been nonsense,
bro,
bro.
you got a
They been
personal,
timing you
like,
out.
bitch
They had a
issue, bro.
money
I don't
pool
know you,
yesterday.
man.
Just hush. Don't nobody know you. That's the
All right,
whole
so
point.
why
You
are you
over here on the
bro,
Pan-African.
it's
You
too
over here on the
early.
Pan-African fake atheist, all this stuff, and you try to come with your interjection that it ain't interjecting no more, bro. I'm here. I got
All
5
right,
days
brother.
off.
I
I'm here
asked a
for it.
specific.
I will be
I
on here
asked a.
24/7, man, just like Cookie
All
Carter,
right,
man.
bro, but you just.
Yeah,
All
we ain't
right,
no
so
all
I
right,
asked
bro.
the.
It ain't no all
I
right,
asked
bro.
the.
Tired of it.
I
We
asked.
tired of it. We tired of it.
I
And
asked the. I
let
asked
me
a
throw some money
specific.
in here. Let me throw some money here so you can
I
just get
asked
off of
a.
this.
I asked a specific question,
Ain't no
and I don't know
specific question.
why
Throw some
this
money in here.
Oh
hater
my
that I don't
God,
even
you get
know.
extra
Let me
points for
throw
making
some
Miz
money here so
laugh.
your broke ass can get up out of here.
I haven't heard Miz laugh in a long time.
You know what I'm talking about? Let me get this broke ass.
That was
Damn,
almost like a mommy laugh.
there's some really like some haters and emotional ass men out here, bro. I
Well,
don't even know
nobody
this dude.
emotional, boy.
I wasn't
We
even
don't know what
talking
the
to him,
fuck
bro.
you talking about. You came in on my
Hey,
conversation
bro.
talking to Wale. What the fuck is you talking about? Exactly. You should have stayed your ass in the chat.
So
The
why
fuck
are
are
you
you
mad
talking
about
about?
my question?
You should
Why are
stay
you
to
mad
your
about
ass in
my
the chat,
question?
punk. Don't nobody give a damn about your questions. You've been questioning for 3 days. We tired of it.
So
That's what I'm
what? Who
talking
are
about.
you, bro?
Man, I'm that
Who are
person that's supposed
you?
to get your. I'm about to show you who I am, motherfucker. I'm gonna show you exactly who I am.
I don't give a fuck who you are, nigga. I
Yeah,
hope
we
your whole
know.
family die, you bitch.
We know.
You're arresting me, bro. I
You
wasn't
wear
talking
flip
to you or
flops in the
arguing with
winter.
you, bro.
You wear
Oh,
flip
wow.
flops in the
Lex,
winter.
Lex,
We
I gotta
know. We
I gotta
know.
drop you
We
down.
know.
Winner.
We
That's
know.
We do
diabolical.
the yeah,
Wear
no, I
flip flops
gotta
in the
drop you
winter.
down for that one, Lex. You know I don't do that. Like I'm with the jokes, I'm all the back and forth, but I don't do all that extra. You know what you said. I ain't even really gotta repeat it, but I dropped you down for that. I want to bring you back up. If he goes ahead and snipes you, that's just what you get. But I dropped you down so you can know, like, don't do that, bro. Or I'm not gonna allow you to be on the stage. You're not even gonna have to spin no bread because I'm just not gonna allow that kind of talk on the panel. You gotta go to the
What the
chat.
nerd say? I ain't even hear.
No. It's all good. I'm not.
We gonna show. We gonna
No,
show.
he know what he said. I'm just saying he said it before the other people, so it's not
No,
personal.
no, it ain't. You know me.
Oh well, he just timed you out.
You
Lex.
know
He
me.
got you for 20 minutes.
You know me.
Put that on the screen.
You know our that we gonna. You know what I mean?
Let me put that on the screen for people.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to 764. He's a regular though. Y'all know that.
We love 764.
This ain't like he's showing off for nothing. This is a 764 regularly behind the scenes, on the scene. So shout out to 764 all the time. But yeah, he got you for 20 minutes, Lex. You know how to handle that if you want to get back on the panel. But other than that, you know what you said. I ain't with that. We can do the jokes and all that, but I know what you said. I ain't with that. Somebody got to echo.
Y'all go on to talk for a couple 20 minutes.
Somebody got to echo.
What's this? Is it me? Let me pause.
It's going. I don't know. It's going now.
What's this? Is it me?
It's going. Nina, you kind of sound static. Nina, you sound. Matter of fact, both of y'all might be. Both of y'all might be in the matrix. 764. You sound choppy. 764. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, you gotta.
I'm gonna come back.
All right. Yeah, Nick. You gotta. Lena, you could try yours because I think
Is it me?
you're good, Lena.
I just want to tell everyone, since we are B1 Pan African channel, happy Kwanzaa, day 3 of Kwanzaa. Yesterday was how you pronounce it? Cause I'm so hard pronouncing the Kwanzaa words, but I know it was self-determination was yesterday, and today I think then the first day was Jumbo. I'm trying to pronounce it. I'm trying to learn, how to pronounce the Kwanzaa words. But, we have from the 26th to January 1st. It's a day of reflection, and each day means something in our community. So, I want to go ahead and promote Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa?
Mm-hmm. Happy Kwanzaa, brother.
Lena took the conversation left again. Y'all know I leave this.
Talk about Lena Kwanzaa. Oh, I'm sure my happiness. Let me get off here.
I want to talk about Kwanzaa because I believe in, unity. And I know it had got like a little up, and I was trying to unite us, in something, kind of calm it down, bring it back, center us.
So
I'm good for that.
I always asked about this Kwanzaa because I ain't celebrating none of that stuff. And it's different. Is that like a Black Hanukkah?
I can see it being similar because you do like candles, and you have 7 days instead of 8. Let me see. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 1st. 7 days. Yep, I was right. 7 days instead of 8. Regular he said, "We the fuck your topic, nigga."
So we just remixed.
Yeah, we just remixed Hanukkah, basically.
I'm glad somebody said.
Sure, what you mean, tribal? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure. I hope you ain't mad. I see caps, all caps.
Wale, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Before it was rudely interrupted by some
Hey, brother Wale.
person I don't
Hey,
understand.
lady.
I
You said
understood everything that what you was talking about as far as tourism, because you will see some of that in certain parts, even in America, where if there's no tourism, there's no money. You see that how they do. For prime example, I'm gonna take Oakland. I'm gonna put Oakland right here. Oakland lost 3 major sports teams. They lost a basketball team, they lost a football team, and they lost a baseball team. The A's, the Raiders, and the Warriors. Now, what does that do to the surrounding community that was making this money off of these not saying tourism, but these, these stadiums? It tear it up. You go to Oakland right now, and it's like certain parts of Oakland is third world city. Third world city. I can show you. It's tent cities everywhere. If you know what a tent city is, that's like homeless, transients, whatever you want to call. A lot of dope going on. A lot of heroin and cranking. Now it's not really. It's so crazy because we came from the crack, right? But we not crackheads. We didn't, that shit was whack us. We didn't sell it, we didn't inhale it or nothing. You don't have no new crackheads. But what you do have, you have these new birth of these people on these pills and still old school heroin. Heroin is still one of the main factors. No matter where you think you ain't nowhere at, it's still going on. Now, when these stadiums and these teams leave, the economics leaves also, because you had people that were selling shirts maybe with the team on. You had people that had hot dog stands or whatever. You had the economy. You had businesses that was even coming from across the wherever United States, building and stuff. Okay, once again, here go another thing. That's why I love Q. This is why I really had got into Q and what he was doing, because my kids been in STEM since they've been 3 and 4. They at 10 a day, and my other son will be 9 next year. So when I seen it, I was like, damn, there's a black man doing this. Ooh, that's wrong, because we come from where STEM, okay, we come from Silicon Valley. Woo, okay, STEM and coding, yeah. It's the number one factor, but it's not the number one factor in these schools. We lead in 43rd in teaching STEM and coding. 43rd. 43rd. So you the number one in technology in all this in Silicon Valley, but you 43rd in teaching this. Oh, that just let me. So you know what that tell you? It tell you they bringing in these other people from the other countries.
And I hear what you're saying, 764, and it's like, okay, so I'm an active crack addict, you know what I'm saying? So and I'm functional, you know what I mean?
You say you a what?
an active crackhead
Wait
addict
a
and
minute.
she's
Wait a minute.
functional.
Wait a minute. Bring her back, miss.
I only know one person
I
that's
didn't
like
even
that.
know. I didn't even know she was about to go there. I'm familiar with.
Back though. It's cool. No,
Nah,
bring it back. Bring
nah,
it
that
back.
wasn't me. What you
No,
call
bring
it?
it back.
No, what you call it? Dropped it down. That wasn't me who dropped it. That was Q
Oh,
dropped it. Yeah, ain't
okay.
trying to
Q,
get
you
that.
can bring it back. We go.
It
This
may
is
be
this is
Dev.
this,
It may
this is a
have been Dev.
conversation we can have. Dev, you can bring her back.
It may have been Dev or Q. One of
Yeah,
those.
Okay.
yes, 7-6, and it's like,
No,
why
you can bring her back.
is
All right, now, okay, now say what you mean.
yeah,
And what
yes,
is your
sir.
age?
I'm 31.
You have children?
You 31.
No, I don't. No,
Wait,
I
wait,
don't,
wait,
ma'am.
wait, 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 Linda, wait. Just wait a minute. Okay, you 31. When did you get hooked on crack?
Yeah.
At what age?
Try not.
I've been an active.
Oh, hold on one second.
I hear you.
Try
I
not
hear
to go
you. I
do.
hear you.
Yes, sir.
No, this is not her first time on this panel. She's been on here before, so it's a couple
You
people
know,
that's already
and
familiar with the
when I was
situation.
speaking when I was
Okay, I hear
speaking
you,
before,
bitch.
it was like, why is I'm a functional, and I just accepted myself as
Okay,
that. But what do you think about that
okay.
726? Like, is that not okay?
Whew.
Should I do something more towards myself? Should I want something more for myself? You know what I'm saying? So
Not why ask yourself that.
Wait. Let me say
It's
something. Now, as this, what I'm gonna say to you, and it's
right.
everybody has some type of function. I can't say what you function off of. I know functional alcoholic. I know
Right.
functional, yeah, well, all this every I smoke, marijuana myself. So, but what I would say about crack, crank, and these them type of drug is the pain that it did, the killing, the generations that's left. It's not just that you getting high and you're functional on this drug. It's the history attached to it. It's people still in jail to this day that will never get out.
I know some functional crackheads. Yeah, I know functional crackheads though. I know one and one functional heroin addict.
Yeah, did y'all go into intervention hour?
I'm sorry. Y'all laugh, but I do know people like I knew people like that.
Wait a minute. I'm just trying to see. I know she kind of like popped up on the panel. It's the holidays. There's gonna be a lot of people that don't normally get on the panel, come to the platform. They're gonna have access to the internet. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be out of school, out of work. But she is not new. She's not brand new. She's been up here months before, a few months back over the summer.
Was she the one with the gun?
I'm not sure.
I'm not being funny. I'm handling sensitive.
She come back in 20 minutes because you didn't have to drop. I wanted to talk to her because see, this is a thing that.
But I'm saying though, I think she done been through this already, like much longer. Like I don't know how long what time y'all started, how to be go, cause we supposed to been banging on the FBAs, and I know
I had to
kind
get that
of
done.
stressed out.
Lex up out of here for a minute. I had to
yeah. Did she
what?
she interrupt? Miz was doing a presentation. I know a few like an hour ago on slave institutions.
Oh yeah, but I just want to mention, like, they were saying I'm responding to regular Joe. Like, say we too good. I don't think I'm too good, and I don't think I'm better because the crackhead was very functional, and the heroin addict, the guy, a kid, do better than me as a parent. And I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe I need to smoke heroin and do it too. House immaculate clean, and she pretty and everything. You would never
that was
know.
a disclaimer for anybody that's watching this morning. Lena is just playing a disclaimer. It was sarcasm. She do not want to be a heroin addict.
No, I do not want to be in her, but she is a beautiful. She got these gray eyes. She's an older woman. She got to take care of grandkids. She in good shape, but she be nodding. You could tell when she own it.
That's when you know. When I used to see my uncle back in the day. It's so crazy. Exactly disclaimer. It's so crazy. Like that's what I say about the pain because before crack hit, I used to see motherfuckers nod off. Needles in their one shit. Before crack in because I say most of my family, but shit, all my family is from down south. I'm just a first generation California, but we from Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. So these the pill popping and all that, man, I seen that shit when I was young. The older people used to be on them.
Yes.
Out in Cali. Out in Cali.
Yeah, they had them in Cali. Shit, right
there.
Yeah, and what I knew it was because when I had went down south like in 2005 and just went to go see all my family.
Oh, you talking about after 2000? Okay, my bad.
No, it was in the 80s. This was the 70s, 80s I'm talking about. But I didn't know, you coming up young and you like, oh, woo woo. And in the 80s, you seeing, I'm like, oh, they on.
But I'm saying the older people with pills. There were nobody in their 20s popping pills that you could see.
Hell no. That's what I'm saying. It was older people. Yeah, it was the older. It was 40 on up. Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But I'm like, I seen the pills always around, like, ooh, and them selling them, the devils, all of those taboo, all those stuff, lower tabs, they call them.
Yeah, I seen that, and I didn't know there was anything wrong with them. And when I was little, I didn't know anything was wrong with until I was in my 20s because they came in pill form. So I figured they wasn't doing anything wrong. Like they prescribed. I was like, oh, I take my medicine. Like they hid it from us, the kids. I just knew they took their medicine, and I just thought it was a side effect. I didn't know it was wrong.
When I was on all that here, that opiums and all them. That's what them kids get
Mhm.
addicted to.
I don't.
Because it
I don't want to
opium.
desensitize the I want to desensitize the conversation, and I don't want to disregard her. I don't want her to think that I'm being dismissive and being funny. I just hope you do get help, and I just want to change the subject. I see the chat like they don't want to, talk about it anymore. And I know it's a touchy subject, but like you want to go back to
We
what
could
the
talk.
title
We could
is:
talk about.
FBA
We could
versus.
talk about it sometimes.
Hold on
See,
one
that's the whole
second.
thing. That's all. It's a taboo. Like we can't talk about these. We can't talk about this. You can't talk about how these the code of silence from molestation going on in an early age to all this other stuff to the LGBT community to the to us in drugs. Like how we ever gonna get out and we can't even go to shrinks and then we can't even talk to ourselves. We ain't going to no psychologist. We come on these panels like you know what I mean. So sometimes, certain times, we gotta have compassion for ourselves. We can hear a story. You know somebody like that. I know somebody like that. We had mothers, parents, and all of that stuff. You might be saving a child life. Like, what is wrong with you niggas? That's the type of shit that I be talking about. Everybody want to be like, woo woo. Is you in the hood? Is you doing something in the hood? Is you sending money back? Is you what the fuck? Is you going out there? Is you feeding little kids that you know that they parents ain't got money? Is you sending them a cash app chimes and all that other stuff? Or is you just on here spewing your nonsense and your rhetoric, which you want the world to be? Craig.
Yeah, we talked about mental illness a few times before in terms of when I had asked a question, like if you're walking down the sidewalk or if you in a public place area and people are just walking, are you able to look? Okay, I'm gonna look and I'm gonna be able to identify, hey, the person walking right there with that jacket on, they cool. This person over here with the sweatsuit on, he's got a mental illness problem. Like, am I able to do that? Even when they speak, I mean, are we able to do it?
Oh hell no!
And where
You'll
is the
never know.
line at? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Hey, what up, Goldie?
Nope, you'll never know.
What up with it?
You'll never know.
go
You
man.
don't never talk about it. You ain't. They might just flash off of anything. So go, man.
Is that
But
me? Am I breaking up?
It
no,
might
I
be
hear you.
me. Am I breaking up?
I hear you
No,
loud
you
and clear.
clear. Yeah, go man, clear.
No, you
I think
good now.
764 kind of staticky.
What's up, family? What's up with it?
Good.
764. I went back to hear what you was talking about there. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Hopefully the sister got some people around her that watch out for her, because I don't think she can watch out for herself too much. But, yeah, she was all over the place. My bad if I was cutting somebody off.
Mm-mm. Happy Kwanzaa, Gold Mine, if you celebrate.
Like I said,
Appreciate that.
hey,
Appreciate that.
bro. Let me tell you something. I'm one second to this dork. Never in a scientific place. I'm in reality, bro. I'm in the Bay Area right now. Where I see all these kids, like what she just said. I see kids 16 on up, dope things just like her, but not on crack. So what you talk pimped out, all the other stuff. Did you just hear what I just said, nerd? That we in Silicon Valley, the number one in technology, but they teaching 43rd in fucking STEM and coding. What is the other kids and all these out there doing? Do you know I come from a place where prostitution and pimping and shit is recognized as one of the first things that you supposed to do? Motherfucker don't even supposed to have a girlfriend.
You have
Like
pimp.
motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
I could tell
That's what I
you.
be saying.
You
Reality and
understand
shit.
pimp
Sometimes
rules.
motherfuckers need to shut the fuck up. Now y'all going to
Yeah.
talk.
I could tell you have an influence by a pimp. I'm not saying you are a pimp,
Whoa.
but I could
I ain't never been
definitely
influenced.
see.
What are you talking about? I never
And
have no. I
you
was never see
familiar
this is
with
what
it.
I'm saying. I was never influenced by no pimps, no hustles, no nothing. I had a father in my life, grandfathers and all this. We was taught not to be around, but you have cousins and everything, and you have other siblings and stuff that get into this stuff. So what I'm saying is I live in reality. I don't live on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I come on here and listen to the talks and all this other stuff. I fuck with Cube real hard because I know what the fuck he doing. He living in reality. He is over there with a school teaching STEM and coding in New York in a fucking 2-hole basement, all the stuff, cut it out, did it all what he got to do. While we over here in California in this motherfucking liberal ass state where we can't even get funding because we 43rd trying to teach our kids still. But we got the #1 technology with STEM and coding in Silicon Valley, but they bringing motherfucking Indians and all this other shit from other countries over here. Do you understand what I'm talking about? But the kids that just like came on here, they talk about when they been on drugs, they out here pimping and owing. 13 years old, selling drugs, God's witches, ghost guns,
Mm-hmm.
reality, ain't learning
Ghost
shit.
guns, them 3D printer guns. But I
And it's
hope I
not
wasn't trying to offend you.
nah, nigga, I'm in reality. I'm here with really go down.
No, he talking to
Oh,
Lex in the chat.
I want to apologize, 764. I wasn't trying to say you were a pimp. I could just tell that you're familiar and understand pimp rules, laws, like you know them. You just seem the type in
Oh yeah,
reality. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I know you like around. Like even though I come off nice and stuff, people wouldn't understand federal stuff and guns and some gang stuff because I'm around it. I'm not one, but I'm familiar with it, like around that area.
I know what
Like
you
I'm from
mean.
79th Street.
we adapt to whatever
I used
we
to live
adapt to
51st and
whatever we
King
either gonna.
Drive.
Yeah, I know
So
what you
you out
mean. I
there
learned
somebody
how
you
to
either gonna make it, you're gonna have a reality to make it out, and then to make it out ain't just leaving. That's what whole people be like, oh, I
right
made it out. No, making it out is getting your mindset right. You can still
making
be
it
in
out
that
the
same
yup.
place unless it's just detrimental. If it's
Yup.
too detrimental and it's killing going on, like I tell them, if it's you know turn the neighborhood into a war zone where it's nothing but deceasing, then you're gonna have to get out. But if it's some type of a glimpse of hope or whatever, you can see it, man. You got the mentality. You stay right there and show people you can make it.
Right.
Don't talk, man. My bad, bro.
Oh no, you good. I was just in agreement with y'all because when it came to some of the stuff we got involved in, it came by way of the police kicking in my grandmama door all the time. So I learned how to clear a house before I realized I knew how to do it. You see what I'm saying?
You
So
understand what I'm saying?
yeah, you adapt. You definitely will adapt. And it's like if you ain't been around it, going to what Dave was saying, a lot of times you ain't gonna even know what you looking at. Like you be standing right next to somebody who might set your ass on fire, but you just like,
Exactly.
oh, he all right. He all right. Me. You get to that point, like you said, with that mentality, like you don't necessarily lose it all together, but you get past the hopelessness, thinking it's all it is. So when it's time to turn it on, when you're in certain situations, you can turn it on, but you also know when to turn it off. And that be where some people not involved in reality because they don't have that balance in thinking. They always on go. It's always wartime, and at that point you in a state of desperation. And if you be real with yourself, you can't make a clear thought or a full thought when you in desperation mode. You just on survival.
Exactly.
So once
And
you get
then
to
the
that
drug
point, you pass that, you can be in the hood. You're not detrimental to your people as you would be in that desperation mode.
Exactly.
I done been through a few different, you know what I'm saying, war zones, and people be like, I remember the first time I moved to Chicago, my mom was like, why are you up there? You ain't scared? Like, bro, it's
Depending on the subject, the old me would. You ain't lying, but I have never snitched though.
hold on, they called you a snitch in the chat?
So if anybody was going, I know how to do it. I know where to go, and I know what to do because I had a case before. I know you log in the hours, you say the time, you got to record. I know who to return it in. I know the agents to go down to federal building. I know who to talk to because I had a
Oh,
case before.
you be the sister in the neighborhood where we can't find one of the brothers or sisters. You know how to find out where they at. You see what I'm saying? A lot of time they get snatched up, get locked up.
Depending on what the subject is, and if I'm involved in investing, yeah, I'm crazy like that. But I've calmed down because I got a kid and got too much other stuff to be worried about. But the old me, yeah, I was crazy.
Yeah.
That was so crazy. I recognized somebody wasn't at home by the silence in their house. They were so quiet. I recognized somebody wasn't at home by the silence in their house.
The
Those are
old
old
Jew,
people.
okay.
Those are
God,
old people.
the new you to make yourself even better than that.
I think Goldman chapter. You probably had to come back 7. You probably had to come back 7.
Okay. Oh, I got you. All right.
Yeah, my darn alarm came on. Threw me off. The darn is my mic
On your
shaking?
phone.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you clear now. Yeah, you clear.
Oh, okay. It was kind of shaky at first. I'm like, yeah, I was just saying to Lena, like, you would be one of them sisters in the hood that be like resourceful. Cause I remember the first time one of my homeboys got locked up or whatever. We really didn't know where they was. One of the sisters was able to look in the system and figure out where he
Yeah,
was.
how you can go online and look for them. If they got a Fed case, it's harder because they don't always put the pictures up because they think people who are Fed, they end up snitching. They feel like people will find them and do harm in them. State is easier. And state is cheap and free. If you got a Fed case, you can move around. Because if you're looking for a job and stuff, you can. I don't know now, but I know about 5, 6 years, 7 years ago, it cost a job more money to look for Fed. It's free for state. So you can go apply for a job with a Fed case because they won't be able to see it. But if you got state, they will be able to see it, especially within your state. As long as it ain't a big crime, they ain't gonna find you. And a common name, because a lot of times they don't put pictures.
Shoot, them common names, bro. You'll be going up there for the wrong person. Go up there looking for a Brandon Johnson or something. It'd be about 10 of them. You'd be like, that's not what I'm looking for. You need a birthday probably. Narrow that down. At least.
I'll be back.
You
My phone
good now,
about to
y'all?
die.
All right. What'd you say,
I'm good there.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
What I'm say? Okay, FBA. What you gonna do about uniting all these black children from different sides and different counties, different cities, shit, different states that feeling like they ain't got no hope? How you gonna unite them?
Good luck with that when they causing distinction in the ranks over stuff that, you know what I'm saying, really, like, is our connection. Like, last night I heard them talking about how we ain't got no land and all that stuff. And it's like, bro, do you not realize Pan-Africanism is us connecting back to our land as well as connecting to our brothers and sisters that's away from the land? Like, what is you talking about? And then when it gets to the point of us talking about reparations, like, you talking about buying land, that's how I find it then. That's your personal interest. But when it comes to what's owed to our bloodline, nigga, we ain't buying no land to, make our own reparations. We can't repair something we didn't, you know what I'm saying? We can do what's best on our end. But when it comes to, somebody wronging you, only they can set that right completely. Not that we waiting on it, but if we gonna be talking about reparations, like, let's talk about it for real. We ain't sitting over here talking about, well, I got this more than you. Like, you still flexing on your brothers and sisters, bro.
You still a nigga in the coop.
Come on, now, shining on a broken man dream. Wonder why he blow your shit out. Like, you serious?
That be the whole. That exactly. You hear exactly like you see how some people could drive nice luxury cars and nothing happened to them, and then some people, as soon as they get a damn Lexus, a fake one, cold in the back and his head blew off.
Yeah,
Trying to
it's
win.
your intentions, the energy you put out there, and you knowing better. Some people know better and they still do that shit. So it's like you gonna catch what you got coming. Catch what you got coming. But I also ain't begging for this life either. So, you out here, please don't. Man, you better live your life every day to the fullest. So when that time comes, you can be peaceful when it's time to go. I ain't finna be shaking on no concrete, cuz I'm trying to go soon as intake. Trying to go. Trying to go. But that's what happens when you live in a hopeless life. You
These
putting
last
out
3 days,
today.
listening to FBA conversation, it had like 3, 4, 5 different views from 3 different voters. Then you got Lex over there. That was gobbling. That shit hard. That shit ridiculous. Man, gobbling like that. You need to be a pimp at that, but you'll sell yourself to that nigga, would you, Lex? But we keep telling Lex, why do you keep saying that these people was FBA? All the inventors, the Wooter, he couldn't even grasp the dates. He couldn't grasp it.
Yeah, it sounded like it was getting better at first. I don't know if you got something going in the background, 764. Yeah, you was real clear when I first came on. Yeah, it's breaking up now. I don't know. Y'all got 3 or 4 different conversations going on in the chat.
But yeah, we said they have about 3 different conversations in the chat there.
They always having 3 or 4 different conversations in the chat.
Man, the chat is undefeated. Undefeated. Feel sorry for anybody who get caught up looking in the chat like you trying to talk. You gotta be a professional. Don't think the stuff you see Dev and Liz and them do talking to the chat while we up here on the panel is not easy. Not easy. The chat will have you up there making a fool of yourself. And another thing. So did y'all sit Lex down soon?
The who?
Y'all say Lex got sat down.
Yeah, he backstage right now, but Lex, you got to be respectful.
Yeah, let y'all deal with him.
With so much,
I didn't.
you gotta have lines.
The thing is,
Because I'm about
Mizzo,
to.
he asked a question about the Jamaicans, and when you gave him the information, he went through the information. He never looked it up. You found it in 10 seconds. And then he asked you another question about the same. After you finished with reading all the things it said, then he started asking you specific questions, like, what did number 5 say or whatever like that. Instead of looking it up for himself, he's asking you to do all that work.
No, what I
up.
did was clarify my question, Wale.
Okay.
Because when I asked the question, then I had to clarify. I was talking in terms of STEM. See, and I don't understand why it was so offensive. Because when I'm talking about today, and y'all and we promote STEM over here. When I asked what this Jamaican why are you triggered, bro?
Right.
So while I was asking what does Jamaica produce, why was it had to be something that triggered people, because we can go around the world and ask that question. In today's modern world, what you produce, we're not talking about bananas.
I can go on TikTok and get a cell phone from China. I can get China produces cars. China has a flying car. China, you know what I'm saying? And the reason why I brought up BMW was to give an example of what I was talking about. Why is that offensive?
Some people told you it was offensive because you used BMW. First of all, you jumped outside of America. Your company, your whatever.
Jumping
Secondly,
outside of America has nothing
okay,
to do with
dude, I'm
your
not done
question
yet.
of
Dude,
what's
you asked
being
a question. Oh,
produced, bro.
you ain't gonna deal with it.
You're not ready for, bro. Honestly, you're not ready for that conversation. If you mad because I didn't accept bananas as an answer,
Nobody's mad,
then
Lex,
this
about you not
conversation is not for
accepting
you, bro.
bananas.
Because you don't
Nobody's
produce.
mad.
Nobody
You just
produces
you
bananas,
again.
bro. The earth produces bananas. Now you
And
can
so
pick
it-
bananas off a tree and sell them. I'm asking, what does Jamaica produce? And that question alone excites niggas to want to hurt me, insult me, do all of this, and then when I flip out, I'm the mentally ill dude
How you get
who
hurt?
crashes out.
And Alex, what happened was
nobody even mad at him. He just
nobody got mad at you. People actually
He did get mad.
Hold up,
The
Lex.
seven.
Hold up 1 second, Lex. Nobody got mad at you. What actually happened was you made a statement. Then you said that you asked the question. You asked, what does Jamaica produce? And I mentioned one of the things they produced was coffee. And then you went on to say exactly Jamaica doesn't produce anything. And then I went on to list a litany of things that Jamaica actually produces. And then you responded with, yeah, but they don't produce BMWs. And that's when everybody started to laugh and say that you weren't making any sense. And then later on, when people got offended was because you wished death on somebody's family because you got upset. And that's when I kicked you
Because
down.
the dude started attacking me personally,
And
bro.
that's enough for you to make a
I
fucking
didn't
death
even
threat?
hear. Oh, if I would have heard, if I
You
would have
that
heard
fucking
that
weak?
sucker shit. Oh, I didn't
All
hear
right, so
that, Miz.
let's.
Oh,
So
I
let's.
didn't hear that, Miz. That
remember
nigga
you was
can't
on
be on
camera.
here.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Here
he
we go.
can't be on here. I didn't hear that.
No, I didn't
I
want
didn't
to.
hear that.
No, I didn't want to
You
excite
wish death
nobody.
on who?
Wait a minute. I didn't want to
See,
do
here
that.
we go
That's
again
exactly.
to
Oh,
avoid
I
my
didn't even
question.
hear that, bro. Oh, no, he can't be
I
on
know.
here.
I
Get
didn't
him out
want
here. Get him off. Get him off. Get him
That's
off.
you did it to yourself, Lex. I literally didn't remember 764. I didn't want to excite him, so I didn't mention it to him. I'm kind of bugging that I didn't notice he was on the panel still just now. But yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, that's why I put you down. So it wasn't nobody emotionally triggered. It was me literally saying I don't condone that kind of conversation. I condone a lot of BS talk or whatever y'all want to call it, shit talking or whatever, popping shit, whatever. All of that. A lot of it is good, but I gotta have lines somewhere, especially on a panel. You
Yeah,
do
right
all
on.
this.
I didn't even know that, Miz. You know,
Nah,
I just be
it ain't for
talking
you.
my shit and gave the money was like, because I know it's 20 minutes. Get him out of here talking. But wishing death on someone? Come on, man.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
That's what I mean. Then that's why I mean the YouTube stuff. But for you fake FBAs, we have a public service announcement. If you want to go to Wake and Bake, the origins of the FBA movement, Psychopathians, he's about to tear y'all ass in the next 10 minutes.
For sure.
Pause.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty weak, man. You got no type of self-esteem to go to the extreme doing the death shit, man. Over what? I'm hurt. You hurt me.
What the hell?
I wish you was not living because you don't agree with me.
That is crazy, man. Yeah, it ain't even that. You wishing death and it's my son's birthday. Like, what the hell? That don't even make we over here celebrating life.
So did they ever draw the line in terms of before 2018, before Tariq Nasheed, everybody was connected to Egypt? That's us. They are black. We built the pyramids. You know, we dominated. You know, that it was no confusion. I don't remember hearing any type of narrative on any front that we were not connected to Africa whatsoever from anybody. And then flip, somebody giving out money for those who did not remain with the mainland and got sent over here.
Yeah, I don't understand it either.
Now them not our people no more.
So
Who not
it's
our
like
people?
it's like the
I'm talking about the
regurgitation.
FBA narrative.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I
it's
don't
like the
get. Like,
regurgitation of the Moors and all that other. Oh, you ain't black and you eat this and they ain't. It's like all of it. It just seems like all that shit circulate every 15, 20 years. You see the same little
oh yeah, yeah.
fake
Cause
ass
you got some new
movements trying
people coming in. You got
that
new
shit
people
be
waking up every day. This shit crazy.
hey, it go by. You hear the same fucking starter kit. Oh,
You
they
like,
had
dang.
the Egyptians was in the Grand Canyon. Oh, the Olmecs is the man. You know how long we
Then when
been
you try to
kicking
tell
this
them
shit?
they got a booger on their face, they want to cuss you out. You like, nah,
They like you ain't
it's the
woke.
hidden information. You just don't
You
know.
you getting the white man information. You get come on, man. We done heard this shit last 30 something years. I have 40. Shit.
The girls they heard it all before. What you talking about? All of these sweet toast, all these lies.
That shit be crazy.
Yeah, the Abo movement, Miss Mari, wasn't as vocal as it is now. That element was out there,
Right.
and at some point it was related to, but even that small Abo crowd was not
It's left in the middle.
disconnected. Yeah, it wasn't really as disconnected as it is now. At least I can't remember. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie and say I was in all spaces, but I just don't remember this going from that's us. We built the pyramids. We did this to them is different. Go back to Africa. We built America now, including the prisons, uh, all the big pharma. We built that. We built the military to go and destroy and then invade other people's lands. That's us. It's we. Now the we is uh, everything that the government that they stand against. I mean, it's like y'all can't make up your mind what y'all want to be. The StreamYard account, somebody must have pushed the Q. If somebody did it from up here, I don't know.
What you mean?
No, he not blocked. He not blocked anyway. He got timed out.
That's the only way somebody can use when anybody type from StreamYard, it'll come on a Q better name though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But them videos are still up. Those we are the Egyptians, the original man, Kemet. All them fucking videos ain't deleted. Some of the same people that's hollering this FBA stuff. I mean, they got. Do they have did the amnesia set in that bad They don't remember nothing, saying nothing about uh 42 laws of Mayat. They stole pyramids, technology, and all that. Dogon tribe. They say they don't believe in evolution. So how you go from being connected and directly related to somebody in Africa to no relation whatsoever? Them some different people. You just turned into a different person altogether now. The people with FBA on their jacket speaking about Nigerians in specific. They don't really mention anybody else from Africa that's a threat. In the instance in the evolution of the word identifying as being enforceable, executable, legal jurisdiction, based on American Western legal concepts of gender and the rainbow policies that are enforced. So you can identify as any gender you want. How does that translate to any race or ethnicity that you want? If you're born black, if you're born African descent, you can just now claim to take something away now and then add something that's not physically attached to you. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not black no more. Although nobody was actually referring to the color of nobody's skin in any instance. But you don't never name what it is, though. You always say distinct and unique lineage, but you don't never name what it is. Don't nobody know what you're talking about, or you think don't nobody know what you're talking about. I understand your attempt to portray this exclusive, brand new propaganda. And unless you one of the authentic native peoples, everyone in America, even if you're born here, has descendants tracing all the way back to other lands, other countries. So if you're born with a specific descent, then what entitles you to be able to claim a different heritage and delete another heritage? Well, I'm trying to put Psycho link in the chat. Give me 1 second.
Damn, all of the separatists pulled up. Now,
Separatists?
another person talking about the only thing we share is skin color. Our cultures are completely different. Completely different? Man, you barely separated from a banana by a small percentage of DNA. I'm really trying to separate Africans from Africans. You can barely, like, wow. Yep, y'all, and the link is definitely in the chat for Psycho Show. The link is definitely in the chat for Psycho Show. The show just started, y'all.
They ain't gonna like that shit. She was bugging. Okay, so so where did y'all cut the line off at? To where the people from Africa, the people from the Caribbean, Jamaica and Haiti specifically, not gonna leave out Barbados, Trinidad, Saint Lucia, Saint Vincent, Saint Martinique, and all the rest of them islands. How did they become different? At what point were they the different people? And then in the United States borders, that's different people. And then y'all still ain't explained to me what is the damn heritage and uniqueness of your lineage. Like, what is it that's different from you than them? Because right now, the only thing that I hear is fucking hip hop. And that ain't even fucking different. Since you choose to ignore the drums from the Congo. That's exactly right, because you can't explain it. There is no explanation whatsoever, because you don't have none. Since you can't understand the difference of a rhetorical question, just say, we don't have no fucking heritage. We just out here yelling. We're trying to copy some type of process that other groups manage to benefit. We want to be like the Jews. We want to be like the Asians. We want to be like everybody else that seems to appear to have some sort of group benefit and acknowledgement from an established government. And since we can't really fight against white supremacy, we don't have the energy to put up any type of obstacle or defense. We just gonna talk shit about other black people. Hopefully that'll keep down the rhetoric or the realness that we just out here being delusional. And maybe even if they don't agree with us, you know, we can continue to spew our rhetoric without too much interference. Because we really don't want reparations whatsoever. We're not really concerned about receiving compensation for slavery. Because we don't want to have nothing to do with slavery. That's not us. We don't, how the fuck can you fight for reparations and you ain't got shit to do with Africa? How many sides of the neck do you actually have? You want somebody to pay you because you went through hard times? You felt discriminated against? You the only group that's getting oppressed? Since you built? You gonna take credit for every goddamn thing in America now. You gonna take credit for the biased, discriminatory, academic, school education system. You gonna take credit for big pharma, the unbiased and expensive, overpriced, commercially rooted healthcare system. You gonna take credit for the alcohol and tobacco and liquor business. You gonna take credit for that too? You gonna take credit for the all the rainbow shit that you promote in mainstream media, the propaganda for that? Then you built that? All them media and Hollywood studios out on the West Coast? You built that too? That's supposed to make somebody feel less than what they are. Cause you the fucking tether. You want to be attached to everything else except for what the fuck you are. Since you don't know the definitions of shit, let me attach myself to this tether. See how many times I can run around in circles. I ain't going nowhere. I'm in the same country as you. How come the white man don't claim you? Because none of the native tribes claim you. That's why you try to create your own fucking tribe, because you couldn't find no motherfucking real, authentic native tribe to claim your ass. So let me just make up my own. I ain't never found no African that didn't acknowledge Black Americans' descent from Africa. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You got white motherfuckers over in America. You don't say shit about that. The fuck is you talking about some white woman in Nigeria for? Or South Africa, as you claim? Since you feeling some kind of way about being the minority, oh, fuck 14% of the population. You don't even claim 14% of the population. Probably less than that you claim, since you ain't really done no real research, but you built. You got a white name. Sanders is not no African descent. The J probably stand for John or Joe or Jack. It damn sure ain't Jalil. It might be Jose or Juan, for all I know. Since you don't have no originality. Yeah, and your ass is fake also. So a fake name for a fake ass nigga. What a perfect match. Mr. Wannabe. Fucking ridiculous. So when y'all gonna put up videos about how y'all popped up out the dirt and all the stuff that y'all claim that y'all have as far as y'all heritage? Because if you didn't have to explain shit, you wouldn't be running around screaming that bullshit. So I don't want to hear you ain't got to explain shit. You ain't got to open your mouth at all, but you did. Why you ain't running your mouth about your heritage? Since you don't want to have shit to do with Africa. Then not only you trying to claim somebody else's fucking heritage, you try to throw that FBA bullshit on motherfuckers that don't even fucking want the shit or know about the shit. I'm talking about Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and all the great pioneers that done they goddamn fucking leg work. Now that all of a sudden they not black no more. They FBA now. We gonna make them FBA. To disrespectful asses. Yeah, we're not gonna get into the semantics though. The reason we say the word African is because our records have been destroyed. Thought that was common knowledge about things getting destroyed and lost in the transatlantic slave trade transaction movement around, the scattering around amongst all the other stuff, the burning of Wall Street. I don't hear nobody talking about where are the bank records for all the businesses that were on Black Wall Street. I don't hear nobody screaming about where those records are. Why ain't nobody claiming those? And all the other Black Wall Streets around the other parts of the country, Wilmington, North Carolina, Rosewood, Florida. But we gotta have records and shit from Africa now, though. Goddamn right. Pan-African, majority Black. To this day, most of the continent is majority Black. By recognizing that born in America, and that's primarily what our community has developed around. I'm still in recognition that it's way more people that's not Black and not African over here in America. It's not controlled by Black people. So I recognize my position in America. Yeah, don't get mad at me because you can't answer no fucking simple ass question. Where you at, Chi-Town, Chicago? Chicago was founded by what? Was it a foundational Black American? Was it FBA? Nah, they don't want to get into that origins of America discussion. They damn sure trying to stay away from that. Hell no. I'm not confused. That's what I am. I don't look like no motherfucking Diddy. But I ain't gotta create no goddamn fictional ass goddamn fucking story because I'm ashamed of who I really am to try to convince somebody else that my history is not to be ashamed of, because you really don't have no goddamn nothing that you can really stand on, because you are so ashamed of your fucking heritage. You got plenty of things that you can be proud about. You don't refuse to acknowledge it. But when you start trying to project that shit on other people, that's when you cross the line. And y'all really not gonna put no goddamn timeline on this goddamn separation shit. Like, y'all really standing on the goddamn, I'm not gonna answer the question or address it. Your history started when you was born or some shit? Is that what you're trying to say? You can only go back to 1985 or some shit? Or hip hop? Civil rights, one more.
Tab, you know that Pookie who's backstage? Is that Pookie who be over on Psycho or?
I'm still here. People that
Yeah, that's Pookie. That's Pookie from Psycho Channel, Dev, who
that's
backstage.
Pookie.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I don't know.
That's what I was trying to find out. Cause you usually have an avatar, right?
Oh, yep. He usually do over on Psycho Channel. Pookie, nobody knows you, so we can't allow you on panel
He said it's a different word.
Well, you have to turn on your camera if you want to appear on the platform. Nobody else can see you besides me and the other host, Dev. If you want to turn your camera on, we could allow you on the platform. But other than that, that's a part of the rules. He gone.
They said it ain't that serious. Okay.
Yeah, we can go back to kicking FBA teeth then.
All right. Now what was that? Oh, the grandmama before the great grandmama, the one that came directly off the boat. That's a different person. Them people is different now. You got separated. The lineage don't go back that far. The lineage stop at grandma, huh? That's how far it go back. You don't know nothing about it. They lied to you. Oh, the reclassifying argument. I forgot all about that. Reclassify. Somebody else redid your lineage. A whole nother group of people reformed not only yours, but everybody that was black. They just said, you know what? Let's redo these motherfucking niggas and cut their Africa shit up, clean the fuck off. So they won't have to be telling their children about slavery and transatlantic slave trade and all that. We'll just hit them and start them off at Jim Crow and civil rights. And that won't be so bad. But you can't claim reparations though. You ain't really want reparations in the first fucking place, did you? It's not that you didn't want reparations. You didn't want nobody else to get reparations. That's what the fucking real argument is. It's not about you. It's about what somebody else either is entitled to or getting or claim and benefiting from, and not you. That's the real fucking argument. How they get fucking reparations? What makes them entitled? My people went through just as much shit as they did. Yeah, since I can't get reparations, let me see how much I can scam out my own people. Since other people won't give me no goddamn money. That'll be my reparations. Because if you really ask for reparations, you're gonna have to admit that you connected to Africa, and you damn sure don't want to do that shit, do you? You don't want to have nothing to do with Africa, do you? Remember the main reason why you asking for reparations? You asking reparations for what? To repair what?
Yeah, Memphis. And the crazy thing is, it's still a whole bunch of Native Americans who still trying to get recognized. So it's not even like they they gave out reparations to all Native Americans. They really gave out Native Americans, gave reparations to Native Americans who could fit the criteria that was set. But there's still a whole litany of Native tribes trying to get recognized. Is the other crazy part.
Yeah, I thought my shit was on mute. You ain't gotta chill. Let the text crash out continue. Let the text crash out continue. I'm gonna hop up, stomp, and scream till somebody acknowledges my cries for sympathy. And I'm not going to acknowledge anything before might as well say the 20th century, really. You can't even really go back to the Civil War, because if you go back to the Civil War, that still includes people directly from Africa in some instances. That ain't no 1 or 2 generations later. This always was your land, but people came over from another country and enslaved you. How did that go down? Mr. Native always was here. You ain't had no damn defense system since you built it. You figured nobody was gonna come and try to take your resources or destroy what you have built. Mr. Foundational. How you established and built the empire, but you didn't have no security? Man, what the hell going on over there? Oh yeah, that's the shit she did. Whew.
Good morning, my brothers. What is this? A 24-hour stream? Y'all boys been on all night?
Yeah, you know how we rock out just like CNN round the clock.
I'm about to say, boy, that joint been jumping since last night. What we on today, fellas?
Same thing we've been on last 3 days.
We trying to get it together.
Yeah, we didn't know we were separated until people claiming FBA said that them people is different. They not us. We all I was always brought up hearing we empire, the Egyptians, the pyramids, Kemet, 42 laws of Maya, them is us. They black. I was always being showered with all that knowledge. Now all that knowledge is destroyed, and now all of a sudden they not us no more.
Let me say this.
They didn't Kendrick Lamar them. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Let me say this though. Y'all, I think what most people not getting about this FBA stuff, and I really do get it. It's a change of the ways that you had, so it's hard for anybody to accept change. Nobody said we not Africans no more. We saying that we done been here. Listen, at a certain point, guess what? When they brought us over here from Africa, right? We didn't have no culture, no history, no anything here. So the only thing we could lay claim to and say, oh, this is an example of black greatness was Africa. But let's be honest here. It's because we didn't have our own culture or lineage.
No, but that's not true though, FBA, that's not true. You did have a culture, and this is how you was able to help. You was able to help crackers survive in the new world. Is because you brought culture with you from Africa in terms of planting, in terms of just surviving in the heat, and
no, exactly.
Google is your friend.
Saying, listen, them the contributions we brought from Africa, and that's why we kept pride in that, because guess what? We didn't build any individual ways here at that point. But at this point in time, now we can say, hold up, we done did rock, we done did country, we done did rap, we done did this, we did that. Now we can say, okay, we still proud of being Africans. We still proud of our Jamaican brothers. Even how y'all saying, oh, we ain't never been separate. Well, why are they called Africans and we were called blacks? Y'all taking it like we were
because
born
you
African.
acquiesce into a European premise. They called Africans because of the Europeans. What we do as Pan Africans is make the connection to say, yes, we were fragmented before the European, but now that we know exactly what we're working with in terms of demographics, you can now go ahead and make the movement to connect with people that you didn't know that you had a connection with. You can connect with people that you didn't know you had a relationship with. You can connect with people that you didn't know that you had a familiarity in terms of how you're living in the same type of region and need the same type of things. You can make these connections where they didn't have them before, and you could. That's the Europeans' fault for even putting that type of mindset to you and letting you know, like, yeah, y'all all one group of people, and y'all could have been to recognize this and got together.
All right, now this the thing the two things about that. First of all, you saying Africa is only Africa because the Europeans named it that, right?
Yep.
Okay, but they accepted that, right? Because they come over here and say, they don't say you Black African American. They say I'm Liberian. They say I'm from Ghana. They don't just say I'm Black African American. They say I am Guyanese. I am Haitian.
Yes, and
So
this is why I told you, as a Pan-African, you are now bringing a new ideology to a group of people who may not know about the situation of what it looks like in terms of shared oppression, you have shared commonality and shit in terms of y'all both share the same kinds of issues. Y'all both need to produce food. Y'all both need fresh water. Y'all both need clothes. Y'all both need shelter. Y'all both need the same things. Like you're creating a separation when y'all both have shared needs, and y'all both have a shared relationship in terms of the transatlantic slave trade.
I hear that, but that's not the same. That's what I'm saying. Similarities don't make something the same, right? So listen,
Again, I'm not saying that you're the same. You're what Pan Africans are doing is getting under an umbrella because of one umbrella because of shared commonalities. One of the commonalities again is the oppression that the European placed upon the region known as Africa, bro.
but the thing I'm saying is that's a different level of oppression, right? Listen to me. The Africans, the Jamaicans, the Haitians, who run their governments? Those are all
The
Black people.
Europeans.
No, the Black people. It's a Black president.
No, the
Most of
Europeans
these
just
countries.
they got a thing
No,
called
now what you're
proxy.
saying is they
They
accepted
got a thing
European
called proxy,
investment and
bro.
chose to
None
work
of
with
those
them.
people that you're talking about were able to develop their nations without an influence and co-conspirators who are in the region that you live in, the United States. You're not going to find at no point that those countries were able to develop themselves without a constant disruption by the same people who enslaved them. Even when
And
the
I'm
Haitians got free, even when the
arguing
Haitians
whether or
gained
not they
independence,
had
what did the French do? The French pulled up 10
bomber.
years later with gunships and threatened to
Yeah.
bomb them if they didn't pay them. Those people weren't able to freely develop the way they wanted to without influence. If you go to the South Americas and you look at even Venezuela or any Cuba, and when those people are trying to gain their own independence and build their infrastructures, they got disrupted by the same people who caused havoc and oppression throughout the region. None of those people were ever able to develop just by just people leaving them alone. You're not gonna be able to name me one place that was able to just develop without any disruption from the
And listen,
Europeans.
I'm not saying that. My point is they had a chance to develop. We have no, as Black Americans, you're saying you're Pan-African, I'll accept that. Where is your motherland? Can you say if I make this American money, I'm gonna send my money back to Ghana, or do you say I'm gonna send this shit back to my house in New York? You don't have a motherland, but all these other people could establish their motherlands, their cultures, their regions. It's nothing wrong with us
That's
saying
not Jamaica. Jamaica, Haiti is not anyone's motherland. That's a claimed motherland. That whole idea that you're talking about of a motherland, you got from Europeans. You don't have no idea about a motherland until you get educated in America.
listen,
You
I'm
don't.
not
The
asking where,
idea of
I'm
you
not
having
saying
a
that this
motherland
is the
and
correct
ownership of
motherland,
the
man.
idea of you having a motherland or ownership of land. The idea of property, the idea of what you think of property is, comes directly from Europeans. You don't have an idea of
I
property coming from
understand that. What my
Africa.
point is, we all playing the European game. They have. That's what I'm saying. You can't omit that. Listen, yes, the white people named Africa. Guess what? After the white people named Africa, the Africans started saying, yeah, we African. And we Guyanese. Not just African. I'm Libyan African. I'm Moroccan African. I'm a different type of thing of African. So they had their chance. Not saying that we can't still help them and stuff. I'm saying, why would anyone be mad? Because
Well,
y'all
you're
looking at
wrong
it
when
as
you say it's
separation.
different. Just because they put a specific tribe and region into it, that doesn't change who those people are. So stop saying it's different. You're the one that's trying to claim
No,
something
they are. They
that's
have
different than they
fans.
are. Say that
Have you
again.
ever heard a Ghanese man said, "I'm not from Ghana. I'm African, nigga"? No, he ain't never said I'm a Black
No, they
American.
don't need to.
That's just
They
again,
don't need to do that.
And
Why
y'all
you
did this
feel
the
that
other
that's a
day.
need for them to do that?
I'm Ghanese.
And
That's what
y'all
he gonna
did
say.
this the other day, brother. FBA, what y'all did the other day was generalize a whole group of people. I can almost guarantee you that you can't say there's one unified way of thinking in any region. So for you to
No,
say no one in Guyana calls himself African is to assume that everybody in that region thinks the same way. And you're
no.
not going to find a region like that.
Now listen, that's what makes this whole conversation and y'all saying don't do that makes this even crazier because you're saying out your own mouth. Nobody 100% agrees. However, guess what? They supported that even if they didn't agree. They said, "Look, y'all want to be Guyanese? Fuck it, y'all can be Guyanese. We ain't gonna stop that." But y'all telling us, "No, don't separate." And I keep telling nobody, we not separating. We distinguishing. We distinguishing what we are. We not saying, "Oh, we Black Americans, so fuck all y'all niggas, and we ain't fucking with no Jamaicans, no Haitians." No, we saying we're Black Americans. Let's stop because let's be real. What we use in America, you talking about European, but we fall under the European ways right now still. So when I say motherland, I'm talking about how to legally gain some structure. And that's because they have motherlands to go back to it and they can identify that. We cannot identify that. We're just trying to establish a way to identify that. And if we saying the South is our motherland, then that's not, it really shouldn't be nothing wrong with it. We're not even saying separate from American purposes of y'all go y'all way and we go our way. Even if we did come to some agreement of saying, okay, y'all gonna give us a bit of land and that's where we go. We're still Americans. We're still in America. That's the point. You feel me? But we're just distinguishing what we are. Like again, you see all through New York where people they blacks in the street and they chilling with us and they calling us niggas with a Jamaican flag. And they gonna correct you when you say your black ass. You say nigga to them, they not even gonna flinch. They gonna say nigga back. But when you say, man, your black ass, I ain't Black, I'm Jamaican. So that's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with them having pride. So why should it be a problem with us
Nah,
having it?
they ain't. The Jamaicans don't say they not black. Yo. Just because
I'm
they
gonna be
don't
honest with
like
you. I was
being called
raised
that,
by a Jamaican
they
man.
don't deny being called black. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying they not saying they color ain't black. I'm saying they say nigga, I'm not black because they know when we saying black, we talking about Black American. They say no, nigga, I'm Jamaican. No, you can't tell me one Jamaican in this universe who gonna sit there and say, hell yeah, I'm just a black man, nothing else, not Jamaican. They gonna say I'm just a black man. No, they gonna correct you and say, nah, yeah, I'm black, but I'm Jamaican. Like I'm not just black, I'm Jamaican. So that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't really be a problem with us being able to say, I'm not just black, I'm a foundational one. So now that distinguishes what kind of black you are in the what do they call that? The dysphoria, however you call that.
Diaspora. Yeah, you're incorrect about Jamaicans. You're incorrect about Haitians. Can't really speak on the Dominicans in the region. But anybody from Africa, you can ask them right now. They will acknowledge black. Even if they don't say that they are black, that does not change who they are. I
No,
mean, that's my
again, that's
whole
the
point.
point. We not
And
saying that
being
changes
and
that they're black.
distinguishing, and you said you used the word distinguish.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you need to distinguish something if something was already created and laid out for you
It's
before you
not.
got here? Like before you was born? What do you mean it's not? What happened
It's
to it?
not. Like for us
What
Black
happened to it?
Americans, okay, you're called an African American, correct? Do you know what an African American is? It's
What?
not saying you're
No,
from
no.
any
I
part
asked
of
you a
America.
question. No. Don't start asking me a question, dude. What happened to your lineage and heritage?
Started in the South.
So there was nothing before the South. It was dirt,
That's what I'm saying.
land,
Nobody's saying that.
and then all of a sudden, out the dirt came you.
Nobody is saying that though. That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's the where we kind of start getting mad because you're not listening. Nobody said we're first. Nobody said anything wasn't here prior. We're saying if you're a foundational Black American, the ones who say that we came from Africa, guess what? The proof of coming from Africa is in these other countries. You were in slavery. So we're saying if you're one of those people, you can make claim to that. Nobody's talking about what happened prior because we're not saying nothing happened prior. We're just saying this can be the position where we can establish lineage because this the problem. If you go before slavery, it's very hard to establish who was here, what was here, because you got to think about it. It wasn't even legal. You, as a Black person of color, you didn't have any rights, literally. So
yeah, maybe a nice white man was like, I'm gonna sell you my crib. You can live here. And then guess what? His son popped up one day and was like, nah, get your nigga ass off my house. And it was no records of that ever being at black people's house. It was just always those white people's house. So that's what I'm saying.
So where y'all records at? Where y'all records at? Where y'all property at? So before the census, so before the census, it was no heritage.
I never said that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing.
But what I'm asking you, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, yo.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, why is that so hard to answer? Like, if you don't know, just say I'm not sure.
I just said it was stuff that happened. What do you want me to say? Everything that happened prior to
slavery? Yeah, I want to know the stuff that happened.
It was Indians, multitude of. You also had the black people on the other side with France, New Orleans. That was here before America.
So your lineage goes back to Native Indians.
Mine does, yeah.
All right, you on a whole different topic, yo.
I'm not, because let me ask you a question. Can you not be African and Jamaican?
I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not into this different type of
I feel like
stuff that not being able to be able to prove. Just ask you one simple question.
It's nothing that I'm just getting up here and saying like that. That's what I'm saying. I keep saying that every time I've been on here. I'm from the South. I'm in the South. I'm chronologically trying to gather as much history as possible. So I'm not just saying shit and just saying shit. Again, I think people confused by saying, oh, if you want to be FBA, that means you can't be nothing else. No FBA person has said that. We saying for you to make claim of being an FBA. So that's like saying you can't walk up and say, oh, I'm black and I'm Haitian. Niggas gonna be like, Haitian, how? You're going to have to prove your lineage. So that's what I'm saying. It's not like you can't be FBA and Haitian. Like, we're just saying this is a way to prove and verify some lineage. Again, distinguishing ourselves amongst those blacks, because again, we're your lineage, what you're on paper right now, right, is an African American. So let's get into what an African American is. They're literally saying you're not an American. You're an American citizen who came from Africa. Now that happens every day. So are those same African Americans the same ones as the slaves? No. So it's nothing wrong with distinguishing that. Like, that's all I'm saying. Or I feel it shouldn't be. I think the problem here with a lot of people, because I've noticed in this community, a lot of people are older. You know what I'm saying? I know, like, no offense, what they say is hard to teach an old
What community never had older people, yo? I mean, you in this different people shit, it don't really have no weight to it. You know what I'm saying? So you have a problem with the word Africa altogether. I see. As if no other group has attached any their lineage to the word America.
No,
I mean Japanese America, Haitian America, British America, Irish American, Italian America. Nobody has a problem with it, but you FBA niggas.
Because you can distinguish where you're from. You can say you're Italian, but we're not from Africa. Like, our bloodline is from Africa, but the people here at this point, my peoples, if you go back in if you take the census, my people started here, because before
you starting off on the wrong track when you say but. Now you just said out your own mouth just now, bro, that your lineage go back to Africa, but.
Yeah, because again, your lineage goes back to Africa, but I'm not African. That's pretty easy to say. None of my people speak African. If you look at the American census, you can
go back to Africa.
My people in 1890s. So it's hard to say.
So what's wrong with that though?
Because I'm no longer of African.
Well, but I'm saying though, what is wrong with that?
Right?
How did you come but no longer African if your lineage go back to Africa, yo?
When we started
how does no longer African go turn into no longer?
What are you now doing? Any of us?
Losing what culture? What culture?
I'm saying,
you from Africa to hip hop? You went directly from Africa to hip hop. You skipped all over fucking civil rights, slavery, Jim Crow, and all of that.
So what you doing is saying
you went way past that, and you went straight to hip hop because you lost heritage, you're no
I didn't say
longer a
anything about
people?
hip
Is
hop.
that what
Matter
you're
of fact, the
saying?
first thing I started with was country music and folk music, which came out in the early 1900s. Shit, we can point back to Black people. I'm not just gonna say it's hip hop. Like hip hop is way more than hip hop. Basically everything of music we can name in an American country, that's culture that we were building here ourselves.
Does that mean did I go out?
Huh?
No, you good, Dad.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's nothing we're practicing here that's of African culture. So we don't need to. Yeah, we know what our lineage is. If you're
You all owe Umar Johnson for who you are.
You said who?
You all owe
This dude
Umar
got his
Johnson
fucking
who
light
you are.
on.
You're Umar Johnson. What?
Oh, I said you all owe Umar Johnson for who you are today.
What? Statement, I guess. I don't really know what that got to do with much. I mean, I'll take that. Whatever. I don't think you could say anything would be owed to Umar. I think we could thank Jesse Jackson more than anybody because he's the one who came up with the name African American. But even down to that, that's what I'm saying. Prior to us being African American, right? We were Negroes. That was something that specified your what type of blackness you were. It wasn't just saying you before then we weren't something American. We were our own class of Negro, Afro.
All these different names, niggas act like they don't know. Like,
I'm just saying. I don't think it's crazy for us to distinguish ourselves again. I think a lot of people are mad more because they don't get it more than, and that's what we no offense, American. We talking about the Europeans, this, that, and the third. We are accustomed to their ways, so now we've kind of started doing that. Where if you don't get something, instantly slander it. You know what I'm saying? Downplay it, make people seem like it's crazy instead of us just talking and having to understand it. Because again, I don't know why people be saying like Tariq and shit. I do get it at a certain extent because that's, I guess, quote unquote, who the most famous person in the group. I was not brought into this under Tariq, under Lord Jamar. I was brought in this by some local people in my area who was saying like, yeah, we see it's a movement popping. We trying to get some organization going for ourselves and really establish what's going on. Like, so I'm here more to have the talks. If y'all are confused, what I can clarify, I'm trying my best to. But that's what I'm saying. I think it's a lot of people just mad because y'all don't get it. Like, and I'm okay with that.
We need to acknowledge that Umar is building an institution. Who else is building an institution here in America?
Do you know what platform you on for the person that's talking?
Yeah, this is YouTube.
No, I'm talking about the particular channel.
Yeah.
You've been on this channel before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. So this is the Pan-African platform, and the channel owner has established an African-based STEM institution for African children and youth since 2016. He's established in Brooklyn, New York, with full labs, accredited curriculum studies, and online. So he has students all across the nation.
Okay, but has Q Butter been on the Breakfast Club? How much exposure does he have to the average African American?
He's a nonprofit organization. He doesn't really rely on marketing and sponsorship and internet propaganda. He doesn't really, operate in terms of how you're probably accustomed to, since you seem to be tied to Umar Johnson. So there's plenty of reasons why he's not on Good Morning America, CNN, MSNBC, Breakfast Club, or any of the other programs that you might be trying to. Umar has been on those channels, and he still hasn't established one particular institution, even if it's in a small room. And he's been doing this since 2010. Like 15 years, he's been trying to establish a school, so he say, but his donations keeps coming in. Where is the money going?
He's not trying, he's doing
You
it.
got somebody backstage, Dev.
Yeah, we just got done with a science fair, a black-owned science fair. Those videos are still up on this platform. If you go back into recent videos, you'll see about a week ago. That video is still up. Yeah, Yehuda Ben Riaz, he's been up here before.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, but Umar is still the most relevant
Keep bringing
person
up
in the
Umar
community.
for, like, man.
Yeah, he's not real relevant, yo. He's not relevant at all. Nobody can attach his name to nothing except for internet propaganda and grifting, asking for
Yeah, I'm about to say
donations.
Umar grifter from hell, and I ain't even gonna lie.
I just gave you information about this channel owner's Q Butter's accomplishments. It goes back much farther than 2016, but at least you can actually demonstrate and see with your own eyes what he has already established as far as contributing to his community. What has Umar established and contributed to anything that's black?
He has the FDMG Academy.
And when
ain't no black people there.
And when did that open? When did that get open?
It's constantly being sabotaged.
By who?
Bro, that shit's in Maine. That don't help black people. Bro.
Who is sabotaging it? Him?
No, other black people and white people. Black
people are going out their way. White people are going out their way to destroy his school.
Yes.
Do you know the name? Did anybody call law enforcement and file a complaint?
Not that we know of. It's anonymous.
Why not?
If we knew, we'd be able to deal with it.
Doesn't he have insurance?
As far as I know, he does.
So why doesn't he file a claim and so he can get reimbursed?
Man, Kanye made a school before Umar. Man, get him out of here. Damn, man.
You're all just jealous.
How much money did you give Umar, yo, all together?
1,100 US.
Wow, a band.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I ask the white boy? Can I ask the white guy if he is a part of an organization?
No, I just support Umar.
That's it.
Yes, I just support Umar.
Are you from the East Coast?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was born in New Jersey.
Okay.
Hey, I say if you're gonna rock with him, but I feel you supporting the wrong brother of all. You definitely messing with the King Grifter, because my man get on all y'all money. He's saying, "Oh, my school getting shut down again." Kanye done made a school before this man. Like that he got every excuse, but he keep getting more famous. He definitely not helping us. He may be telling y'all that he's definitely not helping us, any of us. But hey, either to each his own.
Yeah, scrolling across the bottom of the screen is the website for the Ziax Institute. That's the name of the institute. You can actually check out some of the established curricula. I'm not sure if what you're trying to promote has any literature other than internet rhetoric, but to try to do this for more than 10 years, a decade at least, without having to establish or network or create one single book or student and blame it all on sabotage. That shit is ridiculous. Way too much money being involved. You're one person. You've given over a band. Multiply that by how many subscribers? So at at what point will you will someone either draw the line or decide, hey, I've invested too much and I won't be able to keep this wish and hope dream going? Because obviously a ban isn't enough. Yeah, he probably dropped off.
What's up, Dale?
What's up with it? I'm stunned.
Yeah, I've been hearing it all today. Hey, you know what's funny? Because you say you from the South too, right, Dale? Like originally?
Yeah, Arkansas, yeah.
Who this sound like to you? Because this remind me of them Confederate white boys. My foundation is in the South.
Foundation. Yeah, he was specific about that shit.
Don't that sound like them white boys that used to wear them Confederate shirts and shit?
Yeah.
That's their little moniker. Is their foundation is.
Hey, y'all need to look up what an ethnogenesis is. Like, we displaced. We've been out of Africa for what, 500 years. Like, and with that, we went through a whole, evolution, bro. Culturally, linguistically, our language. We created our own language during slavery. Tutnese. So like this notion that yes, genetically we are African, but culturally we are not African, bro.
Taken from us. So we should forget what was taken from us and take
why ain't going in?
Yeah, I think you're confusing what Pan-African is, young Diddy. You think Pan-African is saying that we haven't gone through changes. That's not what Pan-Africanism is about. And you might want to read up more so on what it's about, because you got something where you argue. This is not your first time arguing that you've been through changes and you've evolved and you're different. That's not what Pan-Africanism.
That's what the experts say. That's not what I say. That's what the experts say.
No, I think but again, you're missing the point that your argument is mute to a Pan-Africanist, because a Pan-Africanist is not arguing that there hasn't been any changes. So if nobody's arguing that, I don't see why would that argument be posed, because you don't hear a Pan-African argue against you because they're wondering why you're making that argument if that's not what Pan-African is stating. It's like you're making your own argument up in terms of Pan-African is trying to say that we all one culture, and that's not what's being said.
Is it possible?
Black Americans is the face of Pan-Africanism. This notion that we are all, every African, Somalian, Ethiopian, East African.
You're making your own argument up again.
They're not on that, bro. They're not on that, bro. Where you from?
You're making your own argument up.
They know I'm not them.
They know I'm not.
I know you're not Ethiopian. I know you're not Somalian.
You making your own argument. You flipping out. You crashing out, and nobody.
Excuse me. Did we hold on. Did we go through passive ethnogenesis or active ethnogenesis?
Both.
And who caused it?
Say it again.
What was the cause of it?
What was the cause of it? Well, of course, you can't omit the transatlantic slave trade. I'm not omitting that. I'm just saying.
So your foundation is not America. Your foundation is where you were before that transatlantic slave trade.
Not bad. Damn.
That was our foundation over there. If we literally been displaced for damn near 1,000 years,
because your heritage,
and we established a whole new culture and food, macaroni and cheese, the doorknob. Are you serious? Like, how are we of that? But we've literally created infrastructure, red light system, washer and dryer. Like, I don't understand that, bro.
Nobody can discuss anything. Like nobody literally can discuss anything.
Like, you act like they wasn't just trading people from Africa like 150 to 200 years ago. That's not a long time, bro. We haven't been gone from Africa that long. Y'all act like we've been gone thousands of years.
Where you get 1,000 years from, Diddy?
That
we
thing
was
on your head
longer
is way longer than
we was enslaved longer than we've been free. We was enslaved longer than we've been free.
America, but you represented on your head.
Say it again.
The headband you wearing is well.
You go. Don't make it about the headband now.
No, I'm not.
Stay on the topic, brother. Because you don't like 19 keys. Stay on the topic, brother. And this term foundational is not a new term. We've been using that. This brother in his book used the term foundational. So I'm gonna find it when I find it. Y'all can stop.
But how you get knocked out?
Y'all don't like 19 keys.
No, fuck Tariq, yo. Yeah, fuck 19 keys too. Yeah,
smart and intelligent.
Yeah. Fuck both of them brothers, yo. Yeah, fuck both. Yeah.
Right,
I said,
exactly.
sit down.
Fuck Tariq.
Old niggas gotta
Yeah,
sit
fuck
down,
Tariq.
bro. I
Yeah,
hate to
fuck
say it,
Tariq.
but old niggas gotta sit
No.
down. We gonna take
Fuck
over now.
Tariq.
We
No.
gonna take over.
Ain't no takeover. Fuck Tariq and fuck 19 Keys, yo. How your
That's
foundation
fine. I don't care
become
about that.
not
That's how you feel.
Africa?
I don't care.
No. How
Because
your
we talking
foundation
about
become not
American
Africa?
foundation.
But I'm saying though, how your foundation not become Africa though?
Because we're talking about our American foundation.
I was talking about the
How your
symbols of the
foundation become not Africa though?
We're talking about our American
I
foundation.
understand that, but how did your foundation become
We
not
not saying we
African?
didn't come from Africa. We saying our foundation in America is the South.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. How your foundation become not Africa? If you saying we not saying that, then how you going to establish another foundation? So
Because
your kids,
we've been here that long.
So if your kids move to Oklahoma or Nebraska, they're gonna have a different foundation now.
No, they're Oklahoma kids. They're going to have a different
gonna be
foundation.
different.
For me as a North Carolina resident, yes.
Hey, Dale, can I just
Right. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and read what you were about to read, yo.
It says active ethnogenesis is the deliberate, direct planning and engineering of a separate identity. However, it is clear that active ethnogenesis may augment passive ethnogenesis. Active ethnogenesis is usually inspired by emergent political issues such as a perceived long-term structural economic imbalance between regions or a perceived discrimination against elements of local culture. E.g., or example, as a result of the promotion of a single dialect as a standard language at the national level, like English, and not allowing you to use your own language. So we took your language from you, and now your children will say, that's not our language. We don't have nothing to do with that. We have the American language. That's really our language. An African language don't have nothing to do with us. We like the language that the white man gave us. I'll shut up now, Dale.
But why y'all keep saying this? We keep saying this. We're not saying nothing about we not from Africa originally. The world is from Africa originally. But that don't mean it ain't Italians. That don't mean it ain't Japanese people.
Other FBA that are in the chat right now and other people online associated with Tariq's group and others, they are saying it, yo. You're the minority FBA if you're saying that.
Nobody's ever. You can't even look up a Tariq. Y'all can say that that's what's being said, but y'all can't prove that nowhere. And I promise,
this is a
because nobody
popular
said
notion.
we're no longer from Africa.
Y'all think we're
saying
small.
we're not Africans.
We're not Africans.
Because we're not.
You see, did you hear what you just said? You just said we're no longer from Africa. What kind of bullshit did you just say?
No longer from Africa. I'm saying we are not.
No, that's not what's being said, yo.
Yes, it is.
That's not.
Again, why
No,
do you
it's
think they
not.
keep pointing out the South is the foundation? They're not saying that we didn't have anywhere else.
No, you're the first person I've ever heard that from, yo. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, yo. There's no person that claimed FBA that ever said the South is the foundation. You're the first one I've ever heard it.
Then why
and
they
I've
keep
been
saying that the proof that you're a
online
foundational American is slavery?
since 1994. That's how long I've been chatting motherfuckers across the globe on the internet.
Then why are they saying slavery is the proof everywhere on the internet? How is that? And where's slavery at? Only in the South. I'm not
The
saying
proof
it
of
didn't
what?
exist in the North. I'm saying it was legal in the South. Not in the North.
So let me
It was
get
only
this
in the
straight.
South.
You're
It was
saying
your
if
peoples
your
came
people
here, they
never
brought us
been
to the South.
slaves, you're not a foundational American. So are you saying that when a person's people have never been slaves, they are not a foundational American?
No. If you
They got to be slaves to be a foundational American. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Wait a minute. Are you? Hold on, Wale. Were you answering the question, or are you saying that what he said was not true?
It's not. I'm with Wale. I know where you're going, Wale. He just played himself.
How did I play myself?
Because you didn't. First of all, answer the question.
What's the question? That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering.
He said it 3 times. Go ahead, Wale. Ask him again.
Yeah, the question is, you're saying that when a person's lineage has no slavery in it, they are not fundamental Americans?
No, they're not foundational.
Okay, so
Not
you
foundational. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part. Okay, so he was damn. I ain't never heard that before either.
Do you realize that free black people were brought to America?
You say who?
Free black people, free Africans, free black people were brought to America.
Okay, listen. This is why I'm
No,
saying
let's go simple and slow. Simple and slow.
Quick.
Simple. Keep it
Who
simple.
would they offer? Who is the American government offering reparations to?
No one.
Nobody.
No, literally, they're talking about it right now. And who are they
No
talking
one.
about offering it to?
Nobody.
They have not offered to anyone. So you're lying. Let's go
They're
slow
not
though.
talking about.
You
I
answer my
just said they're
question.
talking
Now you
about
want to
it
move
right
from the
now.
free
So
black
who
people.
are they
You see how you
considering
did that?
to be
I told
the?
you. You have to go slow. You're not going to just take me all over the place. Go slow.
I'm on the same thing. We can catch
No,
up.
we're not. We were talking about free black people. You went to the government and you lied saying that there was something about reparations.
No, I
Yeah,
said
he's
they're
talking.
considering
Listen, y'all. Though, he's
reparations
talking about
right
I'm
now.
listening
California,
closely, JD. You're not
Illinois.
going
He's talking about the.
So
He's
slow
talking
down.
about the.
Okay, you can go slow though, so that people can grasp it. You like to fast talk and jump all over the place, and
We own the
that,
same thing. No one jumped
okay.
nowhere.
So what is the same thing?
The
What did
same thing
Wale
y'all
just
brought up
ask
and
you?
asked me to answer. I'm on that same thing, so it's not jumping around
Right.
anywhere.
So did you answer Wale's question?
I already did. I just said if you're not a
Right.
slave, you
So they
can't
were
tie your
free.
foundation
So
to slavery.
my retort to that was deity was that there were free black people that were brought here too.
Okay, but they're trying to give reparations for people who were in slavery.
Okay, but that complicates
American.
the whole history when you don't know it. Those free black people were brought
No,
here
that's what I'm saying. Why are you adding something that got nothing to do with if they're trying to
because
compensate
it does
people who
have
were
things to
enslaved?
do with it. That's
What
why it
does
was an
free blacks have
interesting
to do
and
with it?
important question that Wale asked, because you're excluding black people who were not necessarily enslaved or they didn't have that status, like Anthony Johnson for one. We could just go there. He was not a slave.
All the history about free slaves is great.
Is what
We're
counts.
talking about reprising the people who were in slavery.
Wait, all the
Why are we
history
trying to
about
highlight the
free
people who were-
slaves? What are you
Did he say
talking
free
about?
slaves?
Right. Who were
That's
free
crazy.
slaves? Who were free slaves?
Well, free blacks. Whatever
That's
you
different from a free slave.
Okay, free black people.
Right. So what
That was
about
not
them?
the majority. Hey, let's
I
talk
agree.
about numbers.
And there
can
was
name
slavery in the
20,
north,
30
by the
free
way.
blacks, right? Y'all
There
can
was
name
slavery in the
neighborhoods.
north. Let's go slow. I'll walk with you. We talk about there was slavery in the north. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, okay, listen to me. I want y'all, because this is where I see the biggest problem with this group is.
What, you not
Y'all
answering my
mostly are-
direct
listen,
question?
Let me finish. Y'all mostly from up north. So all y'all saying
Right.
is
That has
it
nothing
matters
to
what
do with
happened
it.
up north.
Nothing
Eh,
to do
eh,
with it.
we ain't mostly from up north. Where you get that from? Yo,
Right.
yo, slow down. Where did you get that we
The
we
fact that
mostly
whenever
from
we
up
bring
north?
up, whenever I've been on here bringing up the South, y'all say, well, let's omit that. And it was
I
free
didn't say
black
let's
people.
omit that. I said but let's not lie like you're doing.
Because
We
the
can
black
Excuse
card is
me,
more
if y'all don't
important
mind,
than the South
I've been
card
up
was.
here for a little
Hold
while.
on,
I just wanted to ask a question.
I got you one
I
at a
just want to
time.
ask a question.
All right, hold on. But after I'm done, because we're establishing something here. Because now there's this situation you're creating, like it was just a whole bunch of free niggas running around up north, which is a lie as well. This is another part of
That
reparations.
is not a lie. I'm not sitting here
It's a
making
lie.
any
It's a
lie. I'm not
complete lie.
adding that it was everyone was enslaved. I'm saying majority
Everyone's
of black
enslaved.
people in America
Uh-huh.
at that time, where were they?
Yes.
Was it up north?
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If we're talking about we're trying to
That's
reprise
core
the
history. We
places
know
of this
this.
time. Huh?
You're stating the obvious.
No, but you're refuting the obvious.
No,
You're
I'm
saying,
not.
well,
I was
that
talking
doesn't
about
matter
free
because
black people. Do you understand what we're talking about right now? We were talking about you recognizing that there was slavery in the north.
I said
Before
I
we
understand
move on,
all
that's
that.
it. It's as
all
simple
that's
as that.
happened.
Can you agree that there was slavery in the north?
Yes.
Okay, so what were you saying? Yahuda bin Israel?
Yeah, so I have a question, right? So I'm not from the United States, right?
You don't get a check.
And so I'm not FBA, right?
No.
So, but I do consider myself a Pan-Africanist, right?
Yeah,
right on.
So my question is that FBA says that they are a lineage, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people that slaved on the land that built the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as somebody that is not FBA, why should I not like FBA? Or why should I not, or why should I be against FBA?
Who says you should? Only FBA is saying that you are saying that somewhere. That's the problem. Only FBA is saying that Africans are in a secret room talking about why the niggas from the cotton field should get a check. Right? Only FBA are the ones with the megaphone saying the coconuts is in our way. The coconuts and the spear chuckers is not thinking about the cotton pickers, but the cotton pickers seem to want to make it an issue.
because that's called a grift to replace the sentiment. But that's why. Do you realize that? Like, or you can tell me as a non-FBA, do y'all have like meetings where y'all like, yo, them niggas shouldn't get no check?
No.
We should
No,
stay.
and that's what I'm saying. This was
So
bad.
as a rational thinker, right?
Mhm.
This why
For
it's
the
crazy.
past,
Y'all
for the
always keep
past,
Tariq the
I
leader.
want to say like about what
Wait a
15
minute,
years
it's more than one
probably.
person talking.
I'm a truck driver. I drive trucks for a living, right? So for the past 15 years, for entertainment, I've listened to Tariq, right?
Mhm.
And I think it helped me a lot to understand the country, to understand racism, white supremacy, all that. So it helped me to understand how to move in this country, right?
Mhm.
So when the argument started, I don't understand how nobody that didn't understand the argument. It's just people that wanted to circle around their common ancestry
Wait, hold on. It's that part right
because
there.
they
Yo, hold on, bro.
because they need
Listen.
because
But
of a certain need.
right, no, it's not.
So
Because no, hold on, bro. Listen, because this is where the grift comes in. This is why we gotta go slow. Because he's the same gentleman as I mentioned yesterday that was just grifting off of the black aboriginals being part of this storyline and reparations for that, which is a total myth. So nobody's mentioning the fact that just last spin around, he was talking black aboriginals and we've been here and all this stuff to get a few dollars off of that, which is untrue. So that's not the same people he's talking about when we now these other people. We ain't
well,
them.
out of respect for you, I like your videos also. I actually share your videos sometimes too.
Go ahead, keep talking. Y'all like you. I knew you was cool. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So, because like I said, I'm Pan-African also.
No, I'm on your side.
But I don't feel like the two arguments should be against each other. And I feel like the only reason, I mean, especially for the African American brothers, I mean, respect, you guys are standing up for Caribbean and African folks, and that's good. But the original argument was really about African Americans circling their wagon for a revolutionary political reason to be able to get something from the government of the United States.
That's called ADOS.
And it is true. Now, mind you, I watched the whole entire thing played out from the beginning. And a lot of Caribbean people and African people did crash out because they didn't hear the argument. And that's how all of this started. Because nobody got...
Wait, hold on. I'm curious. Where did you hear the African and the Caribbean people crashing out? Because
I was watching that shit all over the internet.
No, I'm not trying to like get all specific, but like, where would you hear
Twitter?
it?
I was seeing it on Twitter. I was seeing. I tried to. I was on what was that, Clubhouse? I was trying to. People were going crazy. I was trying to explain the situation so people could have an understanding, because I feel like beneath or inside of everybody there's some kind of rationality, and so I try to explain to the people, but people just kept cussing me out, and so that's all I want to say. Like, I just feel like I don't feel like Pan-Africanism and FBA necessarily have to be at odds or against each other. I feel like both ideologies can coexist.
You know who does? FBA.
I know.
Because here's why. Because in order for them to exist, they have to create an enemy. That's the same thing that the Abos do. Because then it gives them something to talk about. Hey, I'm against this, I'm against that. Otherwise, you ask what's the foundation? Like we've seen over the past couple of days, that each and every FBA come up here with a different foundation. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. It doesn't stand on anything that you can communicate, because every single one of them got something.
But that's a lie.
That's a fact.
Because
That's a fact.
everyone I done been on this show for 3 days with you, so
And you witnessed it. Willie doesn't believe what Lex believe, and they don't believe what you believe totally. So that's three right there.
Descendants of Southern slavery.
Descendants of, so now you DOS.
No, you can call it that, whatever, because that's where it started, right? But that's the whole point. We're trying to distinguish that lineage. Nobody
Right.
ever
So that
said
lineage is
anything
different from the ones who were enslaved in Massachusetts.
Yeah, They're not
Go
different.
ahead. Go
I ain't gonna
ahead.
lie, they're
You
not
about to
different.
say yeah.
But
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Tell us how they're different from the ones that were enslaved in
I just said
Massachusetts.
they're not different. They're
You
slaves.
just said yeah, and then you thought about it.
Yeah, I
So
thought
they're the
about it.
same one. So how are they Southern slaves? So you're creating another term that makes no
I mean,
sense.
you would most likely had to come through the port cities, which are Georgia, North Carolina. Those are the port cities.
Do
Not
you
saying some
realize
people
that
didn't
that
go
is not
straight to
true
New
at
York.
all about either one of the places you named? The port city down there was Charleston. It was the biggest one we had. Neither Georgia or North Carolina. That's
Savannah, Georgia
completely
wasn't a port
incorrect.
city.
Once of all, let me go slow for
Savannah,
you.
Georgia wasn't a
Wait,
port
slow
city.
down. Wait, slow down because you can go Google the things I'm saying while I'm saying and call me a liar.
Charleston was one of them.
Once again,
Yeah.
right, but you
Wilmington was
didn't
one of
mention
them, and
Charleston. You
Savannah was
chose
one of
Georgia
them.
and North Carolina, which were minuscule at best. But you have to understand that they were Rhode Island and New York before that. This is
You
what I'm
do
saying. You
understand
can't
that
just
North
limit that.
Carolina and South Carolina wasn't separated at that point.
Correct.
But you just said North Carolina was middle
We
school.
was
It was
already
there
here.
already. It was
Wait,
Let's
who
talk
was-
about
who
it.
was we? We wasn't either. We could get to that, Diddy. But what you were saying? What are you saying? So I'm just trying to say, like, you add other stuff that just clouds the story. Now, descendants of Southern slaves.
I said descendants of slaves.
You
I
said
this from the
Southern slaves.
beginning.
That's how
You
we
keep
got
saying
here
it
on this
get more
tangent.
narrow. That's what I'm saying. Now here's where we really got a problem. People, y'all ask questions. People give y'all answers. Y'all say I ain't certain.
No, you're not giving the answer. That's
Give me
why
more.
I'm giving you the answer.
You can't.
I just have the
If
whole
you
time.
could give us the answer, then we wouldn't be in this situation where it's a group trying to revolt.
No,
and this,
there
that,
were a
and the third.
number of
And I
questions. I'm
get
giving you
that,
the
bro, but y'all
answers to
gotta
the
stop.
one you're talking about. There are a number of questions we got to answer. I don't have all of them, but to what you're talking about, I'm telling you what to look up while I'm telling you.
No,
You can say
you
I'm
sitting
not
here
telling you
saying
the answer right
Georgia
now.
wasn't Savannah, Georgia wasn't a port town. That's literally what you just said, which is a lie.
Do you know
I
what
don't have
Savannah?
proof.
Do you know Georgia was started to not have Africans in the first damn place? Do you know that? Like,
You
don't
just
like.
saying
I don't
shit.
want to go into
You are
all of
just
that.
saying stuff.
Do you want to put how much do
Please
you going to
verify
donate
it anyway.
$100 to Q
Look, we can
School
stop
right
it. You
now
just say
once I prove it
verify
to
it
you? Is that what
anyway.
we're saying? Are you saying you're going to donate $100 to that
Yes,
banging ass
go
print?
and show that
Yeah, you
Georgia was
all
made
heard him
to
say
not
yes,
have
right?
Africans.
Y'all all heard him say yes, right? Before I go and get this information, all you gonna donate that $100
Yes,
to
yes,
Q.
yes. Do so.
Thank you very much. Now, my statement was Georgia was started to not have slaves, and you denied it. Y'all can keep talking. I'm gonna pull up the exact ones and get that cash app ready. Matter of fact,
Yes, sir. I'll
like
be
you
waiting.
said, put that
You be talking too
Zayak
much. You can
movement
find
up on the
information in
screen.
that time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so
Because
keep
like
talking.
that, and now this is
I'll
where
get
we
right
get
to you.
crazy. Because
Hold on.
no
Hold
offense,
on.
you
Hold
are
on. Nah,
not
ain't no.
from
You
the
don't gotta
South.
talk to me no more about it, dog. We
You
good.
are not from the
You
South.
stated what you stated.
This is
So,
what I learned
so,
since a
so,
kid.
Hold on.
Truth.
No.
I got a question for you.
No. Okay. Once I get this
Okay.
information,
All right.
I'll answer it. I'm not ducking no smoke. You know
Okay.
that as
'Cause
far
this
as
notion
questions
that
and talking.
we was
But
not
let me
here
get to the Georgia part
prior to
first.
1619
We
is
can
not
get to
true.
the we was not here prior to 16. We can table that. We've discussed that ad infinitum, ad nauseum to this point. But this may be something new for people. I'm gonna get to Georgia, and then we could get to we was here part. Well, in the meantime, I want you to DAD Google Leo Weiner, W-E-I-N.
Yeah, Leo Weiner. Yep.
Okay,
I'm familiar
okay.
with
And
him.
then I
White
also
dude,
want you,
Harvard.
before I get to Georgia, hold on, to Google Barry Fell, F-E-L-L. And then I want you to do that. I'm going to get to your Georgia thing in a second. Then Google New York Times, Ivan Van Sertima, Barry Fell, and then pull up the New York Times article. I'll get back to you in a second. The other guy, you can keep talking. I was going to get the Georgia information for you.
I'm waiting. That's why.
Okay, now you can keep talking. It's going to take me a second to go.
Nigga, you trying to beat up two people at once, man. This dude is front, man. He's showing off, man. Get up.
No, I'm not. I want to see that $100 because we gonna get closer. That printer looked banging
I want to
last
see
night.
that
We're gonna have
information.
another $100.
I want to see that information. See,
All
done
right,
found
you
two bits of
y'all can
information
talk
while
amongst
you been
yourselves
talking.
till I get it, dog.
But you ain't
Can I
find the main one.
hear me over here patting at the keyboard? Jeez. Go ahead, talk. Say what you gotta say.
I'm saying you done found two bits of information.
Come
but you
on
ain't
now, let's
find the
get
main
it.
one.
Let's talk about it now. Before the first African American. Let's get it now. Let's get
We'll
it
get
now.
back once again.
Let's
Like I
get
said,
it.
y'all, I'll get back to
I
it.
ain't coming with the
I'll get
Valentine.
back to
What's
what
the name?
Diddy's
What's the
pending
other
on a
name?
second. I'm in the Georgia stuff.
Van Sertima. I'm not coming with that. I can come with book after book that talks about how we already been here.
Great.
So
I want you to get
I ain't
those
gotta
while
even
I'm
come
looking
with
up
the
for the
before
Georgia
Columbus.
stuff. Get
This
your
a whole
books
new book right
so
here.
you can have that
So
ready. I
let's
don't want to see
let's
just
come with it.
covers.
Let's
I don't
come
want Especially just covers. Get
Y'all
the
can
books
teach
and
me when he
Hercules
came here
if you're gonna
through
cite.
via the white
Okay?
man.
So Georgia.
We was only here when the white man brought us here.
Jesus
Think
Christ, now
about
I
that
gotta
logic.
listen to you
That don't even
babble
make any
and try to
sense.
type. This
The
is
fuck? That is
amazing.
some
Happy New
slave
Year's, man.
ideology, man.
Okay, so first of all, we're gonna start here to keep it simple, and then I'll go further to pull up primary documents. But we're gonna start it because what I like to do, bro, honestly, I start with the stuff that people can Google because then it's right there. And they say Google rah 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 rah, and then it's like, okay, here were the primary documents. Because I don't want to just like, oh, here's something you ain't got. And that's what people do with the secret information and all that other stuff. I'm not trying to babble. I'm just going to get right to it to show you how accessible it is. So get the $100 ready. We're going to start here. So present, Ms. Share screen. Okay. Let me know when you can see the screen, Ms.
It ain't
It's coming. Hold on.
not up there yet.
That's good. That's good.
Okay. We started simple, folks. We go to Google. All I did was type Georgia Foundation, since they like foundation, no slavery. Okay. And I'm going to scroll down. This is what you guys like to read. AR, rah, 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 which is cool because it got the link, but fuck all that. Like I said, anti-slavery attitudes existed in Georgia since its founding, 1733. The Georgia Constitution of 1798 outlawed the introduction of any more foreign slaves into the state. Before you jump out the window, you're going to say it says any more. See, it was there. I know how you do. So we're going to talk about this was the Oglethorpe Plan. So the Oglethorpe Plan was the plan for dirty white folks from the goddamn poorhouses and workhouses to create an agrarian culture without the Negro. That was the point of Georgia in the first place. Where they got their slaves from when they tried to get slick was from, as you mentioned, Savannah. But Savannah was getting it from where? Was getting it from Charleston. That's why Savannah is just a mirror image of what Charleston looks like with all that Southern Belle shit. That's why it happens in Savannah. But the project was for white people to build something without the Negro. And what they did was for about, I think, 30 years, I'll pull them all up if you want me to, beg the
Bro,
the
you
company.
said Georgia was made to not have blacks, not that they did a situation
Correct.
without blacks. Bro. Come
Correct.
on, man.
Correct. So get the $100 up.
Where's Georgia? Georgia was made to not have Africans? That's not what it was. You showing a situation
That's
that
exactly
happened
what
without
I'm
Africans
showing
saying,
you.
look,
So
this
now you
country,
want the
this country was made to
Oglethorpe
not have
plan and
Africans.
the details of what I'm saying. No
It's not
problem.
no
Go back to
$100.
what
You
you
not
were.
you
Actually, I'll do this live while you're talking, so
bro.
you'll see it ain't no smoke and mirrors and the shit that I could look for.
So
Like,
where can you show anywhere that says Georgia was made to not have slaves?
dude,
Not have Africans, not have
the
anything.
Constitution outlawed it way back here in 1788 of any more foreign slaves. Why? Because of what was happening.
Because
Like
you
I
already
said, and then you're
inbred,
going to jump out the
you already
window
have
and say,
in-country
well, what happened if
slaves.
they had to outlaw it? Rah, rah, rah. That's why I went on to go and explain the even concept of Georgia, which you have no idea about in the first place.
How could
Why
they
was
ban it
Georgia
after it
established?
started if it was already there? You're
Slow
not
because
making sense.
if it was already there,
Yeah, if
okay,
why would they
listen
have
closely.
to ban it if it was
Listen
if it didn't
close.
happen already? If it
That's
didn't
what I said.
already happen,
I
you
just
saying
told you. That
Georgia
was the
was
first
made
thing I
to not
said. You
have
was gonna
Africans.
say this dumb shit. That's why I was trying to explain it before you said it, and here you go saying it. That's why I went into the whole thing of why it was established, because you was gonna ask that shit about it saying outlawed and blah blah
Why
blah. Like
you
you
still
just
not
did.
answering the question? Why was it outlawed
Good
if it was
Lord,
not
I said,
happening?
well, let me look for it. Then you drew me back into this dumbass tangent where I got to
Because
then
it
start
didn't
from the beginning,
happen.
which
That's
is
not
cool, is tell you
what you
why
said. Your
Georgia
original
exists
comment
in
was
the
Georgia
first
was
place,
made to
because
not
that's
have
a part of the
slaves.
story. You
However,
can't
you're saying
fucking
that the
dance
proof
through
of
it.
that is
You're
that they
going to learn
banned
the history of
slavery from
Georgia, and hopefully
from
some
a
people in
certain
the chat
place
do,
after
because
the
this
place
is
was already
important.
started.
Why was Georgia established? Let's learn together.
Because it's
Call
a
me on the
state.
bullshit. The shit is up on the screen. Go ahead. Why was it established?
You want me to
You
read
don't
it?
know. You don't know. It was a project. Why was it a project? Because this is where the other part that people in the chat know. South Carolina was the breadwinner. What would happen is Africans were running away to where? FBA. To Spanish Florida, FBA, Seminoles. So this is what was happening. There was no Georgia at this time. there was a project due to transportation acts and others. This is where the name Oglethorpe comes in. That's why there's an Oglethorpe University. And they figure, well, to catch the niggas, we can put these dirty, dusty ass white, no good for nothing people. That's where the redneck shit happens in the middle of the shit to catch them. But here's the kicker. Y'all got to do all the work without the Africans. They all rah.
It says right here. Can I just read this? It says anti-slavery. I'm reading what you got to do. So it ain't cool. Anti-slavery. Listen, anti-slavery attitudes existed in Georgia since its founding. However, the Constitution of 1790, that's almost
98. Remember, it was existing in 1733. Watch how you play
so
yourself.
what were they doing prior to that?
Look at this, y'all. Look at this, y'all. While he's talking from the Georgia Encyclopedia.
My point is,
look what it says.
70 years in between.
Before his 1798, like I said, smart people, between 1735 and 1750, which is before 1798. Remember what I'm saying, smart people.
But this is why you skipping it and not answering.
Georgia was the only British American colony to attempt to prohibit.
Did they have slaves? Okay, we're not talking
as
about
a
whether
matter of
to,
public policy. The decision to ban slavery was made by the founders of Georgia, the trustees. Like I've been saying, General, here's the name, Oglethorpe. Like I was saying, not to sound smart, because to tell you whose plan it was, and other trustees. This isn't a state, and this is before 1798 with the Constitution. I'm going as slow as possible, and you still want to fight. I will go even
you're
slower.
Not making sense. If you're going slow, you can slow this down in
the Georgia Encyclopedia is not making sense.
Yeah, because I'm asking you. You refuse to.
What are you asking me? This is before 1798 in the Constitution. Now I'll listen.
You know somebody don't have a point. You don't have a point, sir. From 1733 to 98, did they practice slavery or not?
Holy shit. Am I, yo, son, honestly, Miz and Dev, tell me, am I trying to be
Wait a minute. Since we are elementary, show me where the slavery was practiced.
In Georgia.
No, don't say it. Show it to me.
This is what I told you. Look, wait, hold on. Before you pull up what you're going to show. Look what it says. Let me go even slower. I just told you this, bro. I didn't look at this, right? Listen, they banned slavery in Georgia because it was wide, inconsistent with their social and economic intentions. Now, the smart ones going to class, hey, that's what he was talking about. The intentions was for the dirty whites, as I refer to them, to build this without Africans. Why? Because your redneck culture job is to catch these niggas, Stonewall Rebellion, running away from South Carolina, which is the bread, plus Charleston port with the indigo, cotton, and other resources. That was the main money maker. And they run away and join with rebel engines. And now you got Seminoles that talked about in your FBA movement. And you don't even know how they became Seminoles, but you want me to go slower. Given the Spanish presence where y'all in Florida,
because you said Georgia
was made to also seen certain to threaten the military security of the colony. You see, he talking, and I'm reading from the Georgia Encyclopedia what I just told us, nigga. Spain offered freedom.
How they tried to stop it. You're not telling me they didn't participate in it. That's the problem we have.
I'm telling you. Okay, now we can go slower.
You're telling me they didn't want to, but they didn't.
Listen. This is I'm gonna go slower. So Savannah comes up.
Because you need to hurry up.
No, I'm gonna go slower. So Savannah, as I mentioned, comes up because this is how they were trying to get around a slick practice. They would say that they were renting these slaves. They didn't own them from Charleston. And this was making the dirty Georgia businessmen who were trying to get money off it, try to find ways to get around not a constitution. These are trustees, businesses who are doing this. This is how Savannah comes up. It is trying to be a mirror of Charleston once again. This is why Charleston looks like it does.
Okay,
Charleston,
listen to me.
Hold on, because here's where the numbers come in. Charleston, this is when the cotton gin and all that is becoming the main port because of the indigo, the rice, the cotton, all that shit. That's what becomes our seasoning port before you then send the niggas elsewhere. Well, Georgia was like, yo, they don't want to hear, and they were begging. I will pull up because this was fun. I just don't have, give me a few seconds, the actual letters that the people are writing to the trustees begging them for Africans. That's the most fun part about this, but you have not let me get to that part. I'm going to go slow because hopefully people will see, well, this
Please
is why
hurry up. I would like to present something
University and the
I
people
like
in
to
the chat
present
go,
something
oh, I
that can
see
kill
why
your
all
whole
this is
argument,
happening.
but you want to keep talking about something that has nothing to do
Why are
with
you
the
talking
matter.
while you talking, yo?
I'm talking
I
about.
mean, how you expect somebody to hear you if you talking while he's talking? Like his mic is clearly louder than yours, yo. Cause you initially started this whole fucking argument by saying one of the slave ports was in Georgia.
Yeah, and it was. He started this argument by saying, no, Georgia didn't practice
Dog,
slavery.
are
Don't
you
say that
listening,
slave
dude?
ports
We're
started arguing.
we're on to
He's
bigger
saying the
things
slave
that
that
you could
slavery
grasp, and
wasn't
then
even
going into
Georgia was
some
made to
minute.
not have slavery.
I'm trying to tell you the history of Georgia and what I'm talking about, and you still fighting. This
And you're
is the
saying that as if they didn't
encyclopedia of
practice slavery.
Georgia
That's what this
saying,
argument is about. However, you're
dude,
still
okay,
saying
once
that. No,
again,
they were
at
trying
the
to dance.
core of what was happening, it was, listen slow, a plan by this man. He had the Oglethorpe plan. It's big. It goes into bigger things of what's happening in England with who's in the poorhouses and what we do with these dirty white folks. This is a much bigger thing, and I really wasn't trying to get all into.
How can I put something up so y'all can put this on the channel?
You want me to stop
screen?
sharing? No problem. Go ahead. I'll stop sharing. No problem.
How what I got? Just screen share?
It says.
Okay, bet.
It says present and share screen.
Give me 1 second.
But in the meantime, I'll try to look for those documents and I'm begging the Georgia trustees. But I hope for people understand where I'm like what I'm saying. I'm not trying to do no smoke and mirrors. We're reading this together. Oh, actually, I just should have scrolled down. In the meantime, while you're still looking, can I keep showing mine? Because in that same thing that I was reading, it was saying, I didn't even realize that. Okay, while you looking for that, Deb, I'm gonna just
cannot
keep
screen share from here. I can
Okay.
change if we
Are you gonna do it now or
can I put
no?
it in the chat? Can I put photos in the chat or something?
Photos.
Yeah,
Just
like
put it in the back
like
chat.
how he got how he was showing the this is the page that he's saying this is what he's using for. I'm saying I got a page, the exact same type of page, like something covering the information of Georgia. I screenshotted it because I thought I could just submit it into the chat up here where we talking, and then y'all can
Are you
put
gonna
it
show it or
on.
not? I have something.
You
to
on your
show.
phone? Are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
All right, just put it in the back chat, yo. Private chat. Just put it in
All right.
there.
In the meantime, I'm just gonna scroll down that article because it goes further to what I was saying. Here you go. Right. Let me know when it's sharing. This is still from the Georgia Encyclopedia. Is it sharing?
Can y'all see it in the chat?
Yeah, they can see. I think the trustees wish to guarantee the early settlers a comfortable living rather than the prospect of the enormous personal wealth associated with plantation economies. That would be South Carolina, because South Carolina is the only colony to set up to on slavery. Everyone else is a society with slaves. They're set up specifically to exploit us. South Carolina. So that is a slave society. That's a difference, right? Plantation economies. That's what they're talking about elsewhere in British America. They will obtain this living, they being those white folks who become rednecks, by working for themselves. This is from the Georgia Encyclopedia. I'm not making up what it says. Hold on, let me finish, please. Rather than being dependent upon whom? The work of others. The trustees, remember who founded Georgia, believe that the silk and other Mediterranean style commodities they envisaged for Georgia did not require the labor of enslaved Africans, but could be easily produced by Europeans. Because white folks, you only there to what, y'all? Catch them niggas, Stoner Rebellion, wilding out and trying to run away to them Puerto Ricans, excuse me, Spanish people in Florida, trying to get free. And they are our worst enemy because we are Protestants and those Spanish are Catholics. This is a white religious war going on. Georgia this is why Georgia is so tense and why it's so ironic that Georgia becomes so heavily enslaved later on, when that was supposed to be the example of white greatness. And they was begging these people for us because they couldn't do it without us. So like I say, the people would have these little projects that they trying to do in Georgia.
Hey, can you blow up my
I will stop sharing now. You can continue. Go ahead, brother. Floor is
Can
yours.
you blow up like
That's
my
why
page,
Georgia.
my page? You see where that picture is? See if you can blow
That's
up.
why why Georgia had the state flag as the Confederate flag. Remember that X?
That was supposed, yes, and that about you reading it. This one, you know, this ain't from no black and eyes shit. This is Georgia telling you their history.
Yeah, can you
That's
blow up
not
my
bad, brother.
just blow up my
You want to
photo?
show something yet?
If you could just main my photo, that's what I've changed my photo to.
Dog, main my photo.
Yeah, because it got the slavery.
Come
okay, I'm gonna
on,
read it if you don't want
Nah,
to
you
read
didn't
it.
put nothing in there,
Slavery
yo.
was
I
a
don't.
part of Georgia's colonial history.
I don't
American
see nothing
revolution to
in the
the
private
1800s.
chat.
Listen,
Did you put it in the? Did you
Georgia's
put it in the
founder
right?
James Orenthal
Did you put it in
banned
the right
slavery in
chat?
35.
Wait, hold on, dude. You're gonna have to slow down. There's nothing in the back chat. Did you put it in the right chat?
No, I saying I can't get into the back chat. It's not even
You
giving me an
cannot get
option
in.
to upload a photo. Like for me, it just says
You want us to imagine what you're looking at?
no, I just told you could pull up my photo. That's what I'm saying. If y'all blow up my photo, that's what I just changed my photo to the Georgia information. I'm saying you could read it right there if you blow it up, but if you don't want to blow it up, but all right, and that's what I'm saying.
That's
I see
called
it's
you
still
just
small.
Google and went to AI, dog.
Huh?
Everybody knows where that came from. You
We don't
Googled
use
it.
AI on my way. We do
Nigga, where did you
books.
get your answer from?
We do tones. What a book
I
say?
just got my answer from Encyclopedia Georgia
From
website.
Encyclopedia Google.
You went to
Internet
Google
search. What are you
and that's
talking
not
about?
This your
Google.
man's
Are you kidding me right
FBA.
Okay,
now?
so again, to what you
Nah,
just
this
said
your
that it said
man's.
Georgia
Are
founding
you
fathers
shitting
said.
me
Look,
right
that's what I'm
now?
saying. This when you know niggas don't have a point, y'all ridicule, but y'all
I
not trying to
just
listen because y'all
showed
can't
people
give an
that's where they
efficient
got the
answer. Now
typical
listen,
search right before I showed the other sources. Did I not? And you went and did it.
in 1735, slavery was banned by James Orenthal, but he legalized it in
Orenthal?
1751. So even from the birth of Georgia, it was not already illegal to have slaves. Point number one, because you're saying that Georgia was born to not have slaves.
When
Second,
was
by the
Georgia
time of the
founded?
American
When was Georgia
Revolution,
founded?
look, by the time of the American
When was
Revolution,
Georgia
slavery
founded?
was legal, and
When
nearly
was
half of
Georgia
Georgia population was
founded?
enslaved.
Why do you keep going? When? Answer my questions. It's right in front of your face
Because
somewhere.
you
When
just
was
sat
it
here and said
founded?
it was not made to have slavery, and they
Oh
didn't
my
practice
God.
slavery. Precise words. Remember, Georgia wasn't a port for slavery.
Okay, listen.
Remember
Slow
that?
down. Listen, seriously, folks. I'm gonna read what's on his page. Georgia's founding father James Oglethorpe banned slavery in 1735. It was founded in 1733. The
No, it was
trustees
legalized.
said it.
Don't skip that
We
part. But
read
it
it
was legalized in
in
1751.
1751. I just went and explained why from the beginning, 1733, it was meant to have no Africans.
But it was banned in slavery in 35.
That's just 2 years. This is
That's
a
not the
business,
beginning.
and
That's
they are
what your
harder than
comment was.
laws.
Again, this is
You
what I'm saying.
jackass! Ain't nobody even there for 2 years.
This is not my
Good God Almighty, man! Everybody else said we gonna have slaves from the beginning. These niggas say, "Oh, we gonna wait 2 years."
No,
What
they didn't say we did that. Listen, how are you saying that
What
you're
is
waiting 2
the
years if you're banning
Oglethorpe
it
plan? I'm giving you breadcrumbs all over the place.
It's
You
not
want to just
breadcrumbs. You're
run
trying to make
around.
your breadcrumbs equal a piece of bread. That's the real problem. Because you're right.
Those
It is
why they're
breadcrumbs.
crumbs.
It
The
is
crumbs
breadcrumbs to
come
say,
from a
well,
piece of
certain
bread.
people
Do
wanted to
you
outlaw,
realize
but it's
that?
more.
The
But you're missing the
crumbs
big
come
bread, which is if
from
it's
the
still
piece of
happening,
bread.
correct?
You can't digest
So
a
was it
slice of
still
bread.
happening or not?
You're like a bird. You need breadcrumbs. Do
Trust
you
me, I don't. That's
understand
for
it?
yourself, my guy. Because
My
again, you're
brother,
trying to
I
break down all these
gave
things, but you're
you
just avoiding.
the
That's why neither
Georgia
of these questions I'm asking you
Encyclopedia.
answered. Instead,
You
you said
went
I'm
to
gonna read
Google
more.
and
So
said,
was
well, the
slavery still
information
happening?
I have was the first 3 AI sources that you got, and you don't even know where it was
Was
sourced from.
slavery still happening? Yes or no? In Georgia.
When
You're talking about this period of it wasn't supposed to be no slavery there.
I
Was it
told
still
you,
happening there?
did I not just explain how?
No,
If
because
you
your
thought,
statement again, your statement from the beginning was Georgia was not made for slavery and they did not practice slavery. More
how
importantly,
did
you said there
okay?
was no
Follow this
slave port
part.
in
Follow
Georgia.
this
There
part.
was only
How did
one in
Savannah
Charleston.
come up? Did you listen when I? How did Savannah come up?
Hell, not right now. Get Daddy Bear a second, please. Thank
How
you.
did Savannah
You can
come
go
up?
play in the room.
How was
Huh?
Savannah? How did Savannah come up?
Because Savannah was their main town at that point. But this is before Atlanta was popping anything. Savannah was their main town. That was
Okay,
basically their capital.
so how did it come up? How did it become a Savannah?
You said, how did it become a Savannah? You named
Yeah,
it.
to have that prominence and precedence like that.
Slave trade.
No, what was Charleston? Did I not mention this whole process of even if they did
This is
have
the problem we're
Africans, they were
having.
getting
So are
them
you
from
now saying there was
Charleston.
only one
They
slave
couldn't
port in the
own
South?
them, that they would rent them. Did you not hear
Are you
that
now
part?
saying that the only slave ports were in Charleston?
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not. I'm
Stay
asking you a
still.
question.
We're
Because
not
you're now
talking
saying
about
it
slave
wasn't no
ports. We're
slave port in
talking
Georgia.
about
That's what it's
Georgia.
seeming.
I'm showing you in 1735, you got Oglethorpe, the founder, talking about this. The shit just opened 2 years later. So, I mean, in 2 years
It didn't
prior. So
open 2
you want to
years later.
somehow argue about 2 years. That's what I'm trying to get at. You do
No,
realize.
I'm arguing the
We can
fact
do
that you're
that because
saying
that was
that
what I was going to
because
find.
that happened, that they didn't
Uh-huh.
practice slavery there. That's
Dude.
what your comment was.
My
They didn't
God.
practice slavery in
The
Georgia.
whole point of this was to show you why it was established. That doesn't mean that they didn't have
Nobody, that's what I'm
slaves
saying.
there.
Nobody even
Obviously, they
said
had
this
a
wasn't
history of
established.
slavery
Where was
because I
it? I
said
say,
the
bro, that wasn't
irony of it
established.
is being like the slave capital after a while. Did I not mention that in the word irony? So obviously, they had to
Again,
have
I
slaves
never
at some
once
point.
said that they did not present that. The thing I always said was Georgia had slaves, and you said no, they
No,
did not.
now you're just trying to save face. This is why I
I'm
had
not,
to show
nigga. This
up.
is,
You
bro.
are.
They're on
You
video. Niggas can
are.
run
And
this
it's
back. I ain't got
sad.
shit to lie about. You're the one.
You
That's why,
know how
again, you're not
ridiculous,
answering the
all
question.
y'all
You're
FBAs, like
insulting,
this
and you're
is
saying,
hope.
well, let me read more.
You might have to go get
Because
top. You
because
guys
listen
look
to me. Did slavery
completely
still get
retarded,
practiced even
man.
with them passing that in
What?
Georgia?
You said
Yes
the
or
shit
no?
wasn't practiced in the north, in this place, and
No,
oh,
I
dude.
never said that. Again, you're now you're
You
saying
never
based off
said that
knowing
now,
shit
and I
that
just
nobody
had to
said.
stop you
But
when I
again, you're
came
still
on
not
here to
answering my
have you
question,
admit
sir.
that
Was it
it
still
happened.
practiced in Georgia?
Did Georgia have slaves?
Did it still get practiced there? Yes or no? It's just a yes or no.
Did it still? Yes, yes. Georgia still
Okay,
had.
so it's nothing. That's what I'm saying.
It is
I
something
didn't
to
argue
argue
whether or
about.
not
It's
it was
argue about
presented
your
to stop
comprehension
slavery in
over
Georgia.
anything that I
All
was
I
just saying.
simply
Your
said was
attempt to
that was
save
where they
face
were.
just looks stupid at this point.
I agree, you do.
Exactly.
Because you're not
We
making
agree
no
on
sense.
that.
You arguing about something, and then
I'm
you're
making
not saying
perfect
you're not
sense
presenting
and giving
facts,
the
but you're
source
presenting facts
and the
about
fact.
something
I'm
nobody's
presenting
debating.
nothing back fact. You are debating it because you're
No,
still
I'm debating the
fighting
fact
back
that you said
because you
no
want me to
slaves were in
find the
Georgia.
exact
Again,
document saying
verbatim,
and
your
taking them
words
for
was they
slaves,
didn't practice slavery in
which is
Georgia.
cool because I
They
want to
made
show the
Georgia to
people,
not
but you
have
won't give me a
slavery.
chance to even look for it because you want to argue about these 2 years. So you agree from 1735 there is legislation or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call
for
it to say,
sure.
hey, we're not going to have slaves. So
Yeah.
basically, if they found it in 1733, we're debating over 2 years.
No,
Agreed?
we're not. We're debating over the fact.
Holy
This is what I'm
shit.
saying. Even after
Oh my
1735, when they
God.
passed that, right? Did they still practice slavery there?
How did
Yeah.
Savannah come up?
You said what?
How did Savannah come up?
It's a port town for slave. It's a port town, period. But it's a slave port. That's the main reason it was even made in the first place.
Savannah's
And again, you saying, well, you trying to crack up about 2 years.
You saying Savannah was made to import slaves? So you saying they made Savannah to transport slaves? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Come on.
Okay.
That's not the sole primary.
So-
I mean, having a port city would just be smart financially because it's
No, don't say that wasn't the main primary because that's the only reason why it came up. You can't say that's not the primary. So either it was or it's not.
Literally not. And y'all keep saying these things real aggressively, but y'all really not. Y'all showing, not saying y'all not showing no facts. You showing facts about something that ain't got nothing to do with what the conversation. I never debated whether or not legislation said we shouldn't do slavery. What I literally said was, but it still was practicing. Slaves were in Georgia. They never, even if you're saying legislatively, okay, it was illegal for you to be racist after slavery. Did it still happen? And
It
just
was
if y'all
illegal
can
for
sit here
you
and
to
say,
be
well, let me
racist
show you this
before
one white dude that was
slavery.
cool with these black dudes, that nullifies your whole statement. That's come on, bro. That's what y'all literally doing at this point. You say, oh, I can show you where some white people were begging for their freedom. It was millions of white people. If you can
Who
show
was
me
talking about
25
white
white
people
people
begging for
begging
their
for their
freedom?
freedom, that's not
Who said that?
you.
What are
I
you
mean, when you
talking?
were saying like, oh, I can show you these letters with people asking for the slaves to get
No,
they
no.
don't
You
want
said
them to be
white
living
people.
under
Who said white people was begging for their freedom?
you. I mean, you said the white people were saying that they were they didn't want the black people to live under the
Who said
white
white
power
people
structure, I'm
were
guessing.
begging for their freedom? You just made that up. Do you realize that?
Oh my God, nigga! If
Who said it?
you're in Georgia, right?
Who said it?
Listen to me. If
Who
you're in
just
Georgia
said
and you're a
that white
white
people
person
were
begging for
begging for their
black people,
freedom?
what are you begging for them? Because they're
Who
all
said
slaves.
white people were begging for their freedom?
Yeah,
Who
give
said
me
that?
some. Listen, you done gave me a lot of
You just got
north
caught
north
another
up north
lie
places
like
with
real
rich
time.
blacks,
This
right?
is amazing.
Okay, listen to me. I'm gonna go with your story, right? So can you
It's
give me
not my
one
story. It's
black
what you just
Georgia
said
town?
that you have a problem remembering and then lying about it
I'm
2
not.
seconds
I'm
later.
not having no problem. You're again. You're not getting that. I'm saying every black person in Georgia was a fucking slave. So if they're
Every black
asking
person.
for
So if I showed you
they're
3
asking for
black people in
equality,
Georgia,
it's
then
because
what?
they're a slave. Furthermore, I can prove that because you can point out a lot of historical things about this black town. What was that joint called in New York? Seneca Village. Like you can point out like Seneca Village, even Black Wall Street. All of them are up north. Now, if what you're saying is true, please give me a black city down there that did that.
You said Black Wall Street is up north.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That's up north.
Compared to down south, yes.
So
He said compared to down south.
Like what direction do y'all do?
What
I'm
If you're
direction do we
standing on the
do?
eastern side of the country, the west side is to the left, right?
nobody considers
What's
Oklahoma
above
up
y'all
north.
is up north to
No,
y'all,
that's
right?
completely wrong. If you're standing on the east side of the country, the west side is to the left, but they call it the why?
No,
Why
I
you
said
talking about?
what's
It
to
depends on
the
which
left
way
of
you're
y'all is the
looking.
west side, right? So what's above y'all is up north, even
Just
further
slow
up
down.
north.
Get a map. Stop talking in like hood parables.
Nigga,
What are you
Niagara
talking
Falls isn't above north of New York.
He brought up Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls isn't above north of New York. What?
Do y'all not understand the map that you're saying me grab? So what is Niagara Falls now western of New York?
It's in Western New York. You do realize that?
In the state of New York, it's on the West New York.
Holy shit.
I'm asking for clarification.
Because you can't Google it?
I know that a north
You
above
don't
you
know.
would be considered north. Because
Listen,
north,
here.
east, south, and west, right? That's up, down, left, right, nigga. Whatever is
This
up
is
above
not
you would be northern
Nintendo,
to you.
dude. Get a fucking map.
You don't
He
need a
said
map
up,
to
down,
know
left,
left and
right.
right, my nigga. That's what I'm saying. Y'all trying. This is the problem y'all having. Y'all trying to sound so smart. Y'all actually sounded stupid.
Which
Who the
way are
fuck
you
needs to know?
facing then? When you,
I'm not talking about
this
proving
is what I'm saying.
logically that this is north 1000% of New York. I'm
What if
saying
I'm
y'all do
facing
understand
east? Is
something
it still
above y'all.
left?
Y'all say that's north.
If I'm facing east, is west still left?
No. The point you're missing is
Exactly.
if you're facing east, right?
Right. So
Right.
which way
That's
is
what I'm
west?
saying. If I'm in the south, would
Yes.
Oklahoma not seem northern to me because you have to go upwards to get to north?
This nigga
I mean, to
crazy as
Oklahoma.
shit.
Man, fuck this slavery conversation. We're gonna get on this direction shit.
Yeah, this
I mean, because it's making too much sense. That seems to be the problem with
Thank
y'all
you,
for real.
God. This
Y'all
nigga 720
like to
like
have
a
this argument where y'all can just throw in these little pieces and say, "Oh, this is the whole
Oh no,
fact."
that's you
But
throwing
when
in the
somebody
pieces, and
coming
we
through and
think you
saying,
for
"No,
it.
let's talk the whole fact, the whole thing. Let's not just look at a piece. Let's look at the whole thing." Y'all saying, "Oh, you done this crazy, this wild." But that's what I'm saying. If we gonna have a talk, let's be able to talk. I ain't
No,
ridiculing
you can
y'all for
talk.
what
Floor's
y'all
yours.
saying for real. I ain't got nothing against y'all beliefs of y'all being Pan-African and everybody is everybody. But y'all the ones sitting here saying, "Oh, this is stupid. This is dumb, ready." And even more, furthermore, when we talking about this whole shit with y'all Pan-Africans and y'all supposed to be against the colonizers, but we taking the colonizers' ways. Y'all, if y'all don't get it, y'all literally break it down. Just like how guess what they did with like rap music, rock and roll, when they said, "Oh, this is devil
Why
music."
you
That's
keep going
stupid
to
shit.
hip
That's
hop
wild.
and music and entertainment shit, yo?
Cause
Because he
y'all doing the same thing. Y'all tearing it
left,
down
right,
by
AB,
saying we
AB.
don't get it, so that's stupid. Even
Yeah,
if
that's
it's
pretty
not
stupid what
stupid,
you're
it's
saying. We're
literally
just
making
saying
sense. But y'all try to make it seem like it's stupid, bro. Ain't nobody
it
tripping
is.
about it.
It is.
But nigga,
That's clear. We're
above
just
you is north.
entertaining.
I'm not tripping about that. But I'm saying y'all acting now.
He
We
said
acting like
above.
above you ain't north. What the fuck? Gotta stop this, my brother.
I gotta stop.
So
I said
if
we gotta
listen,
stop this.
let me ask you.
Black people gotta stop this weird ass.
If I'm
Hey,
facing
dumb, somebody
south,
smart.
which way is west?
Hmm?
If I'm facing south, which way is west? Left or right?
West.
Left or right?
If you're in New York and you're facing south, that means west would be to your left.
Oh hell no!
Your foundation is so shaky, even in America. God damn.
So y'all can't do y'all. So where am I wrong?
Where are you wrong?
Yeah,
He's
because I didn't
standing
ask where
on
the
it.
West Coast is. You said
You
which way
standing
would
on
be
it, y'all?
west.
That's crazy, yo.
Okay, where's West?
That's some wild shit, yo.
Where's West? I'm serious.
Anywhere
If
you
y'all,
want it to be,
this is
bro.
crazy.
Anywhere you
Where's
want it
West?
to be, you got it.
I mean,
Anywhere
no,
you.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Now, this is where we getting real. If y'all saying y'all just not talking and y'all
Oh,
actually
we
trying to
for
inform
real.
me, ask somebody, so tell me
Real?
where it would be.
FBA something else here. God damn, this is extra. Yo, y'all might be dumber than the Abos, yo. And that's a hard one.
My
God
nigga, you just told me
damn.
slavery didn't exist in Georgia. But you're
Oh,
really,
God.
that's what I'm
You
saying.
not
How you
doing
calling
that
somebody
again?
stupid? You stupid as fuck.
Did they
Real
ban it
life,
2
you don't
years
make no
after?
sense. You can't prove nowhere in the universe that slavery didn't exist in Georgia. But you said because law-wise, somebody tried to pass it through, that means that it happened. Do you see how sensible you are for real? Smart you don't sound? Everything you be having is proof. It don't make sense. You don't even you haven't presented nothing to prove. When I ask you these questions in return, you saying I ain't got an answer. I'm gonna explain more. Come
Who
on,
said
bro.
that?
But you think
Who said I ain't got an
y'all
answer?
really up here sounding smart?
Who
No
said I ain't got
offense.
an answer?
Y'all think niggas
Now you
saying
lying on
that
me? You
we
think that's
always been here is smart?
Say what? Say it again. Go
What?
slow.
You that's what I'm saying. Let's not get into what seems smart or dumb because I'm talking about stuff that can literally be proven, and you saying because I
You
got an
can't
instance that can
prove
show the
if you're
reverse that
facing
didn't
south
exist.
that left is that west
That's
is
literally
left.
what
You
you just
can't
did. You
prove that.
just said out your mouth.
You
Georgia
cannot
did not
prove
have
that if
slavery.
you're facing south that left that west is left. You can't prove that. I guarantee you can't. Do you
If you look at a
understand
compass,
how
sir.
you literally don't know
If you
where
look at a
you are?
compass, sir.
If I look
North
at a
is what?
compass,
North is what direction?
oh my God. If you're looking at a compass,
Yes. If you're looking at the compass, what direction is north?
it would be whatever the compass said.
What direction does it point towards?
What if I once again?
What is the direction for north, sir? That's what I'm saying. Now you
It
can't answer
depends
Mr.
on where
Genius
you're facing.
because
That's
north
why
is
it's a
always
direction.
north, nigga. It's
No,
upwards.
correct. Those
We
are
know
what
up,
He said
down,
called
left, right.
cardinal points.
If you want to
What do they
break down
call
the
them?
compass, up
What do they
is
call
north,
cardinal
left
points?
is west,
It doesn't
right is
necessarily mean
down.
that north is up. You realize that, right?
You said
Up is
what?
where the clouds. Up is where the clouds are at, man. What the fuck?
So you're not being sensible. So what y'all ignoring magnetic poles now? Because that's what a compass works off of, geniuses.
That's not up, genius. Up is where the clouds
Nigga,
are
that's
at.
what a compass shows you. Again, we're not talking about up in the air, but again, only somebody who's not smart would try to make that seem like what somebody getting it. We know I'm
No,
not getting
only
it.
somebody who's not smart would think that
Yeah,
up
because
means
who the fuck
going
would
up
say
north.
I'm talking about a
Because you
compass?
hear
Which way
people
is
say
up,
you're
and you would
going
say the
up
sky.
north and you live in the south. Because you hear people say they're going up north and you live in the south. You think that that's an
Down
actual
south.
You again because you think because you hear the word down south that means you using the
No,
word
we
down.
know
It's
literally
in
from a
direction.
compass that north is
Yo, let me ask
upwards,
you a question.
south
Yo,
is
yo, black
downwards,
man.
west.
Which way does the Nile River flow?
I do not know. I'm not from Africa.
Okay, never mind.
Ask him about the Mississippi.
Yeah, which way do the
I'm not from
Mississippi
Why I
River
was
flow?
trying to hold that. Why?
He said he's not from Mississippi.
I mean, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Y'all not making sense here.
Oh, we're not
Because
making
somebody's saying that now that's the difference between me and y'all. If we being
Go ahead.
100, see y'all saying shit and y'all being wrong, but y'all not even.
Wait, hold on. Hear
Y'all
me.
can't
Go
even
ahead.
admit
Oh
Georgia
boy.
don't got no slaves. Georgia never had slavery. It was made not to
We're
have
arguing
slavery.
over 2
No,
years.
we
And
not.
we
We no,
But
dude.
2
We're
years is
we're
still
we're
2
we're
years.
way
Don't
past
omit those
slaves
2
now.
years.
right,
Don't
right.
omit
We're
that
not
we
on
didn't already
slaves.
pass
We're
those
we're
laws in
not
2
on
years. That's
slaves
all
no
I'm saying.
more. Dude, we're not on slaves. We gonna stay on
No,
this
I know y'all
direction
not on
shit.
no place. Y'all
Yeah,
keep saying y'all got these
yeah.
counterparts,
Black
but that's
Wall
what I'm
Street is
saying.
up
Y'all
north. We
making a
gonna stay on that.
counterargument, just saying it.
Yeah. Black Wall Street is up north. We gonna stay on that shit, yo.
Compared
We
to
on that
down
shit.
south, where would it
Yeah.
be, sir?
Fuck the slavery topic. We're gonna put the
Where would it
slavery
be?
topic
I'm
on
asking
hold,
y'all.
and we're gonna stay on this direction shit.
Okay, but I'm asking y'all where would Oklahoma be compared to the south if it's not upwards? Where would it be then? Is it western?
Downwards to the down.
So you telling me Oklahoma is under the South of America? I mean, I literally live in North Carolina. I say this every time, so I don't get what y'all saying. Because I live in
That's
North
clear.
Carolina.
Europeans
So
got you twisted. Europeans using navigation got you twisted. You think you really headed down.
hey, do y'all know New York isn't northern? Y'all do this. Do y'all understand if we looking at a map, New York is not actually like y'all. Whatever, bro.
Woo!
So y'all telling me now,
I
The
am
way,
about
the way you use
done.
the directions would mean that the Earth is actually standing.
no, listen to me.
The
I know
Earth
y'all
is,
the East
the
Coast,
Earth is
right?
tilted on an axis, so there is
Are
no
y'all
up
the
and
East
down.
Coast or not?
Hold up, brother. Let me just share that part with you. The Earth is tilted on its axis, so there is no up and down. The only reason why you're saying
Okay,
up
so why
and
y'all
down
call it the East
south
Coast?
is because European navigation. Other than that, you're not literally going
That's what I'm
up
saying. So now
to New
y'all,
York.
what y'all
You're
trying to get in? Oh,
going
all
north
European
is not
facts are lies.
going north is not going upwards. Going north is simply that you're going north. California is in the west coast. It's not to the left or to the right. It's simply going west. Whichever your compass way is pointing you is not up or down. It's literally north, south, east, or west. All that you talking about is basic. You caught up in basic European lingo.
Stupidity. That's what it's called.
Again, I'm gonna say this one more time. Y'all East Coast, right?
In
Hello?
reference
Yeah,
to what?
you said you was you said you was in North Carolina and you asking if somebody's on the eastern coast.
Yeah, I'm
You
asking
really
y'all.
asked
Are
that?
y'all because most of y'all from like up north, New York and stuff, right? Jersey, New York. Y'all on the East
You
Coast,
stuck
right?
on up. You stuck on the word up and down.
Duh.
No, I'm stuck on the
This is a
words
yo-yo.
of movement because again, y'all on the East Coast and I'm in the
Stuck
southern
on the
part of
word of
America, and the
movement.
West Coast will be California.
Nigga,
Oklahoma
that's
is
only when
going
you in the
north to me.
United States. Nigga, that's only when you in the United States. Genius. If
Where
you was
else
in
am
a
I
whole
at,
other
sir?
part of the world, yeah, not all of
Where
that
else
stuff.
am I at, nigga? That's what I'm saying. Y'all now y'all what are y'all talking about that I've been talking about what's northern in the world? No, because I've been saying from the beginning I'm south, and I've literally said going to Oklahoma will be
No,
going
you're
up
not
north to
talking
me.
about south. You're talking about the word down before south and thinking that you're really headed downwards. You're not headed
No, I'm not. I'm
downwards.
saying that y'all asked me. Y'all said that. I said even compared to where I am, this is literally verbatim what I said. Where I am, even Black Wall Street is up north. Y'all started laughing and saying, "Nigga, which way is which?" And then I tell y'all, and now y'all saying that's y'all. Oh, we talking about global movement, but why when we were talking about America? That don't make no sense. Y'all on the East Coast, I'm in the South. So again, this is northern to me. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Where y'all sitting here and say, "Oh, you stupid, this nigga," y'all not making sense. Y'all had to broaden the conversation in order to make me seem stupid. Because in actuality, we know
No,
y'all know
you do a
y'all
good
on the
job of
East
that
Coast.
yourself, brother.
Y'all on the East Coast, y'all know that.
Ain't
If y'all
nobody
coming
help you
down
on
here, you're
that.
coming south,
That's
correct?
called accomplice.
What coast are you on?
I'm not on.
The
I wouldn't say I'm
local
on the coast.
coast.
Well, technically, I'm probably southeast, but I'm in the South. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. I couldn't say I'm on the
Probably.
coast. I could say I don't know if the South will be considered a coast because South isn't considered a coast, right? I mean, who the fuck says South Coast? This is laugh. It doesn't make sense though, because who the
That
fuck is
makes
the
total
South
sense
Coast
because
now?
it sounds
Y'all
idiotic.
tell me where the South Coast came up. Hello?
Pangea.
I'm taking. We've been trying to explain a whole bunch of different information to you. I don't know why you pretend like you're gonna comprehend or you really interested finding out
I'm not pretending
how
anything.
shit work.
I'm genuinely seeking
But
how y'all trying to say.
I'm pretty
stupid for
sure that
saying
we're not
Oklahoma is
we're no
northern
longer.
to me in the South.
Yeah. One thing I am sure though, we're no longer gonna expound on the slavery topic. We're gonna stick on this direction shit for a few more minutes.
Oh,
We're
we
gonna
can.
get that
We can
shit
stay
cleared
there.
up
So
right
can you
away.
please expound to me
Yeah.
how this isn't northern to the South? If I'm so stupid, please explain how that's not northern to me.
What's up, Danielle? I just found out
Up and down.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street is up north. And we're finna get to the bottom of that shit. Yeah, we're gonna get to that shit.
From the South.
No, what we're trying to get you to
that's
understand.
that's what I'm saying.
When
What
you
y'all
going
trying to
up
do is take
north,
what I'm
you're
saying
not
out of
actually going
context because
up.
I
You're
said
just
from
going
the
north.
beginning from where
That's
I
it.
am.
Like that's what we're trying to get you to understand. When you're going down south, you're not actually going down. You're just actually going south. But you like thinking that you're actually going up or headed upwards. You're not actually headed upwards. You're
Okay,
just headed
again,
north.
let's say I'm gonna say this one last time. Where did I ever say that's actual true north? I said from where I
If
am,
you're walking
where
north,
I am at,
if you're
in the
headed
South.
north, you're actually headed true north. So you missing the part where you're using the word up and down wrong. That's the part where you're missing. The south and the north, you can keep just trying to mention that as if you didn't use the words up and down in terms of
Yeah,
direct.
because that's how north and south goes, right?
No, you said you're headed downwards. You said you're headed downwards if you're headed to the south. There is no downwards when you're headed to the south.
From you
You're just
being
going
in
to
north,
the
you're
south.
not going downwards.
No, I'm just going south. What do you get?
Which is down. What the fuck?
That's not
That's what I'm saying.
down.
This is
You
how
fool.
stupid
If
y'all
the
is.
earth
Now
is
y'all
standing
saying
up,
north and south
if
is
the
up
earth
and down.
is actually standing up, then you would have a point. The earth is not.
No one's talking about you standing up.
Genius.
Nobody's talking. I think we understand that. Nobody's talking about you standing up. We're talking direction, sir.
I just said you are totally got a misunderstanding of what up and down is actually is. You think when you're going south, you're actually going down.
I never said that. I say it's downwards in the coasting. That we do understand. We have
In the
established in
coasting?
in America.
What's the
This is
coasting?
the East Coast,
The
right?
coasting. You don't even. Now you're making up stuff. The coasting.
Where did I make up East Coast? Did I make that up today? Did I make up the place that people call the South? No, I didn't make the West Coast. So these are the established parameters.
No, we're talking about the
prior.
word down coast. You said coasting. What the fuck?
A West Coasting. A West Coasting. A West Coasting. Ow.
Is it not a West Coast and the East Coast already established? That's all I'm asking.
When?
Already. Do y'all not know what the West or East Coast is?
You mean right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all know what the South is, correct?
Yes. Well.
So if I'm saying I'm going to a place in Oklahoma and I say that is northern from me.
You didn't add all. You adding all that now to say thank you.
I'm not. I literally said all this from the beginning and I repeated it a million
you
times.
didn't
Y'all just
at
keep
all.
laughing and saying this nigga dumb.
No, we're laughing because you
Y'all
didn't
dumb
say that. What you
y'all
did
not
say was stupid.
No, niggas literally just said I'm dumb up here. But I'm
Yeah,
it don't
and you're
even matter.
proving
My
it.
point
You don't
is,
think
I'm
that?
saying, how can y'all say I'm dumb when
I
I've
probably said that.
Because I can wait. Hold on. I can answer that with an example. Because when you're facing south, you said that west is to the left. That makes you dumb.
How?
Good Lord. That makes you dumber for asking how. You do realize that,
Because
right?
isn't the West Coast to the left of the South?
Left of the South?
He said left of the South. Left of the South. What the hell you saying left of the South?
This nigga
Are
is
you saying that
comedic
you left
gold,
the South
yo.
and went somewhere else?
God,
You
man.
leave the South and head somewhere else? What do you mean left
So
of the
now
South?
Southeast, West East don't exist. I mean, Northeast don't exist.
Listen, brother, what you're not getting is they trying to make it clear to you depend on which way you're facing. That's why when he asked you if you're facing which is the West Coast on your right or your left, because it depends on which way you're facing. Like, what do you don't get, bro? Like, this is too difficult.
Because besides y'all bringing up which way my body is facing, again, why do I have to? Y'all,
He said the way
I want y'all to
besides the way
understand
my
that
body
makes you
is
sound stupider if I have to explain to you
No,
why I would say West Coast
it
instead of my
doesn't.
left from the South.
Because
The fact that
directions
y'all
are all
saying, well, that
relative.
don't make sense because you could be facing
There are
you could be
cardinal
facing
points
south
and
of
people
south.
work around that. South is always going to be south, yes. and north is always going to be north.
Okay,
And
so
all
again,
those
now,
things
now,
may
now,
vary with
so if
left
I'm
and
standing
right,
now,
and make a
if
left
I'm
over
standing in
here
the
and make a
south,
right over here. Doesn't mean every time you go make a left that you are going west.
nobody
You
said
could be
that.
making a left
Nobody
and
said
going
that.
north.
But y'all asked me to give you a
That's why
definite
it's
direction,
directional
correct?
and depending on which way you're facing. That's why someone says, "Hey, give me direction."
Okay, I'm
Right, and then when you pull up your
I'm gonna let this go after
iCloud
this.
and you get
This the
directions,
last thing I'm
the
gonna say.
arrows go left and they go right and they go up and down. That's why arrows. And they say, "Oh, we got to make a left over
Yeah,
here."
no, I understand
Right,
that.
but you could be going north when you
Do you
make
know what
that left. You know
I-95
that,
is?
right? Huh?
Do you know what I-95 is?
No, tell me about it.
It's a highway that takes you mostly from the south to the west.
Holy
South
shit.
to the west?
Holy shit. Holy shit. Did you say it again? Say it with your
South
chest.
to the west.
Thank you.
You standing on that, bro?
Yes, he said it with his chest. You heard him? Good God, oh my, this nigga is priceless.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm confused because what are y'all saying
Exactly.
now?
And
No,
that's
I'm
what
asking you.
I'm so confused.
Like, you really serious right now?
Yes, dead serious. That's the beauty of it. Thank you. Happy New Year, chat. Jesus.
Yeah, we definitely are going to take a pause on slavery,
y'all not sensible.
FBA. This don't have
Because
nothing
again,
to do
I'm
with
just asking y'all.
FBA,
Now y'all keep
foundational.
saying insulting and slandering.
Yeah.
How is that not true?
Whew, we got some issues that we're
How
dealing with,
that's what I'm
bro.
saying. You telling me out your mouth. No, I ain't never heard of that.
Hey,
So
yo,
now I'm informing
right
you of
now.
what it is, and now you're saying that.
He's
What are you
sick
saying?
right now.
That's
He
not
like,
a real
how
thing
am I
or something?
wrong? He's sick. He like, yo, how am I wrong? Like,
No, I'm asking y'all to make sense of y'all saying I'm wrong because y'all
nah,
keep
we
saying it, but you're
no,
not.
we saying that you don't get it. And it's all good.
Because you can't get something that don't make sense.
Nah, it's all
Y'all,
right.
you done said, listen, you done said out your mouth, yes, it's a West Coast. Yes, it's a East Coast. Yes, it's a South.
Nah,
So
he
when
asked
I
you a
sit here and
very
say
simple question.
something
If
going
you're
from the
facing
South to the
south,
West,
he
how
asked you
is
a
that not a
simple
direction
question.
now?
No, he asked you a simple question. If you was facing south, which way is west? And you totally
No, I said if I'm in the South, that would
no.
be
He
northern
said if
to me.
you're
Nobody
facing
asked me if I
south.
was facing south or
No,
whatever.
he asked you if you're facing south. Like, damn, bro, this is terrible, man. That's why it's like people are just laughing
So
at
with the Western, if you keep going left, you're not gonna end up on the West Coast.
you. If you're facing south, no, you genius. What the fuck?
Yo, Miz, can I
Oh, you
share
talking
my
about when you
screen?
asked from New York? I mean,
Can I please share my
No,
screen?
anywhere you're at, whether you're
He
facing
said New
south or
York.
west, it's not going to be on your
Yo,
fucking
Deb, please let me share my screen. I'm stealing some of your spotlight, Deb.
I got you, bro. I got you, man.
Let me know what it's sharing. This is priceless.
Still on, he wanted,
He gonna make us all learn. Deb, I know you know this like the back of your hand. Please don't, get mad at me for
No,
sure.
I mean, if anybody
No, hold
can
on,
actually
brother. You're gonna
clarify
learn
and
right
explain
now.
it
So what
without
we're gonna
trying to
do?
be funny, without
This
saying
is our American.
tell me.
Wait a minute. Is this the dude? Wait a minute. Is this the dude that said he drive truck? You drive trucks?
He played himself. Deb, don't do that. Let me
you
get
drive
this.
trucks?
Yeah, he lied on
No,
that
I
too,
never
bro.
said I drive truck. That's
Oh,
what
no,
I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That
This
that was
No,
the
that
other
was the
dude. My
Israel.
bad.
I think that was the other guy. So anyway,
Oh,
the
okay.
Interstate Highway System (FBA) in your foundational land. This is the highway system we use. The fun part about this, I'm not going to read the whole thing, Mr. Smarty R. I'm going to go to this fun part because this is what's always fun. It's the numbering system, right? And you can always remember this from this point on. Look at this. We're going to go by maps. You like maps, right? 95 goes, where's your favorite place? North to south. You see that? And you'll always know that because Deb, I think you correct me, when it's the odd number, you're going north to south. See, interstate, we learned about with the interstate highway system. This is the number 5. Where's it going? North
I just learned
and
this.
south.
Truth just taught me this. I ain't know this.
Dev slipped and said this.
Yeah, I told you that. Yeah, I told y'all that.
That was the smartest nigga. I was like, yo, that shit is brilliant. I never knew that.
That's crazy.
I'll be telling everybody, and I get an opportunity now to tell probably the dumbest nigga I met in this year. But seriously, it doesn't go, as you said, would you say north to west or some shit? I-95. Look, it tells you right here. Odd numbers run north to south.
Yo, y'all put me on. Dev and Truth, I appreciate that. So FBA, don't feel no kind of way. I literally did not know this. And I've been driving around for, more than 2 decades.
Oh no, we're not. I'm not. Trust me about the. I don't care. My point is, y'all saying that the direction was wrong, correct? So why
Yes,
is it a
completely.
left sign pointing towards the west?
What?
Why is it an arrow that goes left to right under Interstate 10?
One arrow? Are you
Because
fucking
that's the only
serious?
direction of the highway, nigga. Regardless of you making left, right, in between, just taking you to the west. Do y'all not understand that? Directions. Do y'all not understand that?
You don't. That's the greatest
If a
part.
nigga tell you
With a
turn
map.
on First Street, Third Street, Fifth Street, you're all still going in one
THEW.
direction.
Through. You hear me? Plum fucking through. I am out. Dude, fuck this shit. Woo!
Nah, Dev, I appreciate you.
This motherfucker said arrow.
Nigga, because we were talking about directions and y'all asking me what direction. Were y'all saying, tell me how to get there all the way from there on but road by road? No, y'all said which direction would be west.
And
This
Tim
is
Black,
what I'm
you
saying.
think
So
buying
how
a
y'all
map?
now saying, see, look, this proves that you were saying some stupid shit because the whole time the thing I was saying, if I'm in the South, look at this again, Interstate 10. If I am in the South, which way would point me to west? Left. Is that not what's going left?
No, it depends on which way you're facing. Again, it
No,
depends on which
but
way
I'm
you're
in the
facing.
South. It doesn't depend. That's what I'm saying. Even down
No,
to that,
yes, it
how are
does.
y'all saying?
Which
Well, it
This
depends on
is
which way you facing. Nigga, I'm talking about from the
And
South.
Tim Black, you think buying a map is gonna help this motherfucking nigga out?
Niggas don't make sense. Y'all gotta start making sense, my brother.
What?
And you think buying a map is gonna help this nigga?
Y'all showing me one. I'm asking y'all, why does the map say what I'm saying?
Nobody ever gave you directions and
Why is
started
the
off
map
with-
saying what I'm
No,
saying?
hold
I done
on,
been
The
brother,
here
map
brother,
is
fucking
brother,
not
y'all
saying
asking
what
that
you're
shit, brother.
saying at all. At
Nobody
all.
ever gave you directions and said the way you're walking is going to depend on which way you're facing. Like nobody ever gave you directions and told you that depends on which way you're facing.
Okay, if I already gave you the direction I'm facing, south. If I'm in the South.
No,
And
if you're in
I
the
don't know
South,
why
don't mean you're
somebody would say,
facing
well,
South.
are you
If
facing?
you're in the South, it doesn't mean you're facing South. If you're in the South, you can be facing North, you can be facing West, you can be facing East, you can be facing South. If you're in the South, just is your geographic location. That's not a direction. Do you get that part?
Would I go? That's all I'm asking. The regular way, a nigga standing right here, just looking at the map. Say where's this Interstate 10? Where is that? North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. What is that? Like Mississippi? Okay, let's say I'm in Mississippi. I'm just facing north. Which way would I go to go?
If you in Mississippi and you facing north, yeah, you can start to work from there. But that's not what you just said. Now,
Nigga, I literally said I am in the South. Y'all asked me which way would you go to make it.
No, you and I are gonna yell your way over this. You just simply said if you're in the South, not which way you're facing. You don't get that. You said if you're in the South, you automatically headed west going left. And that's not true. If you're in the South, that's just a geographic location. So you gotta like get that through your head and stop trying to skip over it and talk about like that's what I've been saying. That's not what you've been saying. That's why he clearly asked you if you're facing south, which way is the West Coast? You said to your left. Like you don't get that. When he said facing south, you made everybody laugh because you assumed that the fucking West is just consistently to your left.
Y'all pulled up this map for me, and it just showed you that going to the left was west from the South. And like I said, going to Oklahoma from the South, because that's where we started, right? That would be northern to me. So that's what I'm not getting. Where
You think I got rid of that map? Here go that map
correct,
right
and that
again. I
makes
didn't get
sense.
off that screen. You lied. Look at the map once again. Which way does I-95, the example you said, which way does it go?
No, I-95 takes me because I'm in North Carolina.
I-95 go.
Where does I-10 start?
Which way does
I-10 start?
No,
Not in
listen
North
to my
Carolina. So
question.
for me,
Which
when I'm
way
going to the west, I have to
does
start.
Stop jumping around, yo.
I-95 go? It's your favorite direction. Which way does I-95 go?
North to south.
Thank you. Why did you lie? Do you understand where you were incorrect?
So we're not looking at this map. Where does I-10 start?
No, not where it starts.
Yes, where does I-10 start? Because for me as a
things
North
go.
Carolina resident, as you said, you can see this map, right? So I would have to take 95 first in order to start going west, and eventually it will turn into that. But that, as you can see on this map,
That's
it does
because
not
you're
start
going
exactly
in a
North Carolina.
different direction. That's why you get directions. Sometimes you go north, sometimes you go west, sometimes you go east. That's
I gave
depending on
that's
how
all I'm
the
saying. From the beginning, this whole
listen to
thing
me.
is about
Listen
y'all
to me. Let me show
laughing
you
at
how
the
it makes
same.
sense. Because listen, you're going from one state to the next. So I think it was Eisenhower and them made interstate highways. That's why the first thing you see in the red says interstate.
Mhm.
So to get from one state to the next, you're going to take various left, rights, ups, backs, forwards, whatever, right? To go interstate on their highway system. That's why it says interstate. So in this case, they built a interstate highway system where you can go north and south on the East Coast. You can also go north and south on the West Coast, but that's not 95. That's 5. The cool
95
part,
for me.
no.
I'm telling you
Let me
again,
finish.
you
Let me
can see
finish.
it on the map.
The cool part, like Dev showed, and none of y'all caught it, and I've been using this ever since, is that the odd numbers, this is why I did this, could help you. The odd numbers go which directions? Come on.
Inform.
The odd numbers go which directions?
Inform. I don't know.
North
Y'all
and
saying I
what?
don't know.
It's right there in your face. It's
Oh
north
my
and
God, man.
So why
That's
don't one
the
of y'all
fun
say it?
part about this, where you will always know this. That's
Do
the
you know
fun
what an
part.
odd number is?
Yeah, we know what. Come on, y'all stop playing with my
Um,
intelligence.
You
Like,
the one who
y'all, y'all,
you got
y'all make it
intelligence?
again, because regardless of all this, left and right, what north and south, 95, as you can see,
Which
95
ways
does
do
not
the
end.
odd numbers go?
I-95 does not start. I mean, does not
Which
end in
ways
North
do the
Carolina.
odd
It goes
numbers
out
in the
further. 95
interstate
is what I
highway
take to
system
get
go?
west.
So you'll
Does it
always know
combine
it.
into another interstate? Yes, I'm not lying, because
That's
again, as
why
you
it's
can
called
see,
interstate.
95 is what takes me to 10. Correct?
Is that anything that I can assume that you already comprehend and know, like
I
in
comprehend
forms
all
of
this.
intelligence?
What I'm not comprehending is how y'all trying to make it seem like I said something wrong. That's where I'm
You
not
said
comprehending.
everything wrong. That's what I'm trying to point out to you and
Okay,
help
the
with
left,
this
the
cool
arrow
little
of the
way
map you're showing me. I want to just point this out. The arrow of the map you're showing me goes to the left from the west. I said I started in the south.
No,
So you're saying
it's
I'm
not
lying
to the
about
point of going
I-95.
to the
As you can
left.
see,
Listen closely.
I-95. Listen,
Go
as you can see,
slow. Go
I-95 goes all the
slow.
way to Route 10. I mean, Interstate 10.
Go
So for
slow, bro.
me
It's
to
not
go
about
west,
going to
I would have
another
to
one.
take
No, it's not
I-95.
that.
If
Listen,
you don't see that on
listen to
this
me,
map,
coach.
you're now
Listen
null and
close,
void
bro.
what I'm saying.
Listen. They made the interstate system. I'm not going to repeat it. But to connect all these things, they made various interstate systems.
Nobody's asking that.
Listen,
Nobody even
because I'm going
needs
to
to know
show
that,
you
sir.
why it's so cool. Why it's like, damn, that was so obvious because we've been saying this the whole time and none of us knew it until Dev slipped up one day. And for me, so however many decades later, I'll never forget the shit now. I think it's cool. You have a problem understanding what it means or how cool it is.
So where this?
Most
All right,
people in the
let me
chat
stop
will
you.
never
What
forget
am I?
this.
What are you saying? I'm having a problem
What
understanding.
I'm saying is the beauty in this is the stupid answer that you had could never happen again because you should know. Listen, I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, this is the
Just
great
saying
part.
everything is
When you
stupid
say an
doesn't point out
odd
any
number,
stupid thing, correct?
now when you say an odd number in reference to a highway, you should know automatically that you're going which directions.
Whichever way on that number. If it's an odd or
No,
even
that's
number.
not the point.
You're either
The
going
odd
left and
number
right.
Whichever way.
It's not a left or right. It's your favorite word. You don't want to use it. Do you understand which way 95 goes?
So are y'all now saying that
Oh God.
east and west isn't left and right?
One thing at a time. One thing at a
This
time.
motherfucker said.
Nigga, what the fuck?
Deb, you
This
know,
motherfucker
left and
said.
right, not east and west.
Hold on.
Are y'all saying that? I'm saying I'm confused.
Of
No, you
course.
good, man.
That's what I'm
You
pointing
good.
out. We all know you're confused. That's what makes it even funnier.
Because
Like, yo,
nobody's answering
how
this
slow do I
question.
gotta go? You
Is
messed
east
up a
and west
cool
not
thing.
left and right
Yo,
now?
do you understand? Like 10th, 9th graders will be like, yo, that's
Can you just
crazy,
answer the
that's
question?
ill. Like, that's one of those things you see on TikTok video. You be like, yo, I never
Can
even
you
thought of
answer
that.
the question?
You are struggling with it though. And that's what
Because
the
you're not answering no questions. You just telling me I'm wrong. But when I'm asking
yeah,
questions,
no,
to
the
see
map
how I'm
is
wrong, you
showing
saying,
you you're
see, this
wrong, bro.
doesn't
It's
make
not
sense, and you're
me.
stupid in this
Which
TikTok
ways,
stuff. Now, so can I
which
ask the question?
directions does 95 go?
Can I ask the question one last time?
Sure,
Is
no
east
problem.
and west not left and right? Hello.
Nobody
I just want to say
says
yes or no.
left and
Yeah, nobody says left and right when they're talking about
Here
direction.
you go.
No,
Here you
we're
go.
not
Try
saying
it.
that. I'm
Listen,
asking
bro.
you
I got you.
literally.
I got you. I got you.
Is
Listen,
east not?
listen.
Is east and west
I'm gonna
not
answer your
literally
question.
left
I'm
and
gonna
right? You
answer
don't
this.
have to say left and
Here
right.
you go.
I'm saying
Listen. If you're
No.
facing, listen. If you're
so.
facing,
When you go east, you're not gonna head.
listen first. If you're facing California, which is west, like you say, which way is east? Is it left or is it right? I'll say it again. If
Well,
you are
again,
facing
well, no,
California,
I
which
will
you
say
say,
this.
listen to
Y'all
me.
say it will
Listen
depend
to
on
me.
which way
Listen.
you're facing.
Listen. No,
So you
listen,
gotta
bro.
tell me which way I'm facing in California.
If you're facing you're standing at, see where that 10 is? You're in wherever state you are on that 10, and you're
That's
looking
not
at
California.
California in that direction, right?
That's not
Which
California.
way is east if that's west? Is
That's
it
not
left or is it
California.
right?
The 10 is in California.
Where the 5 is, bro. You're standing at the 10 looking at the 5.
Yeah,
You're
which
standing on the
direction
10
am I facing?
looking at the 5.
Am I looking upwards, downwards,
You're
Dude,
looking
you
right at
gotta.
the
north,
5.
south?
Can you
Right at the
listen
5.
for 1 second, yo?
You're
You gotta
standing
slow
on
down
the
and listen
10.
to what he's saying.
You're standing on the 10 and you're looking at the 5, which is you say is the west, which is fine. Okay. So which way is east? Is it left or is it right?
Well, okay, I'm gonna put it like this. If I'm on that 5 and I'm
No,
always
you're on the
facing,
10. You're
listen to
looking
me,
at
I'm
the
giving you the
5.
direction.
You're on the
If
10.
I'm
You're on
always
the
facing,
10. You're
from
looking
If
at
you
the
California,
if
I'm
you
going
go
this
left,
direction.
if you go left, you're going down south, and if you go right,
No,
you're going
no,
up
don't
north.
step in, yo. Yeah, yeah. No, no, don't step in. Don't
real
step
simple,
in.
real
We trying.
simple. You're
Yeah,
standing, listen
we
to me
just
again.
trying to.
You're standing on the 10 and you're looking at the 5. You're saying that's west. Fine.
Oh, you said if I'm standing on the 10 and looking at the 5. Yeah,
I've been saying it the whole time. So you're standing on the 10 once again, looking at the 5, right? What you say is west, right? So which way is east? Is it left or is it right?
Right.
Holy shit.
Oh shit!
You standing on that?
Oh shit! Got him!
You standing on that answer, yo?
Got him!
Yes.
He got
All right.
Truth got him. He got. He still don't know where he's
So I'm
going.
gonna tell y'all why this sounds crazy, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Just let me say this before y'all go in on
You
it.
want us to correct you?
So listen to me. What y'all just said was if I'm standing on the 10, correct?
Not just standing on the 10.
No,
He said
listen,
standing on the 10,
no,
looking
because
at the
that's
5.
literally what he said. He said if I'm on the 10
Yes,
facing,
and you're
if I
looking
face
at
the
the
5,
5.
that's west. So which way
You're
is east?
facing 5.
And I
Right.
said to the right. Now let me
Right.
ask y'all a question. If I'm
Behind
incorrect, then
you.
why does this sign have a to the right sign? Where is that going to?
Yo, you still don't get it, yo. That's
E-
No, I'm
East
asking y'all, where does
east
that
would be
right sign go
behind
to?
you. It wouldn't be.
man. You still don't get it, bro. That's wild. And you still like, damn, you think somebody trying to really play you, but it's like people
No,
can't.
if y'all are, then why ain't y'all answering the question? So where is this right going to on this sign? What direction is that?
You tell us.
It's
I'm
going
asking
north.
y'all saying that I don't know, and I'm saying, okay, if I don't
It's
know, which one is
going
it?
north.
That right is
Y'all
going north.
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah. He said the right. He said he
Y'all
named.
motherfucker. Dude, some of y'all got low IQ.
Oh, yo, no, all right. Thank you. This is not
Yeah,
your quiz.
no,
Y'all
yeah,
got
we
it.
did
I'm
it.
over.
Well, go ahead, bro. What you were saying? So tell us about. So you said it's to the right.
I'm okay.
So
I have nothing more to say on this. I
you
mean,
gonna
because
start
I don't know how
Yeah, you
that
broke
right
the
is now
computer.
north, but
this nigga.
broke
Thank
his
you for the New Year's. Yo, chat. You're welcome.
because
PG4L.
I'm
This
definitely
nigga.
again, if
Oh,
y'all saying
thank
true
you.
world, the world direction, yes, I understand what
The
y'all saying,
world
but we're not
direction.
talking
What is the
about the
word?
world
Hold on.
direction. Why would y'all
Hold on
make
a
this
second.
world
What is the
direction when
world
we're talking about
direction?
America?
What is the world direction?
Because you're talking about, well, true north would be considering, now if you go west, you're going to end up in Africa, but we're talking about the American continent. So I'm going off the boundaries of what the American continent is, y'all. Y'all get
I'm
that?
about to go.
Nah, your brain is broken, B.
You're gonna end up in Africa?
No, I'm saying if you're in a certain
You're
position,
gonna end
right,
up
and
in
you go,
Africa?
I'm saying if you go a certain position from
You
anywhere
think the
in
world
west,
is
you're going to
flat?
end up in Africa. Is this incorrect? Nobody said it was west, right, west.
Wait,
Like, that's
hold
what
on. You just said if you go
I
in a
don't even
certain
want to talk no
position
more
from
because it's just a
anywhere,
chat.
now you end up in
That's because
Africa.
the world is flat.
Never said that. That was
Dude,
but
all
more
right,
importantly,
move.
I'm saying
I'm
again,
cracking
if
a
we're
joke.
talking about the United States of America, I don't understand why everybody's saying this is not that, because what y'all have told me is that's not true north. So I guess you're saying in context of
Nobody
if I
mentioned the
start right
word
here
true north.
in somewhere in North Carolina, if I keep walking
Nobody
in a
mentioned
certain
the word.
direction,
I mean, not any certain direction. If I
For
go a
sure.
certain
Yeah,
direction,
no
sooner or later I'll
Yeah,
end up in
fine.
Africa.
about
You
you.
But
understand
we're
that?
talking about the guidelines and constant things that are already set up in America.
Dude, I hate to see y'all take an IQ test, man. If y'all
Oh, I
think
guarantee mine's higher than anybody on this motherfucker, and I'm not
dude,
exaggerating. I'm 30. I'm 31. Y'all, most of y'all
man.
probably old and really done been through life, and I've already went through my test.
Yeah,
I'm
you
trust me,
31,
I'm
all right.
very well educated.
But if some of y'all here
It
can't
made me
answer
feel more
simple
educated.
questions,
Now, if I'm not
You
educated
you
on
took a
something, what
test.
I'm trying to do is get
What test did you
clarification. But
take?
y'all not really explaining much.
But what test did you take though?
Which one, like
The
in terms of
retarded
what?
test.
Like IQ test? Or are you saying like school? I
See
mean,
my
you
point?
take tests in
See my
school, right?
point? This nigga
Y'all
took the
take school
retarded
tests
test.
because a school test isn't an IQ test. Y'all so smart. I'm saying, is a school test an IQ test? I think you have to like. That's what I'm saying. Are you
Ooh,
actually
you got
have to
that
take
one.
tests, or you
You
actually
keep
have to
saying
take an IQ test?
that's different from you.
You breaking up?
Yeah, you breaking up there.
That's different from you, because since you keep saying y'all.
Who, me?
I ain't really hear what you said because you was
You
breaking
talking
up.
about me?
No, he's not talking about you.
No, you talking about me.
About the dude we've been to.
I'm saying
Yo,
because if
but
y'all sitting there saying you're saying I'm saying y'all, but y'all keep saying you stupid.
Yeah.
Dev, you still in the
And
matrix.
if I and listen to me. Furthermore, I'm okay with y'all even saying I'm stupid. What bothers
Nah,
me
Dev,
is,
you
Okay, I'll come back.
is if y'all saying I'm uninformed or I'm just not educated. When I'm asking y'all, well,
That's a
explain
fact.
that to me. Instead of y'all explaining,
And
y'all
you
just
still
saying,
don't
nah,
get
nah,
it.
you
I
stupid.
explained to you
not
with maps.
educated.
I gave you sources, maps, and you still don't get it. That's the
And I'm
funny
not
part.
saying that you're not
Yeah, so I'm trying to
educated.
figure out
You
how
may be miseducated. You may not be like like not educated. You may just be miseducated
The miseducation of Lauren Hill.
or uneducated. It could be.
No, you can't comprehend anything because it's still right in front of your face and you have a problem comprehending. That's why we're laughing at you. It's that reason right there. Because it's not like you don't have information. It's like, oh, this nigga literally can't comprehend what's right in front of his face.
Because you're not explaining it. I don't understand that.
Okay, once again.
Because listen,
So here you go.
now,
Let me
man,
give
you
it
ain't
another
saying
shot.
everything you saying.
Listen. We'll give you another shot. You mentioned I-95.
Mm.
And you said that I-95 goes from, what was it, north to west or something like that?
North to south.
No, you didn't say anything about north to south.
No,
at
I
all.
said from south to west, to be honest. That's
Okay,
what I
fine.
said.
That's what you said. So look.
Yeah.
So, and I said, oh, this is cool. I remember this is a fun one. I'm repeating this. I said this stuff already. This is fun because now other people, I know everybody in the chat didn't know this, and Miz admitted he didn't know it. I admitted I didn't know it until a while ago. Dev said it.
No, I didn't know it.
That's clear. So we came
But see, that's
here,
where
and I was like, yo, this is an
that's where you
opportunity.
get
One,
into
slow
it.
down,
But see, now
to show the
that's
interstate
clear.
highway system and see, okay, somebody in the chat may not know that. Boom. Now we can get into more specifics. Now I said you can always remember what you're having a problem with, the way that the highways go by this cool thing that
North
I
to
saw
south,
Deb
east to
just slip
west,
up and
right?
say. No,
Yo,
listen close. So you
I'm about
know
to go,
these.
man.
All right, see you later. You said that twice.
I just came
Isn't
here
that
to.
what you said? Isn't that how you said the
Yeah,
highways
hold
north to south
on.
and
He's
east to
got to
west?
leave first. Hold on.
I just came here to represent as a foundation as FBA. Now I just came here to represent.
All right.
Okay, we'll get back on that later. All right, go ahead.
So this map that's been in front of your face the whole time. So 95, the highway that you mentioned, has directions that it goes. It is not the same directions that you said 95 goes. So one, okay, here's a little correction. You may have been wrong, but the cooler thing about it is you'll always remember this, and that's what I think everybody in the chat is like, oh, that's kind of cool. Where the odd number, no matter if you're on the East Coast or West Coast, will always be going north and south. The even numbers, even if you're on the West Coast, you see 90 up here, will always go east and west. And this how the interstate highway system becomes cooler. And then the people who drive and get around, just like the Bamas, especially now when you got your Route 1s and Route 9s, and right, then you can go back, well, how does that work, Dad? Since she's so smart, they got all these routes, and he gonna tell you it's the similar ways and all this other shit. That's what makes it, see the big word again, interstate. So you know which directions you're going. If you are 95, which directions are you going? Either
North
or.
and south.
Thank you. And if you're on 10, which you say you know, you're going
east and west.
Right. That's all.
Right. So why are you telling me when I said you're going? That's what. Do you not understand? Y'all further proving what I say.
No, we're not
left,
proving
listen,
anything you said. That's
so
why
it
we're
only
proving.
goes east and west, right? It's a 10, so it only goes east and west. So when y'all saying if I look that way and that's west, and y'all saying you're trying to, what is to your right? I mean, what is the east? How or
Yes.
what's to your right? If I said east, how's that not east?
No, you didn't say east. Okay, let me give you an
You
example.
literally said if I'm
Let me show you
looking
now. I'm gonna
west.
show you exactly what it is. You were standing on 10. You were facing 5. You said 5 is west. Okay, fine. No problem. And I ask you which way is east.
No, you literally told me.
No,
if
I'm going to
standing
tell
on
you.
10 and
No,
I'm
seriously, son,
facing
listen.
5,
I swear to God, I'm not lying at all. Anybody here will tell me if I'm lying. I said you were standing on 10, facing 5. You said 5 is west. Cool. I ask you which way is east, left or right? And you said
right.
And you were
right.
Wrong.
Nigga, look at this sign. When you point
Oh
5, what side is that?
See,
Left or
this
right?
is why I say you're stupid. You still don't get it.
What? Okay, is that 5 on the left or the right of that 10? Let me ask you that.
Is the 5 on the
Is
left?
it on the left or the right of the 10? I'm asking you, is it on the left or the right of the 10?
Damn, son.
Okay, so we're looking at the map. Do everybody see this map? What's on the left side of 10? The 5, correct? And if you, like you just said out your own mouth, this highway only goes east to west. It's not no up or down to go. So if you're not going west, you have to go east. So if you have to go left to get to the west, then the only way to get to the east is the right. How am I wrong? That's what I'm saying. You just explained that to me. You told me that this only goes east and west.
All right, bro. Calm down. Come on, bro. Let me explain something to you. I grew up in California. The 5 runs north and south. The 10 runs east and west. I grew up in California.
Okay. What does this mean? So if we're on the 10, do I not have to go to the left to get to Cali? The highway only works 2 ways. Again, where do y'all separate in direction from? Because are y'all saying
I think you came in late, Taviel.
Are y'all now saying east and west isn't left and right or something? That's what I'm saying. This is so confusing because y'all keep saying you're stupid. This doesn't make sense. Y'all not explaining it because again, if it only goes left and right, Truth, that I think that's you that said this. If this only goes left and right, correct?
What?
Do you know what odd number and even number means?
Yeah, 10 is an even number, my guy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and it only goes east to west, right?
Right.
Right. So if one way to go to the west would literally be the left, the only direction left on this highway is the right, correct? And which way would that take you when you go to the right? The east, correct?
No, if you were facing, listen, if you were facing that direction, you went to the right, you would be going north.
Yes, Bill. This
the
all
highway
started
doesn't go north.
That's why they have interstate.
The highway doesn't go north. We're talking. You said on the 10.
Listen, bro.
So I'm
right. That's why.
What y'all do to make me
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Let me break it down. Hold on. This is why I said
nobody calculates.
Hold on. I'm explaining it. That's why I said that big word in red was so cool and important. Interstate. So if I want to go to the right, I'm gonna go to the right by connecting to another highway that's gonna take me in the.
But you didn't ask me nothing about no other highway. You asked me off this 10 right where.
No, you understand? There is more than one highway.
I already
that's why they are
that's
interstate.
not what you asked me in the equation, right? So why would I be adding that to the equation?
The point of the highway system was to make connection between the states. Interstate.
But you just talked to me about the connection.
So hey, if I'm in Cali and I want to go see Dev, I can do that driving via interstates because I'm going from one state to the next. I could be going up.
That has
down,
nothing to
left,
do about
right,
the 10 itself, though.
forwards. But I always know now, but hey, man, I got lost coming from California on the 90, and I know I'm going to see, I don't know who's over there. Somebody in Texas. Somebody in Texas. I need to get on the odd number highway. You see those little things. And
yeah, the thing is that's not a part of the question you asked. Again, then you only say if you're on the 10 facing the 5.
Yes.
You didn't say add in the interstate.
No.
You said if you're
Once
on
again,
the 10
I'll
facing
repeat
the
what I
5,
said. I'll
and
repeat
you're
what I
not
said.
going
That's
to
fair.
that way.
Look, listen. Stop. I'll repeat it again. If you're on the 10 and you're facing the 5, and the 5 is west, which way is east, left or right?
You said if I'm doing what?
If you're standing on the 10 and you're facing the 5, and 5 is west, which way is east, left or right? Huh?
The right.
So,
again,
Xavier, this all started.
Do you understand again why you're stupid? Seriously.
Okay, first of all, you just said we never called you stupid, so we're not getting off. You didn't say.
No, I always say I call you stupid. That's these other niggas trying to mention it. You dumb as rocks.
You starting me at the 10 because we only following the 10, correct?
No.
Hold on.
Standing on the 10 and we're looking toward the 5.
No, because your question is what way is left again.
No, I didn't ask you anything about what way is left. I said which way is east, left, or right?
Right on the 10. It is right.
Go ahead, yell it again.
It's right.
Thank you. With your chest and with conviction now. Go ahead, seriously.
Yeah, this all started when he said that Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, was up north. This is the origins of this particular